Chapter 1. The Ruin of the Heavens and Rebirth. This tale is purely fictional. Any resemblance to real persons or events is purely coincidental. The realm of high martial arts is an illusion. Please do not attempt to emulate it, for within the fantastical universe, there are numerous horrifying and chilling scenes. Caution is advised for the faint of heart. Bang! Boom! In the cosmic realms, thunder roared and lightning flashed. The celestial bodies were shrouded in ominous clouds. The myriad worlds were tossed as if in a sieve. Beyond the myriad realms lay an infinite expanse, devoid of sun, moon, or stars, a desolate void where no living beings existed. Gazing upon it, one could see only darkness and haze, a miasma of black energy that would incinerate anything below divine rank that dared to tread here. This was the unknown domain that enveloped the myriad worlds, traditionally a forbidden, unknown realm. It was breached by gods and demons, shattering the silence. From the moment they stepped into this unknown domain, they unleashed boundless magical power, their bodies swelling to the size of planets. With a single thought, the planets would explode, a single palm thrust forth, conjuring a tempest of silence, sending stars spiraling chaotically, some even plummeting to their doom. More gods and demons entered the unknown domain. They clashed with one another. The lightning wrought by their magical energy danced like silver serpents and black dragons, swirling wildly in the dark expanse. They collided and devoured one another like titanic dragons. Any single burst of energy was capable of obliterating planets. Gods and demons continued to invade the domain, conjuring orbs of magical light. The collisions of these orbs resulted in massive explosions, akin to magnificent fireworks illuminating the dark realm, casting forth blinding rays of light. Ultimately, the unknown domain became a chaotic battleground where gods and demons clashed, the sea of stars boiling, explosions reverberating throughout. In this grand conflict of gods and demons, the myriad realms suffered greatly. The once vibrant and colorful cosmic realms were engulfed by the boundless magical energy unleashed by the battle. This magical energy swept across the celestial bodies like a hurricane, grinding everything to dust, obliterating all. Bang! Boom! The starry realms faced devastation in waves of electric explosions. Celestial bodies crumbled, stars erupted. The great conflict between gods and demons raged on in the distant unknown domain, leaving the myriad realms in ruin, life reduced to ashes. The myriad realms plunged into darkness amidst countless cataclysmic explosions. After tens of thousands of years, the catastrophic explosions gradually subsided. The once vibrant myriad realms were now shrouded in a gray mist. The sun, moon, and stars continued to flicker erratically, the weather extreme. Disasters plagued every realm year after year. The land lay in ruin, and scarcely a living soul remained. Thousands of years later, the myriad realms appeared to be draped in a gray-black shroud, a realm of gloom. A massive planet enveloped in gray mist the ancient, profound world. The expansive Xuanwu continent still experienced extreme weather, alternating between glaring heat and frigid cold. Not a day passed without scorching droughts, fierce blizzards, or relentless torrential rains and flooding. Occasionally, explosions would erupt from beyond the heavens. The sky was cloaked in thick clouds. Silver serpents danced wildly, and thunder rumbled incessantly, triggering yet another great earthquake upon the Xuanwu continent. Mountains and rivers shattered. Homes and fields lay in ruin. In the struggle for survival and resources, the Xuanwu continent was engulfed in smoke and fire. War raged on. Underneath the crumbling nests, not a single egg remained intact. Humanity was on the brink of annihilation amidst the chaos of battle. Would they survive or face rebirth through destruction? There were no answers. In the ancient, profound world, after repeated explosions that obscured the sun and moon, the divine level vanished, becoming mere legends. But was it truly just a legend? Battles below the divine rank may not annihilate the world. Yet the flames of war posed a significant threat to the rebirth of all things. For humanity's resurgence was particularly jeopardized. The Xuanwu continent, Even the ancient profound world and the myriad realms all yearned for a powerful order. Hundreds of years later, in the year 1000 of the Xuanwu era, on the Xuanwu continent, in the ancient city of Jiazhua, which spanned vast territories, Meigu, a place named within the ancient city of Jiazhua. No one knew the origin of the name, only that it was a land of continuous mountains, exceedingly secluded. In the Xuanwu continent, martial prowess was revered above all. Only the strong could live with dignity. Strength granted one everything, strength enough to compete with the sun and moon, strength enough to age alongside heaven and earth. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon the endless mountains. The evening glow painted the horizon crimson. Thick clouds resembling flames illuminated the sky, casting their light upon the desolate hills and valleys. Nestled within the mountains was a modest stockade, home to nearly 100 families. Behind the stockade, dense forests flourished, trees towering high. Within the woods, mist swirled, occasionally pierced by the mournful howls of wolves. Behind the stockade lay fields of corn, potatoes, and vegetables. In front of the stockade were terrace fields, known locally as winter water fields. Due to the rebirth, this remote area was even more sparsely populated. Many winter water fields lay idle, reflecting the fiery clouds in the sunset's glow. A breeze swept through, creating rippling waves. Some began herding the geese and ducks back home from the winter water fields, as wisps of smoke began to rise from the bamboo houses in the stockade. Not far from the stockade, a small creek wound through the land, where several bamboo groves swayed in the wind. Dropped bamboo leaves fluttered down. Hidden beneath the bamboo thicket were a few thatched cottages. The earthen walls, riddled with holes, had been patched repeatedly. In front of one of the earthen houses, a 10-year-old girl, frail and thin, wore patched blue trousers. Her blue cloth shoes had been playfully punctured by a mischievous toe. Her shoulder-length hair was of good quality, naturally glossy with delicate curls. Her large eyes sparkled as she gazed at the banana trees in front of the house, her heart-shaped face revealing a dimple when she smiled, her voice like the tinkling of silver bells. Brother has worked so hard. Today Yunji will surely prepare a delicious meal, so brother can come home and eat and rest. As time reversed a few hours, in the small town of Meigu, here stood the Xuanwu Tower. Only an elderly man spent his days cleaning it. The Xuanwu Tower served as a sanctuary in the ancient city of Jiazhua, recruiting potential martial cultivators. Every full moon on the 15th day, visitors would gather to test their luck at the Xuanwu Tower. This Xuanwu Tower was rather rudimentary. Its dark hexagonal structure comprised 3 tiers. On this day, the people of Meigu would come to try their luck. Becoming a Xuanwu martial cultivator would elevate one above others, granting them prestige and status. The sun blazed overhead, the light so piercing it was blinding. Those who came to take the examination were drenched in sweat. Finally, it was Yunyang's turn to enter the assessment. At 12 years old, clad in worn coarse fabric that had faded to a pale hue, he was small in stature, yet possessed delicate features. His black hair danced in the wind. The examiner, expressionless, watched as Yunyang approached. I remember you all, the saying goes that 3 times is the limit, yet you have come 5 times. Those gathered to take the exam and onlookers murmured. He's just a child with thick skin. When he grows up, he won't know shame. Why speak so profoundly? Just say it plainly, he has no shame. A useless, one once starve, why humiliate himself? Yunyang remained unfazed, standing before the stone door, awaiting its opening. Boom! The stone door creaked open. A wave of Xuanwu energy surged forth. Yunyang took a deep breath and resolutely stepped inside. Boom! The stone door closed behind him, revealing dimly glowing low-grade night pearls within. He had become quite accustomed to the surroundings. Arriving at a towering monument of strength, he mustered all his might and struck it with a punch. The mechanical voice echoed. 80 pounds, Xuanwu power level, 0. Traversing a narrow and dark passage, a chilling wind howled. Yunyang felt a sharp pain in his soul, as if his very essence were on the verge of dissipating and escaping his body. He quickly exited the cramped space. The mechanical voice resounded again. Level 1, Xuanwu soul value, low. He arrived before a copper mirror, its surface rippling like water. Amidst the thousands of waves, numerous fine lines of varying colors intertwined, yet two lines always bore the same hue. He had to select two lines of the same color within 10 breaths and tie them into knots, the more the better. This time, Yunyang finally chose a pair of identical black lines and tied 5 knots. The mechanical voice chimed once more. Black lines a pair, 5 knots tied, Xuanwu magic value, level 1. At the center of the tower, a beam of light descended from above. Yunyang let out a cry of agony and fainted. The mechanical voice concluded. Congratulations, Yunyang. You have unlocked the lowest level martial nest. Comprehensive Xuanwu combat power. 0. Xuanwu martial cultivator. Useless. Yunyang was unceremoniously ejected from the Xuanwu tower. With a thud, he landed on the yellow earth a dozen yards from the tower, a cloud of dust rising. Apart from the laughter and jeers, no one paid him any heed. In the Xuanwu continent, martial prowess reigned supreme. Chapter 2. Siblings bound by fate. In the Megu Mountains, a crescent moon hung like a hook, veiled by thick, dark clouds. The night sky was as black as ink, rendering visibility non-existent. The night breeze swept through, chilling the sultry summer air. From the depths of the jungle came the long, mournful howls of wolves. The sounds were painfully sorrowful. In this pitch-black night, they were particularly spine-chilling. Whenever night fell, the unknown stones and ancient tombs in the back mountains would emit flickering phosphorescent lights in the darkness. Accompanied by eerie winds, they flickered in and out of view. Those sinister entities writhed within the dark thicket, emitting sharp, piercing cries. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Their chilling shrieks were especially terrifying. The bamboo groves in the ravine creaked and groaned through the night. Yunji, with her frail frame, huddled beneath her blanket, trembling uncontrollably. Though the earthen house had been patched multiple times, it still let in the wind. The fire in the pit was nearly extinguished. Yet Yunji dared not rise to add more fuel. After all, she is but a young girl, and even adults in this pitch-black ravine are prone to suspicion. Brother, please be cautious outside. I am unafraid and will patiently await your return, she reassured. In the depths of the jungle lies a place known as Burial of Heaven. Its origins remain shrouded in mystery. Beneath the thick carpet of fallen leaves, white bones lie exposed, evoking a hellish ambience. Not far from the Burial of Heaven, at an elevation of 3,300 zhang, stands a dilapidated temple. Tianzhao Temple. This temple is so ancient that no one knows when it was first established. Isolated from the world, devoid of worshippers, it has long fallen into ruin, with yellow tiles nearly all fallen away, covered by a thatched roof laid by an old monk of indeterminate age. The once vibrant blue bricks have weathered severely, swaying in the mountain winds, ready to collapse at any moment. Yunyang, aside from farming, forages for low-grade medicinal herbs to exchange for copper coins. Having lost both parents, his father was brutally murdered 2 years prior by the local tyrant, Shi Seng, while purchasing salt and oil in Megu Town. His mother, succumbing to grief, fell ill and soon passed away. Yunyang will never forget his father's helpless gaze as he was struck down by Shi Seng, eyes wide open in death, refusing to close. At that time, he was not yet 10 years old. From that day forth, his small shoulders bore the heavy burden of supporting the family, burying his parents while leaving behind a substantial debt and caring for his younger sister. Most importantly, he seeks vengeance, the blood feud of his father, a hatred that runs deep. To remain unavenged is to be unworthy of life. The enmity of his mother's death, a grudge of cosmic proportions. To leave it unavenged is to be unworthy of being a son. Yunyang poured all his love for his parents into his sister. She is his sole kin in this cold, unfeeling world. His vulnerable point, touching which would spell certain death, he will not relent. Thus, he dreams of becoming a master of martial arts. For vengeance requires formidable strength. To avenge his father, to protect his sister, to ensure she enjoys sweet candies, wears beautiful dresses, and finds a good husband, with summer fading into the chill of winter. He aims to buy his sister a floral cotton coat before the cold sets in. The herbs near the jungle's edge are too rudimentary and lack value. Therefore, today, he ventured deeper into the forest, hoping to gather higher-grade herbs to exchange for copper coins, to procure that coat for his sister as soon as possible. Time quietly slips away. Unbeknownst to him, the sun descends beyond the horizon. The thickets of the jungle obscure the sky, plunging the world into darkness sooner. Yunyang glances at his basket in the dim light, filled only with low-grade mountain yams. The distance to a floral cotton coat is insurmountably vast. He shakes his head, his brows furrowed. It is too late. Yunjie must be frightened at home. I shall return another day. Fortunately, he has activated the martial nest, though still at a subpar level. It is a significant improvement over before. He hastens homeward. The jungle is now as dark as ink. A chilling wind howls. Ghostly lights flicker ominously. The air is filled with wails and howls, sending shivers down one's spine. Yunyang is, after all, still a child. Yet the weight of countless burdens compels him to don the guise of the so-called waste. In pursuit of knowledge, he endures the harsh words that cut him deeply. Many times he has thought to abandon it all, to live a simple life with his sister in the ravine, growing old peacefully. But the world is rife with turmoil. Even his honest parents fell victim to it. The first time he ventured into the mountains to gather herbs, he inadvertently stepped on a snake and was bitten, losing consciousness. He does not recall how he awoke, only that when he opened his eyes, the rain fell incessantly, and he lay beside a colorful grave, frightened to the point of tears. Yet no one came to comfort him. Ultimately, he squeezed out the black blood, chewed on herbs to bind his wounds, and crawled back along the treacherous path. The thorny trail left him battered. When hungry, he foraged wild vegetables. When thirsty, he drank the dew from leaves. His wounds attracted bloodthirsty mosquitoes, leaving him covered in welts, swollen all over. At home, he burned with fever, lying in a stupor for 10 days, dreaming countless times of his father's kindness and helplessness, of his mother's embrace, so reassuring. Yet it was forever a dream, for his parents' bones had long since turned cold. In reality, the debt collector, Daoist Duan, relentlessly knocked on their door. His young sister cried in terror at the threats. On a moonless, windy night, he finally returned to their drafty thatch hut. Yunjie had not yet fallen asleep. She could distinctly recognize her brother's footsteps. As Yunyang approached the mountain path behind the house, Yunjie heard the reassuring sound of his footsteps. She immediately sprang from her bed, wiping away the tears born of fear, adding kindling to the fire, and opened the door to greet her brother. Brother! Yunjie has finally waited for you to return. The dim glow of the fire flickered through the cracks of the earthen walls, casting a faint warmth into the dark ravine. Yunyang donned a smile outside the door, masking his fatigue, and opened his arms to embrace his rushing sister. Yunjie, how many times must I say it? You must rest early at night and not wait for me. You are still too young if you do not sleep well. How will you grow? His tone was exceedingly gentle. In truth, Yunyang felt a warmth in his heart. No matter how late he returned, his sister would always wait for him. Whenever he came home, she would rush to him, insisting on being held. Yet for various reasons, his sister was too thin, and Yunyang, filled with sorrow, held her in one arm, while gently smoothing her disheveled hair with the other, carelessly wiping away the tear stains on her little face, knowing full well that those tears were shed from fear, reminiscent of his own fright at 10 years old, his nose tinged with sadness. I'm sorry, Yunjie. It is all my fault for not providing you with sweet fruits or beautiful dresses, but I promise this year I will buy you a floral cotton coat. Yunjie had grown a little, and in her eyes, this seemingly frail embrace contained the love of a father, the warmth of a mother, and an immense sense of security. Understanding that her brother must be tired, she reluctantly left his warm embrace to fetch a wooden basin and ladle hot water from the iron pot hanging over the fire pit. No, brother, if you do not come back, how can I sleep? Hee, brother, I really am useless. I did not cook the bananas well today. I cannot even eat them. Brother, the hot water is ready. Hurry and wash up. After placing the basket down, Yunyang lovingly pinched Yunjie's delicate nose. You, my dear sister, should avoid overexerting yourself. I am here for you. I worry that if you do not cook well, the fire will catch, and we shall have no home. Outside, the darkness of pre-dawn enveloped them. The morning star began to twinkle. After a brief wash, Yunyang started a fire in the earthen stove to prepare breakfast. And soon, the aroma of porridge wafted through the air. Though their home was barren, it was filled with love. Chapter 3. The Celestial Extremity in the Ancient City of Jiazhou. Encircled by the confluence of 3 rivers, a perpetual shroud of mist envelopes the land. Mountains rise amidst the waters, and the Buddha resides within their embrace. The beings of the 3 rivers basin harbor the essence of the Buddha in their hearts, that a colossal Buddha presides over the region, subduing all manner of demons and malevolent spirits. Any dark entity that stirs in the shadows will face the inexorable might of the Buddha's boundless palm. Yet, this remains but a tale. The great Buddha gazes towards the west, where the ancient city walls of Jiazhou stand sentinel. The city, adorned with azure tiles and wooden structures, rises no higher than 5 stories. At night, the myriad lights of countless homes reflect upon the rivers, shimmering with a brilliance that rivals the stars above. However, the sky here often bears a dismal hue, shrouded in clouds, with only a handful of sunny days gracing the year. By day, the streets bustle with life, far more vibrant than the town of Megu. Yunyang emerged from the apothecary, his pockets laden with treasure. I never imagined I could unearth the yam herb and sell it for 5 taels of mercury. Now my sister's sweet fruits and floral cotton coat are secured, and the remaining funds will sustain the family for some time. That at last, I can seek a master. The heavens smiled upon him today, bathing the world in radiant sunlight. After purchasing the floral cotton coat and a few household necessities, Yunyang hurried home, knowing that with his current stamina, he would have to traverse through the night for 5 days. On the way, a sudden cry of giddy up, reverberated as several black steeds galloped past, stirring up a cloud of dust that Yunyang's gaze sharpened as he noticed an elderly man and a child. Stumbling ahead on the narrow dirt road, that he dashed forward, but alas, he was a moment too late. As he lunged to catch the old man, the horses knocked the child aside and sped away. A light drizzle descended from the heavens, mingling with the old man's heart-wrenching sobs, tears, and snot flowing freely. Da Yunyang's heart ached profoundly. His fists clenched until his knuckles turned white, nails digging into flesh. His voice trembling with anguish. Why must wickedness always lurk in every corner? I, Yunyang, vow to shatter this dark order. Empathizing deeply, his slight frame trembled as he hoisted the child onto his back, supporting the old man as they made their way home. Their silhouette, drenched in the misty rain, evoked a profound sadness. The old man's dwelling was in utter disarray, a tattered straw mat serving as a substitute for a funeral bier, amidst the rain and beneath the willows. Yunyang wielded a hoe, digging into the earth, mud splattering upon him, the steam of his sweat barely visible on his tattered gray clothing. Amidst the darkness before dawn, a rumble of thunder echoed ominously. After finally laying the child to rest, Yunyang hurried back, for his sister awaited him. He assisted the old man back to his rickety earthen dwelling, offering the remaining 2 taels of mercury with a strained smile. Old uncle, I apologize for the meager sum. Please accept this for your urgent needs that I must leave. My sister is waiting at home. With that, Yunyang donned his raincoat and vanished into the downpour, while the old man's voice called after him. Young master, your kindness has been a great help, that I cannot accept your money. Your clothes are in tatters. How could I take your hard-earned funds? What is your name? May the Bodhisattva bless you. The autumn wind blew desolately, painting the earth in shades of yellow. This year's chill had arrived too early, yet thankfully, Yunji had her floral cotton coat. Today, she accompanied her brother to the hills to plant potatoes, determined to assist him in the labor. Yunyang chuckled. Yunji, stay close by. You are still quite young. I would hate for you to accidentally tear your floral cotton coat. I cannot afford to buy you a new one. Just yet that Yunji's bright eyes sparkled with joy. Brother, I adore the floral cotton coat. It is beautiful and warm. But you are more important. That if you tire yourself out, who will care for me? Therefore, I shall help you plant the potatoes. Time slipped by unnoticed. The north wind howling fiercely, the world cloaked in silver. Suddenly, beneath the dim sky, 3 jet-black dragon carriages streaked across like shooting stars, igniting a blaze of crimson clouds. Yet they soon traced an arc in the distance and returned. From a carriage adorned with red jade, a figure flashed past, Nearly indistinguishable to the EYE, as Yunyang traversed the rugged, snow-covered mountain path, he felt a sudden blur before him. Yunji had vanished, then more carriages, like comets, painted the sky with fiery clouds. Yunyang slapped himself, the pain confirming his reality. Yunji, sister, Yunji. His heart-wrenching cries echoed through the valley as he pursued the fiery clouds, unaware of their contents. The path was treacherous, the snow slick underfoot. Yunyang stumbled countless times that it felt as though he were trapped in a vivid dream. Just moments ago, he had returned home from the town with supplies for his sister. And now she was gone, vanishing before his very eyes. Was this a cruel jest of fate? As fatigue threatened to overwhelm him, a shadow darted through the darkened sky. Yunyang found himself pinned to the snowy ground. Unable to move or speak, his teeth clenched in rage as he glared at the newcomer. The figure, veiled in white gauze, extended a green jade talisman towards him, inscribed with the words, Celestial Extremity. You must learn to soar on the winds if you wish to find your sister in the celestial extremity, until we meet again. With that, the figure ascended into the air, transforming into a fleeting light. Yunyang regained his freedom, shouting into the dim sky, Serpent and Scorpion, return my sister. Where is the celestial extremity? Where is my sister? The light had long since vanished. Exhausted, he collapsed in the snow, crawling forward, drained of strength. His voice hoarse from shouting, until he finally succumbed to unconsciousness in his restless dreams. He saw his father tending to the earthen stove, cooking, while his mother mended their clothes by the flickering oil lamp. Little Yunji, still young, clung to him, asking for a hug. Yet, as he reached out joyfully to embrace her, he grasped nothing but air. His sister had vanished. Panic surged through him as he looked to his father, who smiled gently, gradually fading from view. That he turned desperately to his mother, the oil lamp flickering erratically before extinguishing entirely. That he cried out in his dream, but the world turned pitch black. Then, in the depths of darkness, he perceived wisps of eerie green phosphorescence emerging, swirling in the shadows. The spectral forms morphed between monstrous shapes and human-like figures, adorned with twisted horns, emitting haunting wails that chilled the soul. Beneath them, serpents and scorpions writhed in the shadows, their sinister sounds echoing, squeak hiss. In this dark slumber, Yunyang was unaware of what else transpired, only that he found himself in the dense thicket of burial heaven. His spirit ached as the world plunged into utter darkness and silence. Not far from burial heaven, at an elevation of 3,300 zhang, stood a dilapidated structure of blue bricks, the Tianzhao Temple. After an eternity of tranquility, the resonant sound of Buddhist chants finally reverberated, echoing among the Bodhi trees and filling the crumbling halls. Within the decrepit temple, a golden Buddha statue stood in stark contrast to the decay. An ancient monk, his age indiscernible, sat cross-legged on a withered mat, chanting scriptures. One hand skillfully struck a wooden fish, though upon closer inspection, the fish was a dark yellow skull, the mallet seemingly made from some unknown bone. With the other hand, he manipulated prayer beads, each squeeze eliciting a strange, eerie cry. After completing the cycle of beads, he grasped a dusting whisk, its gray-white fibers intertwined with dark green strands that he waved the whisk before him. Chapter 4. The malevolent corporeal form. Yunyang lay flat before the old monk, his lips tightly sealed, his body as black as coal, trembling violently, caught in a struggle between celestial beings that he had unwittingly wandered in a burial heaven, becoming tainted by the malevolent aura and possessed by dark forces. The old monk was striving to purge the infernal poison from Yunyang's body and eradicate the malevolence. Otherwise, he would become a vengeful spirit or a demon. Though he appeared outwardly radiant, his heart bore the weight of accumulated grievances from his misfortunes. The old monk's chants reverberated, and with each press of a prayer bead, Yunyang's body convulsed violently. The dark forces within him weakened under the monk's incantations, beads of sweat forming on the old monk's weathered visage. The resounding chants filled the hall, ding, dang, dang. The temple's bell chimed, striking itself in the bell tower, its sound resonating long and clear. The malevolent beings of burial heaven, like ghosts facing a fatal soul attack, writhed in agony, their phosphorescent forms flickering, shadows dancing as they emitted piercing wails. Having been saved by the old monk for 8 days, Yunyang now lay amidst the chaos, his soul shifting from the void of darkness back to a state of turmoil. The malevolent forces gnawed at his spirit, attempting to invade his core essence. Should they succeed, Yunyang would be utterly consumed, leaving the old monk with no choice but to slay him to prevent calamity and ensure peace in the world. As the venerable monk vanquished the malevolent spirits, he simultaneously nourished and fortified Yunyang's divine essence with the extinguished souls of the nefarious. This annihilation of the sinister entities served to amplify Yunyang's physical constitution, that in the depths of the monk's inscrutable gaze, the Xuanwu's martial nest atop Yunyang's head transitioned from its bleak and fragile state, more delicate than a spider's silk, into a burgeoning strength. Yunyang's mind, previously engulfed in an empty, ashen void, gradually transformed at its core into a radiant point of light, albeit tainted by the encroaching malevolence, which cast a shadowy haze over its brilliance. That Yunyang's spirit struggled against the oppressive forces under the monk's powerful refinement. The swirling dark energies coalesced into a vortex, revolving around that singular bright point. This illumination began to evolve into a slender golden thread, slowly extending and eventually encircling into a spherical form. Gradually solidifying, the orb, akin to a sun, was enveloped in a halo of Buddhist light, shimmering resplendently above the chaotic miasma. Time. A dark vein emerged at Yunyang's wrist, a manifestation of his martial cultivation, a spiritual conduit, beginning to solidify and grow. The sinister entities were relentlessly refined by the monk and infused into Yunyang's body, that if Yunyang were conscious at that moment, he would feel the excruciating agony of his bones being crushed. The heart-wrenching pain as the malevolence permeated through him, enhancing every cell of his being. After 12 days, the monk gestured towards Yunyang, who then began to ascend gently toward the inverted Buddhist bell. Amidst the resonating sound of the bell, the monk extended his hand, summoning energies from the heavens and earth, directing them toward the bell. Within, celestial essences and Buddhist light began to swirl, followed by the emergence of sacred silkworm grass, which melted and integrated into every cell of Yunyang's being. That moment, Yunyang felt as though he was basking in the warmth of spring, his extreme suffering giving way to a refreshing sensation. As his body commenced its restoration from within. 18 days later, his physical evolution was complete. Upon awakening, Yunyang found himself devoid of all previous memories, reborn as a disciple of cultivation. Yet, faint echoes of memories lingered in the depths of his soul, causing him heartache. That he bowed thrice before the monk, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to my master." The monk donned a golden robe, his white eyebrows flowing elegantly. "Your Dharma name shall be Yunyang. Your memories will unfold in due time. Go forth, wander the world. Your physical foundation is complete. How far you can go depends on your destiny. But remember the precepts of the Buddhist path." With that, the monk closed his eyes, tapping a wooden fish, his chants flowing like lotus blossoms from his lips. That Yunyang's aura had undergone a profound transformation. He radiated an innate Buddhist essence, his features handsome and refined, his eyes shimmering like stars. After rising from his prostration, he gazed at his master, a sense of familiarity washing over him. That he bowed slightly, raising a single palm in greeting. "I shall heed my master's command." Once more stepping into the snow, Yunyang felt no chill as he moved with the grace of a swallow, his steps light and buoyant. This was the true essence of having built a foundation, awakened the martial nest, and the newfound power coursing through him felt boundless, as if he could shatter the heavens with a single punch, though this was merely an illusion brought on by his sudden enhancement. During this time, a group of villains approached the latrine with trepidation, for whenever they sought relief, stones would be hurled into the pit, splattering filth upon them, a dismal and disgusting fate. Yet, many found amusement in this misfortune, clapping and cheering. Even those struck by the muck's stifled laughter, privately referring to the stone thrower as Meguinhu. Humanity has its urgent needs, and the act of relieving oneself is among them. Prolonged anxiety over such matters can surely lead to distress. Thus, these rogues covertly formed an alliance to capture the detestable individual responsible, intending to dismember him in retribution. The night was as dark as ink, a crescent moon obscured by layers of clouds. Sang Koimu, with a forceful slap, awakened his subordinates, exclaiming, "Damn it! How could you be asleep while my head is at stake?" The subordinate trembled in fear, for Sankamu was known for his ruthless nature. "My lord, your command, follow me to the latrine." The subordinate, carrying a lantern made of cowhide, trailed behind his master into the foul chamber. With a satisfying release, Sankamu reveled in the relief, his twisted expression reflecting the grotesque stench that assaulted the senses of those nearby, causing their stomachs to churn. Truly satisfying. He sighed, unaware that outside a lithe figure approached, a glimmer of mischief in their eyes, weighing 2 hefty stones in hand. "Too light, I must hurry," they mused, aiming the stones accurately into the pit. The tranquility of the latrine was shattered by the resounding splashes as the stones crashed down, sending filth flying. Sankamu, midway through his relief, was startled by the sudden noise, nearly tumbling into the pit himself. His lower body splattered with excrement, the stench overwhelming. Fortunately, his subordinate's quick reflexes spared him from a humiliating fate. "Arg, capture him and make him pay," he bellowed soon. The courtyard was ablaze with light as the brutish men, armed with clubs and torches, surged into action. Sankamu, kicking his subordinate aside, donned the latter's long black cloak and delivered another kick for good measure. "Damn it, you useless oaf, hurry and pursue," releasing 2 fire arrows into the sky. The projectiles soared into the inky night, signaling the other ruffians who had been targeted by the latrine's foulness to mobilize. The small town of Megu erupted in a chaos that it was a secluded place where most residents believed in spirits and deities. Timid and averse to conflict, peeking through their doors to witness the commotion, shadows flitted about outside, as the malevolent figures and their sycophants hastily searched for their quarry. The stone thrower was Yunyang. Though he bore no recollection of past grievances, a deep-seated intuition urged him that these wrongdoers deserved punishment. Uncertain of his own abilities against them, he found himself caught in this lowly, yet inevitable spectacle. Chapter 5. The First Battle, the First Kill, the First Defeat. The night sky, adorned with a crescent moon, cast a shadow over the land, which lay in inky blackness. Go. Even the notorious tyrant of Megu, Shi Sang, had arrived at a level 8 martial cultivator. He rode a robust black steed, careening through the town without regard for the safety of its inhabitants, having previously been a target of stone throwing himself. He considered such an affront a grievous humiliation, his warped sense of pride fueling his fury. "Search for them. I shall have their bones ground to dust for daring to disturb my domain." The stars above flickered ominously, heralding an unsettled night. The townsfolk barred their doors tightly, fearful of attracting misfortune, while the rogues turned the tranquil evening into a scene of tumult. They would not return empty-handed. One household's door was violently breached as they stormed in, seizing valuables without hesitation. Resistance was met with violence, for in this remote place, they were the law. Tonight marked yet another nightmare for several women. Subjected to unspeakable horrors, Yunyang, having cast his stones, quickly retreated from the scene. The monk had only just aided him in establishing his foundation and awakening the Xuanwu martial nest, marking his entry into the realm of cultivation. Concealed behind a large, dense banyan tree on a nearby slope, he watched as the bandits oppressed the innocent. His brows furrowed tighter, his blood beginning to boil, ignited by the flames of youth. "Amitabha, Buddha, grant me strength. From this day forth, Meguinu shall commence the first battle for justice, ridding the world of all injustice. Charge! Go. Several swift horses and a throng of lackeys pursued the scent beneath the banyan tree. Yet they found no target and hurried deeper into the mountains. Tian Zhao Divine Fist, Yunyang's body, taut as a bowstring, propelled him off the branch, descending like a celestial being. The Xuanwu energy surged into his fist as he struck the last fleeing bandit. Boom! A muffled thud echoed through the night, as the bandit's head exploded like a watermelon, splattering Yunyang with a gruesome mix of red and white. His fist throbbed painfully from the force of the blow. His first direct confrontation with a bandit leaving him in shock at the extent of his own strength. The shattered skull had grazed his knuckles, the biting cold of the wind amplifying the pain. Amitabha, my sins. If you don't enter hell, then who will? In mere moments, everything transpired. Seek death swiftly, put that damned monk to rest. The outlaws quickly regained their composure, and with glinting blades, they swung ferociously at Yunyang. He leapt high into the air, soaring over a yard. The spirit swallow escapes, cloud-piercing fist. He evaded the incoming weapons, and seizing the momentum of his descent, he unleashed a powerful punch at the bandit atop his steed. Astonishingly, the bandit, despite witnessing Yunyang's dire predicament, launched an attack in return. Caught off guard yet reacting swiftly, he redirected his spear. Yunyang paid no heed to the weapon, for he had yet to master the skill of altering his trajectory mid-air. His focus remained on a singular target. The moment he struck, he would ensure the enemy's demise, even if the blades and spears left him with a myriad of wounds. Youthful fervor exchanged for life. The sounds of bang, thud, and the sickening impact of flesh meeting steel resonated in the night, chilling to the bone. The bandit, though not obliterated, was dazed and toppled from his horse, stars dancing before his eyes. With a simultaneous thud, two bodies hit the ground. Yunyang rolled away, disregarding his injuries, and delivered a sweeping kick to the nearest outlaw, Buddha's light, shadowless fist. He swiftly twisted his body with a forceful push against the ground and, like a startled rabbit, spun back into the fray. Fueled by the newly ignited fervor of youth, he understood the gravity of his situation, for torches were drawing near from all directions, signaling his impending doom. The common folk could hardly evade misfortune. But what of death? At least he could take one down with him. Two would be a boon, ridding the world of two malevolent souls. Bang, 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 and thud, Yunyang's chaotic punches, devoid of any form, yet taught by his master, emphasized speed and strength, fearlessness in the face of death. A wild flurry of fists became divine strikes, as long as he could slay the enemy. Simplicity triumphed over complexity, and a single lethal blow was the most effective technique. Bang, 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 and thud. Yunyang's not-so-mighty frame grew, increasingly marred by wounds, his stamina waning, his movements sluggish. Kill, kill. The bandits besieged him frantically. Thud. Yunyang's robe was pierced by a spear, his body ensnared by its shaft. Bang, bang, thud, thud, and thud. Yunyang was relentlessly assaulted by blades and clubs, his robe stained crimson, flesh torn and bleeding, every fiber of his being screaming in agony, a chilling numbness enveloping him, his vision fading to darkness. Death Stone Mulberry charged on his black steed, his wolf-toothed club aimed at the soon-to-collapse Yunyang's head. Severely weakened from blood loss, Yunyang sensed the breath of death. Screech, screech, the dark night sky echoed with haunting cries. The sound pierced through him like 1,000 arrows. The bandits felt their souls wrenched in torment, as if their very essence was dissipating. Clatter, clatter, their weapons slipped from their grasp, falling to the ground. In the pitch-black expanse, a golden flash appeared, streaking across the dark void like a shooting star, dazzling brilliance blinding the bandits. One by one, they crumpled to the earth. The radiant light enveloped the ground. At a distance of 3,300 zhang, beside the cliff, at Tianzhao Temple, a Bodhi tree loomed, casting shade over the land. The bell tower resonated with a sonorous chime that echoed powerfully. All malevolence trembled at the sound of the bell to in the main hall. Yunyang knelt before the old monk with utmost reverence. Master, I have transgressed the great precepts of Buddhism. I have taken lives. Please punish your disciple. Since rescuing Yunyang, the old monk, adorned in a golden robe, should now be referred to as the old Buddha, continued to strike the wooden fish with closed eyes, his chants transforming into words. The world is unjust. It requires the extermination of demons. Yunyang raised his brows, half comprehending, and bowed once more. I have brought disgrace upon the Buddhist sect with my first defeat. I beseech Master to impose punishment. Ding, clang, the Buddhist bell chimed on its own. Your foundation is unstable. Even the finest martial nest is of no use if you hesitate in your actions. This indecisiveness is the root of your defeat. Go! The old Buddha waved his whisk, and Yunyang was swept out of Tianzhao Temple amidst the resounding bell tolls, the old Buddha's voice echoing in his mind. Self-reliance. The matter cannot be attempted thrice. Rumble, a waterfall cascaded through the jungle. As if the Milky Way plummeting from the heavens, the 3,000-foot waterfall crashed into the deep pool, producing a deafening roar, the colossal stones sending up shimmering sprays of water, which like pearls merged into the shallow green depths. That day, with a mere wave of the old Buddha's whisk, Yunyang experienced a sensation akin to flying, landing at the pool's edge, nearly shattering his insides. Fortunately, the old Buddha was mindful, ensuring Yunyang's survival. After a brief recuperation, he dove into the depths, swimming towards the waterfall, but the immense force of the 1,000-foot fall overwhelmed him. dragging him to the pool's bottom, filling his belly with water. The current swept him away, leaving him bruised against the rocks, struggling. He finally emerged from the water, the liquid sloshing within him as he stumbled, collapsing against a great tree, expelling a small fish from his mouth like a fountain. My constitution is lacking. I must nourish my body before proceeding. Chapter 6. Evolution of the Fierce Beast. First kill the night in the Burial Sky jungle was as dark as ink. Gradually shrouded in ominous mist, the night wind whispered eerily, while the dense canopy of towering trees cast a shadow over the forest, isolating it from the world. Beneath this shroud, malevolent creatures writhed, the dry leaves rustling ominously. Gradually, the fallen leaves revealed heaps of white bones, some human skulls, others unrecognizable remains. Amidst the eerie sounds, phosphorescent green flames flickered above the bones, dancing like fireflies in the dark. Accompanying the phosphorescence were ghostly figures, their claws outstretched, wailing in despair. The sound of the Buddhist bell echoed powerfully, restoring calm to the chaos that in the dark night sky. A crescent moon nestled among thick clouds, finally aligning with two polar stars, allowing faint starlight to twinkle in the inky expanse. Screech, screech, screech. A mysterious cry resonated through the dense jungle as a red sun, the size of a basin, broke through the darkness, rising above the horizon, casting dawn's glow across the eastern sky. The Xuanwu continent welcomed a brand new day. Rumble. The waterfall continued its relentless descent, producing a thunderous roar. Yunyang sat cross-legged on a massive rock by the pool, his hands resting on his knees, his eyes gently closed. Every half hour, he would open his mouth to breathe, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, as well as the Xuanwu energy of the earth. His black hair danced in the morning breeze. A radiant aura, invisible to the naked eye, enveloped him. The stars in the void twinkled, merging with his breath. Xuanwu, the martial nest. If it were night, in addition to the essence of the sun and moon, and the Xuanwu energy, there was another element that others viewed as demonic. The Yin-Sha energy. The unique blend of righteousness and evil, of yin and yang, came together perfectly within the Xuanwu martial cultivation. Thus, within the faint radiance representing martial cultivation, two colors, black and white, intertwined, elusive and unpredictable. Ding! A crisp sound resonated from Yunyang as he broke through the third level of Xuanwu's apprentice realm. His right earlobe twitched slightly, a smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, he pushed off the ground with one hand, spun his body, and like a startled rabbit, dashed into the dense forest, moving with the swiftness of a swallow, weaving effortlessly through the jungle. Moments later, he found himself standing against a ground python, a fierce beast of the fourth level of the apprentice realm, capable of overpowering an ordinary fifth-level apprentice. The ground python, jet black and covered in slick scales, bore a triangular head with sharp eyes that glinted with a cold, oily green. Its long body, over 10 feet, thick as a bowl, coiled partially while the other half stood erect, confronting Yunyang, exuding a nauseating stench. The oily green eyes radiated a chilling aura. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the ground python lunged towards Yunyang, its gaping maw revealing two venomous fangs. Yunyang's taut legs propelled him forcefully against the ground. With the finesse of Tianzhao Divine Fist, he struck with remarkable agility towards the neck of the earth python. The evolved beast, possessing only rudimentary cognition, was startled from its disdain by the fierce energy emanating from this seemingly feeble human. Though faint, the beast's spiritual sensitivity allowed it to perceive the soul-harming intent of the punch. With a swift adjustment, the earth python evaded the blow, its head narrowly escaping Yunyang's fist, and it swiftly circled back, its tail lashing towards Yunyang, intent on constricting the life from this human. The fluidity of its attack was mesmerizing, rendering defense nearly impossible. That Yunyang's fist met empty air, a mere feint, for he had engaged in battle with the earth python on multiple occasions, transforming from a desperate fugitive to an assailant. Today, he had to secure victory. The earth python was a treasure trove, particularly the spiritual pearl nestled within its head, which could elevate his prowess, with his left hand shaped into a claw. He executed the Buddha's hand-heart extraction, capturing claw, targeting the python's vulnerable abdomen. The python, sensing imminent danger, contracted suddenly, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to this succulent prey, for the martial cultivator was merely an evolved supplement for the beast. With a decisive thrust, Yunyang sprang upwards, his foot propelling him over a yard high, and unleashed the shadowless leg. A resounding thwack echoed as his leg connected with the python's sweeping tail, resulting in a muffled grunt that reverberated through his chest. Though he tumbled into the grass, he quickly retaliated in a life-or-death struggle, summoning every ounce of his strength. Failure meant death. That was the first time the python experienced pain, though the human strength was not overwhelming. His agility was astonishing. That lad possessed a mysterious assault that bore a soul-harming quality, complicating matters further. The python's tail trembled in anguish, inducing a moment of dizziness, yet it was fortified by a higher level of evolution, which compensated for the spiritual onslaught. With a hiss, the python straightened from its coiled position, lunging at Yunyang with feral intensity. The collision was akin to a comet striking the earth. The python wrapped tightly around Yunyang, who felt the constricting pressure in his chest, his face flushed and neck strained. Desperately, he grasped the python's gaping maw, and in a moment of inspiration, opened his own mouth wide, sinking his silver teeth into the python's vital 7 inches. The serpent's blood gushed forth, coating Yunyang's handsome face in a viscous spray. Soon, the jungle returned to a haunting calm. Yunyang, fatigued, emerged from the depths of the pool to a massive stone, his pale yellow monk's robe and blue cloth shoes drying beside him as he gazed at the cleansed earth python, his brows furrowing slightly. Alas, if only I had a pot, stewing it would enhance the flavor, he mused, shaking his head. With a firm bite, he tore into the python, savoring the most nourishing meat in history. Its texture tender yet pungent, cold to the touch. However, as he consumed it, a warmth began to emanate from his stomach, spreading throughout his body, invigorating him. The effects of this high-grade supplement were remarkable. There was no time to waste. Rising with clenched fists, he channeled the essence of the Xuanwu into his strikes, and with a thunderous bang, the python's head burst apart, revealing a dark red spiritual pearl rolling upon the stone. Ha. Hard work yields rewards. Despite its low grade, I have finally obtained my first spiritual pearl, Yunyang exclaimed, settling back onto the stone to gradually refine the radiant pearl between his hands. The earth python's martial cultivation was wholly claimed by him, enveloping Yunyang in a thin layer of luminous aura, casting a holy glow from afar. Beneath the thundering waterfall, Yunyang again submerged himself, slowly approaching the immense force of the cascading waters. The resounding impact against the stone pool echoed in his ears. His thighs taut as he braced himself against the 1,000-foot waterfall, the torrent crashing upon his head, creating a buzzing sensation that threatened to disorient him. The force of the water tugged at his hair painfully, cascading down his body, causing his bones to creak ominously, a sensation akin to being battered by relentless waves. That Yunyang's eyes burned with pain, his silver teeth clicking in disarray. Yet at last he successfully stood beneath the waterfall, enduring the cycle of impact. His gaze brimmed with determination as he tilted his youthful face skyward, arms gradually spreading to embrace the tremendous force, akin to an angel preparing to take flight. Come forth with even greater ferocity. Chapter 7. The convergence of 9 stars and the corpse transformation in the desolate expanse of the Western Beauty Mountains. A sense of forlornness pervaded the atmosphere. For this was a graveyard that had endured for millennia, gazing across the Meha River Valley towards the morning sky forest. Here, the blazing sun transformed into an oppressive daylight, where even summer felt like a chill wind, causing goosebumps to rise. Amidst the weariness of time, grand tombs, small graves, ancient sepulchres, and new mounds stood in disarray. Stone graves, earthen mounds, and chaotic burial grounds. Some loomed high, enduring through the ages, while others merely resembled a cup of yellow earth. Some were shrouded in darkness, others adorned with vibrant colors. The haunting cries of black crows echoed through the grave mounds, each call lengthened in sorrow. The sky often bore dark clouds, with chilling winds swirling through. Rustling the yellow and white prayer flags that had weathered countless storms, the gray-white reeds danced in the air, their meaning lost to time. That at night, the darkness was impenetrable, the cold moon resembling a sickle, as mournful wails emanated from the graveyard, sending shivers down one's spine. Suddenly, the cold moon was completely obscured by thick clouds, all starlight swallowed by the dark mist, plunging the earth into pitch blackness, where even the wind seemed stifled. The only sound was that of yellow water trickling from a small ditch in the chaotic burial ground, sending chills through the spine. Where did this yellow water, flowing amongst the corpses, originate? It remained a mystery that in a low-lying area of the chaotic burial ground, the yellow water pooled, forming a small pond over 3 zhang wide. Within this pond floated a corpse, long since deceased, its mouth agape and eyes unclosed, having lingered for 81 days. Though lifeless, its forehead was grotesquely swollen, filled with a deep-seated resentment that had festered into malice over time. Clad in tattered crimson garments, the body bore countless wounds from blades and clubs. One hand was severed, hanging by a sinew, while a deep gash marred its throat, and a gaping hole marked its skull, rendering the sight unbearable. Suddenly, the inky night sky churned with rolling clouds, and 9 stars began to move with powerful energy, ultimately aligning in a rare formation known as the 9-star convergence, atop the Great Stone. Yunyang, diligently absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, inadvertently drew in the life and death aura generated by the 9-star convergence. This energy, the pool of yellow water, transformed inexplicably into crystal-clear spring water, its hue thoroughly absorbed by the floating corpse. Yet, the corpse did not merely absorb the yellow from the water. It continued to draw in the yellow from the surrounding streams without end. The corpse, dark and ashen, gradually emanated a dim, grayish-yellow glow as its shattered bones crackled back to life, and its fingernails darkened to a grayish hue, elongating to over an inch like curved hooks. Suddenly, in the pitch-black night sky, flashes of lightning intertwined, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. In the ink-black funeral forest, a stir arose as the 9 stars aligned. Phosphorescent flames flickered erratically, and ghostly shadows swayed wildly. That an eerie, elongated wind howled with increasing urgency. And gradually, skeletons began to crawl out from beneath the withered leaves, merging with the phosphorescent shadows to evolve into skeletal monstrosities. Consequently, amidst the funeral forest, with dead leaves swirling in the air, chaos ensued. And the cries of the damned echoed. Dum, 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 dum. The resounding bell of Tianzhao Temple, its resonant tones growing ever more urgent. The golden Buddha in the main hall shone brilliantly, casting rays of light that pierced through the temple doors. Blindingly bright, illuminating the dark forest. The chaotic entities, caught in the golden light, dissolved into gray ash. Yet the skeletons continued to emerge from the ground, as the golden radiance gradually dimmed. With the enhancement of the bell's sound, another wave of chaos was transformed into ash, while more skeletons crawled forth, evolving into skeletal beasts. Before the golden Buddha, the elder monk seated on the mat began to sweat profusely, his body trembling within the billowing golden robe. The droplets of sweat fell like rain, yet the number of skeletons in the funeral forest continued to multiply. Once they fused and resurrected, the realms of humanity would become a living hell. The elder monk, striking the wooden fish, approached the colossal Bodhi tree, his body quaking violently as he coughed up blood, staining his wild white beard. With a heart full of resentment, he howled at the heavens. His bloody beard and golden robe dancing wildly in the fierce wind that in the void. Figures began to appear in succession, all resembling the elder monk, manifestations of his will, or perhaps incarnations reborn across different lands. Among them was the old man once saved by Yunyang, but that old man's rebirth was a failure. Only the elder monk could communicate with these manifestations, thus saving Yunyang and granting him fortune. Yet, the master may open the door, but the path of cultivation must be walked by oneself. The elder monk merely provided salvation and the foundation for their beings. All these manifestations had cultivated their powers, subduing the evil spirits across various lands. But now they had to abandon the relatively lesser dangers and unite to combat the overwhelming terror of the funeral forest. Each time a manifestation fused with the elder monk, his body and powers would ascend to a new level. When 18 figures finally merged, a sacred light enveloped the elder monk's head. The golden Buddha radiated even more brilliantly, and the chants and bell sounds grew, increasingly resounding and powerful. Crack! Boom! The dark night sky crackled with lightning, and thunder rolled, shaking the earth. More figures emerged from the void within Tianzhao Temple. The Golden Buddha, the alignment of 9 stars brings both benefits and detriments to all living beings that it births a new generation of extraordinary talents, yet simultaneously resurrects and breeds formidable evil spirits. Elder Monk, this alignment of 9 stars surpasses all previous ones. It is a rare occurrence in a millennium. What shall we do? Elder Monk, how come you have merged with all of them? Amitabha. The laws of the universe and natural order cannot be defied by human strength. We can only go with the flow. Now, I hope Yin-Yang grows quickly and does not fall into darkness. Elder Monk. Who is Yin-Yang? Amidst the rumbling thunder and flashing lightning, the alignment of the 9 stars disbanded, and the dark night sky saw the dissolution of the life and death array. However, the dark earth echoed with cries of the damned, for they had yet to fully evolve, possessing flaws. This included the floating corpse and Yin-Yang. Chapter 8. The Phoenix Dance Continent. Lingxi in the vast, boundless universe, the sun, moon, and stars moved in an orderly fashion. Occasionally, 2 celestial bodies would collide, sparking a magnificent display of fireworks in the dim expanse of space, grand and breathtaking. However, the debris from the explosion drifted chaotically through the cosmos, posing a grave threat to other life-bearing planets. The starry sea twinkled with myriad points, some extinguished, while others began to rejuvenate, that life-bearing stars too experience cycles of birth and death, since time immemorial. This is the law of the universe, the natural order. Even the divine cannot escape their destined fate. Thus, the unknown realms were engulfed in a chaotic battle between gods and demons, each vying for higher levels of Tao and the means to sustain themselves. The explosive winds of the unknown realms ultimately gave rise to this terrifying alignment of the 9 stars, with a malevolent aura so potent that it would surely lead to rampant evil and a more malicious human nature. As the saying goes, as virtue rises, evil will rise higher. In a world already plagued by disasters, various clans resorted to any means necessary to seize resources, and darkness proliferated. Go, go, go! Amidst the thick morning fog, an insidious gray mist began to creep in, casting an eerie haze over the dawn. Sher Sang, accompanied by his subordinates, shattered the tranquility of the mountain village's morning, violently dragging a 15 or 16-year-old girl onto his horse and knocking her unconscious with a slap before galloping away. Return my daughter, you thief! I'll fight you. A frail, thin man from the same clan, having been knocked down by a subordinate, cried out as he scrambled to his feet and gave chase. Thud. He was stabbed in the chest by one of the subordinates, blood gushing forth as his world gradually blurred, eyelids heavy and dark, until he finally succumbed to the void. Bang. He collapsed heavily to the ground, limbs convulsing, twitching a few times before going still. You plague-ridden fiends. Why does heaven not open its eyes and take you away? Mama, bad guys, go away. Several subordinates, grinning wickedly, lunged at the middle-aged Ajiao. Ajiao was forcefully pinned beside the chicken coop, her clothes torn off one by one with brute strength. Her struggling body gradually exposed to the air. Slap, slap. The resisting youth and Ajiao were knocked unconscious by the assailants, and as tragedy loomed once more. Amitabha, if you don't descend into hell, then who will? The assailants were suddenly filled with terror, their spirits deflating. Beauty, silver fox, kill. Swish, swish, swish. The weapons of the assailants came crashing down upon the youthful boy, who resembled a delicate cream pastry. Clad in a monk's robe, he swiftly danced in the gusting wind. Tianzhao divine fist. Send you down to hell. Bang! With a crisp sound of explosion, one assailant's head burst open like a watermelon, red and white matter flying everywhere. During this time, a tomb raider appeared in the small mountain town, characterized by a thick blackened beak and a large black mole that he unearthed both new and old graves, leaving behind only white bones. Robbery, murder, and arson proliferated, leading to endless conflicts from individuals to clans and then to national tribes. As war erupted, Ajia and her son were saved. Yin-Yang was helping them spread manure in the winter water fields for fertilization, his monk's robe reeking of the foul odor. Then, together with mother and son, he planted rice seedlings. That Ajia's spirits improved considerably, and while planting seedlings in the terrace fields, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, little master. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do. You not only saved us, but also helped us bury my father. Truly, thank you. The 6 or 7-year-old boy looked up at Yun Yang with admiration. Big brother, you're so amazing. When I grow up, I want to be a great hero, rescue my sister, uphold justice, and eliminate all the wicked. A leech is crawling on my foot. Such a terrifying leech. Indeed, it was an extraordinary leech, a foot long, its dark green, slender body burrowing into the boy's bloodstream, sucking his blood until its elongated form swelled crimson. Yun Yang hurriedly set down the seedling in his hand, rushed over to pull the leech out of the boy, treated the wound, and tossed the leech into the water, his handsome face smeared with mud, yet smiling. I am a disciple of the elder monk, accepting the incense of the world, and of course, I must give back to the world, restoring clarity to humanity. Amitabha, justice will surely eradicate evil. The evening glow painted the horizon in hues of crimson, as the clouds shimmered with rays of twilight. Gradually, an overwhelming mass of dark clouds surged forth, obscuring the sun and casting a pall over the northern sky, where a solitary star faintly flickered. The ancient realm of Xian, the Fengwu continent, lay adjacent to the Xuanwu continent, serving as the sanctuary for the Phoenix clan, reborn from the ashes of destruction. Though the individuals of the Phoenix clan possessed formidable strength, their reproductive rate paled in comparison to other clans, rendering them powerful yet scarce. In a secluded corner of Fengwu continent, the landscape was adorned with sprawling phoenix trees, particularly in a picturesque locale known as Wudong Ridge. One fateful day, with the birth of a little girl, the sky above the birthplace erupted in a kaleidoscope of colorful rays. Wudong Ridge blossomed with vibrant life, as this girl was destined to become the revered Nin Chitsai Wuchao, a wondrous being. Within her colorful nest, a brilliant flame blazed fiercely. Even at such a tender age, her wrath could unleash fiery torrents that left even the mightiest adversaries defenseless. Once ignited, the flames would not extinguish until the bearer met their demise. Yet, the little girl affectionately referred to this inferno as her love fire. As the girl grew from a charming child into a stunningly beautiful young maiden at the age of 11. Her fiery locks transformed into lustrous, silky strands. Upon closer inspection, one would notice a subtle blue hue gracing her flowing tresses, elegantly tied with a slightly off-center ponytail on one side, while a delicate braid adorned the other, cascading gracefully before her jade-like right ear. Her fair oval face, flushed with a hint of rose, danced with a playful charm. Her starry eyes held glimpses of the vibrant flames, and her delicate features were often graced with a healing smile that revealed a set of pristine, pearly teeth, while her lips bore a soft blush and her enchanting nose crinkled adorably. Tall and statuesque, her skin resembled pure snow, with a hint of rosy vitality that exuded an ethereal aura. As the 9 stars aligned in celestial harmony, the maiden absorbed a vast reservoir of vitality from the Wudong nest. Ding, 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 echoed the sound of her rapidly advancing cultivation as the love fire in her mind blazed with renewed vigor. And her colorful nest grew ever more resplendent, that a voice as melodious as celestial music escaped her delicate lips. Wow, am I truly reaching Xuanwu Lingjing? I'm still ascending. I can't stop. It's unstoppable. Suddenly, a rift appeared in the void, enveloping the girl in a beam of light. Displeased, she protested, "Oh no, Master, what are you doing? I'm in the midst of absorbing this great opportunity. Are you not curious about the Golden Buddha? I shall take you to pay your respects." Came the response that in accordance with the cosmic laws, fullness leads to emptiness, and excess results in overflow. The malevolent energy from this celestial alignment is overwhelming. Wow, the Golden Buddha's radiant golden light purifies all. At last, I can behold it, yea. Old Buddha, when did you take on a disciple? Who is it? I haven't heard anything about this. Did you not vow never to take disciples? The playful girl trailed behind the deity, observing a handsome youth from a distance. Master, that Yun Yang has such poor aptitude, only at Xuanwu apprentice realm. The old Buddha is unfathomable, yet how could he accept such a mediocre disciple? Xingxi, you must not judge anyone solely by your own standards. The Golden Buddha has taken an unprecedented disciple. How could that be? Amitabha, do not doubt. Yun Yang is the most inept martial cultivator. I am going against the heavens by accepting such a waste that he will only be allowed to cultivate his body. And I will impose the strict Buddhist precepts upon him. allowing him to thrive or perish on his own. You old monk are quite unreliable. But what do you mean by him turning to darkness? Divine secrets cannot be disclosed. Xingxi, your task is to follow Yunyang. Should he show any signs of turning to darkness, then, Chapter 9, the grave robber under the pitch-black night sky, the majestic mountains of Megu echoed with mournful wails. Mysterious and terrifying, shadows flitted through the darkness, their movements as fluid as if they were walking on solid ground. One shadow stopped behind a bamboo grove on the mountainside, where a dilapidated thatched hut lay shrouded in darkness. The crumbling structure was nearly buried under a thick layer of dead leaves, while the yard was littered with fallen yellow leaves. Towering banana trees bore some withered leaves and clusters of green bananas, while the overgrown weeds created a desolate and eerie atmosphere in the night wind. Behind the bamboo grove stood 2 stone graves, their yellow and white prayer flags fluttering in the night breeze. Weeds had overtaken the grave mounds, and the colorful offerings of paper money had faded and rotted from the elements that a shadow, with thick, knife-like eyebrows and a broad, long face, twisted into a grotesque smile as it took a deep breath. Intoxicated by the surrounding atmosphere, IT began to unearth the grave. With a resounding crash, dozens of pounds of earth were cast aside, the sound echoing in the stillness. The exposed black coffin revealed a decaying corpse, its remains oozing a putrid stench. The cold moonlight broke through the thick clouds, casting an ethereal glow that mingled with the foul air emanating from the coffin. The shadow's distorted face was filled with an insatiable longing as it lunged toward the coffin, eager to consume the corpse. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached, and 2 shadows emerged, one clad in a pale yellow monk's robe, youthful yet strong, and the other draped in tattered red wedding garments, towering and imposing. One exuded warmth and light, while the other was shrouded in darkness and distortion. Both were at the 5th level of the Xuanwu apprentice realm. Amitabha, disturbing someone's grave. Who else but you would dare to enter hell? Foolish monk. Meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Soul-seizing fists die with a thunderous clash. The 2 engaged in a fierce confrontation, both sent flying a considerable distance. They hit the ground hard, their vision filled with stars. In a swift motion, they both sprang back to their feet. Shadowless leg, I send you to hell. Soul-claiming kick, I send you to your final rest. The sounds of their blows resonated through the night, each strike solid and impactful. They exchanged dozens of blows, the dark figure seething with rage and pain, aware that this small monk was thwarting its every move. Deep down, it knew that consuming the deathly energy from these corpses would grant it strength, especially when combined with the celestial energy of the full moon. Yet this little monk seemed to be its natural nemesis, countering its every effort. With each encounter, the dark figure felt its own soul weakening, an agonizing sensation creeping in. Ah, foolish monk, one day I will tear you to shreds. The shadow spat out 2 mouthfuls of black blood, unwilling to concede, and retreated into the night. The Yin-Yang's body bore the marks of a fierce struggle with shadows. Bruises scattered across him like a tapestry of pain. As he held his breath, the moment the shadows receded, he relaxed, only to feel the surge of internal injuries erupting in a spurt of crimson blood. He swallowed his homemade herbal remedy, enduring the agony as he resolved to pursue them once more. However, a fleeting glance at the dim surroundings filled his heart with sorrow, compelling him to cough up yet another mouthful of blood. His dark hair danced wildly in the night breeze, tears glimmering in his eyes. As the cold wind blew, warm tears cascaded down his gaunt cheeks. Vague, chaotic images flickered in his mind, too disordered to grasp. He strained to seize a fragment, but his thoughts felt like 1,000 needles piercing his soul, leaving him in excruciating torment, as if he were on the brink of explosion. His sixth sense whispered that this place undoubtedly held a connection to him. Ah! The searing pain in his spirit sent him tumbling among the graves, as ominous winds and dark clouds shrouded the moon, extinguishing the chilling starlight. Yunyang rose from the ground, scooping handfuls of darkened earth to cover the decaying coffin that exuded a foul odor. He understood he could no longer force his memory to surface. Otherwise, he risked dying here without ever regaining it. Yet the anguish in his heart caused tears to stream down his slightly emaciated face. At barely 13 years of age, he was still just a child. His solitary figure in the night wind evoked a deep sense of pity. Trembling in the cold breeze, he painstakingly piled stones back onto the grave. Suddenly, the darkened sky crackled with a resounding pop, as a radiant beam, accompanied by flames, shot through the air towards the weary Yunyang, who was clutching a stone that he barely had time to react before the force struck him with a thunderous impact, sending him flying several dozen feet away, crashing against the narrow roadside embankment and tumbling down the slope. At least a few ribs were broken, and he writhed in pain, stars dancing before his eyes. Unable to draw a breath, a vibrant figure appeared in the midst of the chaos, though the darkness concealed her features. Her voice, however, was sweet and melodious. Dreadful little grave robber. Such a waste at such a tender age. Desecrating others' ancestral tombs, that I asked the celestial maiden representing light, I shall punish you. Oh, how pitifully weak you are. Why is there only inhalation without exhalation? Little rascal, dying at my hands would be your fortune did I end truth. Yunyang's malnourished body rendered him small for his age. It was only in the past year, upon awakening his martial potential, that he began to grow stronger. She was merely a year or so younger than him. Her abilities significantly superior, hence her teasing remark. She was one of the rare celestial phoenix maidens, Lingxi. Bounding back to the grave, she pouted her cherubic lips, moving stones to build up the tomb while chattering incessantly. How despicable for one so young to dig up others' ancestral graves. What kind of disciple does the Golden Buddha take? Such a weak physique. One gentle flick of a phoenix dance would be enough to send him to his demise. How infuriating. I didn't even get to unleash my full wrath. Meanwhile, Yunyang lay in agony, his vision clouded, the broken ribs rendering him immobile, that a fierce resentment brewed within him, cursing this little demoness from head to toe, lamenting his own weakness that he had intended to release a mighty howl to the heavens. But the breath escaped him, and he fainted from the pain, atop the high peaks of the burial sky forest. The Tianzhou temple was silent today, devoid of the sound of chanting. The thin, elderly woman wore a smug expression on her face. Ha, what self-sufficiency. They cannot alter their martial trajectory or teach another self. It would be better not to teach at all. But dear Buddha, your only disciple is inadequate. Your teaching has yielded a worthless disciple. Should I offer you my expertise? In this regard, I surpass you. The old Buddha's countenance darkened, a storm brewing within. He waved his hand dismissively. Once again, Yunyang felt the silky sensation of being propelled through the air, landing in a deep and turbulent pool. After enduring much hardship to ascend the bank, he found himself crushed under a colossal stone. Unable to lift it, the old Buddha's thunderous voice echoed in his mind. Use every ounce of strength you possess. Each day, I shall double your burdens. Otherwise, you shall starve, be crushed, or exhaust yourself. With a disciple now in tow, the old Buddha's temperament shifted. To eye in the presence of acquaintances, he could admit his own weakness, but he could not allow a failure to reflect upon his disciple. He must protect his reputation. Yet it was undeniably true that Yunyang was a weak vessel, having begun his training too late. Currently, he was merely building his body against gravity. Chapter 10. I am not an Anna. In the cascading forest, a defiant cry pierced the morning mist, startling flocks of birds in a flight. That it was Yunyang's voice, struggling beneath the weight of over 1,000 stones pressing down upon him. The sound of cracking bones echoed as joints dislocated, pain flooding his entire being. His gaunt face was battered by the weight, and excruciating agony coursed through him, yet he gritted his teeth, crawling forward through the thorny thicket. The thorns shredded his light yellow monk's robe, leaving countless lacerations upon his body. Blood flowed freely, painting a gruesome picture, yet his expression remained defiant, eyes brimming with determination that a disciple of the Buddha must traverse the river. If I do not reach the other shore, I shall drown. How can I attain enlightenment otherwise? Nothing shall deter my resolve. Master, add another 100 pounds. At 3,300 points, beside a Bodhi tree on the edge of a cliff. The view was expansive, revealing a panorama of rolling hills. The elderly woman sighed, shaking her head. Golden Buddha, nearing 13 and still struggling in the apprentice realm. Surely that is too late. His physique is too weak. Merely a mortal's wasted body. The playful Lingxi nodded vigorously. That I am only 11 and already at the spirit realm. My master often suppresses me, yet he is the one who is too late. Even with effort, a stone will not turn to gold. The old Buddha, who had been in deep contemplation, finally opened his eyes. Amitabha, my focus lies on this boy's character. Which successful person in this world has not defied the odds? Even a stone, with enough earnest effort, can be transformed into gold. Upon finishing, he snapped his fingers, sending a beam of light to Yunyang, adding another 200 pounds to his burden. The sound of cracking bones echoed as more ribs broke, and he spat blood from his mouth, unable to even let out a wail of pain. With the weight of 1,800 pounds bearing down upon him, he crawled forward like a snail, the old Buddha's booming voice resonating in his ears. An ant, with its frail body, carries objects many times its weight, yet do you think you are even less than an ant? To seek justice with mere slogans and shouts is futile. Without strength, you cannot even protect yourself, so how can you vanquish demons? Yunyang, struggling to breathe under the weight, felt his youthful face flush red with determination, etched with defiance. No, I am not an ant. I am the silver fox. Championing justice, nothing shall halt my advance. Summoning his strength, he rose from the ground. Human potential is indeed a wondrous thing. Sometimes one may seem powerless, yet in moments of crisis, one can overturn the odds. Boom! Crack! Reality was harsh. Just as he stood, the ground beneath him gave way, sending him crashing back down, bones protesting as he collapsed once more, his head spinning into unconsciousness as the first rays of dawn broke. Yunyang found himself practicing the golden rooster stands alone atop a wooden post as thick as a bowl and 8 zhang high, a pillar reaching for the sky. The solitary post stood perilously on the edge of the Tianzhao temple cliff. Exhausted from pain, he had fallen into a deep sleep, only to be roused by the old Buddha's thunderous call within an hour. With a swift flick, he found himself standing on the high post, barely maintaining his balance. Once the old Buddha's power dissipated, Yunyang glanced down, nearly toppling into the abyss below, that a chill ran down his spine, and he quickly shut his eyes, raising his right hand to his chest, muttering a calming mantra. Even if a small bird flitted by, it felt as if it were teasing his nose. Little bird, be gone. The silver fox bears no grudge against you. Do not bring me harm. A solitary pillar reaches skyward beneath the blazing sun, as the wind howls fiercely. Yunyang can only feel the numbness in his standing legs and feet, yet he grits his teeth. This is nothing. Far less painful than the torment of jagged stones and thorns. It is merely a test of my perseverance and balance that I must endure as the sun sets in the west. Yunyang is finally cast back to the ground by the old monk's flick of a dust whisk. With a thud, he collides with the earth, experiencing an intimate encounter with the ground of Tianzhao Temple. His body stiffened like a golden rooster standing alone on that towering pillar. The old monk nods approvingly, flicks his finger, and a beam of light penetrates Yunyang's body, sending him into a deep slumber akin to a gentle spring breeze that as dawn breaks. The sound of roosters crowing fills the air. In the morning fog, bang, 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 thud, thud, thud. Ah! Yunyang practices his reflexes and counterattack speed in a formation of wooden puppet stakes, each 2 feet apart. 18 stakes, as thick as a bowl, possess mechanical limbs that automatically launch attacks upon sensing nearby objects. Countless times, Yunyang has been knocked unconscious, yet the old monk ensures he relishes the unconsciousness, mending his injuries with a mere snap of his fingers. Once again, he finds himself amidst the wooden puppet formation, and as he lands, 2 mechanical limbs immediately launch a barrage of strikes. Despite his improved reflexes, he is struck on the head, causing blood to spurt from his nose. Yunyang feels stars dancing before his eyes, struggling to breathe. Yet his body grows increasingly agile, evading the puppet's assaults. His limbs react instinctively, engaging swiftly with the mechanical fists and feet. Bang, bang, bang. Crack, crack, crack. The frail human body continues to collide with the wooden puppets, the sound of bones breaking uncountable, the pain unbearable. Yunyang's gaunt face remains defiant that I am not an ant. I am the sole disciple of the Golden Buddha. I shall defy the heavens, uphold justice, and tear apart all darkness. Tianzhao Divine Fist, I strike. Bang, bang, bang. Spirit Swallow escapes that a gentle breeze sweeps across the terrace fields, stirring waves of green rice that a small village rises, emitting wisps of smoke. Yunyang arrives, determined to fulfill his promise to rescue little Aya and reunite her family down on the mountain path. The young man strides briskly, exchanging greetings with familiar faces. Silver Fox young hero. Back again, they call. The handsome Yunyong pauses politely, wearing a healing smile. Ba, yes indeed, he replies. Aying, why have you become a monk? What of your sister Yunjie? Yunyong halts again, a pang of pain striking his heart. Do I have a sister? Who is Yunjie? With a heart heavy with questions, Yunyong races to Aya's bamboo house. Before he even steps into the courtyard, a flash of movement catches his eye. Bang! Clap, clap, clap. Yunyong is unexpectedly struck by a delicate fist, sent flying several yards into a bamboo grove, crashing through several thick, thigh-sized bamboo stalks before landing heavily on the yellow earth. Face down, a familiar voice, like heavenly music, reaches his ears. Humph! Little rascal, grave robber, what are you sneaking around here for? Up to no good, aren't you? Dazed, Yunyong's vision blurs. A surge of hatred wells up within him as he silently replays the image of this little sorceress in his mind. Retaliation seems impossible. As a few ribs have surely suffered, his only choice is to lie still. Aya rushes out from the bamboo house, quickly shielding Yunyong. Spirit Shichi, do not harm Yunyong. He is the one who saved us and helped me bury my father. Little Aya, come here. This is the Silver Fox young hero who saved us. A shy girl from the Yi tribe approaches, casting furtive glances at her handsome benefactor, a flush creeping onto her cheeks. Thank you for saving my mother and brother, for giving my father a proper burial. Little Aya, am willing to repay you with my service, she declares, attempting to kneel in gratitude. Yet Yunyong would never allow anyone to bow before him. Upholding justice and assisting others is his very nature. Although he has lost his memory, the deep-seated pain of his past compels him to empathize with the suffering of the weak, in a moment of urgency. He tries to rise and prevent little Aya from kneeling. Crack, crack, mother! The pain from his fractured bones sends him tumbling down again, crying out in agony. Uncle leading a water buffalo home pauses to observe. Aya, what happened? Why is Yunyong injured? Aya glances up at Shichi, hesitant to reveal that Shichi harmed Yunyong, especially since Shichi had rescued little Aya from the tyrant Shursang just days before. Shichi raises her delicate face, pointing toward the mountain, asserting he is not human. He was digging in the graveyard near the bamboo grove. Thankfully, I discovered it in time. The uncle follows Shichi's pointing finger, furrowing his brows. That is Yunyong's home. I have drunk rice wine with his father when he was alive. But his father was killed by the wicked Shursang, and then his mother died of grief. The grave there belongs to his parents. He has always been a filial son. How could he possibly dig up his parents' grave? Is there some misunderstanding here? Upon hearing this, Shichi's heart races with uncertainty as she nervously fiddles with her delicate fingers. After all, she was not entirely clear that night. She only saw him moving stones from afar and launch her attack though lying on the ground. Yunyong still cannot remember, yet the uncle's words ring true. He could not possibly fabricate stories to deceive them. A wave of heart-wrenching pain washes over him. Chapter 11. Darkness spreads unbeknownst to all living beings. The sun above transitions to daylight at an almost imperceptible pace. The starlight and moonlight grow dimmer and colder, the celestial bodies still in disarray, yet their effects begin to manifest gradually across the realms. Restlessness, selfishness, treachery, malice, leading to destruction. These are the remnants of a cataclysmic battle among super-divine beings in unknown realms, disrupting the cosmic balance and leaving a legacy of chaos that may endure for billions of years. In the starry domain, the void winds of the unknown realm blend with the essences of fallen divine beings, slowly giving rise to eerie and terrifying forbidden lands. Beneath the somber expanse of the night sky, malevolence unfolds in various sinister forms. The ancient graveyard of Shishan, shrouded in inky darkness, is illuminated only by the chilling crescent moon. A haunting wind whistles through, carrying with it a chorus of lingering lamentations, intertwined with the murmurs of a nearby trickling stream. In this tranquil yet eerie night, several vibrantly adorned new graves are unearthed by a shadowy figure. The yellow and white prayer flags fluttering atop the mounds seem to express discontent on behalf of the corpses resting within the black coffins. The shadow's crooked gray fingernails have morphed into razor-sharp talons. Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberates through the darkness as the figure strikes the coffin with a single, devastating blow, shattering it. The talons reach towards the corpse within, bearing jagged gray-black fangs that lunge towards the lifeless body still clad in a black burial shroud. A cacophony of unsettling crunches and snaps fills the air, reminiscent of a chaotic graveyard hidden beneath a dark shroud. At last, the cold crescent moon pierces through the thick clouds, revealing two faint western stars that faintly twinkle in response, casting a chilling and subdued light. However, this ephemeral illumination is soon engulfed by the darkness that precedes dawn, casting the ancient graveyard into deeper shadows that a sharp, crisp sound echoes. The shadow has ascended to a new level of power. Attaining the sixth tier of the Disciple Realm, in Megu, a town nestled amidst rolling hills. Several weary brick kilns stand surrounded by rows of bamboo, wooden, stone, and earthen houses, most of which are topped with blue tiles that have turned black from exposure to the elements. The tallest structure, known as Shirbao, houses the most formidable family in Megud. In a fit of rage, Shirsang leaps onto his horse, brandishing a dark wolf-toothed club, and bellows at the top of his lungs. "How dare you disturb the peace of my domain? When I catch you, I shall flay your skin." With a swift command, several swift steeds kick up clouds of dust as they gallop towards the ancient graveyard. A band of outlaws trailing behind, breathless and panting. The graveyard, a chaotic burial ground, glimmers ominously in the daylight, surrounded by a halo of gray light that signifies ill omens. Suddenly, a flurry of black crows takes to the air, while grayish-white reeds dance in the wind. Amidst the chaos, the shadowy figure of Shirsang watches in fury as his ancestral tomb is disturbed, veins throbbing with rage that a familiar figure, clad in a tattered red wedding gown, is seen feasting upon the recently buried body of his uncle. Recognizing the figure as Yuan Luo, who is relishing the taste of a corpse, Shirsang harnesses the momentum of his galloping steed to launch a powerful attack. His wolf-toothed club gleaming ominously in the daylight. "Curse you, perish!" As Yuan Luo savors the thrill of his ascension, he senses a deadly presence and swiftly raises the corpse as a shield. The impact of the club shatters the body, sending Yuan Luo hurtling backwards into a grave he had previously excavated. Just as he regains his footing, several figures brandishing curved blades leap from their mounts, their intentions clear, though Yuan Luo's face contorts in terror. He has no time to fear as he deftly evades the deadly strikes and makes a frantic escape. Despite the chaos of the resurrection, he finds himself newly animated by the celestial alignment of 9 stars. Previously, he had not even opened his martial nest, but now he faces foes far beyond his current capabilities that in the distance. Yunyang observes the unfolding drama with a hint of amusement, muttering, "Ah, the irony of fate. The wicked and the vile clash. May they all descend into the abyss." Beside him, Lingxi, adorned in a delicate dress of light red and green, scoffs disdainfully. "How quaint. You speak of vengeance yet cower when faced with true adversaries." Destined to remain a mere lamenting figure, Yunyang, feeling a surge of irritation, dismisses her with a wave. "Mind your business. I have more pressing matters than to deal with your incessant prattle." As they navigate through the chaos, Yunyang realizes the formidable strength of those around him, prompting a renewed determination to grow stronger. In the shadowy confines of the Stone family estate, the patriarch, Shirsang, revels in the spoils of his family's nefarious dealings, counting their ill-gotten gains. Meanwhile, in another room, a young girl in a beautifully embroidered bride's attire fights valiantly against her captor. With blood staining her delicate neck, she defiantly threatens, "Step any closer, and I shall take my own life." Shirsang's expression flickers with malice as he threatens her. "You will regret testing my patience. Even in death, your body shall remain mine to command." The tension thickens as footsteps echo from outside, heralding a new tumult of chaos. After Shirsang departed, Ajima sat helplessly on the wooden bed, her face bathed in tears. "Woe is me, dear father and mother, your daughter can no longer provide for your old age. Forgive me, for all I can do is repay your nurturing kindness in my next life. That, oh, heavens, why is the world so dark? The wicked roam freely without punishment, and my heart is filled with hatred. Woe is me!" Beneath a shadowy stone wall in Shirbao, illuminated by torches, Shirsang strode over in a furious manner, kicking over a corpse. The lifeless mouth gaped wide, the eyes filled with terror, and the body bore scratches down to the bone. with a gaping wound on the neck from a savage bite. Dark crimson blood flowed in torrents, and some wounds, gnawed by malevolent forces, had already turned black. The sight was horrifying, sending shivers down the spines of the onlookers. Sure Sang cursed vehemently. Damn it. It's likely that dead bastard. His ascension was too swift, and we must eradicate him at once. Report. Young Master Sang. The fifth concubine has self-immolated. Sure Sang was tallying his household guards in preparation to eradicate Yuan Luo. He glanced towards the wooden building, where flames swiftly spread, gradually illuminating the pitch-black night. And no matter what, even if it turns to ashes, I shall not spare you. To go to the fifth concubine's family. Kill all the men. And for the women, first violate and then execute them. Plunder everything and set it ablaze. Ah! Sure Sang's twisted roar echoed like a demon's wail in the dark night. Megu, during this tumultuous time. The rents for land and housing surged wildly. Should one fail to pay adequately, the malevolent servants of the Sure family would swarm like locusts, driving pigs and herding sheep, leaving no chicken unscathed. Among the victims were also the young and beautiful maidens. Megu was in a frenzied state. In the dark western mountains, an ancient graveyard, cold winds howled, and ominous clouds gathered. Eerie howls reverberated, causing the malevolent spirits to tremble in fear. May. Yuan Luo vows to obliterate the Sure family, to consume everything. In a bamboo village nestled halfway up the mountain, wisps of smoke rose from cooking fires. The green rice waves in the terraced fields danced in the gentle breeze. Just moments ago, the sky was clear and sunny, but suddenly, dark clouds loomed, and thunder rumbled out. A group of ferocious and vile bandits arrived at the village, heading straight for Ajia's bamboo house. Sang Mu kicked open Ajia's bamboo fence. Kill all the men, and for the women, first violate, and then kill them. No, you can't touch that little Ajia. She's mine. Recently returned from the back mountain where she paid respects to her deceased patriarch. Ajia trembled in fear, using her frail body to shield her two children, helplessly watching as the bandits ransacked the bamboo house. In the end, the vicious bandits encircled them with lewd grins. And the family of three cried out in despair. Just then, a familiar chant echoed, Ba, I send you to hell. A pale yellow figure rushed towards Sang Mu. Before the bandits could react, bang, bang. Sang Mu's head was struck as if by a hammer, swelling into a large bump, and he stumbled to the ground, seeing stars. The family of three felt as if they had seen a savior, and broke into smiles that it's the Silver Fox young hero. However, before they could rejoice, a bandit's curved blade was drawn against their necks. Sang Mu rolled over and sprang up from the ground, rubbing his swollen head, his face twisted in anger. You little brat. Seeking death. Sang Mu, tall and robust, was at the 7th level of physical training, theoretically overpowering the 6th level Yin Yang, and he hardly regarded this weakling as a threat. Crack! A red flash ignited the air as the bandits holding the family suddenly dropped dead, their bodies sizzling and burning. The family was swept away towards the distant bamboo house, standing beside a striking figure, Ling Shi, who wore a frown of concern. It wasn't intentional. I didn't mean to kill. How did I kill anyone? Don't come after me, you dead souls. The tense atmosphere was abruptly disrupted by Ling Shi, who then cheerfully produced a bag of melon seeds. Quick, you perform. This heavenly maiden want to participate. Ba. Yin Yang exhaled deeply, relieved to be alive in their presence. Though he was powerless to rescue anyone to that moment, he found the little demoness somewhat less intolerable. Meanwhile, Sang Mu perceived a dire threat and prepared to flee. This little demoness was far too powerful. Sure Sang himself would be delivering his head on a platter. I shall send you all to hell. Tianzhao Golden Buddha fist explode. Yin Yang suddenly hurled a punch at the nearest bandit. Seizing the opportunity, Sang Mu fled. Bang. The bandit's head burst with a crisp sound. The remaining two bandits simultaneously swung their curved blades at Yin Yang, one above and one below, a perilous assault. Poof! Poof! Yun Yang's monk robe was slashed by a blade, and as it retracted, it cut into his arm, blood gushing forth. The pain surged through him, but for one who had endured the rigorous training of the Golden Buddha, such wounds barely warranted a frown. The agile youth dodged one blade, and then leaped into the air, employing gravity to his advantage. Tianzhao Divine Fist, explode. Bang! It was a gruesome sight, amidst the crisp sound of explosion. Another head burst, blood and brain matter splattering onto Yun Yang. The last bandit trembled in fear. What kind of little monk is this? Why does he enjoy exploding heads so much? His mind shattered. He felt as if his own head was about to burst. Mother! He turned to flee. Bang! Another crisp sound rang out, and he shouted, Hey, isn't this delightful? Help me keep saying Kue Mu. Chapter 13. The Joy of Victory Megu. The mountain winds howled fiercely. Bang. Yun Yang was knocked back several steps before steadying himself, a tearing pain coursing through his fingers. His handsome face twitched, and he silently mused. Indeed, being one level higher is like an insurmountable chasm. But what of it? My master said that chasms are crossed by those who defy the heavens. Tianzhao, Golden Buddha Fist, Shadowless Leg, attack. He charged again, leaping into the air, his fist transforming into a flying kick in an instant. Regardless of the transformation, Sang Kue Mu was hardly concerned with the attacking Yun Yang. He was instead fearful of the exquisitely beautiful Ling Shi, resembling a porcelain doll, not far away, during his escape along the mountain path. He had been obstructed by Ling Shi's tinkling laughter. With a mere gesture, he found himself immobilized, unable to move his legs until Yun Yang arrived. Only then did he regain his freedom, but he could not concentrate, constantly on edge while battling Yun Yang. Sang Blade Slash. The dark and towering Sang Kue Mu unleashed the Sang family's ultimate technique against Yun Yang's flying kick. His movements were fierce, his strikes venomous and swift. The dark blade flashing with a chilling wind as it slashed 3 times at the flying leg. Bang! Pooh! The air was filled with the sounds of bone-crushing impacts and the slicing of flesh. Ling Shi, watching from afar, frowned, turning her pretty face away. Such low-level slaughter. It pains me to see. Sang Kue Mu was struck by a series of kicks, losing 2 teeth in the process, and he stumbled to the ground. Covering his mouth as blood-soaked fragments fell out, he was consumed by rage. Having bullied others in Megu Town since childhood, he had never faced such a setback that a year ago he could have killed this brat with a mere finger. Furious, he glared at the little monk who had received a wound to his thigh. Sang Blade's 5 slashes. Earth Rolling Blade, you little brat, die. Charging at Yun Yang like a rolling donkey. Yun Yang, while attacking, took a blade to his own side, blood gushing from the wound. The pain was profound, yet he disregarded it as the blade flashed towards him. He twisted, supporting himself with one hand on the ground. Spirit Swallow Evasion, Counterblade. His body moved with unimaginable agility, twisting midair to slice at Sang Kue Mu's throat. Pu Chi. Ah! 2 cries of agony resonated as Yun Yang lost a chunk of flesh from his thigh. The wound starkly white as blood gushed forth, the pain transforming from a cold chill into a piercing agony. Sang Kue Mu narrowly dodged the counterblade, but unexpectedly, the little brat did not evade the knife. In a spin, he struck out with a kick that shattered an eyeball, plunging him into darkness and excruciating pain. The counterblade was merely a feint. Yun Yang's body trembled, but he could not squander this opportunity gained through pain. With great resolve, he bit down on his tongue to stay alert. This time, with one hand pushing against the ground for leverage, he twisted, blood cascading like a brilliant rain from his thigh. Golden Buddha Fist. I send you to hell. Die. Sang Kue Mu was engulfed by a tumult of emotions. Fear, pain, regret, stemming from his own folly. Distracted by the antics of the petite sorceress, he had unwittingly invited a fatal blow. In the throes of agony, he wildly brandished his great blade, engaging in a desperate clash. The sounds of bang, thud, and boom echoed as Yun Yang's fist grazed the edge of the blade, landing a precise strike upon Sang Kue Mu's forehead. Just before darkness enveloped his vision, Sang Kue Mu's blade found its mark in Yun Yang's shoulder. As he was rendered unconscious by the forceful blow, a sharp pain pierced his very soul, followed by a kick to the temple that offered little time for sensation. The world spun into darkness, and his spirit began to dissipate. Yun Yang had narrowly evaded a mortal wound, yet the final strike had buried deep to the bone. His left arm now hung limp. Flailing uncontrollably in the mountain breeze, in his triumph of vanquishing an adversary of equal or greater stature, a surge of elation eclipsed his pain, prompting a triumphant roar to the heavens. Ha ha! Master, your disciple has succeeded, ridding the world of a demon, bringing forth a sliver of clarity. My next target, sure sang. A sneer echoed in his ears. You've merely slain a mere apprentice it truly worthy of such celebration. especially under circumstances where your opponent was distracted. Does your blood not flow? With heavy eyelids, Yunyang collapsed onto the ground, his teeth gritting audibly as the released pain, coupled with the taunts of the irritating sorceress, heightened his distress. Time never pauses for anyone. It continues its relentless march. Today marked Yunyang's 13th birthday. The Golden Buddha bestowed upon him a gift. One wave of the dust brush sent him tumbling into a thicket rife with thorns, leaving him no time to register the pain before a boulder of thousands of pounds descended like a mountain upon him. Days later, another massive stone bore down, pinning Yunyang to the ground, causing a suffocating pressure in his chest. The voice of the old Buddha thundered in his ears. Youth that does not strive will find only sorrow in old age. Today's trials forge a path for tomorrow's survival. As the voice faded, shadowy figures emerged, wooden puppets wielding steel whips that lashed mercilessly at Yunyang's still-maturing form. The relentless weight of the boulder pinned him amidst the thorns, tearing his tender flesh, the barbs piercing through to the bone. The puppets' whips cleaved through his skin, leaving trails of blood in their wake. Yunyang repeatedly succumbed to the excruciating pain, only to be revived time and again by the Golden Buddha's magic. Yet the pain remained unabated. In this vast cosmos, nothing worthwhile is ever acquired without toil. In the face of absolute power, all hollow gains must be paid for with life. Only that which is earned step by step rightfully belongs to you. Strive on. Young one Yunyang had no idea how many times he had bitten through his own lips. In moments of consciousness, he exerted every ounce of his being to crawl forward, his defiant gaze resolute. If I am but an ant trampled underfoot, then I would rather be crushed by a boulder than live such a life. Yet I am no ant. Even if deemed useless, I shall defy fate. Come, add another 1,000 pounds. When Yunyang emerged once more from the burial of heaven, he had reached the 7th level of the apprentice realm, though he was yet unable to perceive his own progress. Engaging in battles against spectral remnants, he ascended further in his martial journey. Though his gains were not vast, they were significant enough to fortify him, successfully blending the essence of malice with the energies of the Xuanwu. When he finally mastered the art of spellcasting, his strength would soar. The celestial alignment of 9 stars began to manifest above his martial nest, as he faintly sensed the gathering energies of life and death around him. Albeit too subtle to discern clearly, across the Xuanwu continent, many regions were embroiled in conflict over resources, from individual skirmishes to national battles. With smoke and chaos prevailing, in the cosmos, terrifying zones of restriction slowly took shape. The Stone Clan's madness continued unabated, ruthlessly plundering the elders and kin of the Megu area, sparing even the smallest temples. Giddy up! Giddy up! Several swift steeds thundered toward a small shrine in Tanshi. Shattering the tranquility of the forest, a band of sycophants rushed, panting heavily, only to have the black temple door kicked open by a brute. Vile monk, come forth. Hand over the incense money promised to you, or we shall burn your wretched temple to the ground. Chapter 14. Ancient City. Phoenix Island. In the ancient city of Jiazhou, the gentle sunlight bathed every corner, while a soft breeze caressed the air. The waters of the 3 rivers, previously murky and turbulent, had calmed into shimmering shades of green, with ripples dancing like a maiden's grace. Schools of colorful fish flitted among the strange and smooth pebbles, while the sapphire sky bore fluffy white clouds on Sun Island. Men, women, and children basked in the sun's warm embrace, as beautiful kites soared gracefully, rising higher and higher. Laughter and joy resonated throughout the confluence of the 3 rivers. A colossal Buddha had presided since time immemorial, safeguarding the ancient city and its myriad life forms, embodying the eternal cycle of existence. This marked Yunyang's 2nd visit to the ancient city, as he had come as a novice monk. With their small temple in peril, he sought a mission from the great Buddha's Zen temple. Naturally, the enchanting Lingxi, whom fate had dealt a cruel hand, accompanied him. She had been assigned by their master to supervise Yunyang, ready to intervene should he fall into darkness. Snap! Along the way, an array of delectable treats left Lingxi utterly enthralled, her youthful spirit bubbling with excitement at the wonders before her. In contrast, Yunyang bore the weight of his fellow disciples' misfortunes. Grappling with his own meager abilities, faced with the indignities of the Buddhist realm, he felt both powerless and frustrated. his fair visage clouded by concern, his brows furrowed in a permanent scowl. Ba, fair maiden, must you chatter incessantly like a lark? Your incessant prattle is most vexing and disturbs the peace. Lingxi shot him a glare that could dim the brilliance of 1,000 flowers, tossing her hair back, the silky strands shimmering with a hint of blue cascading over her shoulders. Humph. Only the weak wear their troubles on their faces. The strong forge ahead. Larks are a compliment, not a derision. Do you seek a fight? Their contrasting circumstances and perspective set them on entirely different paths. Yunyang, disinterested, quickened his pace toward the great Buddha's Zen temple. Lingxi, feeling slighted by Yunyang's apparent disregard, hurried to catch up. Humph. As a celestial beauty blessed with unparalleled looks and talents. I am pursued by countless admirers, yet you, a mere wastrel, dare to ignore me? What audacity! But Yunyang continued on unfazed, his back turned to her as he pressed forward. The two moved swiftly along the riverbank. Bamboo groves flashing by. Lingxi, unable to contain herself, seized the faded yellow robe Yunyang wore, intent on leaving an indelible mark. Yet suddenly, her brow furrowed tightly. What is this? I detect the scent of my kin. Impossible! Up! At the riverbank of the ancient city, a radiant light burst forth, ascending into the sky from Jiazhou City, swiftly landing upon the first island behind the great Buddha, where the three rivers converged, Phoenix Island. Lingxi's playful demeanor transformed. Her delicate features glistened with unshed tears. A wave of uncontainable anguish surged within her. And no sooner had she touched the ground than a violent thud sent Yunyang sprawling onto the scorched earth. Enduring unprovoked torment, he sprang to his feet. Ready to confront the petite sorceress, he beheld an unfamiliar sight. She knelt weeping upon the ground, her momentary resolve crumbling, because he too had seen and sensed it. The river had vanished, leaving behind a landscape steeped in the passage of time that a dense, ancient, and formidable aura emanated from the Lingxi tribe, enveloping him. The earth had turned to scorched wasteland, the sun and moon obscured. Shrouded in darkness, occasionally, the haunting cries of phoenixes echoed, long and sorrowful wails that compelled Yunyang to sit in solemn reverence, feeling the anguish resonate within him, as if his heart were being mercilessly sliced by a blade. In the void, scenes of cataclysmic battles unfolded, as the myriad realms faced a joint assault from the demonic and malevolent forces. Darkness blotted out the sky, while the sinister energies ravaged all living beings across the realms. The various races rallied valiantly against the onslaught, phoenixes taking flight, leaping out of the life star domain, engaging in a desperate struggle against the vile demons in the abyss. Amidst the chaos, phoenixes danced and cried out, unleashing torrents of blazing phoenix fire that stretched for billions of miles in the darkness. The mighty demon gods launched a massacre against the phoenixes, and ultimately, the phoenixes, outnumbered, expended their last reserves, witnessing the demon gods gathering ever closer, encroaching upon the life star domain. The once resplendent myriad realms gradually succumbed to an ominous shadow, as the various races were consumed and corrupted by darkness. In despair, the phoenix let out a heart-wrenching cry. Tears cascading down, a single drop falling from the otherworldly realms into the cosmic expanse, giving rise to a mysterious island, Phoenix Island. The despairing phoenix initiated a final counterattack amidst the darkness, using its own body as a weapon. Self-destructing in the void, igniting boundless phoenix fire that illuminated the deep cosmos. The energy from the phoenix's self-detonation wreaked havoc upon the demons, inflicting heavy casualties. The phoenix fire blazed fiercely, incinerating any demon that dared to tread upon it, silently guarding the life star amidst the ever-changing landscape. Wowu, holy ancestor. At that moment, Lingxi became a heartbroken little girl, weeping on the scorched earth, her tears cascading like a string of pearls, evoking deep sympathy. Gradually, her diamond-like tears fell upon the desolate ground, moistening and softening it. Amidst the rubble, a young phoenix tree sprouted from the scorched earth, unfurling two tender, pale yellow leaves, breathing life into the weary Phoenix Island. Suddenly, in a dim and weathered part of Phoenix Island, a flicker of red light appeared, pulling Lingxi into its embrace. Bold one, with the Buddha present, do not act recklessly. The young Yunyang, unaware of the gravity of the situation, foolishly attempted to grab Lingxi. Bang! Boom, boom, boom. Oh my mother. Yunyang was flung back by the light barrier, crashing heavily onto the scorched earth and sharp stones, gritting his teeth in pain, uncertain how many bones had suffered. Before he could rise, a surge of flames enveloped him, tendrils of crimson light entering his yin-yang martial nest, igniting and illuminating his dimly lit energy. A mortal's frail body could scarcely withstand the divine fire's searing onslaught. Yunyang writhed in agony amidst the blazing inferno, gasping for breath, repeatedly leaping and slamming his head against the ground, the resounding noise distracting Lingxi from absorbing the great opportunity. Although the reckless act of the so-called waste was foolish, Lingxi felt a flicker of emotion. With a flick of her finger, a glowing red pill fell into Yunyang's mouth. Though the soul-wrenching pain persisted, it was no longer the kind that threatened to obliterate him. Gradually, Yunyang settled into a meditative position, breathing in the wisps of crimson flames. The flames blazed within every cell of his being, refining him. The stars hidden in the 9-star alignment, still imperceptible, began to strengthen. While the martial nest was similarly fortified by the divine fire, 1 star absorbed the phoenix fire with fervor, gradually becoming the most radiant red flame star among them, yet remaining too subtle to notice. Everything was undergoing a faint evolution, awaiting enhancement. Ding, ding, ding. The crisp sounds of breakthroughs echoed as Yunyang advanced through his suffering, experiencing a peculiar blend of pain and joy. The other two sounds indicated Lingxi's breakthrough. Ascending to the 3rd level of the spiritual realm, unmatched in strength. Amidst the roaring phoenix fire, a 10-colored phoenix nest materialized, the girl's form within shifting continuously, at times resembling a maiden, and at others, a phoenix, ultimately solidifying into a woman's form. The martial nest's energy transformed from a single dark star to include a fiery red star of divine fire, with the 2 stars gracefully orbiting the 7-colored star, far surpassing Yunyang in maturity, vibrant and dazzling. Chapter 15. Are you a demon? The lanterns of the great Buddha Zen temple flickered to life, their sutras resonating throughout the Sanjiang Basin, instilling a profound sense of peace. Occasionally, the resounding sound of the Buddha's bell rang out, driving away demons and warning all that the world was rife with unrest, reminding malevolent beings that their misdeeds would inevitably face the boundless wrath of the Buddha. After accepting his mission, Yunyang wandered through Sanjiang, unknowingly arriving at Wangjiang Pavilion. Below the pavilion, the waters of the 3 rivers converged, surging forward, waves crashing tumultuously. The vast expanse of the Sanjiang Basin lay before him. Smoke rising from the plains where farmers diligently tended to their crops, that a gentle breeze stirred the golden rice waves. And on the horizon stood a May, reaching for the heavens, while the continuous emerald mountains were both beautiful and mysterious. Where the paths of Buddha and Tao coexisted, countless myths and legends compelling one to explore further. Dang, ong, ong. The resounding bell echoed again in the Sanjiang Basin, pulling Yunyang from his myriad thoughts as he brushed his handsome face. Amitabha, the sutrist Dai the cold river, the Buddha's voice resounds, with a heart like a Bodhi. What is there to fear in darkness? Why is it raining? Hey, what are you thinking about? This fairy is right in front of you. Yet you seem lost in thought, not even responding when I talk to you. Yunyang glanced at the chattering, porcelain doll-like little demon girl with a frown. Amitabha, you were cuter back on Phoenix Island with that. He began to walk along the rugged stone path by the river, for the girl was simply too idle and bored to be a natural saint. She thrived effortlessly, her cultivation rising effortlessly, endowed with innate talent and magical powers from birth. Usually, she basked in the adoration of the Phoenix tribe, spending her days in carefree play. Now, tasked with supervising this tedious monk, she found it particularly outrageous that this little monk did not even acknowledge her. In a bold leap, she reached out to tug at Yunyang's monk robe. Waste, when speaking to this fairy, do not utter Amitabha, or else, hum, you know what that means. Tell me, why do you always ignore me? Yunyang, however, was anxious, feeling an urgent need to elevate his cultivation swiftly to accomplish something. Reality was pressing upon him. His master had assigned him the task of slaying demons and monsters, and the very thought of facing Shursang left him frazzled. He was merely in the disciple realm while Shursang had already attained the gate realm. Casting a glance at the little demon girl, he envied her immensely, wondering why he, a waste, was not a natural saint as well. Sigh, Amit Ba Bang. Before Yunyang could finish his incantation, he was struck by a delicate fist, nearly falling into the river, dazed as he crawled up from the pine needles, furious. Fire chicken. Can't you speak properly? Wait until the day I. Lingxi playfully smiled at Yunyang. What do you want to do? Repair this ferry, right? Unfortunately, you can forget about that for this lifetime. You are far too useless. How dare you call me a fire chicken? You re-asking for it. Fiery rainbow light, he he he. Yunyang felt the burning sensation on his skin, rolling painfully among the needles, thinking repeatedly about how infuriating this little demon girl was, yet he could only sigh in frustration. In Buddhist tradition, no matter the temple, there exists a Bodhi tree that shades the sky and blocks the sun. Why is that? Kneeling beneath the Bodhi tree, Yunyang fervently prayed, tying a yellow talisman to its trunk, silently beseeching, "Compassionate Buddha, I do not wish to remain a being devoid of memory, as if lacking a soul, like a drifting leaf without roots, that if the Buddha possesses spirit, please bestow upon me the gift of memory. Whatever the outcome, I shall endure. Grant me strength, O Buddha, to eradicate all darkness from the world." Just as Yunyang departed, a beam of Buddhist light penetrated the yellow talisman, and the playful little demon girl opened it. Reading it with her willow leaf brows and phoenix eyes, glancing once more at the frail figure, her eyes glistening with tears. The turmoil and strife of the human world had never ceased, growing ever more intense. Even in the ancient city, far from the borders, where peace had reigned, refugees began to trickle in, homeless, toiling in the dirtiest and most grueling labor, merely to survive. On the roadside, children with grass stakes in their heads are often those who have strayed far from home, their families in dire straits, resorting to selling their offspring. Amit Ba, benefactor, please be cautious that I the Tai Nyo Min Dak. Yunyang caught an elderly man who was about to fall while carrying goods. As the old man looked up to express his gratitude, the yellow-clad figure had already vanished into the crowd. At this moment, he approached a small boy with a grass stake in his head. The boy was emaciated, his dirty face devoid of light. While nearby knelt his skeletal parents, weeping on the bluestone steps. "Wolf, any kind-hearted official, please show mercy. Just a few copper coins to help us through this hardship will suffice, that if our child can stay with you, and you ensure he is fed, it would be a great kindness that in our next life, we will repay you by serving you like cattle or horses." Amit Ba. A wave of anguish surged through Yunyang's heart as he empathized with their plight. He took out 2 copper coins, which he had just exchanged for herbs at the pawn shop, from his sleeve and placed them into the frail hands that he removed the grass stake and wiped the grime off the boy's face. Amit Ba, benefactor, quickly buy something for the child to eat. Lingxi had been following closely, wishing to say, "Actually, you are still a child too." The sky darkened with ominous clouds, thunder rumbled, and torrential rain began to fall along the banks of the Qingyi River. An old woman wept bitterly under the eaves. "Woe heavens, the rice has been flattened by the downpour, and we will reap nothing. How will we survive now?" A yellow figure dashed through the storm, bearing a load of rice on one shoulder, while clutching a bundle in the other hand. The beautiful Lingxi tirelessly harvested rice in the fields, her lovely face smeared with mud, resembling a little calico cat. "He he he. Useless one. Keep going. Grandma's rice is almost done." 2 youths, soaked to the skin by the rain, resembled drowned rats on the country road to Megu town. Lingxi earnestly tugged at Yunyang. "Are you a demon?" Yunyang snapped back to reality. "What nonsense. You must answer me. You are the demon. Your whole family is demonic." Yunyang was thoroughly disgusted, harboring a deep-seated hatred for wickedness and evil, that if he were not at a disadvantage against this little demon girl, he would have given her a lasting lesson. Having said that, he hurried along. Lingxi caught up. "Hey, are you really going to deal with Shursang like this? You're no match for him, that if you answer me, I can help you. Also, don't you have any weapons? Weapons can enhance your combat strength." Although Yunyang was considered useless, he was not foolish. From a young age, he had shouldered the burden of supporting his family, striving to survive amidst adversity, but he had to use his wits to offset his shortcomings to survive until now. His sword-like brows furrowed momentarily before he broke into a sunny smile. "Thank you. He he he. UVE reminded me that I should go back and ask my master for a weapon. Shursang, destiny tells me that I must personally eliminate him to resolve my heart's knot. Also, I am not a demon. Even if I were, I would be a righteous Buddha demon." With that, he took off like the wind, Lingxi scrunched her delicate nose in disapproval. Umph. Hey, foolish blockhead, what kind of answer is that? Chapter 16. The Demon Bone Dog-Slaying Stick Bang. Puff puff. Yunyang was sent flying by a kick, crashing heavily onto the yellow earth, emitting a muffled grunt. Yet he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and trembled to stand again, his body bearing countless cuts and bruises. Nearby, the bandits erupted in mocking laughter. Ha! Useless one, thinking you could avenge yourself after learning a few trivial skills at some small temple. You're just a plaything for the master. Lingxi stood at a distance with the mountain folk, who lamented, Yunyang is the Silver Fox young hero. Indeed. How did you know? What a pity. He clearly stands no chance against that towering Shursang. Unbeknownst to her, Lingxi began to worry for this useless boy. This was not merely a minor challenge. She felt quite anxious. Foolish blockhead. What about the weapon you got from the Golden Buddha? How will you defeat the enemy without it? Quickly use your weapon. Yunyang wiped the blood from his mouth and nodded at Lingxi, that he slowly drew a gray weapon from the yellow package on his back, that Lingxi's vision was far superior to that of the others. She turned her pretty face away, unable to bear to look. Ha, weakling, useless one, are you here to amuse us? A moldy bone. Shursang was different. He surveyed the boy before him with wolf-like eyes, someone he could previously crush with a single punch. Though he still held the upper hand, he could not finish him off. Prolonging this would not bode well. The boy's combat power was far from adequate, and his attacks inflicted soul-wrenching pain. Today, he must eradicate this threat. His large nose, adorned with a prominent black mole, twisted into a sneer. What a disgrace. Do you want me to gift you a curved dagger? But if you take my dagger, you will belong to me, dog. Yunyang's body trembled with pain, whether from the injury or anger. He could not tell his master, so profound and inscrutable. He had expected at least a staff from him. But instead, yet even a dying tiger still holds its might. He pointed the 3-foot gray bone at Shursang, the bone thick at the front, tapering to fit comfortably in one hand. This is the dog-slaying stick, a magical tool to vanquish evil, specifically designed to subdue wicked dogs and demons. It is your nemesis. The Vajra dog-slaying stick died. Before his words could fully escape, he charged forward with the dog-slaying stick. Shursang, ferocious and ruthless, leaped up, swinging his blade down. Shursang's deadly sword, slay, bang, the heavy clash of blade and bone sparked, sending Yunyang crashing to the ground under the weight of the impact, nearly breaking his back. He rolled to evade Shursang's next strike, panting heavily, sweat pouring down in pain. Shursang stared incredulously at the dagger forged from adamantine. The collision had created a significant dent. What kind of bone was so hard, yet capable of devouring the soul? Just shy of fainting, Yunyang flipped back onto his feet, that of course, he noticed as well, chuckling as he coughed up blood. With the magical artifact as support, Shursang, today I will surely eliminate you. Bringing peace to the villagers of Megu. Dog-slaying stick, kill. What magical artifact? He had no idea, merely seeking to boost his own momentum and instill fear in Shursang, increasing his odds of victory. Shursang, relying on his high combat value, leaped high again, like a black bear descending upon him, the dagger shimmering ominously as it bore down on Yunyang's head. You little bastard, I'll send you to your grave, Dai. Yunyang silently thanked his master for the intense, devilish training he had undergone. All the suffering had indeed allowed him to seize a glimmer of hope. As Shursang was about to land, Yunyang's body surged forward, dodging to the side. Puff, bang. Shursang's fatal blow severed the back hem of his monk robe, the dagger embedding itself in the yellow earth. Just as Yunyang's foot touched down, he propelled himself into a backflip. The dog-slaying stick strike the dog's head. Die bang. Even the bandit supporting Shursang felt a headache as the dog-slaying stick struck the side of his head, instantly swelling into a fist-sized lump, his brain buzzing, feeling as if it were about to scatter. The soul-piercing pain intensified. Fool, channel your Xuanwu energy into the dog-slaying stick to enhance your combat power. Lingxi urged in a panic beside him, while Yunyang was catching his breath after his first successful counterattack. That so far, the old Buddha had merely helped Yunyang build his body. He had not taught him anything else. The old Buddha was still reluctant to create another version of himself. Even if another self were to emerge, it would not change the myriad worlds. Thus, Yunyang was left utterly confused, without time to ponder. He launched another attack, propelling himself into the air. Demon, come meet your end. With the dog-slaying stick die, The dog-whipping rod, wielded with excessive force, infused with the essence of Xuanwu, emitted a faint silver-gray glow as it struck down with a thunderous whoosh. As though to claim a life, that Shisong's soul trembled in agony, his mind ablaze with excruciating pain. Given Yunyang's cultivation level, he ought not to comprehend soul attacks, let alone face such overwhelming suppression. Yet, amidst the torment, Shisong grasped the impending approach of death, raising his axe in a desperate counter against the dog-whipping rod, which sent shivers through his very being. Bang! Puff, puff, puff! The bandits had launched their assault, as Yunyang prepared for his next strike. They had already made their move, but none could match Lingxi's swiftness. That a cacophony erupted as a group of bandits was obliterated in an instant by a burst of colorful light, their bodies consumed in flames. Meanwhile, the heavy blows of the rod sparked a shower of embers. Shisong, his soul pierced with pain, withstood the onslaught, half kneeling on the ground, gritting his teeth as he spat a mouthful of blood onto the blade. Ancestors, grant strength to your descendants. Preserve the glory of the Shisong clan. Shisong's body expanded as he chanted. Dark clouds gathered overhead, and chilling winds howled. Shisong blade, soul-reaping slash, towering like a black bear, he swiftly unleashed a series of 7 slashes. Puff, puff, puff! Yunyang found himself utterly suppressed, struck repeatedly. Even when he evaded the blade's edge, the blade's aura inflicted unbearable pain, and blood rained down like droplets in the gusty winds, a vivid spectacle of crimson. Power. Yunyang's mind was consumed by a single word. This was the realm of enlightenment, the essence of martial prowess. Lingyan, retreat. The Buddha's teachings are boundless. Dog-whipping rod, perish, bang. As Shisong swung his leg, Yunyang dodged the lethal edge, using the momentum to propel himself backward, while the demonic bone descended violently toward Shisong. The loss of his weapon would mean life or death. If Shisong charged again, it would spell Yunyang's doom. Bang, 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 bang. The dog-whipping rod struck unexpectedly, landing a precise blow to Shisong's head, causing much of his power to dissipate. Dazed and reeling, he pressed onward, determined to slay Yunyang before the Shisong clan's secret art faded. Otherwise, it would seal his own fate. The dog-whipping rod was too lethal. Bang, bang, bang. Ping, ping, pong, pong. After a fierce clash of weapons, both bodies fell to the ground, bloodied and lifeless. With his last breath, Shisong muttered in despair, why, just as Yunyang's vision darkened. He wore a faint, mischievous grin, mixed with a hint of satisfaction, as he coughed up blood repeatedly. Ah, foolish one. That one is male. This one is female. During this time, in the illustrious Shisong clan's estate, the atmosphere was thick with trepidation, and the nefarious individuals of Meigu trembled in fear. They dared not venture out alone, for a moment's lapse could lead to a fatal encounter with the dog-whipping rod. Should they dare to rob or threaten their fellow villagers, they would invoke a fiery retribution, reduced to ashes. Bang. When the last name on the list met its fateful end, peace and serenity returned to Meigu. Chapter 17. The Dark Realm. Demonic domain under a bleak sky. A sun as large as a basin moved sluggishly, while thin wisps of gray-black mist drifted through the void, forming dense clouds that darkened the already somber world. The seasons were perpetually cold and gloomy, giving rise to sin and evil, where malevolence thrived. All living beings appeared draped in shades of gray and white, their natures sinister, ferocious, and merciless. Long ago, this place was devoid of sunlight, a realm where the sun's rays could not penetrate, the dark realm. It remains a mystery when or how that sun emerged, yet here lay the demonic domain. The demonic domain sprawled infinitely in the dark recesses of the vast universe. Even in the shadowy corners of the life-bearing star regions, demons could arise that end the cataclysmic war of gods and demons. The demonic domain suffered grievous blows, yet their ability to reproduce and adapt for survival surpassed all others, and their combat prowess surged rapidly. The demon clans within the demonic domain were similarly divided into myriad tribes, each with its own culture and beliefs that a faction of demons yearned for the realm of light, biding their time, gathering strength, and awaiting the moment to annihilate and enslave the radiant world. Why should the weak and incompetent dwell in the darkness? Since the advent of that sun following the war of gods and demons, some demons began to resemble the humans of the light realm. They possessed the ferocity of demons coupled with the agility of humans, identifying themselves as the Human Demon Clan, WY amalgamating the strengths of both. They swiftly ascended from the demonic domain, emerging as a formidable race eager to conquer the world of light. On a dim night, with thunder rumbling and the sun and moon obscured, in a secluded stone cottage town. The winds howled fiercely as Shinda emerged from the drafty abode, tightening his tattered gray cloak before vanishing into the inky darkness. Before long, clap, 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 Shinda knocked on the door of a low stone house on Stone Street. Is the esteemed Master Shoying home? Who is it? How bothersome. It's the middle of the night. Come back tomorrow. A languid voice drifted from the dark interior, belonging to a young girl, sharp yet youthful. Master Shoying. Lives are at stake. I beg you, I will double your offering. Money, the universal remedy, held sway even in the demonic domain. Very well, for the sake of the demon god's benevolence, I shall accompany you, responded Shoying. A title of respect for the magicians in the demonic domain, akin to the sorcerers of the light realm. High-ranking mages possessed supernatural abilities, capable of curing ailments, casting curses, summoning storms, and raising the dead, thus earning widespread reverence. However, Shoying belonged to a lowly lineage, endowed with poor talent, having resorted to underhanded tactics to enter the Demon Academy. Lacking skill, she was assigned to this dismal location as the most junior mage. Creak! The black wooden door opened, revealing a young girl with a feathered headdress, clad in a black robe. Her chin sharp and her complexion pale that in her hand, she clutched a rather low-grade gray magic wand adorned with two dark red magic stones, which emitted a faint gray glow in the darkness. The magic wand symbolized her identity as a mage. Stepping outside, she covered her mouth and yawned, her cold eyes suddenly brightening as she caught sight of the elusive, bewitching star in the night sky. Particularly large and luminous tonight. What lives are at stake? Master Shoying. My wife has been in labor for 3 days without success, and today she is hemorrhaging, on the brink of death. Silently, Shoying recited incantations, pointing at the magic stone. The wand revealed a series of incomprehensible runes, and a dark smile crept across Shoying's features, unseen in the shadowy night. Very well, lead the way. Soon, within the drafty home, the door creaked open, revealing an elderly woman wrapped in a black scarf. Shoying entered the dimly lit room, approaching a dilapidated bed that a foul stench filled the air, and the flickering oil lamp cast weak light, revealing a woman in the throes of labor. Blood oozing beneath her. Breathless and drenched in sweat, the woman gasped for air. Shoying displayed an expressionless demeanor, showing no concern for the woman, suppressing her excitement as she awaited the moment. Stepping outside, she gazed at the starry sky once more. The bright, bewitching star seemed to draw closer, igniting her heart with delight, though she feigned indifference. Your lack of piety has offended the demon lord. Thus you have been cursed. Moreover, you carry the harbinger of disaster for the demonic domain. An urgent matter. This mage will report the truth. Your clan shall face extinction. Noble mage, I beseech you to spare us. We will expel the harbinger of disaster from our home immediately. It is not our doing. The elderly woman and Shinda were so terrified that their souls seemed to leave their bodies. The mage's words were, to them, akin to the holy sword of the cube, capable of determining life and death. Few are those unafraid of death. Even the most insignificant of creatures strive to survive. Moreover, the demon clan possesses little in the way of emotions. The Shoying's ashen face revealed a chilling smile amidst the darkness. Soon, from a nearby forest not far from the town, a series of hurried and heavy footsteps echoed, followed by the sounds of a body being flung into the pitch-black woods, punctuated by 2 blood-curdling screams. The rapid footsteps gradually receded, and shortly thereafter, a shadow silently leaped from a great tree. It was none other than the expressionless Shoying, her heart secretly rejoicing that in the darkened sky, the particularly bright, bewitching star had finally moved above the forest. A beam of icy starlight, invisible to others, sliced through the void at an elusive speed, descending and rapidly contracting into a single point of light, speeding towards the mother. Shoying tightly gripped the low-level, gray-white magical crystal bead on her staff. Whether from excitement or anxiety, her palms were slick with perspiration. Her dark red lips parted repeatedly, revealing her gray-white, ghastly teeth, 2 of which were particularly sharp. She fervently intoned a spell. Oh, great ancient demon lord. I am your most devout follower. Please bestow upon me the mightiest of powers, and I shall serve you eternally. A cacophony of infant cries erupted from the forest as the mother successfully delivered a baby girl. A gift from the demonic heavens. Both mother and child were safe. To Xiaoying's initial anticipation and delight gradually morphed into a tempestuous unease, for the point of light brushed past her and entered the mother's body. Specifically, the infants. How could this be? How can this be? That point of light was meant for me. Her countenance darkened, transforming into a mask of malevolence, her ashen face now marred by fury and malice. With elongated, bony fingers tipped with black nails, she inched closer to the mother and child, her voice becoming increasingly shrill. It did not enter my magic lair, but what does that matter? Devouring you both would still be a grand opportunity for me. Chomp, chomp, chomp. The forest echoed with the grotesque sounds of flesh being torn apart, followed by two agonizing screams. The mother, regaining consciousness momentarily, soon succumbed to a death that would not grant her peace. Did I end Xiaoying's hands? A dark red heart pulsated, soon accompanied by a chilling sound of chewing. The beating heart was crushed between her sharp teeth, blood splattering across her ghastly visage that a gust of wind swept through, scattering dry leaves, along with a sinister laughter that echoed hauntingly. Chomp, chomp, chomp. It was not you, but that matters not. It must be her, with a final series of infant cries, followed by the sound of claws tearing through flesh and bubbles escaping. The baby's wails abruptly ceased, replaced by a horrifying symphony of chewing. Thus, the most sinister and venomous of demonic stars was born in the universe. Chapter 18. The River of Realms. At the edge of the Dark Realm and the Demon Domain lies an expansive, boundless starry river. This river stretches endlessly, devoid of time, light, life, and color. It is an abyss of ink blackness, where only the rarest of celestial bodies exist in a sparse, silent death. That it is a maelstrom of temporal storms and spatial turbulence. A chaotic wind of grayish mist. Following the Super Demon Wars, this place has only been further shrouded in the black void of unknown realms that annihilate all, occasionally colliding with the gray winds. It forms a tempest of death and destruction, capable of incinerating even the divine. This is the river that separates the dark realm from the light realm, the River of Realms, regardless of which side intends to launch a large-scale offensive against the other. Passage through this river, a symbol of death, is inevitable. Hence, the dark realm and the light realm have maintained a long-standing truce. Yet within the cosmos, death is not absolute. No being, no creature can escape the laws of mortality. Not even gods and demons. Before the Super Demon War, only beings of divine rank could cross the River of Realms. Ordinary martial cultivators could only traverse it using artifacts of great divine status, while exceedingly rare anomalous beings could also pass. However, those anomalous beings without divine rank would merely perish in the endless expanse of the starry river unless they could ascend to divine status in this dark and solitary domain. But ascending to divine status is no simple feat. Only through immense trials, unparalleled perseverance, extraordinary talent, and fortuitous encounters can one achieve such a pinnacle. Thus, attaining divine status is no easy task. The ancient Xian world belongs to the Light Realm and is the closest life star to the River of Realms. This life star is a part of the broader life domain of the River of Realms, and the situation of the ancient Xian world is dire, remote, perilous, and significant, yet out of reach. It is fraught with contradictions and challenges, making progress exceedingly difficult. Galalu Igiagia, Ale Guju Guju Ali, Soan Isahai, Hayanai Hayaji, Igiagia. The above is an ancient love song, the lyrics expressing, "Ah, my lovely girl, you are so beautifully captivating. Someone has long cherished you, that to provide you with a happy life. I must venture to the city to work, earn money, and return to give my beloved a warm home, that on that mountain path. She and her sister have come, so enchanting that one cannot help but be entranced. The carriage to the city has arrived, and despite 1,000 reluctances, I must depart, determined to earn money to provide you with a warm home. Tonight, the stars shine brilliantly. The sky is dotted with stars, and the moonlight cascades down in pure beams, draping the endless mountains in a thin veil of silver, rendering them ethereal, tranquil, and mysterious. Under the starlight, The small town of Megu ignited a roaring bonfire, with melodies of song filling the air as people danced in celebration. The Shurjia courtyard was destroyed, and those demons received their just desserts, restoring clarity, tranquility, and warmth to Megu, allowing its people to live blissfully. Hey, Silver Fox young hero, Yunyang, come dance, come on, hee hee. As Yunyang was being bombarded with inquiries by Lingxi, the sprightly little Aijia, like a swallow, grasped his hand and led him to the bonfire. The youthful Aijia and Aji danced joyously around the fire, performing the bonfire dance. Hey, with every few steps, they would let out boisterous cries, brimming with youthful energy for the first time in history. Yunyang found himself dancing, hand in hand with a girl, his handsome face flushed. Whether from the heat of the bonfire or shyness, he could not tell. Occasionally, while dancing, little Aijia would steal glances at the dashing young man who had saved her family and the people of Megu. Her heart fluttering, her cheeks burning. Fortunately, under the cover of night, the bonfire allowed her to grasp his hand a little tighter, fearing the loss of such a splendid young man, so extraordinary that he would surely be the object of affection for many young girls and destined for an even brighter future beyond Megu. Suddenly, Yunyang was pulled away, and Lingxi felt a strange sensation. Watching Aijia's affectionate glances at Yunyang, a peculiar feeling blossomed within her, accompanied by an indescribable taste that welled up. She downed a bowl of rice wine in one go, her willow leaf brows knitting together. What is wrong with me? He is merely a waste, and once he... Hey, little fairy, come join us and dance. Let us dance together. Lost in her thoughts, Lingxi was surrounded by a group of young men who pulled her into the dancing circle. The number of dancers increased, and the bonfire blazed brighter. The exuberant calls of the young men and the sweet songs of the young women resonated under the moonlight, heralding a bright era for Megu. In stark contrast, the ancient Xian world was engulfed in the flames of war. Strange phenomena manifested between heaven and earth. While resources for ordinary martial cultivators were on the rise, those for high-level cultivators dwindled. In the struggle for high-level resources, the Xuanwu continent and the Fengwu continent were engulfed in smoke and war, casting a shadow of conflict over both supercontinents and extending to the ancient Xian world. The armies of the Shishu kingdom were gathering at the borders, supplies continuously flowing into the Iliang region as camps were established. Banners waved in the mountains, and the gentle slopes gradually transformed into sprawling military encampments. Sharpening their weapons and honing their skills with great fervor, in the realm across the river, the Shang dynasty, the very kingdom that houses the ancient city of Jiazhou, finds itself in a state of profound decay. The Shang royal family, consumed by indulgence, and the nobility, steeped in debauchery, have rendered the dynasty a mere shell of its former self, riddled with afflictions and teetering on the brink of collapse. Lawlessness reigns, with bandits and marauders plundering the land, as the once mighty dynasty sways perilously in the tempest of its own making. The decadence that has persisted for years has destabilized the ruling power, leading to a disintegration of unity and the emergence of ambitious warlords and tyrants across the realm. Those who have entrenched themselves in power, driven by self-interest, find it inconceivable to rally and fight. The allure of opulence and a life of luxury is too great to abandon. Thus, the ruling elite resort to conscripting the lowly commoners, who constitute the backbone of their military endeavors, sending them to their deaths, a grim and unyielding choice for the vested interests. Consequently, the plight of the people deepens, with scenes of conscription and despair unfolding everywhere, as adult males are seized from their families, leaving their households in disarray. As the conflict intensifies, even the elderly and the youth become targets for conscription. Yet, the rulers of this dynasty remain oblivious to the suffering, reveling in their feasts and merriment. The brutal realities of war have cast a long shadow over the inland ancient city of Jiazhou. In a corner of the Boundary River, there exists an immense black hole, a swirling vortex of heat and flames. Here, even the mightiest of deities would be incinerated by the blazing fire of Taishian Tianyang, leaving naught but ash. Each day, the sun descends into this colossal abyss, only to be replaced by another sun rising from the opposite side. Within this enigmatic realm, countless suns exist, some having lost their vitality over eons and now drifting aimlessly as lifeless celestial bodies. While others harbor life, the Xuanji Tian clan, the Sun God clan, whose formidable beings select the most powerful sons and daughters to harness the energy of these suns, casting their brilliance across the realms. Adjacent to this gargantuan black hole lies another, a realm of chilling darkness where frost blankets the landscape and the cold winds howl mercilessly. Here, beings of lesser divine status are frozen into oblivion by the Tai Xian Yinji Guang. Amidst this desolation, many moons reside, and as the sun sets, the mature moons ascend gracefully, casting their silvery glow and purifying the malevolent energies of the world below. Even the abandoned moons, no longer capable of illuminating the cosmos, are home to life. The Moon God clan, equally powerful, with their mature moons guided by potent sons and daughters who radiate their light across the realms. During the epic battles of gods and demons, Xuanji Tian became a primary target for the demon realm's assaults, as well as a vital bastion of protection for all worlds. Following the cataclysmic conflicts that shattered the heavens and earth, the two colossal black holes were collectively referred to as the Xuanji Tian domain, where the sun and moon realms thrived. The legends of the Sun Sovereign and Moon Sovereign emerged, with tales of their reincarnation circulating, and whispers that they were once a singular entity. While these stories abound, the current rulers navigate by the stars, seeking the Xianyang Saint Body, Xianyang Ji, in the Sun realm, and the Xianyin Saint Body, Yun Ji, in the realm of Meigu. These two women, strikingly alike, differ only in that Xianyang Ji has reached a formidable level of power, while Yun Ji has yet to embark on her martial journey. Though a day will come when, nestled between these two black holes lies a paradise, a vast celestial sphere reminiscent of an idyllic oasis that on one side, the sun blazes fiercely, while the other is encased in ice. With lush greenery flourishing in between, flowers blooming year-round, and the ground adorned with lakes where celestial cranes sing melodiously. Towering pavilions grace the skies, and golden crows emit radiant light. The aura of Xuanwu here is so dense that it forms streams flowing into the great rivers and seas, granting vitality and longevity to all creatures. Even the common folk can live for centuries, yet this realm does not produce ordinary beings. Even pigs undergo evolution into formidable beasts. This is none other than the Xuanji Tian sacred ancestor star. The sacred star, amidst this starry expanse, 3 coal-black dragon horses glide like streaks of light before gently descending upon a floating pavilion that a sound of weeping emanates from one of the carriages, belonging to a young girl, who, upon awakening, is overwhelmed with sorrow, her voice tender and heart-wrenching. "Woo, I want my brother, woo-woo, bad guy. I want my brother." Her small face is streaked with tears, and her frail body trembles, evoking a profound sense of empathy. She is the young Yun Ji, who had joyfully returned from trading with her brother, only to be separated from him in an instant. Be quiet. Are you not exhausted from your incessant wailing? "You've made this journey a futile endeavor," retorts a girl in a fiery red dress, strikingly similar to the weeping Yunji. Xianyangje, in her typical fiery temperament, she would have swatted away this whimpering child. But upon realizing the resemblance, she is momentarily taken aback. In the vast cosmos, there exists someone who mirrors her so closely, and she feels the pain of Yunji as if it were her own. From a carriage adorned with crimson jade, a figure cloaked in a radiant aura emerges, their features obscured, and their attire indistinct as all the passengers disembark. They follow the luminous figure toward a grand hall, an edifice of impressive stature and shimmering gold, inscribed with grandiose ancient pictographs that read, Xuanji Tian Hall. A woman draped in pure white silk, her garments flowing gracefully, emerges from the carriage, even with her face veiled. Her ethereal beauty captivates the senses. Her skin is as delicate as snow, her enchanting phoenix eyes sparkling with clarity, exuding an intoxicating fragrance, her voice sweet as a lark, and her steps as graceful as a lotus. This woman seems to belong to the heavens. Should she descend to the mortal realm, she would undoubtedly bring calamity to nations. As she approaches, the dizziness from her radiance leaves onlookers spellbound. Sister Xianyangji, please accompany our master, that I shall look after your sister here. She gently states, "Very well, I shall trouble Sister Xianyu then." Xianyangji responds obediently, making her way toward the resplendent hall, imbued with the essence of Xuanwu. Xianyu gracefully approaches, enveloping the tear-streaked Yunji in her embrace. producing a handkerchief to wipe away the girl's crystalline tears, her tone tender and soothing. Yunji, my dear sister, let us not cry. I have tales of your brother Yun Yang to share. The weeping ceases abruptly, as Yunji, with tear-filled eyes, gazes up at the fragrant lady. Sister, how do you know my brother's name? Do you know him? But he has never mentioned you. Xin Yu's laughter rings like silver bells. If not for her veil, her smile would outshine the stars, leaving the moon in shadow. I knew you would perk up at the mention of your brother. Of course I know him. We are good friends and I even gifted him a jade token for entry into Xuanji Tian. For the first time, a bright smile graces Yunji's face. Really, sister? Does that mean I can see my brother soon? You have no idea how much I miss him. I dream of him all the time. Xin Yu takes Yunji's hand, leading her slowly toward the hall, their movements resembling a delicate dance in the air. As Xuanji Tian Hall hovers in the void, akin to a different dimension. Well, my dear sister, you cannot meet your brother just yet. You must wait until either you or he can traverse time and space. However, your brother is but a mortal. His circumstances are dire, and with the late awakening of his martial potential, it is likely only by you diligently cultivating your martial skills can you reunite with him sooner. A frown creases Xian Yu's brow as she contemplates the truth that Yun Yang is in essence a waste. Whether he can survive long enough to ascend remains to be seen. Yet, to soothe the sibling's yearning, she had bestowed upon him a jade token, weaving a comforting illusion for Yunji that no, my brother is the strongest. He began caring for me when he was younger. Many people go without warm clothes, but he bought me a cotton coat. I know he often goes hungry and cold, but he always gives me the best. Yunji vehemently defends her brother, unwilling to hear any disparaging remarks, even as she is aware of some truths, like the debt collectors who came, and how her brother shielded her with his frail body, enduring unspeakable harm. Yet in her heart, her brother is everything. Merely the thought of my elder brother brings forth crystalline tears that involuntarily glisten in my eyes. Chapter 20. The Demon Martial Tower. The sun, as large as a basin, slowly traverses the dark, gray clouds, casting a faint light upon the pitch-black realm of the demon domain. The air within this dark world is tinged with a sinister hue, saturated with a metallic scent. The entirety of the demon domain is shrouded in shades of black, gray, and white, from the rivers and lakes to the sanguine lifeblood of all living beings, the demon blood flowing like ink. In the inky blackness of the forest, Xiao Ying, with her sharply defined, gray-white visage, bears a chillingly satisfied smile. Residues of blood cling to her sharp fangs as she indulgently extends her long, grayish nails. Crimson tongue licking away the remnants of tender infant brain matter. Her originally gray-white eyes now glimmer with a sinister sheen, signifying the calamity of blood. Chitter-chatter, all are my slaves. I am the sovereign of the demon domain. All living beings exist to serve and produce delectable sustenance for me. I am the Demon Lord. Glade, a sizable settlement of the demon-human race, features an array of peculiar stone houses, no more than 5 stories high, distributed across the gently undulating terrain surrounded by mountains. They produce a variety of goods and engage in the trade of resources from martial cultivation. Adjacent to a hillside, all converge here. It is the Demon Martial Tower. Much like the Xuanwu Tower of the Luminous World, it selects martial bodies, opens martial nests, and identifies those with latent potential. The Demon Martial Tower consists of 5 levels and 9 corners, with a dark, towering spire piercing the sky, crowned by a gigantic sword of oily dark red, representing the invincibility of the demon realm. The holy sword of the Demon Cube. Xiao Ying arrives once more at the Demon Martial Tower, having previously achieved only the lowest level of martial prowess. Her combat power was merely at the 3rd tier of the apprentice realm, a result that did not satisfy her ambitions. However, this time, confidence radiates from her dark red brows as she weaves through the bustling crowd and directly enters the tower. Now a novice mage, she possesses numerous advantages. Inside, the darkness prevails, but the magical stones emit a grayish light, allowing her to navigate the process smoothly. The announcements echo throughout the tower, proclaiming her martial prowess. 1,000 pounds. Demon Martial Power. Level 2. Demon Martial Soul. Level 4. Demon Martial Magic. Level 5. Comprehensive Martial Combat Power. Entry level, Level 1. Congratulations, Xiao Mage Level 3. Note: the ranks in the demon domain are comparable to those in the luminous world, yet the ferocity and combat power of the demons are akin to that of evolved ferocious beasts. Surpassing the strength of humans in the luminous realm, in a series of castle-like structures lies the Demon Court, a place dedicated to the training of mages. Point 1 building, approximately 3 stories tall with an oval spire. Features a magical staff embedded with countless magical crystals that points towards the dark sky. Occasionally, a long, mournful toll reminiscent of a death knell resonates from the top. This is the magical cathedral, where magic students undertake their quests. Xiao returns to the Demon Court, met with a chorus of scorn, astonishment, and envy. The despicable, lowly demon-human race, that wretched girl. If not for her time in the academy, she would surely bear the marks of 2 feet upon her face. Indeed, I heard she poisoned her neighbor and usurped their position, even taking on their name. As a result, she has struggled in the Demon Court. Relegated to a remote town, Duppy is especially cautious around her. She stops at nothing to achieve her goals. At just 12, she seduced her then best friend's man and stole his promotion reward. Ah, haven't you heard? She is already a demon god-level martial nest. That's right, she has reached the realm of martial entry. My heavens, did you not notice her black robe adorned with 3 white stripes? A level 3 mage. How could she undergo such a transformation in just 6 months? How has she garnered the favor of the Demon Lord? Xiao dons the new student robe of the Demon Court, her sharp face held high, entirely unconcerned with the murmurs surrounding her. Only strength matters. Those past and present slights, insults, and mockeries. I remember them all. Point 1 day, you shall either kneel before me, kissing my feet, or become my nourishment. With her head held high, she strides into the magical cathedral. Dong, 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 buzz, buzz, buzz. The cathedral resonates with a dizzying toll, yet to the denizens of the demon realm, it is a melodious chime. The magical instructor, draped in a brown robe, wields a staff emanating a black magical light representing destruction. Kneeling before the instructor, Xiao clasps her hands together with a devout expression. Almighty Demon Lord, I am your most devout follower. Please bestow upon me supreme magical power, and I shall forever serve you. The magical staff of the instructor emits a white glow, inscribed with magical runes. Quest: contribute 5 entry-level magical food items to the demon god ancestor. Liver: failure results in a decrease of martial comprehensive power by 1 level. Success results in an increase of martial comprehensive power by 1 level. Xiao is not one to take risks. She understands that life is singular, and once dead, no one will pity her, nor will anyone remember her. If a task can be accomplished with intellect, she shall not resort to brute force. Thus, her initial power level, that is, her martial prowess, remains relatively low. Only when she possesses a 200% certainty will she personally take action. In a remote area of Glade, the Gao Jimu family, residing near the forest, survives through hunting. Their appearance closely resembles that of the orc race in the luminous realm. Rugged, dark-skinned, and possessing some magical prowess. Point 8 family members dwell in a house constructed of stone and mud, with a small river in front serving as their source of life. As night falls completely, they begin their dinner. Thank you, Demon Lord, for bestowing food. The night sky is as dark as ink, and the air is heavy with foreboding. The dilapidated stone house echoes with the cries and wails of children. As flickering lights illuminate the gloom. Point 3 children weep, their mouths spewing black blood, darker than ink, pouring forth in torrents. Soon after, their eyes begin to bleed black, followed by their ears and noses, their gray-white faces stained with the sinister fluid, a horrifying sight under the dim, wavering oil lamp. Gao Jimu's father feels waves of pain surge through his chest, his head pounding as if struck by a hammer, darkness enveloping his vision, his eyelids heavy and unyielding that a wave of dizziness washes over him. And he collapses to the ground, blood streaming from all 7 orifices, his tongue, blackened like charcoal, writhing in agony. Ah, my husband Gao Jimu, my head aches unbearably, I cannot breathe. The stone house descends into chaos amidst the agonized cries. As the flickering oil lamp is knocked over by the writhing Gao Jimu, the commotion within the house gradually subsides. That a shadow, ghostly in its movement, approaches, its gray-white face devoid of emotion. The door is pried open with a small knife, and a low-level magical staff emits a faint glow. Scattered on the ground lie several members of the demon-human race, Gao Jimu glaring fiercely at the intruder, trembling as he points a shaky finger. Wailing, despicable, vile, shameless, poison you, are also of the demon-human race. The shadow responds with sharp, mocking laughter. Ha ha ha! What human race, what demon race? I am Xiao-Ying, the sovereign of the demon domain. You should be grateful to the demon god ancestor. It is a privilege to become my trophy, to serve as sustenance for the demon god ancestor. Pray for a deeper darkness to envelop the demon domain. Thud, 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 after a series of agonized screams. The dark stone house is filled with the sound of disembowelment. Dong, dong, buzz, buzz, buzz. Xiao-Ying enters the cathedral, extracting several oily black livers from her pocket and placing them upon the gleaming altar. She then kneels reverently before the magical instructor, whose staff radiates a black magical light above her head. Congratulations. You have done well. You are rewarded with a level entry magical dagger. The demon god ancestor shall bestow upon you power. Ding, the crisp sound of a level up resonates. As her martial combat power ascends to level 2, the magical staff again glows with white light. Quest: 10 magical liver, 10 pounds of magical blood. Complete 1 preservation task. Success results in an upgrade. Failure results in a downgrade. Chapter 21. The Little Monk. Come and take my life with a resounding bang. The young monk Yunyang, en route to the Sword Peak, was suddenly struck by a shadow descending from a towering tree, sending him flying with a single punch. Instantly, blood stained his chin as he tumbled down the narrow mountain path, his head buzzing and eyes sparkling with stars. Yet disregarding the pain, he continued to roll down the slope. With a crash, a stone that had previously blocked his path shattered into fragments, scattering in all directions. Little monk, come and take my life, the shadow called out, its massive figure nimbly leaping on the mountainside like a rabbit. In recent days, Yunyang had felt his progress stagnating, having nearly completed his body refinement. But with the old Buddha withholding the teachings, he found himself stuck at the 8th level of the disciple realm. Moreover, in his deadly encounters with Shursang, he had come to realize the crucial importance of systematic martial arts and weaponry. During his last confrontation with Shursang, Lingxi had suppressed the threats by his side and, coupled with a surprise attack, he had emerged victorious. Without Lingxi's support, he believed he would have met his demise. Luck could not be relied upon indefinitely. He needed to grow stronger. Thus, he resolved to practice the systematic sword techniques at the Xuanji Sword Academy at Sword Peak. As dawn's darkness enveloped the land, thick fog swirled through the mountains, and unexpectedly, he fell prey to a stealthy assault. Finally recovering from the second attack, he executed a hawk-like leap, advancing rather than retreating. Tianzhao Divine Fist explode with a series of impacts. Bang, crack, boom. The large and small figures were sent reeling from the collision of fists. Yuan Luo could hardly believe his eyes. This young man had grown so formidable. He had thought his rapid enhancement from devouring corpses would grant him an edge, yet he felt an undeniable suppression. Now, not only did his soul ache from the blows, but the young monk's innate power had also surged. The point of contact between their fists inflicted piercing pain from flesh to bone, igniting a furious fire within Yuan Luo, twisting his gray face into a grimace. You little brat, Shursang's head is mine. Since you've killed him, I shall take your life instead. Soul-claiming fist, die. Shursang's tattered red wedding attire billowed, conjuring dark energy like a protective shroud, amplifying his already massive form. Yet his speed remained undiminished as he lunged ferociously at Yunyang. Observing Yuan's furious expression, Yunyang was taken aback, bewildered by the turn of events. Bang, boom. Yuan Luo was struck as if by a heavy club, sent flying like a ball. He began to understand how Shursang had met his end. The seemingly decayed bones were more soul-devouring than Yunyang's fists and harder than diamond. Yuan Luo, having awakened to his potential amidst the convergence of the 9 stars, was uncertain whether it was pain or something else that caused the tears to well up on his gray-white face. Incongruous with his massive body, though his tattered clothing was fitting. Wu, Shursang and his minions killed my parents and family, abducted my sister Ajima on my wedding night, then pursued me relentlessly to the Millennial Graveyard, where they butchered me and tossed my body into the little water pond. Ha ha ha, heaven sees all. That night, I rose from the dead. Tell me, should I not avenge such a grave enmity? Merely slaying a few of their lackeys is insufficient. How can I face my deceased father and mother, my departed wife? You've slain the key figure. Do you not deserve to die? Yunyang was not a person inclined towards slaughter. Yet upon hearing Yuan Luo's words, he found himself empathizing. It resonated with his own desire to kill Shi Sang without Ling Xi's intervention. Furthermore, he had heard whispers of Yuan Luo's plight from the villagers, which had deterred him from pursuing Yuan Luo relentlessly. Stirring a sense of sympathy within him, he furrowed his brow slightly. Very well. I shall spare you today, but remember that all misfortunes are not excuses for your malevolence. Let bygones be bygones regarding the desecration of graves. But do not let me catch wind of any further reckless actions. He sheathed his club and rubbed his forehead where Yuan Luo had ambushed him. It throbbed painfully. Turning away, he gritted his teeth and vanished into the morning mist as Yunyang distanced himself. Yuan Luo grimaced in pain and slowly rose. He, foolish boy, still a child at heart. Your compassion and kindness are your greatest weaknesses. The soul-devouring body, a splendid boon. One day it shall become my nourishment. Just then, as Yuan Luo chuckled darkly, a massive net ensnared him, and a figure rushed forward, delivering a crushing blow. When a nation falls and a family is shattered, how can one merely watch with amusement? Take him away. Several armored soldiers, gripping their spears, approached Yuan Luo. Move. Hurry up. If you linger, we might just have to kill you. You've stumbled upon fortune. Go eat imperial rations and remember to thank us when you rise to prominence. To reach Sword Peak, the ancient city of Jiazhu was an unavoidable stop. Along the official road in the bustling town of Jiading, dozens of miles away from the ancient city, the sound of urgent hoofbeats echoed closer. Giddy up, giddy up! A sleek black steed galloped towards them, stirring up a cloud of dust in its wake. General Huang, the situation ahead is dire. Marshal Shang has urgently commanded that we reach the Iliang battlefield as swiftly as possible. Even though General Huang was robust, his armor soaked with sweat, he halted his warhorse to gulp down water. Shielding his forehead with the reins, he squinted at the blinding sun, which felt dizzying. With a heavy sigh, he lamented, "In my lifetime on the battlefield, I have found the scorching sun unbearable. What of these? Merely to shield arrows and meet death." General Huang's thick brows and large eyes gazed at the recruits stumbling forward under the scorching sun. Reminiscent of a furnace, he shook his head, and a newcomer furrowed his brow and remarked, "General Huang, military orders must not be disobeyed. Even if it means flying into the flames like moths, it is their destiny to sacrifice themselves for the glory of the Shang dynasty." What glory is there in sacrificing oneself merely to allow the nobles to indulge in their feasts? Such thoughts could only be contemplated silently. With a resigned sigh, General Huang tightened his legs, urging his steed to advance with a rhythmic sound. "Warriors, muster your spirits. We shall march to Iliang to fight for our nation, etching glorious chapters with our fervent blood. To die in battle is to preserve our noble spirit. To triumph is to become the revered heroes of the masses. Especially you young men, you must bravely slay the enemy, igniting the fire of youth with your passionate blood, cleansing the world with your sacrifice, and safeguarding our land, as well as the parents, wives, and children we hold dear, that we defend our kin and our brethren with our victories." Along the way, generals indoctrinated and inspired these recruits, urging them to charge into the fray as cannon fodder. Yet it was these unfortunate souls, driven by the need to fill their bellies, who were destined to spill their blood while the nobles reveled in their palaces, ready to flee at any moment. Yuan Luo's until the clash of blades, the sounds of clink, clank, and bang, bang filled the air. The warriors, in the throes of a fervent battle, were engulfed in a gruesome display of carnage, with severed limbs and scattered remains everywhere. Suddenly, the forces of the Western Shu Kingdom began to retreat, revealing rows of fiery siege engines, archers, and crossbowmen. Fire! The sky was soon darkened by a torrential rain of arrows, raining down upon the unprepared troops of the Shang dynasty. Those at the forefront were consumed by the inferno, rolling on the ground in anguish. Meanwhile, the Shang dynasty's commanding general, accompanied by his guards, was already fleeing in the opposite direction, having suffered consecutive defeats. He had long wished to escape, dispatching his trusted soldiers to hasten their retreat, fully aware that the tide of battle had turned against them, merely clinging to a faint hope for the arrival of reinforcements that might offer a chance for redemption. Kill, kill, kill! The crescent formation of the Western Shu Kingdom pressed forward with an unstoppable momentum, crushing all in its path. Cavalry charged into the flanks of the Shang dynasty's disorganized forces, while armored soldiers formed a killing formation. Encircling the remaining troops, turning them into mere fodder, the Yunyang spear was quickly severed by the enemy's standard weapons, forcing him to switch to a dog-beating staff as he leapt amidst the chaos. Just as he landed, bang! An armored soldier was dispatched with a brutal strike, but puff! Yunyang felt a sharp pain as a blade pierced his back. Several shields surrounded him, and disregarding his wounds, he leapt out of the encirclement. Calling out amidst the chaos, Yuan Luo, let us break through together. Yet searching left and right, he saw no sign of Yuan Luo that a wave of sadness washed over him. Yuan Luo was his only compatriot, likely perished on the battlefield. This was a battle of certain death. The disparity in strength was insurmountable at that moment. Yuan Luo, amidst the second wave of arrows, had taken advantage of the smoke from the burning injured soldiers to conceal himself. Dragging several bodies over for cover, he fervently recited an escape incantation, digging into the earth until he had burrowed several feet deep, his eyes glinting with a strange light. Once the slaughter concludes, under the cover of darkness, these will serve as great nourishment for my ascension. Perhaps that foolish Soul Eater will also meet his end on this battlefield, with so many superlative experts on the opposing side. Let us hope he isn't reduced to mere ashes. Cluck, 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 let the killing commence. The smoke of battle thickened, merging with the dark clouds above as the heavens rumbled ominously, casting a shadow that felt as if it would descend at any moment. The sounds of clashing weapons were accompanied by the unsettling noises of air being punctured. Uncle Yunyang's eyes burned with fury as he witnessed his elder brother, with whom he had shared heartfelt conversations just the night before, pierced by multiple black spears, blood floating in the dark void. Why must we engage in such slaughter? Observing life after life fall amidst the carnage, Yunyang felt his once fervent blood cool. As a disciple of the Buddha, he was no executioner. He did not understand the reason behind the killing. His memories lost, he felt no deep allegiance to the dynasty. His past ideals of uprooting the strong to aid the weak, of fighting for light, seemed irrelevant now. This was not a battle for justice, but for dominion. Yunyang's thoughts swirled chaotically amidst the bloodshed, yet he was determined to seize the body of the fallen veteran. The veteran's words echoed in his mind. He could not turn a blind eye as those weapons tore the veteran's body to shreds. Ling Yan pierces the clouds, the boundless dog-beating stick, his eyes aflame. Yunyang leapt forward, navigating the blades and swords toward the veteran's location, unwittingly channeling his Xuanwu energy into the magic bone in his hand. The bone radiated a haunting power, augmenting his combat prowess manifold. The chaos of battle enveloped him, and he could not count the number of cuts and wounds he sustained. His monk's robe was drenched in blood, both from foes and his own. Bang! An armored soldier's helmet was shattered, revealing the magic bone, a gift from the old Buddha, forged from the essence of soul, eating a vessel of fierce energy. Yunyang possessed innate soul attacks, unaffected by demon influence, should he break through or activate his devouring abilities. His power would soar. The enemy soldiers felt their souls shatter upon contact. Even as blades struck Yunyang, they too suffered soul-rending pain through their weapons. Bang, bang, bang. In his fervor to save lives and amidst the confusion, Yunyang became intoxicated with rage, charging forth through the blood-soaked battleground, his youth baptized in the crimson tide. The sound of shattering skulls filled the air, yet their life essence was automatically absorbed by the golden yin-yang martial nest. Encircled by the 9 stars convergence, the martial nest strengthened and solidified amidst the onslaught. Bang! Boom! When the last armored soldier who had pierced his uncle's head fell, the uncle's body crumpled to the ground. Ding! The martial nest leveled up amidst the chaos. Stage 1, 9th level. However, the enemy surged forth like a relentless tide. Cluck, cluck, cluck! The darkened sky was now filled with soul-eating crows, circling above, their presence heralding a feast upon the battlefield's spoils. Chapter 24. Xianin. The moon's radiance as the sun set in the west, the shadowy crows circled the moon, that a full moon hung high in the sky like a jade plate. The pristine moonlight casting a veil over the earth, which shimmered with a mystical aura that on the battlefield of Liang, sporadic fires still flickered amidst the thickening black smoke, wafting through the night breeze. The eerie wind swept across the dim battlefield, producing uncanny sounds, as the shadowy crows swooped down, plucking out an eye before soaring into the dark corners to revel in their feast. The black wolves in the forest caught the scent of blood, their green eyes glinting as they swiftly approached the battlefield. Puff! Huff huff! Crack crack! The first black wolf had already used its sharp claws to rip open a corpse, devouring its intestines with gluttonous abandon. Soon spectral wolves emerged, feasting upon the entrails, their heads crushed in the frenzy. Before long, jackals and even ants swarmed out, gnawing at the corpses on the battlefield, indulging in a sumptuous banquet. Yet, deep within the shadowy depths of the earth, the blood-soaked soil began to stir. In the burial heaven forest at Tianzhou Temple, the golden Buddha sat cross-legged beneath the Bodhi tree at the cliff's edge, observing the celestial phenomena of the night. His lips murmuring Buddhist chants. You little rascal, it's too early. Inside the main hall beside the golden Buddha, a flickering life oil lamp swayed unsteadily, growing dimmer as a gust of wind swept through the hall, extinguishing the life lamp. The base of the lamp was inscribed with Buddhist scriptures. Yunyang. The golden Buddha's robe billowed as if caught by an unseen wind, his fingers tightening around the prayer beads. His voice penetrating the dark expanse. 8 trials, 9 calamities, returning to unity. 8 deaths, 9 lives, 9 cycles of rebirth. 8 yin, 9 yang, 9 times of Chongyang, Buddha, demons, boundless Buddhist souls. The bell tolled of its own accord, resonating with the weight of the universe. The sound lingering long after, in a world bursting with vibrant blooms. In the celestial palace of Xuanji, Yunjie, who was practicing alongside Xianyu, suddenly clutched her chest and collapsed to the ground, her brother's memories fading from her mind. Her heart in turmoil. Brother, brother, brother. How could this happen? Whoa, brother, what has happened to you? You cannot abandon Yunjie. Xianyu's brow furrowed deeply, for she bore a mark from Yunyang. Yet the connection was growing weaker. She knelt beside the weeping Yunjie. Yunjie, it's all right. Let us perform the soul-calling dance together. The incense at the offering table burned, ethereal smoke rising high into the heavens, as several priests continuously lit incense, calling forth souls in prayer. Yunjie bit her finger, chanting spells to summon her brother, her blood dripping onto the yellow talisman inscribed with Yunyang's name. Approaching the altar, she and Xianyu adorned themselves with feathers, their ethereal figures beginning to dance. O radiant ancestral spirit of Xuanji, please bestow your vitality upon your people. Yunyang is currently besieged by encroaching darkness. O radiant ancestral spirit of Xuanji, please grant my brother supreme vitality. Yunjie is willing to repay with her life, using her blood to secure his eternal existence. In the vibrant land of Phoenix Dance, atop the ancient Wudong tree, a colorful nest cradled the lively and beautiful Lingxi, who was laughing and chatting with her sisters. Suddenly, a hollow feeling gripped her heart, causing her brow to furrow tightly. How could this be? The holy son of the Phoenix clan, Zihong Yin, asked with concern, Lingxi, what is wrong? Her sisters also noticed Lingxi's distressed state. What is the matter, Lingxi? Do you need to summon grandmother? In truth, ever since Lingxi was hastily brought back to the Phoenix Dance continent, the shadow of the foolish boy had lingered in her mind, refusing to fade. She could not fathom why, often cursing him as a foolish, useless, shameless being, occupying fragments of her memories. Yet, she couldn't help but ponder the matter of that so-called waste, who was, after all, not entirely incompetent. After a year of awakening his martial nest, he had ascended 8 levels. She had witnessed his tenacity and dedication to martial arts firsthand. Did I see a petty grave robber and a little rascal? No, he is a beacon of sunshine and righteousness, tirelessly aiding the weak and defending the oppressed, even at the peril of his own life, tending to the needs of ordinary mortals, and even assisting the vulnerable in their agricultural endeavors. Is he a demon? No, he possesses a heart of compassion, akin to that of a benevolent Buddha. Yet at this moment, the fragmented memories of the foolish woodhead are dissipating from his mind. How can this be? This celestial being intends to torment him for all eternity. Like a fleeting ray of light, she soars towards the sacred Phoenix land, arriving at the grand hall where, with a resounding thud, she kneels before Grandmother Phoenix. Her delicate face streaked with tears, her small hand clutching the hem of Grandmother Phoenix's garment, shaking it gently. Master, the foolish woodhead is not a demon. He is on the brink of death, but I refuse to let him perish. I wish to bully him forever. He possesses a heart of fervent love, as pure as the flames of Sierra's affection, and I do not want him to die. Thick smoke, the veil of night, and the chilling night breeze enveloped the battlefield of Ilyang. Beside the corpse of the old soldier, the bullet holes in Yunyang's body continue to ooze blood, almost entirely drained, his essence nearly depleted. His soul once again shrouded in silence and darkness. Breathing, heartbeat, have long since ceased. Yet the golden Inyang martial nest absorbs the Yi Ding, the infinite supplement of essence, allowed the shadow to finally shatter the long-standing bottleneck, achieving a breakthrough. Heh, Yi chirp chirp chirp. I am the king of Insha, the monarch of darkness. All sinister entities must kneel before my feet. Chirp chirp chirp. In the gloom, the shadow's grayish-white eyes were veiled by a misty crimson glow. As it commenced the search for the soul-devouring body that had occupied its thoughts, an instinct whispered that it had already succumbed to death, right on the battlefield. Dark clouds loomed, gradually obscuring the bright moon. As the battlefield grew increasingly desolate and shadowy, amidst the eerie winds, the shadow approached Yunyang, who was still in a deep slumber, ever so closer. Finally, under the shroud of night, those crooked black claws lunged toward the heart. Chapter 25. A life owed to me. The darkness before dawn enveloped the earth, as sinister beings slowly faded into the darker recesses. The shadow, just having raised its black claws, felt the hairs on its back stand on end. In an instant, it retracted its claw aimed at the heart and collapsed to the ground, sobbing, yet unable to squeeze out a single drop of yellow tear. Bang! The black claw struck fiercely against its own face, causing stars to burst in its vision and blood to gush from its nose. Alas, it was still devoid of tears. This was a ruthless character, who immediately fell to the ground. Zizizizi, a colorful orb of light ignited, tearing through the air, passing just a foot above its head, the intense heat singeing its hair and scorching its scalp. That it sensed the breath of death, its scalp tingling with unease. Yet fortunately, it possessed a unique sensitivity to danger. A fleeting light arrived in that instant. It was none other than Lingxi, accompanied by a man and a woman. Little Lingxi's complexion was the worst it had ever been, for she sensed that Yunyang had entirely lost his breath and heartbeat, his blood turning cold. With a delicate lift of her jade finger, a colorful flame orb appeared, illuminating the ink-black night, the air crackling with the sound of the flame. Yuan Luo, who had been feigning death, could no longer maintain his charade. As the only living anomaly present, he recognized the orb was meant to kill him. He had observed Lingxi's formidable prowess from the shadows that in a frantic tumble. He knelt and prostrated himself, his grotesque face contorted into a grimace. Wah, brother, fellow comrade. Boo-hoo, why must you depart this world so young? We promised to drink and explore the brothels together. With those enchanting sisters. Bang! The already demonized Yuan Luo could hardly muster coherent speech. Before he could finish his performance, a finger flicked him away from afar. Bang, thud! He flew several dozen feet before crashing heavily to the ground. His mouth full of dirt, losing 2 teeth and unable to catch his breath, that Lingxi's cold voice resonated. Do not let this fairy see you near Yunyang again. Yuan Luo, disregarding his pain, scuttled away in a hurried escape into the darkness. The accompanying woman spoke with an enchanting voice. Sister Lingxi, he does not seem like a good person. Why not just kill him outright? Little Lingxi crouched down before Yunyang, her heart wrenched with inexplicable sorrow upon witnessing the true demise of the foolish wooden boy. When foolish wooden boy was alive, he did not pursue this unfortunate fellow. His background is pitiful. In this moment, neither of them knew how to respond to their cousin, utterly bewildered as if their minds had gone awry during this outing. Yunyang shared the same sentiment. It was truly unexpected for this little sorceress to suddenly exhibit such kindness, risking her life to save him. After all, they had no profound bond, did they? Indeed, this was the case. Yet the overwhelming emotion swelling within Yunyang's heart was indescribable, as Lingxi's position in his heart steadily ascended. Just as a stalemate ensued, a beam of light enveloped them, transporting them to the Tianzhao temple. They resembled children who had erred, heads bowed in silence. Granny Foam cast a disapproving gaze at the golden Buddha, who sat meditating beneath the Bodhi tree, her tone laced with displeasure. You continue to feign ignorance. Let us see how long you can maintain this charade. The old Buddha finally opened his eyes, exuding calmness. Amitabha, all that occurs is predestined. Everything must unfold according to fate. Old monk, you chapter 26. Unequal treaties from a height of 3,300 jong. The resounding chimes of Tianzhou Temple echoed mightily. Beneath the Bodhi tree, Granny Feng's wrinkles revealed her meticulous nature. Firstly, Yunyang has already undergone the baptism of the Phoenix heavenly fire, thus belonging to the Phoenix collateral line, and must be ready to heed the call of the Phoenix clan at all times. Secondly, Yunyang has accepted a life gift from me, the Saintess, the future sovereign of the Phoenix clan. Do you understand what a life entails? It must be repaid with death, in loyalty to the Phoenix clan. 18thly, the Golden Buddha must return the sacred mulberry grass, one stalk each year. The Golden Buddha, seated on a Qingpu mat, was no longer passive, his expression darkening as he brushed aside the mountain wind that obscured his face. Amitabha, Phoenix girl, do not overreach. You have already acquired a servant, yet you still demand a stalk each year. Do you think cultivating grass is as simple as planting seeds? The Golden Buddha began to chant scriptures. Yunyang, internally anxious, pondered, what of my life? Do I still possess freedom? If possible, please take it back. I still wish to find my sister. Indeed, Yunyang had partially recovered some memories amidst life and death. Yet they remained incomplete, due to Lingxi's abrupt interruption when she whisked him away. He only remembered having a sister named Yunjie, from whom he had become separated, with little else remaining. Of course. Such trivial thoughts could hardly escape Granny Feng's keen perception. Her sharp gaze nearly pierced through his very soul. However, she was not one to press too far, merely glancing at Yunyang with a hint of irritation. Do not act cunningly after gaining an advantage. Had you not been a disciple of the old Buddha? Humph. Ultimately, the old Buddha bled from his mouth, having accepted too many unequal treaties. Yunyang had no choice but to passively sell himself. Should he become a formidable martial cultivator, he would serve the Phoenix clan. If he remained a waste upon his demise, his body would be refined to reclaim the Phoenix Lingxi's primordial heavenly Phoenix fire. The Phoenix clan vanished like a fleeting light in the sky, leaving an old and a young one disheveled in the wind, while the old Buddha's awareness expanded further, his hair growing longer. What is this awareness in hair? Everyone wondered. Amitabha, how has this Phoenix girl become so cunning, her bones nearly stripped to the marrow? The world is in decline. Master, I can't help but feel this is a conspiracy. Silence, bang. Just as the old Buddha commanded Yunyang to be quiet, he was struck by a sphere of light, his body flying uncontrollably through the air, his face contorted by the fierce wind. Humph, do not speak ill of me behind my back. Meanwhile, Feng Lingwu, traversing the void, looked at Granny Feng in confusion. Master, if we do not retrieve Lingxi's love fire, how will Lingxi ascend to sainthood? Zhuangjian shared similar concerns. The Golden Buddha and Granny Feng possessed the powers to separate and reclaim it, though it would inevitably impact Yunyang's martial foundation. Lingxi regained much of her spirit, casting a fierce glare at her cousins, while Granny Feng's inscrutable expression loomed. That day, the old Buddha and I observed the celestial phenomena. In the ancient mysterious world, and even the realm of light, inadvertently, we glimpsed Lingxi and Yunyang's main star. You believe it was Lingxi who saved Yunyang. It is both true and false. The Golden Buddha, fearing profound mysteries, would never accept a waste as a disciple. Thus, we allow his sole disciple to be tethered to our worship, and there is much yet for you to learn. Zhuangjian and Feng Lingwu gazed at Granny Feng with awe. Master is truly remarkable. If Yunyang truly rises to become a formidable force, he will still belong to the Phoenix clan, and even if he is a waste, the primordial essence will ultimately still be ours. No, I saved him because this foolish boy possesses a heart that empathizes with the world. I do not wish to turn gifts into transactions. You are far too cunning. In a plain surrounded by lush mountains and clear waters lay the Shang dynasty's royal city, where the aristocracy, still present, clutched national decrees, seals, treasury ledgers, and rosters, standing dejectedly in two factions outside the city moat. The banners atop the walls had all been replaced with white flags, symbolizing the end of a dynasty. In truth, the Shang dynasty was not weak. Rather, it was characterized by treacherous mountains and fertile fields, with a multitude of religions. However, martial cultivators remained independent from the dynasty, a norm throughout the ancient mysterious world, with many dynasties being manipulated by those super religions. The prosperity of a nation hinged on the sense of belonging of its martial cultivators and their willingness to serve their country. Requiring great wisdom. As the Grand Marshal of the Western Shu Kingdom received the surrender documents from the Shang dynasty, the Shang dynasty came to an end, its head severed to prevent future troubles. However, the common people were hardly affected, continuing their daily lives, working from dawn till dusk. Yet, the war was far from over. Across continents, small nations, large nations, vast tribes, empires, and super-empires, the flames of conflict raged on. The Western Shu Kingdom, which had just consumed the Shang dynasty, found itself in the sights of the Longhan Empire, a formidable power. Once targeted, such matters bore little significance to Yunyang. He merely felt regret in his heart. For what purpose was this war fought? To die once more, and yet become Sai. Clad in monk robes, fastening his leg straps, he embarked once again on his quest for knowledge. Alas, the boundless Buddha's hand of his master did not impart itself to him. Merely sketching an arcane symbol, too profound for him to comprehend at this stage. The Xiankong sword, actually a small sect, was more accurately described as a Taoist temple. Yunyang gazed at the plaque overhead, inscribed with ancient pictographs, filled with reverence, murmuring, Ba, words like swords, energy like rainbows. This is why I have longed to seek a master and hone my swordsmanship. Before he could finish, the voices of two young acolytes interrupted, disdainfully eyeing Yunyang, who, though older, remained merely an apprentice. Be gone. Little monk, you're a spy. Have you taken a wrong turn? This is a Taoist temple, not a Buddhist one. That they shoot him away. Yunyang felt helpless. These two 8- or 9-year-old acolytes possessed higher combat prowess, at least at the apprentice level. Humph. No wonder they call them bull-nosed Taoists. Even little brats are so arrogant. Were it not for my master's teachings, I wouldn't have come even if carried on a grand palanquin. Not one to yield easily, Yunyang turned away, a hint of disappointment in his stride as he made his way toward the great Buddha Zen temple. Just then, a senior disciple greeted him at the entrance. Ba, senior brother, the Grand Elder has instructed that you belong to the wandering segment, meaning you are to travel the world. Do not let the narrowness of the present blind your eyes. Venture forth into the vast skies and seas. Safe travels, senior brother. Creak. The door closed. Hey, don't close the door, Yunyang shouted, but the door remained shut, devoid of any echo. It must be my master. I shall return and inquire. When Yunyang again arrived at the Zhongtian forest. It was a primeval forest, and he searched thoroughly, yet found no trace of the Tianzhao temple at 3,300 zhang. Anxiously, he dashed and climbed through the steep mountains, but as the sun set, darkness enveloped the land, and once more, he ended the day empty-handed. Frustrated and unwilling to accept defeat, he scoured every corner of the shadowy woods. Yet after days of searching, the Tianzhao temple seemed to have vanished into thin air. Ultimately, he knelt sorrowfully at the edge of a cliff. Master, is this merely a dream? But how could it be? I have begun to recall some past events, how you saved my life, molded my body, opened the golden yin-yang martial nest, and tempered my essence and will, much like my grandfather, who has always urged my growth. Yet now, why have you abandoned me, master? Tonight, the sky was unexpectedly adorned with countless stars, their twinkling eyes seemingly responding to him. Sister, where are you? I will surely find you. At the precipice, a cool moonlight cascaded down, illuminating the still-growing form of the young boy. In the vastness of the world, devoid of kin, the slender figure shrouded in night mist appeared so solitary, so helpless. Chapter 27. Longhan Empire in the Cosmos. A polar star moved powerfully, disregarding its path, forming terrifying star formations with other polar stars, birthing countless fantastical celestial phenomena. The dark celestial bodies roiled, the chaos of gods and demons approaching once more, as ominous clouds obscured the sun, dimming the starlight. The black mist from the unknown realms began to stir once again, from the starry sky to the corners of every world, spawning numerous terrifying forbidden zones, composed of the souls of those fallen deities and demons, along with the unknown, the myriad realms of existence. including the demon realm and the abyss, shall bear witness to a tremendous upheaval, where malevolent forces proliferate, and darkness, depravity, greed, and slaughter become the prevailing themes. The ancient superiors, having perceived these ominous signs through the stars, have compelled the venerable Feng Laolao to hasten her return to the Fengwu continent to orchestrate all pertinent affairs. Concurrently, the Golden Buddha of Tianzhou Temple has dispatched avatars to initiate a counterstrike. As the Forest of the Buried Sky has decisively lifted its magical suppression, the demon realm and the elder generations of the cosmic realms are poised to unleash cataclysmic carnage. Yet, amidst this brewing storm, all realms remain ensconced in tranquility, akin to the calm before a tempest. As the Dragon Han Empire exerts its overwhelming might, the kingdom of Shishu opts for a path of peaceful integration. A fortunate circumstance for the common folk. Once war erupts, rivers of blood will flow, and countless souls will suffer. Who can remain unaffected? The Dragon Han Empire, a pinnacle of power on the Xuanwu continent, is governed by the Xuanji Sword Sect and a multitude of grand religious orders, all striving for the unification of the Xuanwu continent. That in this empire, martial prowess reigns supreme. Should one possess sufficient strength, they may ascend to the throne. Currently, the empire is overseen by 10 esteemed elders, among whom 8 hail from the Xuanji Sword Sect, with true authority resting in the hands of the 8 elders of the outer court. The 12 elders of the inner court, as well as the heads of both courts and the sect leader. Their might is unparalleled, shrouded in secrecy. In this world, no one has witnessed their hands in action. For once they do, it heralds the apocalypse. That in a remote corner of the Xuanwu continent, majestic peaks rise, each higher than the last, their summits piercing the heavens like colossal swords contesting for supremacy. Here lies the 80,000 sword peaks, the Xuanji Sword Sect. Within its confines, masters abound, continuously supplying the empire with warriors and talents, thus managing the vast Dragon Han Empire. That if one believes that the Xuanji Sword Sect solely focuses on swordsmanship, one is gravely mistaken. Being named the Xuanji Sword Sect implies a profound understanding of the Xian, a concept encompassing the myriad aspects of existence, from humans and demons to weapon forging, the very fabric of nature, the formation of arrays, and the celestial bodies of the universe. The sword merely serves as a conduit for this magical essence, with sword techniques being but one manifestation of its power. The sect's ultimate ambition is to unify the ancient Xian star domain and conquer the cosmos. However, the 80,000 sword peaks are not merely a collection of mountains. They stand as a sanctuary for martial cultivators seeking to draw closer to the heavens amid the grandeur of 100,000 mountains. Each peak is overseen by a dedicated elder who imparts knowledge, making the Xuanji Sword Sect a realm of coexistence between acceptance and competition. Though seemingly contradictory, it aligns with the principles of metaphysics. A vast ocean must inevitably experience storms, and within such inclusivity, conflicts arise. These storms and conflicts serve to ignite latent potential and enhance combat prowess. Other peaks host elite disciple sanctuaries. Should one possess sufficient strength and talent, they may challenge for access to these sanctuaries, thereby contributing significantly to the Xuanji Sword Sect and earning rewards. Thus, competition within the sect is fierce. The sanctuaries enhance martial cultivation exponentially. Who would not desire such an advantage? With combat prowess, one can attain everything. And even the Emperor of the Dragon Han Empire may vie for such opportunities. Ha ha ha. That being said, do not even mention the Emperor. Merely becoming a disciple of the Xuanji Sword Sect is an unparalleled honor. Spoke a handsome scholar, clad in snowy white robes, adorned with a striking red jade hairpin. Exuding an air of allure, that a 2-foot-long dark green jade flute was tucked into his jade belt at the tender age of 16 or 17. His beauty left many women envious. That he had met Yunyang in an ancient city, where Yunyang, lost in despair, was attempting to fend off bandits threatening an elderly woman selling baskets. Outnumbered, he was sent flying. Particularly after losing his master, feeling utterly alone in the vast world, like a drifting leaf without roots to be by chance, he encountered the enchanting youth's group who saved him, and they continued on together to seek knowledge at the Xuanji Sword Sect. However, Yunyang remained taciturn, a mere 13-year-old boy grappling with the loss of his only guardian, resembling an orphan, devoid of care or warmth from others, a profoundly unsettling sensation. Accompanying them was a girl, of similar age to the captivating youth. Though not breathtakingly beautiful, she possessed a youthful vibrancy that was pleasing to the eye, her voice sweet and melodious. Yunyang, cheer up. Our lives are composed of wind, rain, clouds, sunshine, and obstacles. Together they form a complete existence. Thus, we must learn to adapt to all facets of life and embrace the world with love, filling it with sunshine, she encouraged, still clad in a pale yellow monk's robe. Yunyang bowed with a single hand, saying, Amitabha, thank you, kind souls. Indeed, I have been foolish. I am grateful for your righteous intervention, which spared me from calamity that I never imagined I would be outdone by a frail girl who understands the importance of following one's heart and going with the flow. The enchanting youth rolled his eyes, his charm making those around him shiver. Hey, howdy Tian, could you refrain from being so flamboyant? You're giving everyone goosebumps. Honey Tian scowled in response to, go away. You're just jealous of my good looks. Yunyang, you ungrateful fellow. I thought you were a brooding hermit. Yet after I introduced you to the Dragon Han Empire and the Xuanji Sword Sect, you barely uttered a word. But now, a few words from the lovely Yulan have sparked your interest. I am quite parched. There's a tavern ahead, and today, I shall rob you, he declared jovially. The group, in the prime of their youth, was filled with a lively atmosphere. Yes, yes. Even a monk's chicken legs must be scraped for oil. Let us go, they chimed. They approached a modest roadside eatery, where a sign read Shanka Byway, quite amusingly, as they were about to venture into another bustling town. Haining. After a few rounds of drinks, another table nearby joined in. Let us hurry and eat before we hit the road. The Xuanji Sword Sect is currently recruiting students, and if we succeed in the preliminary selection, we can pay a single Xian crystal to access the teleportation array directly to the sect. A table of youthful individuals, unable to continue drinking, quickly rose to set off toward their destination, for they had come specifically for this purpose, in this region. Only Haining possessed a teleportation array that directly connected to the Xuanji Sword Sect. Typically exorbitantly priced, yet symbolically requiring only a single Xian crystal for those who succeeded in the selection. After paying for the drinks, Yunyang hurried to catch up with the group, having never even heard of what a Xian crystal was, let alone possessing one. He scratched the back of his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Brothers and sisters, what is a teleportation array, and what is a Xian crystal? Yulan's melodious voice floated through the air. Yunyang, a teleportation array is a passageway created by masters of space and time, allowing instant travel. That a Xian crystal is a common currency among martial cultivators, as they can refine it to elevate their ranks, much like ordinary people use copper coins. Yet a single Xian crystal is worth at least 1,000 taels of mercury. Yunyang's face turned crimson, his mouth agape. 1,000 taels of mercury. He wanted to express his financial woes, declaring that he had but a few copper coins left after paying for the drinks. Yulan, noticing Yunyang's embarrassment, smiled reassuringly. Fear not, Yunyang. I shall be here for you. Houndy Tian, ever the jester, teased. Indeed, I foresee a budding romance between you two. Ha. The youthful companions joined in the laughter. Yes, indeed. Our wedding banquet is secured. My dear, let us cherish every moment together and celebrate our union in the bridal chamber, shall we? How detestable. You all are so unseemly, just trying to amuse yourselves at others' expense. Chapter 28. The Xuanji Sword Sect. The Xuanji Sword Sect, with its undulating emerald mountains, towers into the clouds, where the rich essence of Xuanwu mingles with the billowing white clouds, enveloping the mountainside, evoking awe in all who behold it, that is at the heavens that soar, or the sword peaks that ascend higher. Since several days ago, those intending to take the examination have been arriving in droves from all corners, resulting in the surrounding inns and taverns being filled to capacity, with even the corridors laid out for makeshift sleeping arrangements, all in pursuit of entry into the sword sect to attain mastery and transform their mundane lives. Today, the sect is a veritable sea of humanity, bustling with excitement, for today marks the official examination day. Yunyang and his companions have been here for 2 days, having verified their registration. Each heart feels as if it were suspended in uncertainty, with anxious beats echoing within. For even with a thorough understanding of the examination rules, true peace of mind will only come once they have succeeded and become outer disciples, allowing them to finally put their worries to rest. Fortunately, the examination is fair, conducted uniformly by the 18 Xuanwu towers, each standing 9 stories tall, and featuring 9 corners. The Xuanji sword sect adheres to the principle of harmony between heaven, earth, and the universe, wherein the concept of 9 returns to 1. Thus, many matters relate to the numbers 1, 3, 6, 9, and 8, with 8 also representing the number following 9, as in the case of 9 plus 9 equals 18, 1 being the root of all creation. The Xuanwu towers stand tall and imposing. Their surface is a deep black, crowned by a 3-foot-long azure sword that pierces the heavens, seemingly capable of splitting the sky and tearing apart the darkness of the universe. The number of candidates is overwhelming. All 18 towers have been activated, and after several hours, there remains an excessive queue of examinees. This recruitment process is remarkably humane, allowing individuals under the age of 80 to participate, presenting a precious opportunity for those who have matured late. Bang, bang, bang. The Xuanwu Tower automatically expels those who engage in deceitful practices, and soon thereafter, enforcers arrive to brand them with a steel stamp on their foreheads, thereby barring them from entering any branch of the Xuanji sword sect. Soul Flute Heaven Comprehensive Xuanwu. Combat Power Value. Level 3. Najiulan Comprehensive Xuanwu. Combat Power Value. Level 4. At last, a few individuals successfully passed the assessment. In truth, most who arrive here have already undergone a preliminary examination locally. This is merely a re-examination to eliminate the deceitful candidates. Yunyang is the last of his group to enter the Xuanwu Tower. His face resolute as always, for with the presence of friends, a healing smile has returned to his still youthful countenance. Rumble. The stone door opens, and waves of ancient and profound Xuanwu energy rush forth, enveloping him. Yunyang relaxes his brow. He has indeed made the right choice. The moment he steps into the Xuanwu Tower, his racing heart calms significantly. Everything is incomparable to before. He firmly believes he is no longer the waste that the Xuanwu Tower had automatically expelled over a year ago. Approaching the power monument, he strikes it with a fist, and a mechanical voice resonates. 9,000 pounds, Xuanwu, combat power value, apprentice level heavenly. He effortlessly traverses the narrow passage filled with ominous winds. As the mechanical voice announces, Xuanwu, soul value, apprentice level heavenly. The surface of the bronze mirror ripples like waves as Yunyang swiftly selects thin threads of the same color from the myriad of waves. Tying them into living knots, the mechanical voice sounds again. 9 pairs of same color threads, 90 living knots, magical power value, apprentice level, max level. A beam of light shoots down from the tower's center, and Yunyang feels the warmth of the martial nest solidifying within him. The Xuanwu spiritual vein in his wrist extends throughout his arm, breaking through the shoulder armor. Ding! He advances to the beginner level of the Gate Realm. The mechanical voice announces, "Congratulations, Yunyang, Golden Light Martial Nest. Comprehensive Xuanwu Combat Power Value, Gate Realm, Level 1. When Yunyang steps outside the tower, he is taken aback. His companions look at him as if he were a monster. Notably, there are many inscrutable elders nearby, radiating an imposing aura, indicating that Yunyang is no longer a novice. Instead, after enduring a prolonged period of disadvantage, he has honed a level of alertness that surpasses his years. Moreover, his former master's identity is not to be underestimated. It is merely that the old sage chose not to impart teachings to him. The others begin to poke and prod at Yunyang, their voices incessantly exclaiming, "What the hell? How did you break through in the Xuanwu Tower? What is happening? Heavenly level, brother. Do you even comprehend what heavenly level means? A prodigy amongst prodigies, yet you remain in the apprentice realm, and your magical power value is so mismatched." Yunyang scratches the back of his head, unsure how to respond, contemplating revealing his past as a waste who had been abandoned by his master. However, the elders do not afford them time, and a beam of light swiftly whisks Yunyang away. Until the next day, when another beam of light returns him to the lodging of his companions. Everyone is still exhilarated from entering the academy, preoccupied with various mundane tasks and not dwelling on the matter of the elders. The new students are assigned to a row of linked accommodations in the outer courtyard. Soon, senior students arrive to guide them to the elders for their academy tokens, a jade badge the size of a thumb that records all their information. The elder casts a glance at Yunyang, his forehead creasing into a smile. "Little fellow, is your weapon made of bones? Are you from the beggar sect? Work hard, quickly earn points, and exchange them for a Qinggang sword at the weaponry department. You are a martial cultivator of the apprentice realm. Heavenly level. How can you be worse than mere mortals, lacking even a decent sword? The surrounding chatter is rife with disbelief. A heavenly level. How many exist in the world? Yet this boy remains in the apprentice realm, with no proper weapon to speak of. Could it be that the Xuanwu Tower has erred? Surely not. It is more likely that this fellow is simply foolish. Blessed by fate, yet too lazy to strive. Yunyang, of course, pays no heed to the gossip. He has endured far worse insults and maintains a smile on his face. Thank you, Elder. I will certainly strive to do my utmost. The academy is vast, encompassing various departments such as the Sword Academy, Rune Academy, Yin-Yang Academy, Formation Academy, Astronomy Academy, Heavenly Mechanism Academy, Craftsmanship Academy, and Military Strategy Academy. A single day is consumed merely by registering and familiarizing oneself with the Xuanji Sword Sect. And this is merely the introductory level of instruction. To delve deeper, one must ascend to the 80,000 main peaks. Many students lament, expressing that they cannot possibly learn it all. The enormity of the system raises the question of whether anyone can truly master it entirely. However, one thing is certain. Gaining even 1% of its essence could empower an individual to annihilate an entire clan or even a small nation, provided they are not under the protection of a super sect. For martial cultivators, such trivial matters are a waste of time, yet they must still acclimate to their surroundings. Otherwise, they risk becoming aimless within the vast academy. The linked accommodations for new students serve as the first barrier of the Xuanji Sword Sect. Arranged in a grid of 9 by 9, with 81 rooms forming a single unit, which are subsequently lined up in the first layer of the outer courtyard. Naturally, there are towering walls outside the units, high enough for 2 carriages to pass side by side. Every few miles, there are defensive sword pavilions, the strength of which no one in the world has ever witnessed. The walls extend from the Sect's plains all the way to the towering mountains, resembling a colossal dragon coiling around the land, with no end in sight. These linked accommodations are predominantly occupied by older students who have reached a plateau in their studies at the Xuanji Sword Sect and are reluctant to leave. Thus, they remain here, needing to pay in Xian crystal or complete tasks. Whenever the academy issues a task, compliance is mandatory, whether it involves going to the battlefield or assisting in repelling a tide of beasts. The vast academy quiets down by nightfall, as fatigued students gradually drift into slumber. Here, tranquility reigns, far safer than the chaotic outside world. No force would dare to intrude, as that would be akin to lighting a lantern in an outhouse, seeking death. The nights at the Xuanji Sword Sect are cloaked in a thin veil of mist, yet the sky remains pure, with stars twinkling brightly that a full moon glides leisurely through the thin clouds, its silvery light cascading down upon Yunyang, who continues to diligently cultivate. The Xian-Yin energy synchronizes with his breath, continuously absorbed by the martial nest, simultaneously fortifying his physique. The Xuanwu spiritual vein extends further. This is the Gate Realm. It turns out that besides the 9 levels, there is also a heavenly level. Heavenly level unrivaled under heaven. Therefore, the Gate Realm must also reach the heavenly level. Chapter 29. Inner Dan and Runes to cultivate the Xuanji sword technique. One must first possess a skill. Without a skill, one is but a mortal. Those who come here to learn surely aspire to compete with the heavens, a blooded martial cultivator sweeping through the starry domains. Where does this skill originate? From your Dantian. The Dantian generates the inner Dan. Some individuals are born with an inner Dan, referred to as allowing them to cultivate martial arts more swiftly and powerfully than ordinary people. First, one must relax into an ethereal state, then concentrate on feeling the Xuanwu energy gathering in the heart, synchronizing with the universe to form the Dantian. The area around the heart where the Xuanwu energy circulates becomes the Dantian, the center of the continuously rotating Dantian. A focal point is generated. This point is the inner Dan. They circulate endlessly, complementing and supporting each other, strengthening the body. Once this is accomplished, you will possess the foundational skill, applicable in both offense and defense, that if you attack empty-handed, you can guide the Dantian to store Xuanwu energy in your hands and feet, unleashing Xuanwu energy as your skill. If you attack with a weapon, such as a sword, then channel the Dantian's energy into the sword, using sword energy to strike. This is your skill. Excuse me, Elder, what about our martial nest and Qi? They circulate and complement each other. 1 + 1 is stronger. Are there any students who have not formed their Dantian and Inner Dan? If you are unable to do so, the elders will assist you. Tall buildings rise from the ground, and the students are exceedingly earnest. All who come here have already opened their martial nest. Diverting some Xuanwu energy to open the Dantian is generally a smooth process. Before long, the oval classroom filled with hundreds of students erupts in excitement. Wow! I can sense the Qi and focal point. I feel the circulation up and down, capable of unleashing a fist that can explode the heavens. Such is the illusion following their recent enhancement. The Academy places great importance on Yunyang, the heavenly level student, albeit with the regret that he began his journey too late. The elder casts a deliberate glance at Yunyang, who is currently closing his eyes to perceive the opening of his Dantia. Sensing someone observing him, he opens his eyes and smiles in return. This is the advantage of possessing a skill. He can discern his surroundings even with his eyes closed. The elder nods in satisfaction and says, "Everyone, practice using this skill. We will learn about alchemy in the afternoon." In the afternoon, another elder imparts wisdom. There are various methods of alchemy. First and foremost, one must perform rituals, bathe, and purify the heart, hands, and body. With reverence and focus, one places the medicinal herbs in sequential order into the alchemical furnace, which we refer to as the Dan furnace. For those without the proper technique, one must use an open flame. For those with the knowledge, one utilizes the methodical fire for refinement. Whether adding the herbs or completing the process, one must pay particular attention to the heat, as it is the details that determine success or failure. When the fragrance of the medicine wafts through the air, the elixir is nearly complete. Without the proper steps or insufficient skill, it merely becomes a medicinal broth, or even like the charcoal remnants left by that student. Everyone turned to follow the elder's direction, where Yunyang was struggling with the phoenix heavenly fire, causing the Dan furnace to explode, resulting in the jade-faced individual being engulfed in black smoke and his hands burned, which drew waves of laughter from the crowd. Yet, in Yunyang's heart, he felt immense joy. This was his first time drawing the phoenix heavenly fire outside his body. Wow, little enchantress, I can unleash the fire of love too. My combat power has doubled. He once again added the herbs, unleashing the phoenix heavenly fire with both hands to refine the elixir. Cough. Yunyang student, focus during your learning, do not be distracted. Yunyang, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "I apologize, elder. I have completed another batch." The group looked on in disbelief, just as Najiyulan happened to be sitting nearby. Najiyulan student, do you think Yunyang has truly succeeded? Najiyulan lifted the small Dan furnace in front of Yunyang to present it to the elder. Unveiling the lid, and a wave of medicinal fragrance instantly filled the classroom. The elder examined a grayish-blue elixir and mused to himself, "This is Phoenix heavenly fire. This lad is indeed a descendant of the Phoenix." And quite pure at that. Feeling a surge of excitement, yet maintaining an outward calm, a DOUC. This is a primary elixir, a testament to innate talent. Yunyang thought to himself, "In truth, I live by gathering herbs. With the Phoenix heavenly fire, my efforts are undoubtedly halved." But the elder continued, "What we just witnessed was the basic external elixir refinement. There are indeed many other methods of external elixir creation, which I will elaborate on later. Now let us discuss internal elixirs. Internal elixirs involve nourishing the Dantian, where the medicinal materials remain in a closed state, refined through the essence, fire, and vitality of life, proving to be even more effective than external elixirs. However, this requires at least a late-stage mastery of the realm. Internal elixirs typically manifest as red. The most profound form of alchemy involves using one's body as the furnace, corresponding to heaven and earth. Yin and Yang, the 8 trigrams. The body becomes a microcosm, regulating the essence, energy, and spirit concentrated in the heart, forming a human Dan furnace. These internal elixirs can assist you in martial cultivation, enhance your offense and defense, and create a cyclical effect that allows you to achieve results with minimal effort. They continuously gather the essence of the sun and moon from the universe, the energy of the Xuanwu, refining it for oneself, strengthening the body, enhancing techniques, and opening up the sea of energy and Dantian. As dawn broke, Yunyang exhaled a breath of turbid air atop a mountain stone. The Xuanji sword sect is indeed a sacred place. Rich in Xuanwu energy, the systematic martial cultivation makes everything once perplexing seem simple done on the mountain path appear a familiar figure. Yunyang Jr. brother, did you not sleep last night? Here, I brought you breakfast. Yunyang's face flushed slightly with embarrassment. Calculating with his fingers, he realized he owed Naji Yulin quite a bit. There are still many good people in the world, but he needed to find a way to repay her soon. Thank you, senior sister. What about senior brother Houndy? Naji Yulin's figure could only be described as exquisite, radiating youthfulness, captivating to behold. And the more one looked, the more one could lose oneself in thought. They have already eaten and gone to study runes. I came just to bring you your meal, and then we shall go learn runes together. Under the morning sun, two youthful figures strolled along the mountain path, embodying the very essence of youthful vigor. In the classroom, Houndy and the others had already saved their seats, not forgetting to share a laugh at, oh, such a pair of talents. With you bringing meals and sharing private conversations, could it be that your relationship is deepening? Brothers, is a wedding feast on the horizon? I'll take on the role of matchmaker. It won't take much, just a few thousand taels of mercury will do. Naji Yulin rolled her eyes dramatically, blushing slightly. You all are so inappropriate. Look at Yunyang Jr. brother, he is nothing like you. He works hard every day, that if you keep being so frivolous, you'll soon be outshone. Yo, even before marriage, you're already defending him. Junior sister, why have you never been so considerate towards us? Ahem. Two dry coughs broke the chatter, and everyone fell silent as the elder arrived. There are many types of runes. Amplification runes, escape runes, defense runes, attack runes, communication runes, ghost-repelling runes, and demon-subduing runes. Each serves a different purpose. Generally, to create runes, one must first understand ancient pictograms which resonate with heaven and earth and possess a certain level of magical power. No basic incantations and relevant materials. Moreover, some runes are best crafted in ancestral lands for ease of summoning ancestors, which involves summoning techniques. Creating runes also requires one to cleanse and perform rituals with a heart that is attuned and sincere. Then, during the invocation of sincerity, one must recite the incantation, carefully placing the rune paper on the incense table. Subsequently infusing it with cinnabar, xuanwu energy, magical intent, a drop of blood essence, relevant souls, and the materials related to the type of rune being created. Some do not require folding, such as ghost-catching runes, while others must be folded into triangles. Like amplification runes, upon drawing the metaphysical symbols you have learned, as I have demonstrated, a basic rune can be successfully created. The elder inspected each student's work as they finished, perhaps intentionally leaving Yunyang, the heavenly level student, for last. Yunyang, have you finished? What rune have you crafted? Yunyang quickly stood up, presenting a yellow triangular rune. Elder, I am but a foolish disciple. I have not tested it, so I cannot confirm what rune it is. But I intended to create an explosion rune. The elder glanced at him and returned to the lectern. Yunyang student, demonstrate your first explosion rune for your fellow students to see its quality. Yunyang, perplexed, gestured. Elder, shall I cast the explosion rune? The elder replied sternly, yes, cast it. Chapter 30. The Moonlight Shrine in the realm of Xuanji. Two colossal black holes loomed amidst the shadowy celestial bodies, particularly at the edge of the realm. Where it bordered the river of boundaries, dark energy surged and chaotic winds howled. Whenever those turbulent streams collided, flashes of lightning and the rumbling of thunder could be seen, with electric light dancing like silver dragons in the dark void. Touching them meant certain death. Even the gods would retreat in fear. In the Xuanji realm, the Holy Star, a vast central expanse, experienced seasons of abundant beauty, flowers blooming profusely, a tapestry of vibrant colors, with gentle breezes and bright sunshine. Towering palaces floated like mirages in the sky. This was indeed a haven in the fairy realm, a place yearned for by all, a realm free of illness and pain, where one could reside in paradise and attain immortality. However, there was a frail yet obedient girl, whose charming pink dimple had long since faded. Brother, Yunjie misses you so much. Without you, even the sun seems dim in my heart. Her small face scrunched in a frown, delicate fingers gently caressing her pink flowered coat. Beneath a long pavilion, amidst the ethereal aura of lotus flowers, a pair of white cranes gracefully intertwined their long necks, one raising its red crown and singing, as if responding to the infinite longing of Yunjie for her brother. Outside the corridor of the white marble pillars, a refreshing and enchanting figure approached, clad in garments whiter than snow, flowing elegantly. Her skin as smooth as cream. Yunjia, sister, I knew you would be here. Today, we shall not practice martial arts, but instead, we will visit the Moonlight Shrine. Yunjia quickly hid her flowered coat behind her back, forcing a smile onto her face. Sister Xianyue, thank you. I have once again recalled memories of my brother. It feels wonderful, yet I still miss him. Xianyue glided over, her steps light as if barely touching the ground, embodying the essence of a moon goddess. Inadvertently, she circled behind Yunjia and snatched the flowered coat from her delicate wrist. It is truly soft, warm, and beautiful, if only it were not too small. I would borrow it for a few days. That Yunjia's big watery eyes brimmed with concern for the coat, but she still tried to maintain her smile. Sister Xianyue, if you like it, just take it and wear it. When I see brother, I'll ask him to buy a few more for me. With a beaming smile, Xianyue returned the coat to Yunjia. I will have your brother buy me a new one. If he dares not to buy, I will take back his jade token, making him unable to see this precious little sister of his, causing him to shed tears. No, my brother would not cry. He only works hard. Xianyue would not argue with little Yunjia on this matter. This little one seemed to believe her brother was perfect in every way. She did not see Yunyang weeping heart-wrenchingly. Rather, he had given all his good sides to his sister. Xianyue suddenly felt a twinge of envy for Yunjia, having a brother who always stood in front of her. How fortunate. Sister also believes that Yunyang is the best. Otherwise, this time, Yunjia, sister, we should head to the Moonlight Shrine now. Otherwise, the Lord of Xuanji will punish us. You must work hard in your cultivation so that you can reunite with your brother soon. When you meet, do not forget to tell your brother to buy me a flowered coat. With that, she took Yunjia's hand and walked toward the Moonlight Shrine, across the corridor by the Lotus Pond, where two pure and graceful figures glided past, their fragrant hair dancing in the wind, and the blooming lotus flowers closed in reverence. Sister Xianyue, you could just consider me your sister-in-law. We are a family, loving and united, never to be apart. The crescent moon hung in the sky. Xianyu's delicate brows furrowed slightly at the unexpected arrival of Yunji, who coldly declared, children should not speak nonsense. Yet, she found herself influenced by Yunji, her curiosity piqued by that utterly useless boy. However, curiosity often leads to perilous situations. She could not help but think of the slender, handsome boy with bright eyes and a sunny disposition, who would go to any lengths for his sister. How could I possibly harbor feelings for a mortal, especially one so young at merely 13, while I have lived for over 1,000 years? Yet, will he even survive long enough to witness my ascension to divinity, perhaps in a century? Xianyu, have we taken a wrong turn? Xianyu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue. Thankfully, the veil of white silk obscured her face, where she might have lost a few stars from the heavens. The Moon Temple was situated in a realm of profound darkness, surrounded by the ethereal energies of Xian Yin and Xian Wu, floating in the void. A sacred sanctuary composed of grand palatial structures crafted from eons of glacial ice, adorned with intricate carvings that gleamed like pure jade. Clouds formed from the essence of Xian Wu drifted gracefully around the sanctum, while elegant ice swallows and red-crowned cranes occasionally soared by, emitting vibrant flames, a wondrous sight indeed. Xianyu guided Yunji seamlessly through this celestial terrain until they stood before a grand hall towering over 100 feet high, with ancient hieroglyphs glowing a fiery red proclaiming, Moon Temple. Xianyu produced a moon-shaped jade token and bowed slightly. My Lord of the Moon, I, your Xianyu Saintess, bearer of the Xian Yin sacred body, present myself along with Yunji for an audience. Above the Moon Temple, a jade mirror emitted a beam of luminous energy that enveloped the two girls, transporting them into the sacred hall. Yet, they did not pause there. Instead, they continued to traverse an unknown path, the duration of their journey lost to time. When they finally opened their eyes, they found themselves in a vast, icy cavern, surrounded by enormous crystalline sarcophagi. Inside these transparent coffins lay resplendent ice realm pearls, surrounded by wisps of ethereal white mist. At the center stood a colossal stele of ancient ice, inscribed with significant dates corresponding to each sarcophagus. In the year of chaos. Moon Saint Ancestor, Xin Yin, the era of the wilderness. Moon God Ancestor, Xian Yu X in the year of the Ice River, Moon God Lord, Xian Yu Ji, in the age of world annihilation, Xian Yu Ling. Merely gazing upon these names and inscriptions evokes the grandeur of a sweeping epic. Yet no matter how magnificent or inscrutable the past may be, it ultimately succumbs to the inexorable laws of life and death, becoming mere history, fading into the mists of time, both alluring and melancholic. This sentiment struck particularly deep in the hearts of the two young girls. The heart of the little girl, soft and fragile, was burdened by the weight of her status as the Xian Yu Saintess, which in the eyes of the world rendered her barely 10 years old. Born a saintess, her life would be long. Yet a voice emerged from the ethereal depths, transitioning from a faint whisper to a cacophony, and finally to a somber tone. Why must the teachings be delivered one by one? Why can we not share them all at once? Xian Yu Ling, you are but a child. Do you truly believe you have a voice here? Well, I am the successor of the moon god, after all. Surely I am entitled to a say, at the very least. It has been over 1 billion years since my kind first emerged, and if not for the great chaos of the gods and demons spilling into the unknown realms, I would not. Enough! How shameful to claim 1 billion years and still call yourself a moon god is nothing but slander. From the ethereal sounds, it was evident that the speakers were all women, youthful and seemingly ageless. For how else could they bicker so lightheartedly? Dear sisters, do not throw me rotten eggs. It won't be long before the men have their turn. Xian Yu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, was relieved that no outsiders were present. With Yunji still young and on the brink of becoming a successor, at the very least, a saintess, she addressed the ancients, esteemed ancestors. I have brought you sunflower seeds, and the Xianin sacred body is still tender and weak. My abilities are limited, and I cannot sustain this for long. Please, in an instant, a beam of light whisked the white silk pouch from Xian Yu's grasp. After a brief moment, a disembodied voice resonated, wrapping around the frail and frightened Yunji, filling her with dread. These were spirits of the departed, just as Mei Gu had spoken of in the ancient city of Jiazhou, ghosts of those who had passed. Chapter 31. The Xianin Sacred Body. Ah, it hurts so much. No, I want my brother. I want my brother. With a thunderous roar, the crystalline sarcophagi began to open of their own accord, releasing a faint gray mist from the ice realm pearls within, remnants of the indomitable spirits of the ancestors, their unyielding essence lingering even in death. Threads of this enduring spirit floated gently into Yunji's frail body, akin to the infusion of a formidable power, the pain indescribable. Yet, it was far more bearable than what she had endured before. This was of the same origin, unlike the torment of the demon soul that had been stripped from her by the old Buddha. A stark contrast indeed did I in this sacred cavern. Yunji's emaciated frame began to strengthen, transforming into a refined essence. This essence was not to be confused with mere frailty. It was the robust foundation destined to shatter planets, forged from the undying souls of the ancestors. Tears welled in Yunji's large, clear eyes glistening with pain. Yet her breath grew increasingly steady, a testament to her body's evolution. From the icy expanse emerged two figures clad in white, seamlessly blending with the frozen landscape, as though they were ethereal beings of this realm. Xian Yu, I'm cold. Yunji, her small hands and face flushed from the cold, looked up with pleading eyes at the pristine Xian Yu, though she had just received the blessings of the ancestors and begun to solidify her body. She still felt the chill of the icy epic. Despite Xian Yu's formidable strength, she was not a deity. The prolonged exposure to such extreme conditions, coupled with the necessity of dividing her energy to care for little Yunji, left her somewhat fatigued. The echoes of the ancestors' voices lingered in her mind. Take Yunji to the Sun Temple for blessings and body solidification. She is a dual body, half Xian Yin and half Xian Yang. One day, when the battle between gods and demons reignites and the realms face destruction, Yunji and Xian Yangji will amidst clouded Xian Yu's entrancing gaze as she beheld this child, who had endured a lifetime of suffering, yet would one day, suppressing her compassion, she gently lifted Yunji onto her smooth, delicate back. Yunji, dear sister, allow me to carry you. This way, we shall both be warm. Xian Yu, you smell so lovely. I feel so happy. I once had my brother to carry me, and now I have you. Whom do you prefer to carry you, dear sister? I love them both. Laughter echoed through the ancestral ice fields. A long-awaited harmony resounding in the air. Once more, they stepped into the Moon Temple, crafted from 1 billion years of glacial ice, a sanctuary of purity and sanctity. Statues of the ancestors stood lifelike and towering, each exuding brilliance in their eyes. Each figure was breathtakingly beautiful, not merely a moon goddess but a moon saint, even the moon god ancestor, wielding powers that could shatter the heavens. Where the moonlight fell, everything was frozen, obliterated. Yet upon reaching the heart of the temple, Xianyu prepared to depart. Yunji, dear sister, strive to reunite with your brother Yunyang. Soon did I believe in you. You are the best. At the mere mention of her brother, Yunji's eyes sparkled with longing, her determined little face set with unwavering resolve as she gazed at the statue. Come what may, no matter the pain, I will not cry, that I will grow strong. I will transcend time and space. At the apex of the temple, a pure moon, resembling a jade disk, began to rotate slowly, that a beam of moonlight cascaded down upon Yunji's head, and the sound of her clenched teeth echoed as she braved the process. Her mind was being opened by the sacred and ancient energies of Xian Yin and Xian Wu, gradually cleansing the emptiness within. The dual energies began to swirl like the cosmos, and slowly, at the heart of this rotation, a mercury-colored point emerged, and as it spun and cycled, the point steadily grew stronger, and after an indeterminate time, it began to radiate a holy moonlight. The sea of energy formed by Xian Wu and Xian Yin bore the blessings and divine messages of the ancestors. The Xian Yin nest solidifying, ding ding, ding ding, the crisp sound of breaking through barriers rang out continuously. Xian Wu martial cultivation, apprentice level, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, max level. Xian Wu martial cultivation, door level, 1, 2, 3, max level. Fortunately, Yin Yang was not present. Had he been, he would likely have fainted from envy. Why was it that they were born of the same parents? Yet every advancement he made was fraught with trials while his sister ascended as easily as counting. Alas, such is the disparity between individuals. Ding. With the final, crisp sound of advancement, the spirit martial meridian coursed through her hands and shoulders, extending downward to her body and neck, yet it halted there. Yunji reached the Xian Wu martial cultivation. Martial realm, level 3. However, it was not merely so. After replenishing some sustenance for Yunji, Xianyue adorned her with a pristine white gauze dress that in that instant, Yunji appeared to mature slightly, transforming from a delicate and fragile being into an invincible young beauty. Indeed, time silently and imperceptibly alters all things. With a gentle motion of her slender hand, Xianyue let her sleeves fall, revealing her snow-white wrists like congealed fat, that a pale green jade flute materialized in her grasp, and its melodious notes filled the air. Alas, her visage remained partially concealed by the sheer fabric, yet the enchanting melody summoned a magnificent ice crane. As the crane landed, it emitted a series of calls, chirp, 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 and with its cries, a fiery red juvenile golden crow emerged against the cerulean sky, accompanied by 2 crimson figures, Xianyang Xingzi and Xianyang Ji. In a display of courtesy, Xianyang Ji approached Xianyue with a smile, saying, Sister Xianyue, I longed for you, and here I am. However, her lively eyes quickly shifted to the frail Yunji, filled with astonishment. How could a mortal ascend to the 3rd rank of martial arts so swiftly? Yunji felt intimidated under her gaze and timidly hid behind Xianyue. Ha ha ha, little Xianyue, it has been quite some time, spoke Xianyang Xingzi, who had accompanied Xianyang Ji. He was a descendant of the sun god, towering over Zhang, resembling a small mountain, with fiery red skin and hair, his voice resonating deep and thunderous, clad in robes that seemed to radiate heat like a blazing flame. It has only been a few days. Xianyang Xingzi, when you come here, could you temper that lofty pressure and imposing presence? Xianyue, unbeknownst to when her demeanor had shifted, spoke to Xianyang Xingzi with a tone that reflected a change in attitude. Yunji is still young. Having just transitioned from a mortal to a martial practitioner, she cannot withstand your oppressive aura. Yunji held no fondness for Xianyang Xingzi either, peeking out with her watery, wide eyes and adding, Yes. You burned me the last few times. Thankfully, Sister Xianyue helped me restore my body. Xianyang Xingzi, not a brutish fool, was quite perceptive. His smile gradually faded, for Xianyue was the object of his admiration, and their previous rapport had been harmonious. Yet ever since Xian Yue ventured to the mortal realm with the god Lord of Xuanji to seek the so-called Xian Yin's sacred body, she had not made an effort to visit him. In the past, Xian Yue would share her joys with him, but now he wondered what she had experienced, cursing silently in his heart, even as he maintained a facade of nonchalance. Well, it is nothing. Xian Yue has been busy with this mortal affair. Before he could finish, Xuan Yue's voice, tinged with annoyance, interjected, Xian Yang Xingzi, please be mindful of your words that do not elevate yourself by belittling others. Moreover, Yunji is not merely immortal. She is the reincarnation of the Xian Yin's sacred body. Specially brought back by the god Lord of Xianji, it is far more than just the Xian Yin's sacred body. You shall soon discover this when you arrive at the Sun God Palace. Without acknowledging Xian Yang Xingzi further, Xian Yue took hold of a young girl and ascended upon the crane, soaring away. Chapter 32. The Sun God Palace. The air was suffocatingly hot, as if the void itself had transformed into a mirage of palatial structures. Dense, unyielding energies of Xian Wu and Xian Yang coalesced into billowing white clouds, enveloping the lofty halls above. Encircling the grand edifice, constructed from obscure dark, fiery red, and dim gray materials, a fully crimson golden crow circled. Trailing fiery clouds that ignited the ancient and mysterious celestial palace with its profound antiquity. Mysterious, spectacular, and imposing. The colossal palace loomed like a giant beast overseeing the realm of extreme Yang. It was the revered Sun God Palace. From the sky, two radiances of red and white gracefully arced through the air, swiftly descending upon the towering dark red palace. Waves of ancient and rich Xian Yang energy surged forth, assailing their senses. The searing heat threatened to dissolve them. Yet they belonged to this world, and with insufficient cultivation, they were also protected by divine artifacts. They were Xian Yang Xingzi, Xian Yue Xingnu, Xian Yang Ji, and Yunji that, of course, despite Xuan Yue's protections and her divine wings. The once delicate Yunji found herself slightly uncomfortable upon her first visit. Her small face flushed from the heat, her finely arched brows furrowed. Sister, it's so hot. I feel like I can't breathe. And my skin burns. The fiery air within me sets my insides ablaze. In truth, it was Yunji's half-Xian Yin's sacred body that was ill at ease, as it was inherently frigid and Yin, clashing with this extreme Yang environment. Yet, the other half, the Xian Yang sacred body, reveled in the absorption of this intense Yang energy. Xian Yue enveloped Yunji, cradling her flushed face with her delicate hands, her tone gentle as that of an elder sister. Yunji, we have grown. Our brother is still struggling in the harsh realms below, unaware of our whereabouts and striving diligently. Thus, we too must bravely confront all challenges. Cheer up. I will always be by your side. Let's enter together. Wait! A sudden thunderous shout startled the timid Yunji, the sonic wave nearly toppling her. Though veiled in white gauze, she could sense the fury behind that stunning visage, as a slender finger pointed accusingly at Xian Yang Xingzi. Xian Yang Xingzi. You! The towering figure of Xian Yang Xingzi moved closer, a cold smirk adorning his face. Ha! What of it? This is the Sun God Palace. And who am I? I am Xian Yang Xingzi. The most legitimate heir of Xian Yang, destined to potentially dominate Xianji Tian in the future, enter the Divine Palace. Have I given my consent? Xian Yang Ji shared a common lineage with Xian Yang Xingzi. Yet Xian Yue Xingnu was the esteemed disciple of the god Lord of Xuanji, her status unparalleled. Moreover, Xian Yue had always treated her kindly, and she did not wish to take sides, merely casting a fierce gaze at Yunji. For it was her arrival that had introduced a rift between them. But was that truly the case? Perhaps Yunji was merely the catalyst for everything. Unexpectedly, Xian Yue smiled, her radiant smile blossoming like 100 flowers, as she produced a yin-yang sun-moon jade token. What grandiose claims! You almost swallowed the entirety of Xianji Tian. Yet you have not attained that level of power. The current ruler of Xianji Tian is my master. Encountering this token is akin to encountering the God Lord. What is this? Xian Yang Xingzi's heart swelled with indignation, kneeling in submission. For who dared to disrespect the God Lord of Xianji Tian? Unless they wished for eternal darkness. After Yunji bowed, she rose, contemplating. If one day, a mere token could compel the Xingzi to bow in deference, Then her brother would never part from her, and who would dare to bully them? Her clear eyes gradually filled with longing and determination as she solemnly nodded at Xianyue. Sister, Yunji is prepared. Seeing the determination shining in Yunji's eyes, Xianyue felt genuine joy, a smile returning to her extraordinary visage. Yunji, I believe in you. With a gesture, the jade token approached the towering letters spelling Sun God Palace. Above, a massive fire-red jade mirror cast a crimson beam of light upon Yunji, transporting her into the divine palace. Xianyang Xingzi, ready to enter with his token, found the heavy doors unresponsive, his anger boiling as he glared down at Xianyue. Xianyue, what trickery have you employed? Xianyue remained unfazed, her gaze fixed on the void. It is the will of the God Lord, as well as that of our ancestors. Do you have any doubts? The group anxiously paced before the divine palace, each with their own concerns. Yunji would not return for a while, and the youthful Xianyangji donned a smile once more. Sister Xianyue, brother Xianyue, what troubles you? Must we remain in this tense standoff? There is nothing to contest. Why can we not treat each other with goodwill? We are all part of Xianji Tian's future, destined to fight together for the protection of all realms. Yes, a rift had formed. They were all proud paragons of their generation, and it would not be easy to change that. However, both sides no longer glared at each other with hostility. The atmosphere slightly easing. Meanwhile, in a mysterious locale, the enormous remains of the Golden Crow lay piled like a mountain, scorching this ancient land to a brilliant crimson that in truth. It was an immense canyon, barren and ablaze with fierce flames. In a vast cavern within the Grand Canyon, the delicate and haunting cries of Yunji echoed through the air. Enclosed within enormous, dark red fire essence coffins, reminiscent of iron scorched by celestial flames. Wisps of dusky, crimson-tinged vapor coiled around each fiery bead. That moment, the crimson orbs radiated an ancient and searing gray-red essence, drifting from the automatically opened coffins and curling into Yunji's frail form. Amidst a soul-wrenching agony beyond human endurance, Yunji's extreme yang and martial nest gradually took shape. Her energy sea began to unfurl, infused with dual hues of Xianyang and Xianyin, swirling like the yin-yang symbol, while the pivotal Xian Wu energy spiraled around a core-like bead, which shimmered in fiery red and pearlescent white. Her body alternated between vivid crimson and luminous white, oscillating between sensations of scorching heat and frosty chill. Truly an experience of both fire and ice, encapsulated in a single phrase. Pain beyond existence. Brother, Yunji wishes to grow stronger. I want to be as resilient as you. Unwavering and relentless, until death, as her body repeatedly transformed into charred remnants and then into icy fragments. Yunji eventually succumbed to unconsciousness, yet her transformation persisted. Upon awakening, she found herself in the Sun God Temple, where everything proceeded autonomously. Yunji was invisibly guided to the central altar of the temple, where a radiant beam of light illuminated her crown, fortifying her martial nest, evolving her essence, and expanding her energy sea. While her spiritual martial veins extended, the crisp sounds of advancement resonated throughout the grand hall. When Yunji emerged from the temple, her countenance beaming with joy, she had ascended to the third level of the Xian Wu martial cultivation realm. This was the sacred body. Like an ice swallow, Yunji leaped into Xian Yu's embrace. Sister Xian Yu, I did it. I succeeded. Xian Yu affectionately ruffled Yunji's petite nose. That I always believed you were the best. He, Sister Xian Yu, my brother is the best. When I felt I couldn't endure any longer, I thought of him, and the pain became bearable, allowing me to persist. All right, you always think your brother is the best. What about me? Sister is just as wonderful as brother. A light-hearted and joyous atmosphere enveloped them, as Xianyangji observed the striking resemblance between herself and Yunji, from a frail young girl. Yunji had soared to great heights in a remarkably short span of time, evoking an indescribable feeling within her. Yet her body involuntarily gravitated towards Yunji, her voice devoid of much emotion. Congratulations, Yunji, on becoming a member of the Xianji Tian Saints. However, do not constantly cling to that mortal. We pledge allegiance to Xianji Tian. Yunji, perplexed, felt no animosity towards this version of herself, despite having been scolded and berated on her journey through the stars. The joy of success still illuminated her face. Thank you, Sister Xian Yang. I will be mindful. You do not understand my brother. Perhaps if you did, you wouldn't harbor such disdain for him. At that moment, someone was exceedingly unhappy. The revered Xian Yang Saint Sun felt utterly overlooked. Eng, eng, eng. The roar of the golden crow accompanied a fiery crimson cloud as the Xian Yang Saint Sun coldly departed. Chapter 33. The Desire Demon Han. In the pitch-black night sky, black bats flitted about with a cacophony of squeaks. The absence of moonlight rendered the already dark demon realm even more impenetrable, dark as ink. Tonight, the air was frigid, and amidst the darkened Gradle night sky, a rare spectacle of 3 demon stars emerged, with 2 immense celestial bodies encircling a third, swirling with demonic energy in vigorous motion. The night grew deeper, and all was silent, save for the chilling winds of the demon realm, which blew with a bone-chilling intensity. Thus, the myriad creatures of the demon realm sought refuge and rest. In Gradle, a murky swamp bubbled with pop, pop, pop sounds that as the demon stars moved vigorously above the swamp, an imperceptible black plummeted from the sky, igniting the air with a sizzling sound and forming a colossal crimson lightning bolt. Puff! The black plunged into the roiling swamp, where a gray, fearsome creature with 8 tentacles emerged, uprooting the murky ground as it transformed, gradually shrinking into the shape of an infant. A 3-foot-tall, pitch-black giant baby with 3 legs, the middle one resembling a tail. Its belly bore an eye the size of a plate, dangling a more than a foot-long, dark, viscous appendage that dripped with filth. 2 fleshy tendrils extended from its chest, resembling black earthworms, while beneath its arms, one side was covered in dense yellow fur 1/2 a foot long, while the other side was bare but bore a single eye. Thick lips framed a gaping maw, within which a scarlet tongue dripped with a grayish liquid. 4 nostrils of varying sizes were scattered across its collapsed nose, emitting noxious fumes capable of rendering one unconscious. Its eyes shone like bronze bells, with ears akin to those of a donkey, yet its head was completely bald, save for a few tufts resembling yellow excrement clinging to its protruding forehead. Thus, the dark demon realm acquired an unusual hue. This was a true humanoid demon. With a swift motion, the Desire Demon Han moved like a black panther, gliding through the swamp, soon capturing a several-foot-long, slimy creature akin to a black earthworm, which it tossed into its wide mouth. The black earthworm writhed in agony. A careless bite from the Desired Demon Han ruptured it, causing the viscous liquid to drip from its upturned mouth into the swamp water, creating ripples of foul-smelling black water. Yet a halo of light enveloped the Desired Demon Han, transporting it to the Gradle Demon Court, where it soon soared to greatness. Within the realm of demon martial arts, 3 faintly visible demon stars orbited around it, that a magical tutor wielding a high-level magic staff illuminated the unruly Desired Demon Han's head. From this moment on, you shall be named Desired Demon Han. Should we take Desired Demon Han to the holy city of the demon realm? No need. Although Gradle is small, it is a wondrous place. Let it grow here. 15 years later, Desired Demon Han had risen to the 8th level of the demon martial combat realm, becoming unmatched in strength. Just returned from its external training, Desired Demon Han was pursued by several members of the demon race. Hey, Desired Demon Han, do you remember that Xiaoying? She actually transformed from a black chicken into a black phoenix, returning to the Gradle Demon Court, and has leveled up to the 3rd grade mage. Desired Demon Han's brow furrowed, as if recalling something, a sly grin creeping across its lips, its scarlet tongue licking its thick lips and dripping a line of viscous liquid. In a raspy voice it remarked, hee, although she's still a hen, let's go see. A row of tall, dark gray palm trees with scant leaves stood along the roadside, leading to a black figure gradually approaching. It was Xiaoying, her gray-white pointed face contorted with a twisted expression, her voice sharp. Hee, a toad yearns for a swan's meat. A 9th-level demon martial master dares to taste the flavor of this demoness? I'll drain your magical power. As the red spots on her skin itched unbearably, Xiaoying could barely walk, resorting to scratching with her hands. Yet her crooked gray nails, sharp as refined iron claws, left her bloodied. That moment, a cacophony of strange cries erupted. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Indeed a flirtatious creature. We'll help you out. As the demon race prepared to pounce, Desired Demon Han, with a dark expression, seized one of them and hurled him several dozen yards away. Get lost! Do you not see your lord standing here? A martial realm demon was crushed by Desire Demon Han's grip, its head exploding as a single bite severed half its neck, gray blood gushing forth as the remaining demon race retreated in terror. The demon realm grew ever more bloodied, for strength was paramount at this moment. Xiaoying felt a prickling itch beneath her, yet she forced a smile, gazing up at the towering Desire Demon Han before her, who stood over 10 feet tall. So it is Desire Demon Han, a martial master. Do you require any services? Desire Demon Han's grotesque visage bore a lecherous grin, while Xiaoying, considered a youthful beauty within the demon realm, responded chirp chirp chirp, you understand, before abruptly flipping Xiaoying around at ha slap. Within the rows of elliptical buildings of the demon court, there stood a pointed roof house that once belonged to a male martial realm mage. However, after spending time with Xiaoying, he mysteriously vanished, and the house naturally became her residence. Days passed, and Xiaoying's eczema and red bumps finally improved, yet she discovered a troubling issue. As a blossoming young woman, her chest had naturally developed, but one side had inexplicably sprouted masculine traits. How did I become a dual gender, an androgen? The body is in perfect harmony with the Lord of Demons. Bang. The solid wooden door shattered into fragments with a resounding crash. The demon of desire, Han, stormed into the dark room in a fit of rage, seizing the frail Xiaoying and delivering several slaps. Slap, slap, slap. You fool! You recklessly engaged with a made demon poison. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Were you intentionally trying to harm this sorcerer? It itches unbearably. Bang, bang, hiss, hiss, hiss. Xiaoying was hurled out, her head colliding with the stone wall, causing a large bump as she fell to the ground, stars dancing before her eyes. It hurt. Oh, how it hurt. Yet she felt fortunate to still be alive. Given their disparity, a mere finger from Han could easily crush her. Suppressing his fury, he cast a cold gaze upon the massive figure of the demon of desire, now curled on the ground. Xiaoying, just beginning to recover from her earlier itchiness, felt goosebumps rise once more as she wiped the blood from her lips. Demon of desire, Han, I truly don't know. After our encounter, I returned to find myself unwell, and only after consulting the witch doctor was I able to alleviate my discomfort. Could it be your doing? Han, known for his debauchery and indiscriminate appetites, even preying upon monsters, found himself bewildered by Xiaoying's words. From the onset, he hadn't truly wished to kill her. After all, such a youthful and stunning beauty was far too valuable to waste. A faint, icy smile curled at the corners of Xiaoying's lips. Yet she maintained a facade of nonchalance as she produced a pouch of medicinal sachets. I believe this may prove beneficial for you. Han, do you require Xiaoying's services? Her delicate tone stirred a flicker of desire within Han, though he remained uncertain as to who had infected whom. Nonetheless, the crimson spots were unbearably itchy, having already broken the skin and drawn blood. Hurry, apply it for me. If I recover, we shall pretend nothing ever transpired. Xiaoying poured a white liquid from the sachet on Han's skin, and indeed it felt cool and refreshing. That feels marvelous. You truly possess skill, Xiaoying. Where did you procure this sachet? Prepare more for me quickly. Chapter 34. Yuan Luo, Advancement. The Boundary of Doors Note. This chapter leans towards the horror genre. Dear readers, please brace yourselves. The night sky was as dark as ink, with a crescent moon resembling a hook. The earth was cloaked in a hazy black shroud, and in a nameless small town. A courtyard with deep blue bricks and white walls stood eerily still that an ominous wind howled intermittently. Drip, drop, drip, clang, 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 the sounds of suona and gongs echoed. Amidst the flickering shadows, a heart-wrenching wail pierced the midnight air. A coffin of oiled wood lay in the courtyard, its occupant already bloated and pale, fingers swollen and grayish nails unnaturally long, clothed in a dark funeral shroud that he had perished far from home. And according to local customs, the corpse could not be brought indoors for the night, lest calamity befall the household, that it was imperative to inter the body before dawn. This was a relatively affluent family, having summoned a wandering sorcerer to return the deceased. Hence the pale forehead of the corpse was adorned with a yellow talisman. With over 20 family members present, the body was laid to rest in the yard for mourning. Yellow and white paper money blazed in a fire pit, ashes swirling through the air, creating a particularly eerie atmosphere in the darkness. The relatives, illuminated only by flickering oil lamps, shivered as they gazed at the bloated, pale corpse within the black coffin, their hearts racing, each shadow that danced in the light almost causing them to forget to breathe, that a Taoist priest from Maoshan shook a copper bell to summon the spirit, reciting a mournful chant that lingered in the night air. On the road to the Yellow Springs, hastily I command, spirit, return, O celestial being. As the bell rang, the Swona blared, the chilling sound of the bell and the Swona reverberated through the night, accompanied by a scattering of yellow and white paper money that floated into the sky. Gunshots echoed in the dead of night as the 8 bearers of the coffin began their somber march forward. However, they soon realized the coffin felt increasingly heavier. They had carried many coffins before, but this night was particularly strange. Being mere ordinary folk, they were superstitious, prone to fear. Thick clouds loomed above, completely obscuring the crescent moon, plunging the earth into utter darkness. The night wind blew fiercely, causing the already frightened bearers to shiver, their backs chilled, goosebumps rising on their skin. The large red rooster atop the coffin, its comb darkened, sensed that with the burial of the corpse, its own demise was imminent. Having had its tongue cut out, it was bound with hemp rope atop the black coffin, trembling in fear as the darkness before dawn descended. A cold wind swept through, extinguishing the Taoist guiding oil lamp. In the oppressive darkness, some in the funeral procession, gripped by fear, let out shrill screams, while others appeared to see ghostly figures approaching, fainting on the ground. Bang! Bang! The bearers suddenly felt an immense weight pressing down on them, their legs and waists unable to support them any longer, collapsing to the ground. The black coffin fell heavily, and the Taoist, merely a charlatan seeking a meager living, sensed a chilling draft, causing him to shiver in the inky darkness, scrambling to escape. Bang! The sound of the coffin shattering shattered the fragile composure of the funeral procession. Some fainted, while others fled in terror. The chilling wind howled. The night was dark and foreboding. Creak, creak, crack, crack, the sound of chewing echoed through the air. The large red rooster was flung aside, struggling briefly before its legs kicked out, signaling its arrival in the underworld that IT was grateful to have escaped becoming a meal for a human. Its demise was swift. A flash of death that offered no time to feel pain. IT mourned for the corpse within the black coffin, being devoured by that demon, that a foul stench of decay seeped from the black coffin, murky liquid oozing out and soaking the clothes of the bearers. These unfortunate souls, merely trying to earn a living, would be haunted by nightmares for the rest of their lives, perhaps even driven to madness. As dawn broke, the eastern horizon lightened, and in the morning mist, the withered leaves of the willow trees fell around the black coffin, resembling rusty daggers as they drifted among the grieving procession. A simpleton on his way to sell tofu stumbled in the morning fog, witnessing the chaotic scene of the funeral procession, gray and white banners fluttering. Oh my goodness, there are ghosts. This was undoubtedly a significant and horrifying event for the local community. The county officials, accompanied by constables, quickly arrived to investigate the scene. Inside the black coffin, chaos reigned. The bones of the corpse had vanished, leaving only tattered remnants of the black funeral garments. The officials, seeking to quell the public's fear, declared, "There are no ghosts, merely a case of wild dogs feasting, that we will organize a dog hunting squad to eradicate the threat and do not spread rumors." Yet the turmoil in the small town did not subside. Instead, it spread. They discovered that whenever someone died in town, similar horrors ensued. Graves, both new and old, were unearthed, coffins smashed, and corpses entirely devoured, leaving no bones behind. The constables, being human themselves, felt fear as well. When a group of them arrived at a graveyard, the hills were shrouded in a chilling wind, gray and white flowers of the reeds swirling in the air. As they followed the unsettling sounds of creak, creak, crack, crack, they finally glimpsed the terrifying sight, a massive figure in tattered red wedding attire, hair disheveled and features grotesque, was digging up a corpse with long, crooked, gray nails that IT squatted there, gnawing on a swollen hand, the sound of bones crunching echoing ominously. After a moment, it grasped the bloated corpse, tearing flesh and scalp with its teeth. Ding! A crisp sound of advancement resonated, as Yuan Luo leveled up to the second tier of the boundary of doors. "It's your turn now, soul-claiming fist." Before these first and second-tier disciples, Yuan Luo was a malevolent spirit. Bang, bang, bang. The constables, paralyzed by fear from Yuan's malevolent aura, found their souls prickling with pain, their bodies unresponsive, one by one collapsing amidst the graves. Ka. A swarm of blackbirds took flight from the graveyard as Yuan Luo lunged at the unconscious constables, clawing open their chests. When one constable awoke in agony, he beheld the demon's massive hand clutching his still-beating heart. It was his own that he felt little before his head lolled, succumbing to terror as life slipped away. Splurt. The still-throbbing heart was crushed between sharp teeth, crimson blood splattering across his pallid face. Having advanced, Yuan Luo developed a newfound taste for the living, for fresh blood. Unbeknownst to them, he had evolved into a terrifying undead demon through the act of consumption. Time passed unnoticed, and this year, the autumn winds arrived particularly early, painting the earth in hues of yellow. Along with the autumn breeze came the incessant drizzle, evoking a profound sense of melancholy amidst the yellowing landscape. Especially in the desolate graveyard, white banners fluttered in the autumn winds. Gray and white reed flowers danced in the air alongside flying yellow and white paper money, creating a scene both haunting and heart-wrenching. With the crunching sounds of chewing resonating amidst the autumn breeze, another unfortunate soul meets their demise. Tonight, the skies are devoid of light, and the earth is enveloped in darkness. The chilling winds sweep across the grave mounds as a large tomb is unearthed. Bang! Clang! Oh dear! Even though Yuan's sharp fangs are extraordinarily hard, they still make his eyes dazzle with stars, causing his roots to loosen from excessive force. Upon closer inspection, he muses, I never imagined I had become a demon. In times when I do not require these, you dare to challenge my teeth. Ha! Ha! Then I shall play the role of a wealthy landowner. With a click, 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 Yuan Luo casts forth a heap of gold, silver, and jade from the dark coffin. His sharp, curved claws inadvertently pierce through the coffin, and the treasure finally sees the light of day, no longer shrouded in dust. The glimmering gems radiate a resplendent glow in the night, dazzling all who behold them. Chapter 35. Do not underestimate the youthful poor whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The first rune launched by Yunyang soared forth, though he remained uncertain about its nature, given it was his inaugural attempt. The elder, wishing to demonstrate profound techniques among the new disciples, raised his hands in a graceful display of bare-handed rune catching. He aimed to convey that the runes of new disciples are immature and require diligent practice to yield results. Naturally, the elder at the pinnacle of the Xuanwu martial realm did not regard Yunyang's rudimentary rune with any seriousness, smiling as he observed the rune approach that if caught, it would elevate one's prestige among the new disciples. As everyone yearns for boundless admiration and high esteem. Bang, boom. The oval classroom reverberated with a deafening explosion. The small explosive rune unleashed tremendous energy, infused with the unique life and death essence that only Yunyang possessed. How could others possibly grasp such extreme opposing energies, especially when caught unawares? After the explosion, thick black smoke filled the classroom, rendering it eerily silent. Before the smoke could dissipate, the elder coughed twice. Cough, cough. This student has done well. You all should learn from him. With that, he hurriedly departed. That higher-ranked disciples, having seen the scene clearly, noted the elder's tattered robe and the soot-stained visage, leaving dark circles around his eyes that contrasted sharply with his gleaming white teeth. Once the elder was out of sight, they erupted into laughter, with some imitating him animatedly. Cough, cough, yes, throw it over here. Ha, ha, the elder is quite amusing. A fellow disciple rushed back to the communal quarters, exclaiming, Huntian, come quickly. I've taken on a small task that rewards 200 points that we need to head to Yongdang Mountain to slay a mutated evolved panda, level 5 of the Gate Realm. Huntian approached, fanning himself. Feasible that we've nearly exhausted the 10 points given upon entry to the academy. Lacking points brings many inconveniences within the academy. This will mark our squad's first collective operation. Do you all agree? The consensus was unanimous. Without points, access to many high-level sword peaks and martial supplies would be unattainable. Henceforth, not only must they strive hard, but they would also need to break through bottlenecks, as martial resources are vital. Moreover, wielding superior weaponry enhances their chances of survival. The more powerful the weapon, the greater the likelihood of enduring, for they were all martial practitioners capable of living 300 to 500 years. As they left the sect for the first time, having just stepped out of the front square, figures streaked across the sky. Elite disciples of the Xuanji, sword sect returning from their tasks. They soared through the air on their swords, tracing elegant arcs as they descended gracefully to the ground, heads held high, exuding an aura of heroism. Some leaped lightly to the earth, their 3-foot silver swords sheathing themselves automatically, while others seemed to vanish into thin air. Clad in uniform silver robes adorned with intricate gold and yellow embroidery, they were the illustrious 13th princes from the Outer Academy, all at the peak of the martial realm. Within just over a year of entering the academy, they had surged from 100,000 Outer Academy disciples to the top 1,000. Indeed, if we could join their elite group, we could navigate the Outer Academy and even many great tribes with ease. One student remarked enviously, "Dream on. Gaining entry into their elite group is an unparalleled honor, but have you noticed that none of them are over 18? You're far too old for this," another retorted. Heh, that guy seems to covet the younger blossoms, surrounded by 6 enchanting junior sisters. Do you think you're a prince from a nation or a major tribe? You're deluding yourself. A throng of Outer Academy students murmured in admiration. Yunyang and his companions, clad in simple gray student robes with crossed green swords on their sleeves, symbolizing their status as new disciples yet to emerge from the communal quarters, stood in stark contrast to the approaching 13th princes. Najiyulan stared in admiration at the imposing 13th princes, momentarily forgetting to yield. "Good dog, stay out of the way. Foolish chick." Bang! One of the strikingly beautiful female princes shot a disdainful glance at the obstructing Najiyulan, casually flicking her hand, sending him flying like a wind-blown kite for over 10 yards, crashing heavily onto the sandy square and kicking up a cloud of dust. Although Huntian often teased Najiyulan, they were from the same hometown, and he stepped in front of the female prince. The 13th princes halted, regarding Huntian and his companions with contempt. Where did this mountain chicken come from? Still lingering in the communal quarters? Do you understand the rules? Looking at your pitiful state, you likely lack even 2 taels of oil. Within 3 days, deliver 200 points and 100 Xinjing to us, and today's obstruction can be overlooked." Huntian glared furiously. "Why don't you go rob someone else?" The 13th prince, uninterested in further dialogue, began to emanate an aura of pressure. Such a delicate fellow. Are we not currently robbing you? Najiyulan was only slightly injured, with a few scrapes. Yunyang quickly applied medicine, and the two approached the tense standoff. Najiyulan, enduring his frustration, produced 100 Xianjing. "Senior brother, senior sister, I apologize. I was merely too in awe of you and lost my focus for a moment. Please accept this 100 Xianjing." "Then on what grounds, Najiyulan?" "You mustn't give them anything." Huntian interjected, asserting that appearances can be deceiving. The so-called delicate fellow was fiercely passionate. Bang! Huntian was struck by a prince's sword sheath, sending him flying several yards. The other 2 princes menacingly pursued. Yunyang swiftly positioned himself before Huntian, bowing with one hand. "Umitba, it is better to resolve enmities than to foster them. We are all fellow disciples. Why press so hard? Pooh! How did the sword sect take in a little monk?" Yunyang's brows furrowed, his handsome face reddening as his gaze sharpened. "I implore you to show some respect. All beings are equal. Do not push too hard, for even Buddha has his limits." The 13th prince found Yunyang's audacity amusing. In their eyes, he was merely a lowly monkey, radiating pressure to subdue him. Do you see this? This mud-legged mountain monk dares to demand respect from us. Stinky monk, preaching to us is futile. The Xuanji sword sect and the entire Xuanwu continent speak only through strength. Do you possess any? Under the weight of their pressure, Yunyang struggled to breathe, his bones creaking. Yet with bloodshot eyes, he resisted, reaching for the bone-grinding dog stick, for he had never believed in the supernatural. The belief that a tiger does not yield even in death was his creed. Fight! Just then, a trio of enforcers flew overhead on their swords, tracing an arc before swiftly arriving at the scene. "What are you doing? Fellow disciples must not engage in combat, that if there are disputes, resolve them through challenges on the arena." The 13th prince quickly donned a smile. "Senior brother, we were merely facing their challenge in a death duel. Isn't that right? What challenge could there be with such a vast disparity in realms?" Yunyang met the 13th prince's cold gaze with unwavering determination that he would not underestimate the youthful poor point 1 year from now. In a death duel, we shall challenge you all, one after another. Chapter 36. I want to eat bear paws by a stroke of irony. The elder who sent them on their mission was the very one who taught the Xuanfu. Yunyang, embarrassed and flushed, bowed deeply. Elder, I did not mean to. I had no idea it would turn out that way. Though his companions recalled the elder's earlier embarrassment, they stifled their laughter and bowed in unison. Greetings, elder. The elder waved his hand, brushing aside the awkwardness. You all are quite something. You've only just arrived and already offended the 13th god of death. Especially that lad. Do you not know the chasm that exists due to realm differences? Do you not realize how much harder it becomes to advance as one climbs higher? Are you planning to court death a year from now? Yunyang, in a moment of youthful exuberance and impulsiveness, hardly contemplated the consequences. How many young people are devoid of passion? Now, as I regain my composure, I thank the elder for their concern that I too have not overthought matters. Yet witnessing their aggressive demeanor, I felt a fleeting surge of emotion. The flying vessel swiftly soared over the towering mountains, and for Yunyang, this was truly his inaugural flight through the skies. The vessel moved with astonishing speed. And as he gazed out at the world, everything below appeared to shrink, the houses resembling mere pigeon coops flashing by, rivers winding like silver ribbons, lakes reflecting the sky as tranquil mirrors, and the people in the city appearing as mere ants. Scurrying in clusters, with some areas blanketed in blooming peach blossoms resembling clouds. Our world is vast and breathtaking. We have arrived. This is a one-time escape talisman. Shatter it to evade danger, albeit at the cost of mission failure. In 10 days, I, the elder, shall return for you. Farewell, and take care. With a flourish of his robe, the elder vanished from sight, his figure dissolving like a rainbow into the horizon. The group emerged from their daze. They beheld an expanse of yellow sand, dotted with a sparse number of homes scattered across the valleys, with scant trees and parched crops lying desolate. The sandy mountains bore the scars of some unknown force. As the crops lay devastated, with the remains of livestock rotting amidst the ruins, a scene of utter devastation. The blazing sun hung in the sky like a fire pit, scorching the earth into a pallid hue. Han Daitian approached Yunyang with a warm embrace. Yunyang, my friend, I have made my choice. If there is no water to drink, I would willingly shed my blood for you. Yunyang, we feel the same from now on. We are not just fellow disciples, but brothers bonded by loyalty. Najiyulan walked over with a gaze full of affection, taking hold of Yunyang's hand, her cheeks flushed with shyness, radiating a unique, youthful vitality. Thank you. Yunyang did if. Well, I'll always be by your side. Yunyang, youthful and naive regarding matters of the heart, shyly withdrew his hand from her gentle grasp. It's nothing. My master taught me that we must aid those in distress. Even strangers. Besides, you've all treated me with such kindness. And you are right. We are indeed like siblings. The group, feeling alien in this unfamiliar land, conversed as they made their way towards the nearest homestead. Yunyang, did the elder truly mean we are to face death a year from now? Amitba, where there's a will, there's a way. They found themselves at a humble earthen dwelling nestled in a valley. Its mud walls and a solitary old thorn locust tree standing sentinel, its sparse leaves scorched and withered by the relentless sun. The scent of sheep manure was overpowering. Hello, is anyone home? Najiyulan gently tugged at the door ring. But silence met them, that a gust of wind swept through, carrying the oppressive heat, and they were soon drenched in sweat, huddling beneath the old locust tree to drink water and deliberate. It's been an hour. Why is there no response? Shall I scale the wall for a look? For safety's sake, let 2 of us go, so we can keep each other safe. The 5-foot earthen wall was easily surmounted. And they leapt into the courtyard. Roar, roar! What the? Quick, reinforcements! They landed atop a massive creature resembling a bear, its yellow-white fur matted, the ground littered with the remains of goats, some shredded rags scattered about, the blood long dried, indicating this massacre had occurred days prior. In that moment, they startled a giant panda that had been napping in a dirt pit. The evolved beast's perception of danger surpassed even that of human cultivators. The panda, a cat-like creature transformed into a ferocious beast, sprang to life with astonishing swiftness. Whoosh! Its powerful forepaw, slicing through the air, struck at the intruders. Bang, bang, bang. Although the two disciples reacted in an instant, they were like cannonballs, crashing through windows and walls, landing heavily on the ground, their bodies marked with deep gashes from the panda's razor-sharp claws, blood pouring forth, making it hard to even breathe. Fight! Just as the call for help escaped their lips, several companions outside drew their weapons and charged into the courtyard. Bang, bang, bang. Chaos ensued as the courtyard and its walls were violently battered. Fortunately, the narrow confines of the dwelling limited the panda's movements. Their advantage in numbers and unity prevented an immediate disaster. In a flash, Hun Daitian's dark green soul flute transformed into a silver sword, his agility remarkable. Soul sword, 3 strikes. The silver blades danced through the air, while Najulin unsheathed her azure sword, issuing a fierce battle cry. Yolan's double kill slash. The twin blades, imbued with sword energy, slashed toward the colossal panda, while Yunyang, in a burst of energy, brandished his dog-beating stick, his small frame channeling immense power as he leapt high, bringing the stick down with great force. Boundless dog-beating stick kill. The other disciples joined in, their collective force overwhelming. Roar, roar, roar. The panda, as large as a hefty black bull, regarded these lowly humans with disdain, a glimmer of human-like contempt in its eyes. It launched itself forward, disregarding the attacks, and with a powerful kick, it struck the sword-wielding brother, sending him flying, blood spraying from his shoulder as he tumbled through the air, creating a dazzling display of crimson blooms in the sunlight. The most absurd moment came when the panda executed a powerful rear kick. Thud-ugh! Almost simultaneously, the brother behind was caught off guard and struck in the chest, the impact akin to a hammer blow, sending him crashing into the earthen wall, then colliding with a weathered thorn locust tree, scattering a flock of sparrows into the air, rendering him incapacitated. Bang, crack, bang. Concurrently, the disciples' attacks converged upon the panda, their diverse weapons inflicting pain. Though the damage remained minimal, the beast, of a higher realm, possessed thick skin and dense fur, absorbing much of the impact. Yet it was enraged. Here, it was the king, and these weaklings dared to inflict wounds upon it. Particularly that frail little one wielding a dismal stick. Soul kill. Soul absorption. One strike landed on the panda's head, leaving it dizzy and disoriented. The ferocious beast, more aware of its surroundings than humans, lunged at Yunyang with relentless determination. Yunyang dashed away like a startled rabbit, fleeing across the dusty plateau, endlessly thanking his master for the grueling training he had endured. His perception, agility, and resilience were extraordinary, allowing him to escape with remarkable finesse. Hey, big spotty dog, when will this end? Yunyang gasped for breath, the panda unrelenting in its pursuit, while several of his companions continued to harass the creature as twilight descended and darkness enveloped the sky. The panda had chased Yunyang over several hills, both man and beast gradually slowing down to in the depths of night. Yunyang, resembling a nimble monkey, climbed the old thorn locust tree. It is in the face of peril that one's potential is most likely to manifest. The thorns of the tree tore at his flesh, leaving countless wounds as he bled profusely. Exhausted, he longed for slumber, yet dared not relax. Below, the beast clashed with his companions that Yunyang's eyes widened in alarm as he drew a deep breath. Steeling himself as he gripped his dog-beating stick tightly, his body taut before he leapt. Invincible dog-beating stick, I shall feast on your paw. With a resounding bang, the stick struck the panda's forehead with precision. The sound of shattering bone echoed through the desolate mountain, and the beleaguered panda, now at its limit, felt the world spinning around it, the night darkening further, its essence dwindling as the demonic energy of the bone-grinding technique assailed its spirit. Yunyang's 9-star convergence life and death array automatically began to absorb the panda's vital energy. Roar, roar, roar. In the darkness, the beast retaliated wildly, but the more it struggled, the faster the array drained its life force. The disciples were sent sprawling one by one, but Yunyang shot upwards. Beast, for your life. I shall feast on your paw, perish. The dog-beating stick struck true, landing a decisive blow to the panda's cranium. The sound of cracking skull resonated crisply in the desolate mountains, and the already weakened panda felt itself spiraling into darkness, its brain and soul torn asunder by excruciating pain. Roar. Turning to flee. You think you can escape? Soul sword. Absolute kill. The soul flute's injuries were considerable, yet it would not let go of its lethal strike. With a sharp thud, the soul flute sword pierced the body of the panda beast. As the hand lifted, another jade flute of deep green hue appeared. The melodious notes resonated in the night, enchanting yet imbued with intent to attack. Following closely behind, the assault continued with a series of piercing sounds. Thud, thud, and with the final resounding crash, the panda beast collapsed in a thunderous manner, taking Yunyang down with it. Yunyang, what has happened to you? Najiyulin rushed forward, anxiously embracing Yunyang, her eyes filled with concern as she beheld his bloodied form. She tenderly wiped the grime and blood from his face. And in the night breeze, a delicate maideness fragrance wafted through the air, intoxicatingly sweet. Chapter 37. Sword Light. Blessings of fortune, a thick aura of Xuanwu gathered, forming billowy white clouds that swirled around the waist of towering sword peaks, where numerous sword pavilions were shrouded amidst the verdant pines and lush forests. Occasionally, the melodic call of a red-crowned crane would pierce the air, its song harmonizing with the rustling of the pines. Every so often, a crisp sound of a sword would ring out, marking the presence of the Xuanji sword sect on the Xuanwu continent, a place that epitomized the ancient world's swordsmanship at its zenith. Yunyang and his companions returned, eagerly bringing a bag filled with spirit pearls from domain-level beasts to the Elders' Exchange Pavilion. Although the journey had been perilous, all of his classmates returned safe and sound. Yunyang radiated a sunny disposition. Even the gray robes of the academy could not conceal his excitement. They had harvested a considerable number of spirit pearls from the panda beasts at Yongdang Mountain, sufficient to exchange for a coveted authentic 3-foot sword from the Xuanji sword sect. The elder of the exchange pavilion beamed with a grandfatherly warmth as he solemnly handed Yunyang a silvery sword. Congratulations, Yunyang, on becoming a scholar of the sword path. The Xuanji sword oath. As long as the sword exists, so shall its bearer. Yunyang bowed deeply, reverence etched on his face as he accepted the weighty silver sword. Elder, indeed, as long as the sword exists, so shall its wielder. The elders nodded in satisfaction. That go forth to the Xuanji sword tower and receive the blessings of the ancestral sword masters, the imprints of the Xuanji sword. The Xuanji sword tower stood atop a mountain peak. A sea of people gathered there daily to receive the blessings of the ancestral sword masters and their imprints. Naturally, many elders were present to scout for prodigious talents among the disciples, as well as elite groups seeking to recruit promising members. Yet, amidst the throngs of students, those truly recognized by the sword masters were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Another one emerges. A novice sword imprint, how boring. Another one, a domain-level sword imprint. Here it comes, a novice sword imprint. Atop the verdant peak stood a tower shaped like a colossal black sword, with a green sword at its summit pointing towards the heavens, surveying the world below. Each time the heavy stone doors rumbled open, a student would emerge, accompanied by a mechanical voice declaring, Yujizi has received 4 strands of ancestral sword master-s blessings, imprint of the Xuanji sword at the spirit level. Wow, I didn't expect a sword talent to emerge today. Ah, Yujizi, with his striking features and elegance. How charming. No, Yujizi is mine. I've called dibs. Yujizi has already been accepted into the inner sect. If you wish to pursue him, you must be exceptional enough to join the inner sect. Brushes against the incoming Zeikingling, a standout among the new martial cultivators. Yet, being a top martial cultivator does not guarantee recognition in the sword tower. Dressed in a flowing purple robe, Zeikingling exuded purity mixed with youthful exuberance, captivating many admirers shortly after her arrival. Our idol has arrived. She truly is the purple-clad fairy, so enchanting, and at the pinnacle of the 6th realm of domain level. She is indeed both talented and beautiful. My dream girl. Unbeknownst to them, a flicker of disdain crossed Zeikingling's delicate brows as she brushed past Yujizi. Yet upon encountering him, her disdain dissipated. Congratulations, senior brother. May your future be bright. I hope you will look after me. Her voice was sweet, her beauty disarming, a deadly combination that never failed to charm. Yujizi, clad in a white student robe adorned with gold, silver, and yellow at the sleeves, symbolizing his mastery of the novice realm and completion of the domain level, stood robust at around 20, with an aura that concealed a small dark mole on his right cheek, from which a single hair had grown long and unruly. Now, having received 4 strands of ancestral blessings, he basked in his glory. Yet upon seeing a beautiful girl, he smiled, intending to pass by, but with a hint of mischief in his grin. Ah, so it is the newly celebrated beauty among the top 10. Zicheng, do take care of me. However, the Sword Tower would not wait for their flirtations. The heavy doors closed with a resounding bang, and as the 2 pairs of eyes reluctantly parted, the stone doors creaked open once more. The mechanical voice announcing, Zeikingling, 3 strands of ancestral blessings, spirit-level sword imprinted. Ah, my dream girl, so talented and beautiful. I'm swooning. Zeikingling reveled in the admiration, while Yunyang in his gray student robe remained unnoticed. The young Yunyang had always lived in dire straits. He had no concept of beauty, once worrying about feeding himself and Yunji, and now troubled by the search for his sister. Strength was his only means to tear through the darkness that he walked towards the stone door. Oblivious to Zeikingling that in fact, as Zeikingling watched this seemingly weakling approach, she had prepared for a flurry of praise, only to be met with indifference. Yet her smile remained unwavering. Junior brother, I wish you good fortune. Just as she was about to pass by, Yunyang paused, returning her smile. Thank you, senior sister, and congratulations to you. I am entering now. Zeikingling's frustration grew. How dare this weakling be so composed? With a thunderous bang, the heavy stone doors closed. An ancient and profound aura of swordsmanship inundated the air. Yunyang barely had time to absorb the atmosphere before he was engulfed in a dazzling display of sword light emanating from rows of spiritual tablets inscribed with the names of the ancestral sword masters. Behind each tablet, various swords radiated their brilliance. Great swords, heavy swords, 3-foot green swords, shimmering in hues of gold, silver, azure, gray, and black. Countless rays of sword light surged into Yunyang's golden Yinyang martial nest, overwhelming him with their intensity. His current realm could scarcely endure it. The sword light, akin to sword energy, pierced through him, subjecting Yunyang to the sensation of being impaled by myriad swords, immersing him in a divine baptism of sword light that penetrated every inch of his skin, every pore, and even his very soul. Who could withstand such an ordeal? His mind felt as though it would explode, his youthful face contorted in pain. No, I cannot die. I must find my sister Yunji. The world is not at peace. I must tear apart the corners of darkness and bring warmth and light to the world. Come, let it come even stronger. If I am but a waste, then my death is inconsequential. The tower's interior erupted in brilliance as Yunyang clutched his head, rolling on the stone floor, intermittently pounding his skull which threatened to burst. Yet the influx of blessings showed no signs of abating. Instead, it intensified. All the swords behind the tablets clamored to unleash their radiance. Even the 9 ancient swords hanging at the tower's pinnacle were no exception. Time slipped away unnoticed, and Yunyang remained the longest in the sword tower, the stone door remaining firmly shut. The Xuanji sword sect was a place where 9 peaks stood in a celestial alignment, one of which housed a hidden paradise, perpetually closed. Legend spoke of an ancestral sword master in seclusion there. But millennia had passed, and the tale had faded into mere myth. Yet, at this moment, within the sealed cave, beside a crystal-clear spring, beneath a towering cloud pine, sat an ancient figure, dust-covered from countless years of meditation. At that moment, his white brows furrowed slightly, and his lips began to move. Could that boy? As students outside engaged in fervent discussions, streaks of light pierced through the space, silently converging before the tower. Their expressions were grave as they fixated intently on the stone doors, their innate pressure causing all surrounding students, including the lower-ranking elders, to retreat in haste. The aura of sword energy formed a luminous halo around them, rendering most unable to discern their faces. They were none other than the 12 elders of the Xuanji sword sect, the heads of both the inner and outer sects and the sect master. Chapter 38. The Xuanji sword, Star Sword Seal, at long last. All the celestial light and blessings culminated in the formation of a radiant star seal, embodying the legacy of sword ancestors. Suspended above the martial nest, this luminous entity, a celestial embodiment of the sword path, gracefully revolved in tandem with the 9 stars. As Yunyang awakened from his stupor, shaking his head in self-deprecation, that it seems I truly am a waste. He mused, merely a recipient of celestial blessings. With a resounding rumble, the stone door creaked open, accompanied by a mechanical voice announcing, Yunyang, you have obtained celestial blessings. 1-star sword seal. The mechanical tone, devoid of emotion, could only offer a vague acknowledgement of this unprecedented event. Observing Yunyang's bitter smile, his fellow students immediately shifted into mockery mode. What an idiot, wasting so much time. Indeed, he surely cannot withstand the pressure of the sword ancestor's aura. Fainting inside, that a waste of talent, shamefully squandering others' time. Yet the dozen or so auras, concealed from their view, bore serious expressions as they swiftly enveloped Yunyang and vanished in a streak of light that no one cared for what they deemed a mere celestial blessing recipient. Everything returned to normal. The Sword Academy was imparting the fundamentals of the Xuanji sword technique to new students. The pinnacle of swordsmanship is the sword path. Common sword cultivators might mistakenly believe that possessing a sword and being able to unleash sword energy qualifies them as sword practitioners. This is erroneous. As Yunyang encountered sword techniques for the first time, he eschewed pretense, listening attentively. Elder, may I ask how sword energy is generated and projected? Thank you. This inquiry elicited uproarious laughter. Did this fool emerge from the deep mountains? Before Han Jiantian could retort against the insolent student, Yunyang interjected earnestly. Well, senior brother, how did you know I came from the mountains? Wu Yang Tianzuan, it would be a shame if you didn't pursue fortune-telling as a half-immortal. The student, realizing the implication of being likened to a street performer, was incensed, veins bulging as he slammed his hand on the table. Damn it, a mere apprentice seal dares to speak back to me. The elder frowned in mild anger, releasing a wave of pressure. Those who do not wish to learn may leave. Instantly, the classroom fell silent. This student poses an excellent question that a towering edifice must first have a solid foundation. To harmonize with the sword, one must first comprehend its structure. Then, mastering the thrust, slash, cut, and flick, the 9 sword techniques must be solidified. Infusing the Xuanwu energy from the Dantian into the sword yields true swordsmanship. When you can freely project sword energy, you have taken the first step as a sword practitioner. That concludes today's lesson. I wish I hadn't come. Indeed, such rudimentary concepts, who wouldn't understand, a waste of time. As the morning star pierced the darkness before dawn, Yunyang awakened by a boulder at the edge of a deep pool, revitalized by the essence of the sun and moon. His body shook. Spirit invigorated, black hair dancing in the morning breeze, eyes sparkling under his sword-like brows, in the dawn light, the serene Najiyulin appeared once more. Junior brother Yunyang, here is breakfast. Why are you working so hard? Yunyang scratched the back of his head, feeling slightly embarrassed. Well, a foolish bird must fly early. It nearly cost me my life over a single seal. Thank you, senior sister, am I too useless? In truth, Najiyulin shared a similar sentiment. Yet her fondness for Yunyang stemmed from his kind heart and fearless nature in the face of authority. Other matters were inconsequential. Junior brother, how could that be? You are already quite exceptional. Where are you planning to go today? Still to the forging area. Why senior brothers should indeed visit more often. They said it was a waste of time to go. I also think daily visits to the forging area are somewhat pointless since we're not becoming blacksmiths. Junior brother Yunyang, if I recall correctly, you've been taken away by the elders without reason twice. Did they say anything to you? They mentioned that I was foolish and needed to work harder, to avoid superficiality, and then directed me to refine that sword seal to the utmost I in a barren hillside, surrounded by a haze of heat and flying furnace dross. The sounds of ding, ding, dang, dang, ho ha, filled the air with the rhythmic clanging of ironworking. Loads of various ores were transported here, where they were melted in furnaces, the molten iron flowing into molds and cooling to form weapons. This was the Xuanji sword sect's forging area, beside a forge. A burly man, muscles rippling, was operating a bellows, while another similarly robust figure hammered a sword. Upon seeing Yunyang's arrival, the iron sword was plunged into water to cool, and the smith wore a mischievous grin, ready to toss the iron sword at Yunyang. Hey, little guy, you're the only student who seems genuinely dedicated to the forging area. Here, catch this. Guess what material it's made of in a single leap. Yunyang extended his hand to catch the sword, only to have it crash to the ground, leaving him sprawled out. Haha, You really caught that. That was just a prank by Luo Gong. This sword is forged from the gold of the South Sea. The spirit of the northern mountains, the tools of the east, the waters of the west, and the fire of the central plains. A heavy sword weighing over 10,000 pounds. Yunyang dusted himself off. Straining to pick up the heavy sword and approach the forge with determination to refine his own sword, he shed his upper garment, revealing a lean physique. Though still somewhat slender, it was within normal range. And his frame was beginning to show signs of muscle, a symbol of burgeoning strength. However, Luo Gong tossed the heavy sword back to Yunyang. Little guy, forging a good sword is not something that can be accomplished in a day or two. Use the heavy sword to stab the copper coin hole on that post over there. You need to pierce it 99 times in a single breath without touching the copper coin. Only then can you return. All right, Master Luo. The copper coin hole hung from a post taller than a person, with just a finger's width of space for the sword tip to pass through. The moment the sword touched the copper coin, it would sway. Yunyang focused his mind and energy. Thrust. Lifting the heavy sword was manageable, but keeping it steady while aiming for the copper coin hole proved challenging. The copper coin fell to the ground. Luo Gong's voice buzzed in his ears. Have you ever seen anyone fight with a sword using both hands? Understood, Master Luo. Yunyang lifted the heavy sword again, then released one hand. The sword immediately plummeted, his brow furrowing. That am I really that useless? No, I cannot be a waste. I am the sole disciple of the Golden Buddha, Divine Sovereign. Rise, thrust, thrust, thrust. Nearby, the burly man commented. Luo Gong, is your expectation too high? That material has only been awakened in the Martial Nest for just over a year. Luo Gong wore a sly smile. The deal, you know who that kid is? Even the contemporary sword ancestor was awakened by him, that he is. That kid, nearly making me reveal it. Regardless, he won't die. A bit of hardship won't hurt him. Besides, doesn't this push him to his limits? The blazing sun hung like a furnace above the forging area, its heat radiating everywhere. Yunyang persistently lifted the heavy sword, aiming at the copper coin hole, palms sweaty and blistered, the pain excruciating. Because the forging area required physical labor and was particularly hot, many young women in the bloom of youth frequented this place. Drawn to the sight of muscular M.E.N.A.T. that moment, Yu Jizi and Zi Qingling arrived to select swords, with Yu Jizi wearing a disdainful smirk. He, a foolish waste who can't even lift a sword, yet wishes to become a sword practitioner, right? Ling Mei? Zi Qingling maintained her sweet, innocent smile. Brother Jizi, don't say that. What if he turns his life around? He might resent you. Ugh, I just got goosebumps. Those two. Catch the sword. Without further ado, Luo Gong hurled two heavy swords their way. Naturally, neither of them took a single sword seriously, both eager to present their most perfect selves as they leaped to catch the swords. Bang bang, the couple in perfect synchrony landed in a heap. Ha, you two couldn't even catch a sword and still laugh at others, foolish. You two, Chapter 39. The Xuanji Sword. Wind and water melody, the azure sky gleamed as a radiant sun tirelessly emitted its potent energy, illuminating the earth. Regardless of wealth or status, all beings in the world basked in its light and warmth. The mountains stretched endlessly, adorned with verdant pines. As the mountain breeze swept by, it stirred the emerald pines, creating waves of sound. Though the wind itself is silent, it played a beautiful melody through the swaying pines. A symphony of wind. The wind is formless, yet as it caresses the pine forest, it conjures a dance akin to that of youthful maidens. The brook in the woods flowed tirelessly, water being silent. Yet as it coursed over stones, it produced a delightful sound, a melody of water. Water is formless, gliding over rocks, subtly reshaping them. Thus, the wind, ever present, and the water, ever flowing, orchestrate the enchanting symphony of nature. The wind and water melody, in the dawn's gentle embrace, beside the babbling brook nestled in the mountains, a statue-like gray figure sat majestically upon a colossal rock. A cascade of ebony hair danced wildly in the wind, each strand glistening as if entwined with nature itself. Occasionally parting his lips to inhale deeply, he absorbed the cosmic energies of extreme yin and yang, of life and death, augmenting his essence as the martial nest and Qi Sea expanded, circulating endlessly with the Dantian, and a faint halo of radiant light enveloped him, and with a melodious chime, a crisp sound echoed. As a smile curved upon the youth's lips, "At last I have ascended another level. The sword tower, like a blade, pierces the heavens, the wondrous nature, the invisible wind, orchestrating a symphony that causes the trees across the mountains to sway gracefully. While the gentle brook, though feeble, carves through stone, creating its own melody. As Yunyang's eyes fluttered open, they fell upon the distant sword tower, and he pondered deeply before closing them once more, immersing himself in the marvels of nature and the legacy of the sword ancestor. A craftsmanship beyond imagination. Gradually, as thoughts flowed, the gentle breeze intensified, dark clouds amassed in the sky, and the wind swirled ominously. The pine trees bowed beneath the forceful gusts, which escalated into a tempest, lashing rain that bent even the stoutest trees in half. The downpour grew fiercer, transforming the brook into a river, eventually morphing into a torrential flood that swept away boulders, rumbling and crashing. The gentle wind embodied a sisterly warmth, akin to a spring breeze, while the fierce wind mirrored a tempestuous woman, fierce and unyielding. The gentle waters resembled a pure maiden, ethereal and pristine, while the rushing waters embodied a ferocious beast, obliterating all in its path with a resonant chime. The 3-foot azure sword unsheathed, and Yunyang, in a moment of inspiration, danced with the wind and flowed with the waters. The azure sword moved in harmony with his agile body, tracing elegant silver arcs in slow motion. While in a swift motion, it cut through the air, creating a whistling sound. Everything aligned seamlessly as 5-colored sword energies burst forth: gold, silver, gray, black, and red, transforming into 5 slender blades that shot forth with a series of explosive sounds. A small tree was struck and severed in an instant, while Yunyang, like a spirit swan, soared again for another strike. Another 5 sword energies surged forth, accompanied by a cacophony as a boulder was relentlessly struck, fissures erupting across its surface. Suddenly, with the agility of a startled rabbit, Yunyang lunged at a boulder as tall as himself. Unleashing a youthful cry, "Xuanji sword, winds of water, pierce!" With a sharp thrust, the azure sword penetrated the boulder, embedding itself up to the hilt. As it groaned, cracks began to spiderweb from the point of impact. Infusing the sword with the essence of Xuanwu, he twisted it with force, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that scattered fragments in all directions, piercing the surrounding foliage, even embedding in the trees. Applause erupted. "Wow, Yunyang, who would believe you are merely a novice with a sword? If not for our long acquaintance, I would hardly believe it. Have you been training through the night again?" "Ah, you've leveled up," Najiolan exclaimed in astonishment, her petite mouth agape, the breakfast she offered suspended in midair. Yunyang, beaming, approached and took the breakfast, waving his fingers before Najiolan's eyes. "Sister, you are 2 levels above me. This is merely the basics of thrusting." Najiolan snapped back to reality. "You call that a thrust? That is already a sword technique. Have you named it? Your first sword technique holds great significance." Returning to the colossal rock by the brook, Yunyang took a sip of millet porridge, smiling brightly. "Delicious, thank you, sister." I had just awakened from meditation, and upon seeing the sword tower pointing towards the heavens, the undulating green pines in the breeze, and the brook's melodic chime, I was struck by inspiration and thus birthed the Xuanji sword. Winds of water in her heart. Najiolan couldn't help but admire this self-deprecating youth. A waste? Absolutely not. In just over a year, he has transformed from a frail boy into a disciple of the heavenly level. Entering the 2nd tier of the sect, Tio developed a technique in less than a month is nothing short of monstrous. Gazing upon his delicate features, a flutter of affection stirred within her. With such a husband, what more could a wife desire? At that moment, the enchanting Zeikingling, blessed with 3 rays of celestial light, appeared, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards Yunyang, the so-called weakling. Ignoring him once was tolerable, but being humiliated by the towering sword of the Tiangong Institute was unforgivable. While she outwardly exuded charm, inwardly she was exceedingly petty, unwilling to confront Yunyang herself for fear of tarnishing her pristine image. Instead, she subtly coaxed a 4th-tier senior brother, who had quarreled with Yunyang at the Swordsmanship Academy, sending him off with a few flirtatious glances. "Brother, did you see? That weakling just insulted you behind your back, calling you a piece of trash, a street vendor, while attempting to claim me for himself." The senior brother, robust and imposing, relished the thought of easily dispatching a novice, viewing it as a means to curry favor with Zeikingling that dare to bully my woman. Even the king of heaven would shatter his bones. My dear, remember what you said about that night of passion. Zeikingling, all too adept at manipulation, inwardly scoffed at the foolish man, yet maintained her composure, deftly avoiding his unwelcome advances. Brother, we must act before they get too far. Remember what I said. Qingling did as his unrefined hand brushed against her porcelain-like cheek. The senior brother was elated, yet Zeikingling's expression darkened. Fool, a toad wishing to eat swan meat. You should know that Weakling is a disciple of the heavenly level. If not, do you think I would allow you to take advantage? Kill him. It would be best if you both perish. Just as Najiyulin and Yunyang shared laughter by the boulder, a thunderous roar disrupted their moment. The senior brother's sword energy surged forward, and with Najiyulin's arm linked with his, Yunyang leapt into the air, narrowly avoiding the first strike as the sword energy shattered several wild grasses, with a symphony of metallic clinks. They counterattacked in unison, overwhelming the senior brother. Just as he faltered under the pressure, a woman's anguished cries pierced the air, freezing them all momentarily. Yunyang frowned. Sister, go save her. This is a battle among men, and he is likely targeting me. Concern etched on Najiyulin's brow. This guy is a fourth-tier disciple, an adept swordsman. Ew. Yunyang smiled. The Buddha once said, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Besides, I wish to reflect on my swordsmanship from these past days that if you are worried, go swiftly and return soon. Najiyulin understood that if she did not intervene, Yunyang would undoubtedly rush in himself. Thus she reluctantly nodded and dashed toward the sound of distress. The senior brother, having plotted successfully, grinned wickedly as he seized the opportunity to launch an attack. Hehehe, foolish chick, you fell for my ruse. Prepare to die. Dragon strike sword, perish. The sword technique was rapid. Puff. But Yunyang was quicker, his figure flickering as he unleashed a swift strike from his waist, slicing through the air. With a counter-thrust, Yunyang launched a horizontal strike at the senior brother. And in an instant, they exchanged several blows, neither gaining the upper hand. The senior brother was inwardly astonished. Isn't he a disciple of the heavenly level? That boy moves like a monkey in these mountains. Far too agile for close combat. One feint and he is already a yard away. With a swift motion, he gathered his sword technique. Dragon strike sword 2, slash. Gripping his sword with both hands, he unleashed a dragon-like sword energy towards Yunyang. Yet Yunyang remained undeterred, brewing for the first time in his life his own sword technique. Winds of water, pierce. As he ran, a thrust of 5-colored sword energy surged forth, leaping into the air, boundless dog-whacking stick. Explode. The senior brother was unable to evade the onslaught of 5-colored sword energy, which flowed like wind and water, relentlessly striking him, causing his very soul to tremble that he could only watch in horror as the withered dog-whacking stick descended. Ah, no! With a resounding crash, darkness enveloped his vision, and he felt an excruciating tearing of his soul before losing consciousness. Yunyang spat at the fallen senior brother. Many a fierce beast has perished at my hands. Had we not shared the same sect, today would have been your end. Well, you do carry a fair amount of treasures. In the realm of martial prowess, they shall belong to me, having been impoverished for too long. Yunyang, despite his master's teachings that money is merely an external object, knew that without it, he could not move an inch. He gleefully looted the senior brother's belongings, returning triumphantly to Najiyulin, who was still searching. Yunyang, the soul flute heavenly senior brother, and the others are waiting. With our current strength, we cannot locate them. They are surely higher-tier disciples. Reluctantly, Yunyang surveyed the surrounding woods. Let us depart. Perhaps you are right. As the two departed, Zeikingling gracefully descended from a towering tree and approached the senior brother, thrusting her sword toward his thigh, causing him to convulse before sinking into unconsciousness. Bah! Useless swine da-da! Kindness, youthful ignorance, and a pure-hearted enthusiasm are indeed the Achilles heel of that naive fool. Hehehe, just wait and see. I shall have you kneeling beneath the hem of my pomegranate skirt. Today marks the birthday of a brother from the same clan, and we have arranged to celebrate. A group of us has gathered outside the academy at Shuka Town to savor the delicacies of stone-ground tofu. Shuka Town lies beside the Dadu River, whose waters flow from the snow-capped mountains. The water is cold and rushing, waves crashing violently against the banks, sending sprays of crystalline droplets into the air. The opposite bank is marshland, while this side features a quaint little town where no building exceeds 5 stories. A 3-story ancient wooden building hangs a sign with white cloth and black lettering. The first tofu shop in Shukawani Tian casually waved a folding fan, his jade-like visage causing many women to feel inferior. "Well then, this shall be the place," he declared. Upon seeing a group of students clad in the robes of the Xuanji sword sect, the waiter hurriedly cleaned the stools with a cloth while enthusiastically calling out, "Esteemed guests, please take a seat. Boss, we have distinguished patrons visiting today." The proprietress, a middle-aged woman with a somewhat alluring demeanor, busily served tea and water while warmly greeting everyone. "Oh my, I never expected such a gathering of talented individuals at my humble establishment. I apologize for the lack of attention. Our tofu is truly exceptional, sourced from the Snow Mountains, and the dipping sauce is freshly made using wild green and red mountain pepper, deep mountain prickly ash, homegrown Highland rapeseed oil, freshly picked scallions, and southern black sesame seeds, along with sandy peanuts. Additionally, we offer specialty dishes such as sweet-skinned duck, braised pig ears, spicy beef, steamed fatty intestines, and poached chicken." The proprietress recited the dishes as if reciting a mantra. Unable to stop, Najiyulin chuckled, "Proprietress, you are quite amusing. It would be a pity for such talent to not be utilized in storytelling. How about this? Please prepare a table of birthday delicacies for us. And first, make a bowl of longevity noodles for that brother over there. This is 5 taels of silver. We can adjust as needed, all right?" Yunyang suddenly stood up, beaming. "Today, I have come into wealth. I will cover all expenses." "Proprietress, here, take my silver. Senior sister, this is 1,000 taels in banknotes. Whatever you fancy, I shall pay for it. Brothers, drink to your heart's content. Today, all costs are on me. Thank you all for bringing me to the Xuanji sword sect and for your concern along the way." Honey Tian reached over to pat Yunyang's forehead. "Brother, running to forge swords every day has made you a bit foolish." Yunyang recounted the events of the morning, eliciting hearty laughter from all. "Well done. That fool tried to attack you, but little did he know you've already defeated 5 5th-level ferocious beasts. Yes, today we must take advantage of you." However, Najiyulin appeared despondent, returning the banknotes to Yunyang. "Yunyang, junior brother, that was a gift for you. How can you return it? Are you afraid of me, Najiyulin, aspiring to be on your level?" The atmosphere turned tense, and while Yunyang found himself perplexed, believing it was normal to repay debts, he stood there in confusion. Honey Tian pulled Yunyang aside. "Come, junior brother, let us step out for a moment." Half an hour later, they returned, and Yunyang, smiling brightly, approached with 3 exquisitely packaged small wooden boxes. "That I apologize. Senior sister, it seems I'm misunderstood. These are gifts of apology from me. I hope you like them." His delivery was somewhat stiff, clearly influenced by Honey Tian's coaching, prompting the brothers to tease him. "Give it a bang. Give it a bang, Yunyang. Are you still a man?" Najiyulin's cheeks flushed crimson as she seized the beautifully crafted box. "To go away. Yunyang is going to be spoiled by you little rascals. I won't let this go." "Umph." Honey Tian downed a cup of wine in one gulp. "While you all enjoy your feast, this young master, am troubled by a pair of star-crossed lovers that I swear I shall never teach monks about love again." Today, Yunyang relished the thrill of treating everyone, feeling joy at having not gone bankrupt, as the prices here were reasonable. As the sun set, casting a warm glow across the sky, they boarded a boat by the riverside marsh to return. However, upon reaching the dock, they heard a cacophony of drums and swonas resounding through the stone streets. Yet it was a mournful tune. Exchanging glances, they returned to the stone street, where a black coffin was being paraded under the setting sun. The shadows of the bearers elongated by the fading light to their astonishment. A pale child clad in a red-bellied band sat atop the coffin, crying in terror, as yellow and white paper money fluttered in the air above. The elderly mourners, dressed in mourning robes, lamented amidst the haunting notes of the swana. Perplexed, they stepped forward to halt the procession. Yunyang raised a hand in greeting. "Umitba, may I inquire what this is for?" Usually, funerals feature a grand red rooster atop the coffin. Why is a child seated here? It defies nature, and the child is terrified. The mourners wept bitterly, revealing that every year, during the month of July, a child must be sacrificed to appease the mountain god. Otherwise, spirits would roam the earth. This year was delayed, leading to numerous deaths among those farming or passing by the hillside. The child was merely allowed a glimpse of the world before being buried alive at the mountain god's altar. Even the most seasoned among them felt chills run down their spines at the thought of such a young child meeting a gruesome fate. Yunyang approached the coffin and lifted the frightened child into his arms. "Little brother, do not cry. Your elder brother is here, and nothing will happen to you. Let us return the coffin. Here is a handful of copper coins for you to buy some wine to calm your nerves. We shall handle the rest." At a figure, resembling a village chief, accompanied by several burly men, loomed over Yunyang. "You little brat, what can you do? Mind your own business." Hundi Tian and the others stepped forward, brandishing their student tokens. "What do you mean by interfering? Do you dare to confront the students of the Xuanji Sword Sect? In the Dragon Han Empire, who would dare cross the Xuanji Sword Sect?" The village chief, begrudgingly waving his hand, signaled for the brutish men to retreat. "But if there is no child sacrifice today, how can you guarantee peace in the future?" Najiulin's brows furrowed. "How could you harm such a small child? Your actions are utterly abhorrent. This must never happen again." Yunyang placed the child into the arms of a middle-aged woman clad in mourning attire. "You all may return now. This matter ends here, and we shall take it from here. However, we would like someone to guide us." The blood-red sunset cast its glow upon the evening, staining the earth crimson. As the night breeze stirred, the black bamboo forest echoed with the sharp cries of crows. They traversed a field of golden rapeseed, where an eerie wind whistled at the end of the field. At the forest edge, towering gray mulberry flowers appeared, their gray-white petals drifting in the mountain breeze, releasing a peculiar fragrance that settled upon numerous graves. The mountain wind mingled with a misty rain, gray-white prayer flags fluttering in the night air, inadvertently knocking down colorful floral wreaths. Shoo, 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 a dark figure startled a black rat snake slithering out into the open. "Ah, mother! There's a ghost." Chapter 41. The eerie Du Riverbank bang. In the darkness, a brother knocked out the guide with a single strike that "Don't interfere. Take a break." The dim sky drizzled with fine rain, and the hillside graveyard was as dark as ink. The gloomy moon entirely obscured by clouds. The wind howled through the graves, occasionally illuminated by flickering will-o'-the-wisp that if one looked closely, these ghostly lights danced within the dark hollows, producing a chilling sound that accompanied the eerie wind. The tall gray mulberry trees constantly shed their gray-white flowers, filling the air with an ethereal scent. Some brothers, seeing the drifting souls, recognized their gray-black forms as reflections of themselves, calling them deeper into the shadowy graveyard. Deeper still, under the cover of night, they perceived a world of enchantment ahead, where endless riches awaited their discovery. Plop! One brother found himself beneath the dark gray mulberry tree, indulging in the company of countless beautiful women. But another brother thrust his sword towards him. "Despicable! How dare you touch my woman? You shall pay for this!" The winds of the graveyard howled, and phantoms danced about, accompanied by the fragrant gray-white mulberry flowers that wafted through the air. Yunyang and his companions ventured deeper, each witnessing a different scene in the darkness. Suddenly, Najiulin rushed forward, embracing Yunyang, her face flushed and breath quickening as she shed her garments, one delicate arm wrapping around his neck. "Husband, today we finally wed. I am your wife and shall love you forever." Her smooth, delicate body exposed to the cool night air, her enchanting gaze and intoxicating fragrance left Yunyang furrowed in concern. "Yunji, what is wrong? Are you unwell? I just took you to see the doctor." With a swift thrust, Najiulin pierced through the gray robe of Yunyang. "Do you have another woman? I will not allow you to have another. You belong solely to me." The sharp blade sliced through Yunyang's wrist, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him to end that fleeting moment. Yunyang regained his clarity. He had not succumbed too deeply to the dark influence, but rather, his sister held such significance in his heart that he had inadvertently fallen into the trap, that he was ensnared by the fierce and malevolent aura of the old Buddha, a formidable force that forged his very soul. As he dodged the sword, he cried out, "Senior sister, awaken! It's all an illusion. Everything is a facade." Najiulin, towering 2 levels above Yunyang, was exceptionally formidable, particularly in this realm of illusion. Yunyang, fearful of injuring Najiulin, yet desperate to rouse her, attempted to close the distance and shake her awake, only to be pierced repeatedly, the wounds on his body multiplying in the darkness, with a nimbleness akin to that of a spirit monkey. Yunyang ascended a towering gray mulberry tree to conceal himself, watching Najiyulin intently. She paced anxiously beneath the tree, much like a woman confronting a philandering partner, until she stumbled over the wild grass and fell upon a grave. Bang! Yunyang leapt down, striking her neck with the palm of his hand. Senior sister awakened. The impact proved effective as Najiyulin slowly regained consciousness, noticing Yunyang covered in sword wounds. Rubbing her neck, she looked at him with deep concern. Yunyang. Junior brother, how are you so injured? Is it serious? Let me tend to your wounds. Yunyang briefly explained. The fragrant gray mulberry flowers on the hillside, combined with the natural formations of the graves and the resentment of those departed souls, have created an eerie illusion that I nearly fell victim to it myself. Quickly, rouse the others, but be cautious. Do not fall prey again. Soon after, the sounds of combat reached them. Two senior brothers were locked in a fierce struggle. With a swift motion, Yunyang drew his magical bone staff and rushed towards them. Bang, bang. The two brothers were jolted awake, astonished at their surroundings. What happened? Weren't we just battling on the battlefield? Wasn't I just in the midst of a treasure hunt? Yunyang stated solemnly. You have both been ensnared by the illusion. This time, do not separate. We must all be vigilant that I will awaken the others. After taking a few steps, he turned back. If you possess ghost-repelling talismans, affix them to each grave, and do the same for the gray mulberry trees. The sooner the better. One brother chuckled. I happen to be crafting ghost-repelling talismans that I didn't expect to use them so soon. I wonder if they will be effective. Yunyang sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and focused, desperately recalling the incantations of the old Buddha. Under the night sky, he pulled out sheets of yellow paper, bit his finger, and recited the incantation as he drew symbols with his blood mixed with vermilion on each sheet. Demon suppression. Urgent commande. Soul collection urgent commande. Urgent, urgent, c'est. Before long, dozens of yellow talismans were completed. He could not ascertain their power, yet he placed one on a grave with utmost confidence, plunging his Qinggang sword into the talisman. I revere the old Buddha master. Suppress the demons and eliminate evil. Swiftly, I pierce. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The Qinggang sword pierced the talisman on the black grave, releasing billows of black smoke into the night, accompanied by piercing wails, indicating success. Amitabha, may the souls return to bliss and reincarnate swiftly. However, the drifting soul smoke was absorbed by Yunyang's life and death mysterious formation, which grew stronger in an unseen manner, further empowering Yunyang. The brothers watched in wide-eyed astonishment. Junior brother, you are more formidable than a Maoshan Taoist. Najiyulin rolled her eyes at the two brothers. You are the Maoshan Taoists. Yunyang is a fusion of Buddhist and Xuanji sword sect techniques. The brothers did not contest Najiyulin's words. Her admiration for Yunyang rendered her judgment biased. Nonetheless, Yunyang was indeed impressive. His ability to vanquish demons and evils would make him a revered figure among the common folk. Yunyang finally relaxed a bit, handing the yellow talismans to her. It is my master who is mighty. Just now, I summon my master, the golden Buddha divine being. The brothers seemed to understand, teasing, Oh, so that's it. You were leveraging connections. As the night sky darkened, the fine rain gradually dissipated, revealing 3 dim stars in motion. The witching hour. They hovered over the hillside, and immediately, a chilling wind swept through, accompanied by ghostly howls. Yunyang was affixing yellow talismans to a large grave, while soul smoke and starlight frantically entered the martial nest. Simultaneously, the ethereal spirits drifting among the graves grew stronger, transitioning from intangible forms to soul shadows. Yet they were continuously absorbed by Yunyang's life and death mysterious formation. Even as Yunyang tirelessly affixed yellow talismans to the graves and gray mulberry flowers, the phantoms transformed into a gaseous form, following him into the martial nest. Amidst the formation of 9 stars, one dim star gained 3 faintly visible soul stars in orbit, gradually forming a soul-killing array, creating a nested formation, each layer interlocking. However, at that moment, sizzle, 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 a millennium-old dark earth python, having evolved into a fearsome creature in this shadowy realm, began to inhale the soul-killing energy released by the stellar array. This formidable beast measured over 2 zhang in length and was as thick as a water barrel. Its dark, serpentine body sprouted clusters of gray mulberry flowers, glimmering with a grayish hue, as if on the brink of ascension. Emerging from a burrow, it slithered among the graves, quietly gazing upwards, absorbing the soul-killing energy. It encountered Yunyang, who was affixing the yellow talisman. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The black python flicked its long tongue, suddenly launching an attack like a dragon. Bang, bang. Chapter 42. Soul-killing spirit pearl, the massive form of the black python. Like a black lightning bolt, lunged at Yunyang, bearing down with the weight of a mountain. Wind and water chant, pierce. Yunyang moved with astonishing speed, instantly thrusting his sword towards the python's abdomen to end the dazzling clash of lightning. Sizzle, bang. The Qinggang sword pierced the soft underbelly of the black python, which then fell upon Yunyang, pinning him down and making it difficult for him to breathe. The python constricted rapidly, intent on crushing this human, while its gaping maw revealed 4 sharp fangs dripping with saliva. Lunging towards Yunyang's head, in dire circumstances, Yunyang quickly devised a plan, thrusting the magical bone staff upwards. Crack! Sizzle, whoosh, whoosh! A crisp sound of shattering teeth echoed as 3 of the python's fangs broke off, causing it to writhe in agony. Its soul in turmoil. The black python, having attained spiritual awareness, recognized the magical bone staff as a demonic artifact. Seizing the moment, Yunyang extricated himself from its grasp, but continued to wield the Qinggang sword, Xuanji's sword. Chaotic stab. As the old Buddha had proclaimed, as long as one could win. The chaotic stabs were divine blades, executed with incredible speed that in the brief lapse of the python's focus. Yunyang unleashed a flurry of stabs, inflicting wounds upon its soft underbelly, yet the python quickly regained its composure, emitting a roar akin to a dragon's that it soared into the air, whoosh, with a lightning-quick flick of its tail. Bang, bang. Yunyang was sent hurtling through the air, his vision darkening as he crashed into a mound of earth, stars dancing before his eyes. Yet he had no time to be dazed. The black python lunged for him again, intent on crushing this insignificant human under its might. Yunyang bit his tongue to maintain his focus. Here, take a doubling explosion talisman. A triangular red talisman flew from his hand, arcing toward the python's gaping maw in the darkness. Bang, 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 came a series of muffled explosions. And in a fit of rage, the black python's head shattered into pieces, still unwilling to concede. It had been so close to victory, yet this boy had cheated. The serpent's body continued to writhe. But Yunyang remained vigilant, raising the magical bone staff and striking down with force. Bang, bang, bang. The night echoed with the sound of heavy blows, and the young man did not dare relent, furiously pounding the black python. Wow. What a magnificent spirit pearl. I'm rich now. This is my fortune. Just then, Najiulin and the others arrived, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld the vanquished black python and the spirit pearl in Yunyang's hand. Roughly the size of a pigeon egg. Yunyang, junior brother, you defeated the 8th level fierce beast. Brother, you've struck it rich. This spirit pearl is worth a fortune. Yunyang rubbed his injured arm, feeling a bit shy. Hee, it was a fluke. I wasn't truly a match. I just used a few doubling explosion talismans. At that moment, Honey Tian approached, his eyes glinting with fervor, fixated on the spirit pearl in Yunyang's hand, which radiated a grayish light with gray mulberry flowers and patterns. During the 9-star convergence in his homeland, an elder had obtained a soul essence pearl. This was of utmost significance to him, even more precious than life itself, while gold may be easily acquired. Soul-killing pearls were nearly impossible to find. Feeling the greed emanating from Honey Tian, Najiulin felt a chill run down her spine. Hey, Honey Tian, what kind of look is that? It's quite frightening. Honey Tian wrapped his arms around Yunyang. Junior brother, I know this soul-killing pearl is worth a fortune, and it has growth potential, making it invaluable. But please, do not sell it that I lack sufficient Xinjing. Once I gather enough funds, will you let me have it? In truth, Yunyang has a greater need to refine the soul-killing pearl, that he is a being of fierce malevolence, forged from the shadows, particularly sensitive to such matters. Yet, witnessing the fervent desire in Soul Dai Tian's eyes, he unhesitatingly presented the pearl to him. We are classmates, brothers who have weathered storms together. It is merely a spirit pearl. If my elder brother is in such dire need, what harm is there in giving it to you?" The crowd stood agape, for this was no mere trinket, but a rare treasure of immense value. Although they understood Yunyang's deep sense of loyalty, Sol Dai Tian could scarcely believe his ears. "Yunyang, do you comprehend its worth? Especially to me, losing this opportunity may mean never encountering it again, that I have already refined the soul birth pearl. If I am fortunate enough to refine the soul-killing pearl, it will elevate my cultivation to the utmost. Who would relinquish such a vital treasure so easily? I certainly could not." Yunyang beamed a radiant smile as he pressed the spirit pearl into Sol Dai Tian's hand. "Then let me assist my elder brother in reaching greatness. The spirit pearl possesses a nature of its own. For safety's sake, you should refine it immediately, and we shall protect you." Not only was Sol Dai Tian astonished, but all present recognized in their hearts that they could not have done the same. Yunyang was a brother worth defending with their lives, and Sol Dai Tian felt a surge of profound emotion. "Brother, if I were a woman, I would repay you in kind, but this opportunity is reserved for my twin sister, Dai Letian. Without needing to say more, you must know that whenever you are in peril, Sol Dai Tian will brave fire and water without hesitation." Najiyulin shot a fierce glance at Dai Letian. "Are you not refining it? If you don't, I shall reclaim it. I too desire this pearl." Dai Letian believed Najiyulin would indeed follow through, for when temptation is overwhelming, even the virtuous may succumb. She swallowed the pearl, the size of a pigeon egg, and began refining it within her body, safety first. As the three-star soul-killing array gradually dispersed into the dark night sky, a crescent moon emerged from the thick clouds, casting its cool light, embodying the essence of the mysterious Een. The soul-killing spirit pearl of the 1,000-year-old black python was gradually refined by Sol Dai Tian. The hillside lost its chaotic heart and began to regain its tranquility. As Yunyang's life and death array continuously absorbed the malevolent energy from the graveyard, the eerie atmosphere of the hillside gradually diminished. With the morning star piercing the darkness, a thin layer of white mist rose in the valley, and strands of morning light filtered through the gaps of the gray mulberry forest, heralding a brand new day. All things awakened, radiating with vibrant vitality. The fields of golden rapeseed shone brilliantly, and diligent little bees had already begun to gather nectar. A group of spirited youths frolicked and laughed along the ridges of the fields. "Yunyang, what is your dream?" "I wish to find my sister, Yunjie, and then take her on a journey with my sword, tearing through the darkness to let sunlight illuminate every corner." "Where is your sister?" "Well, I do not know, but I vaguely sense there is a character Tian involved." Sol Dai Tian, "What are your aspirations?" "Ah, I am faring better than Yunyang. My sister is cherished at home by all that I simply need to strive for the utmost in my cultivation. I aim to become the master of souls." "Wow, Sol Dai Tian, why don't you conquer the heavens?" I simply wish to return home after my studies, become a general, and marry a dozen wives, preferably changing a delicate young lady each day, that I think I will refine the Xuanji sword to perfection before turning to Confucian studies. The pinnacle of Confucianism is the way of Confucianism, cultivating an aura of righteousness. Najiyulin, why are you silent? What is your dream? I haven't quite figured it out yet. Let us help you. May you soon marry Yunyang. Be a dutiful wife and mother, and perhaps indulge in some mischief from time to time. At the intersection of Qingshi Street and Shuka Town, the sounds of gongs and drums filled the air, accompanied by joyous Swana music and the crackling of firecrackers as people bid farewell with reluctance. "Thank you, noble gentlemen and ladies, for saving us from great peril." The family of the chosen child for the sacrificial rite gathered around Yunyang, presenting their child before him. "Hurry, kneel before the uncle and call him godfather. He is the benefactor who saved you and many common folk." That Yunyang's youthful face froze for a moment as he scooped the child into his arms, jokingly saying, "I am only 13. How did I become an uncle and godfather? Do I look so old?" "Little brother, your elder brother awaits you at the Xuanji Sword Sect, but first, you must work hard in your martial arts to gain entry." "All right." The eastern sun rose like a vast basin, its rays indifferent to wealth or poverty, bestowing light and warmth upon all. Chapter 43. Extreme Sun Giant Clan under the azure sky. The rhythm of nature was evident. Every half hour, a radiant sun traversed the heavens, casting red light across the sky, igniting the horizon. The earth lay barren, a vast expanse of yellow sand, shimmering with heat, devoid of life for miles, with no sign of chickens crowing or fruit trees blooming. The scorching ground was utterly inhospitable to ordinary beings. Yet, within this vast, scorching expanse of yellow sand thrived a clan that brought light and warmth to all realms, the Extreme Sun Giant Clan. However, they preferred to call themselves the Sun God Clan. They were of towering stature, naturally resistant to heat, and exceedingly difficult to reproduce. Adult members of the Sun God Clan could reach heights of several dozen jong, and once matured, would continue to grow slowly that if not for extraordinary circumstances, the probability of becoming a deity was as high as 1%. A terrifying figure, making reproduction a rare occurrence. The laws of the universe are parallel. Growth requires thousands of years, pregnancy necessitates countless attempts, and bearing a child can take hundreds to thousands of years. Why, you may ask? Readers, let your imaginations run wild. The answer shall be revealed in due time. They are born as giant infants, growing rapidly upon exposure to the air, reaching the average adult human size within a year. Endowed with innate divine strength, they possess immense power, and from the spirit realm onward, they can compress their bodies to resemble normal human proportions. The Sun God Clan lacks large cities or towns, consisting only of small villages, each comprising merely a handful of households. All their homes are constructed from massive stones, appearing triangular from a distance, devoid of timber or similar materials, as these would be incinerated by the scorching sun passing overhead. The vast majority of their settlements contain only a few households, with a village of several dozen being considered large. Their homes are colossal, resembling small mountains. Surrounded by searing yellow sand, life is exceedingly monotonous that I end this boundless expanse of shifting sands. One must tread carefully, for many areas resemble flowing rivers of sand, some even possessing whirlpools of quicksand. One misstep could lead to doom. They maintain their original forms while living on their homeland. Stepping outside raises clouds of dust, leaving behind massive footprints on the searing sand. Upon entering the sandy realm, one is immediately met with a wave of heat. Two little girls, resembling celestial maidens in white, cautiously ventured deeper into the yellow sands, accompanied by an ice crane that fluttered nearby, occasionally emitting a long cry. Alongside the crane came the sound of a young girl's weeping. "Woo, brother, it hurts so much. My skin is all burned, and my blood is drying up. Woo, Sister Xianyu, can we finish today?" Yunjia's battle realm, level 3, was forced upon her, intangible and mismatched with her body. Her delicate snowy skin was blistered by the scorching sands, which quickly burst, revealing tender flesh soaked in yellow-red blood. Yet the searing sunlight dried it almost immediately. The broken, dried skin clung to her tender flesh, and even remaining still was painful. Xianyu's feet finally touched the ground, leaving a trail of tiny footprints in the sand. Her willow leaf brows knitted together as she gently spoke. "Sister, hold on. I'm striving alongside you. Did your brother not tell you that enduring hardship is the path to greatness? If you do not persevere, your brother is but an ordinary man. How will you save him in the future? When will you meet him again?" Yunjia's sobs turned into soft cries, and her sunburned face revealed a flicker of determination. "Brother, yes, for you, I fear nothing. Yunjia will work even harder." With that, she dove headfirst into the yellow sand, rolling and crawling through the scorching granules, her body instantly marked with burns, but her pristine white teeth bit down, piercing her delicate lips, yet she remained silent. "Ong, ong, ong." A cry from the golden crow pierced the air, and a streak of fiery red light swept across the sky, landing before the two girls that it was none other than the holy son of Xianyang. His thick scarlet brows casting a disdainful glance at the writhing Yunjia in the sand, speaking in a booming voice. "Heh, so this is the so-called dual Xian sacred body. Yet to me, it resembles nothing more than a malnourished weakling from the mortal realm." Xianyu's expression changed dramatically, filled with fury. "Holy son Xianyang, you need not have come. Your words are as foul as your mouth. How can you call yourself a holy son? A holy son should possess a heart of magnanimity, tolerance, and humility. Yet you, narrow-minded and venomous, so self-righteous, how can you govern the sun god realm and benefit all beings? Ah, when a celestial maiden is pushed to the brink, she too can speak with eloquence." The holy son of Xianyang felt his face flush with anger, For these words struck true, each one a dagger to his heart. He raised a hand, trembling slightly, pointing at Xian Yu. You ungrateful wretch. Xian Yu did not grant him the chance to finish. You. This is the truth, that if you desire others to praise you, you must learn to respect them first. But you shall never earn respect, for you cannot even bear to hear your own shortcomings. The holy son of Xianyang, born with a sacred body, had always been enveloped by a halo and had never endured such mockery. The extreme Yang giant clan was known for their volatile tempers, igniting at the slightest provocation. Damn it, you little wretch. Sneaking off once leads to betrayal. Just wait and see how I make you submit. With each stride, he closed the distance, launching a powerful punch aimed at Xuanyue's face. The force causing the air to crackle ominously. Like a celestial being, Xianyue soared into the sky, fearful of accidentally harming Yunjie. She ascended like a shooting star, executing a graceful somersault that traced a luminous arc in the air. And with a delicate shout, she countered the massive, fiery fist with her jade-like fist, a stark contrast in size. Do you fear me? Let us battle. With a resounding crash, the space trembled as both combatants were sent reeling through the void. Quickly regaining their footing, flames erupted around the holy son of Xianyang, for the earlier strike had yielded him no advantage. Rather, his knuckles throbbed with pain. Steeling himself, he initiated another assault, chanting a martial incantation, Sun God Fist. Incinerate all. With a series of explosive fireballs the size of basins erupting from his rapid punches, they coalesced into a blazing dragon soaring through the sky. Xianyue remained composed, her delicate fingers forming a gesture as she unleashed a powerful counterattack. Xianyin Divine Palm. Freeze the expanse. A torrent of icy water surged forth, cutting through the fiery heavens, the clash of water and fire resonating like thunder. Fiery blossoms and crystalline flowers rained down like shooting stars. Just as Xuanyue's icy torrent threatened to extinguish the flames, the holy son of Xianyang summoned his blazing red divine flame sword, cleaving through the air with ferocity. Crimson Flame Divine Sword. Slash. The sword's energy surged like a fiery dragon, creating a tempest of heat that crackled ominously. Xianyue twirled gracefully in midair, revealing a dark green jade flute in her grasp. The Xuanyue's cold flute. Extinguish. As the haunting melody echoed, sound waves transformed into a volley of ice arrows directed at the holy sun, each arrow shimmering with a holy glow under the sun. The collision of water and fire erupted like a firecracker, while the holy sun, engulfed in flames, became enraged, suddenly ascending and bringing his colossal sword down with a mighty roar. Xianyang Annihilation Sword. Slash. The fiery sword energy morphed into a swarm of red orbs hurtling toward Xianyue, accompanied by his furious exclamation. Boom. A small sun and a crescent moon collided with earth-shattering force. Thunderous roars splitting the scorching sky, sending shockwaves that carved a massive crater into the searing sand. The ensuing explosion birthed a mushroom cloud, sending the holy son of Xianyang hurtling backward, blood spilling from his lips as he fell into the sandy depths. Disoriented, Xianyue, swept away by the shockwave, eventually regained her balance amidst the sand, wiping the blood from her lips, her countenance turning icy. The cold divine sword materialized, encircling her as she took graceful steps, a radiant figure awaiting the emergence of the holy sun. After a moment, his massive form clawed its way out of the pit, only to be met by the glimmering tip of the cold divine sword, aimed directly at his substantial nose. You have lost again. Will you continue to fight? Here is your chance to turn the tide. Reveal your hidden cards. The holy maiden's voice was frosty and imperious. The holy son, fearful of the slightest movement from Xuanyue's sword, felt a surge of fury. Do not! Bang! Before he could finish his retort, he was flung away by the icy blade, along with a fiery jade stone. To Xuanyue's cold voice echoed. Here, this is the Xianyang stone you gave me. I surmise you have already gifted my token to another. From now on, we sever all ties. Better that we never meet again. With that, she turned and departed, leaving no trace in her wake. Do not go. Just wait. One day, you shall kneel before me, singing my praises. The holy son, shameless as ever, seethed, recalling how he had already bestowed Xuanyue's Xianying jade on another woman. Watching her retreat, his rage ignited. For centuries, he had never laid a hand on her. his nostrils flaring like a raging beast. Xuanyangji arrived, draped in crimson, her smile revealing a half-icy dimple, observing the stoic expression on the Holy Sun's face. Holy Son of Xianyang, your recklessness is astounding. Xianyue appears pure and unassuming. Yet you must recognize that she is the third-ranked moon saintess, favored by the supreme god of Xuanji. She possesses a kind heart and empathizes with the weak. Have you not realized this after centuries of acquaintance? Yet you choose to oppose her. The Holy Sun, like a madman, tossed the sand about, roaring in frustration. You are from the solar system, are you not? Even you would betray me. What gives you the right to mock me? Xuanyangji shook her head. You have lost your mind. You must regain your composure. With that, she turned to leave, unaware of the fierce gust that followed her, as the twisted visage of the Holy Sun loomed behind her. His face a mask of rage, resentment, and depravity. Dare you speak insolently to me? Xianyue may be formidable, but you are far beneath her. Xuanyangji, vulnerable in the oppressive heat, found herself ensnared. Holy Son of Xianyang, you have gone mad. Release me, I implore you. Beneath the relentless sun, a tragic scene unfolded as the Holy Sun revealed his grotesque fangs. Taking a ferocious bite, gasping for air, Yunjie, filled with dread, rushed towards the returning Xianyue, throwing herself into her soft embrace. Wu, sister, I am so worried about you. The Holy Sun is so tall and fierce. Xianyue responded with a gentle hum, Yunjie's head colliding with her injured shoulder, yet a radiant smile graced her lips as she tenderly stroked Yunjie's slightly curly hair. Ah, dear sister, you have no need to fret. The Holy Sun is all bluster. He is but a paper tiger. The Yunjie's tears transformed into admiration as she gazed up at Xianyue. Wow, sister, you are incredible. I was so scared watching you both battle in the heavens. The ground trembled beneath us. The Holy Sun is not a good person. Good people are like my brother, handsome and smiling. Xianyue playfully tapped Yunjie's forehead with her jade finger. You, my dear, have been fixated on your brother for over a year. I wonder what will happen when he marries and is wrapped up in his love. What will you do then? Will you cry? Yunjie looked earnestly at Xianyue, her face beaming. Oh, I will not cry. Because I want my brother to marry you. You both love me dearly. Yunjie is so happy. Ah, the innocence and candor of a child. Xianyue felt warmth creeping into her cheeks whenever Yunjie's brother was mentioned. If her veil were lifted, her face would truly appear as radiant as a dewy peach. The holy maiden's brows furrowed slightly. What is happening to me? Yunyang is merely immortal, yet here I am, affected by this little girl's incessant chatter about her brother. Little one, refrain from meddling in affairs of the heart. Your brother does not even know who I am. Starting tomorrow, you shall have additional lessons. Lest your mind be filled with such fanciful notions. Yunjie playfully stuck out her pink tongue and giggled as she dashed away. Wow, Sister Xianyue, you are punishing me. I shall tell my brother to spank you. That's how we discipline naughty children. You little rascal, do not run away. How dare you? Just as Xianyue attempted to catch the fleeing Yunjie, the latter's expression shifted dramatically. Duh. Sister Xianyue, I feel unwell. It is coming from ahead. And the further I go, the worse I feel. Xianyue, perplexed, was suddenly struck by a foreboding thought. The words of the Divine Master echoed in her mind, that an uneasy feeling surged within her. The place was where she had been battling the Holy Sun. Swiftly, she scooped up Yunjie and leaped onto the ice crane, transforming into a streak of light. With just 100 paces to go, Xianyue pointed her jade hand, sending a pristine silk gown soaring towards the exposed form of Xuanyangji, who had lost her most precious treasure, feeling the agony of her torn body. The crimson stains of dried blood glistened under the harsh sunlight, a painful sight, bearing the marks of the Holy Sun's monstrous bite and bruises. Xuanyue's brows knitted in indignation as she rushed to envelop the trembling and weeping Xuanyangji in her soft embrace. That beast, that pervert, I shall report him to the Divine Master. Xianyangji lifted her head, her eyes bloodshot and brimming with tears, yet suffused with an aura of lethal intent. No, Sister Xianyue, I implore you, do not speak of this, that I shall personally end his life. Seeing Xianyangji in such a pitiable state, Yunji felt a pang of empathy and approached her, gently wiping away her tears with a handkerchief. Sister Xianyangji, let me assist you in vanquishing the wicked. Xian Yangji regarded the girl, who bore an uncanny resemblance to her, with a bittersweet smile. She could sense Yunji's genuine affection. Over a year ago, she had looked down upon Yunji, but now she lamented her poor choice in friends, surrounded by wolves. One could easily find their bones crushed. Yunji, in the past, I was the villain who tormented you, that I apologize. From now on, I shall treat you as Sister Xianyu does. Yunji, nurtured by the unwavering affection of Yunyang, was of a pure disposition and, at that moment, leaped joyfully. Yes, yes, our family is becoming ever warmer. I absolutely adore it. Yet Xian Yangji remained ensnared in her sorrow, gazing at the sun as it traversed the sky. Its rays piercingly bright. Will the sun of the future be dominated by him? No, I must slay him. Chapter 45. Grandy Tavern. It is uncertain when it began, but the dark, curtain-like sky of the demon realm was graced by a crescent moon. Gliding through the haze of gray clouds, that did not bring the gentle light of a full moon nor the twinkling stars to the inky abyss, but rather added a chill, becoming a beacon in the dark world, providing direction in the pitch-black nights of the demon realm. The towering figure of Yu Imohan emerged from the stone dwelling of the demon court, his rotund, dark mouth still curled in a lingering, lewd grin. Yet, having toiled in the fields, his already darkened brow had grown even more shadowy. Bang! Inadvertently, his tall frame collided forcefully with the stone doorframe, causing the stone house to tremble. Damn it, F.A.Q. Showing, you ought to raise the door a bit higher. The tolling of the church bell echoed ominously as Yu Imohan vanished into the inky night. Showing, languorously rising from her slumber, leaned against the stone doorframe, an enigmatic smile gracing her dark red lips. Yu Imohan, the battle mage, one day I shall reclaim my dues with interest. Underneath the heavy clouds, the pale sun slowly made its way across the sky, heralding a new day for the fog-laden demon realm. Despite being a hermaphrodite, Xiao Ying continued her meticulous grooming, admiring her youth and the delicate contours of her face. That am I not a stunning maiden? Why is it that there is not a single decent man in the demon realm? Is there truly no one with refined features and handsome countenance? The men of the demon realm disgust me. Why Yu Imohan? How long will it be until you become the nourishment for my ascension? Before the imposing, dark sword-shaped tombstone of the church, Xiao Ying knelt, her hands clasped in prayer, her face radiating devotion. Oh, my omnipotent demon lord, grant me boundless magical power. Xiao Ying shall serve you eternally, clad in black robes. The magic instructor's face was pale, his eyes glinting darkly as he held a staff emanating a grayish light, inscribed with magical runes. Mission: contribute 10 complete demon warrior skins from the human demon race to the demon god ancestor. Failure results in a decrease of overall combat power. Success results in an increase. Note: the contributed corpses or organs must be of a lower rank than oneself, or else one gains nothing for their efforts. But at least one does not demote. Xiao Ying, of course, would not take such risks. She had ample youth ahead of her. The day she departed from Glad, she cursed the demon court for its damned mission. 10 demon warrior skins of higher rank. Where on earth could she find such? At the same time, she pondered the purpose of the demon court, which, under the guise of justice, sought these corpses and organs. But for now, she could only contemplate. Fearing the wrath of her omnipotent demon lord, the immediate priority was to deliver the skins. Otherwise, if others did not descend into hell, she would be the one to do so. Although cannibalism was the norm in the demon realm, many clans in Glad were beyond her current reach. She could only walk while searching her memories for the most suitable targets. The gray sky churned with dark clouds, rumbling with thunder, as a light rain began to fall upon Grandy. At the end of Black Wudong Road stood a secluded tavern, its wooden sign proclaiming in white paint the name The Crossroads Tavern. Above the sign perched a large, black rubber barrel. The tavern was remote, often closed for 3 days at a time. Today, the overcast sky and drizzling rain made it no different. The tavern owner, Quilizi, glanced at the sky and then at the ends of the roads, shaking his head in resignation. Alas, this business, not a single soul in sight. How am I to pay this year's head tax? I suppose I shall have to turn in another child. Indeed, the order of the demon realm was more terrifying. Fortunately, they did not share the same emotional ties as the light realm, where losing a loved one was of little consequence, as the absence of emotional pain led to prolonged lifespans. However, along another road in Glad. A petite shadow approached, adorned with feathers atop her head, her gray-white face and pointed chin accentuating her delicate features. That in her hand, she wielded a low-grade magic wand, its two dark red stones emitting a faint glow. People recognized her brown robes from the Magic Academy. To the denizens of the demon realm, her youthful and sharp voice was like celestial music. "Hey, are you the owner? Don't look at the sky. Business is here." The plump middle-aged Quilizi's eyes lit up with greed as he quickly stood, one hand behind his back and the other pressed to his chest in a deep bow. "Oh, dear girl, it is an honor to serve you." Inside the tavern, the dim light cast shadows over the murky interior as Quilizi poured a large cup of dark ale and placed it on the wooden table. "Dear girl, you are my most esteemed guest. This is the freshest pressed grape wine, that I hope you enjoy it." Xiaoying cast a glance at the murky wine, a flicker of coldness crossing her eyes. "Oh, thank you, owner. I am quite hungry. Please fetch me 2 slices of bread as well." Quilizi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Certainly, please wait a moment. I shall bake it immediately." As Quilizi turned towards the kitchen, Xiaoying removed a silver hairpin from her head, stirring the murky wine with it. What a trivial trick I employ." Rising, she poured the wine into the barrel and retrieved a cup from the cupboard, filling it from another barrel. After ensuring it was safe with her silver hairpin, she leisurely began to drink a tea. That moment, raucous footsteps and loud voices echoed from outside. "Hey, is anyone there? Prepare 15 seats." Xiaoying glanced at the newcomers, adorned with black firearms and curved blades, their intimidating presence masked by veils. A rush of delight surged through her. She could exceed her task. Rising, she stepped outside to find a double horse-drawn carriage, a large wooden box sealed with a stamp, covered by a black cloth. Chanting a spell, Xiaoying pointed her wand at the wooden box, nodded, and then circled to the back, knocking on the wooden door to "Hi, dear owner. It's me, the magician." With a creak, the door opened, and the owner's eyes gleamed with desire. Thinking the potion had taken effect, the beautiful maiden, surely unable to wait, "Dear girl, why are you in the back? Can you wait a moment? I need to finish their business first." Xiaoying looked at him with disdain. Thinking, "Men, oh men." She flashed the owner a flirtatious glance, her voice a mere whisper. "Darling, could you lower that towering physique of yours? Once we complete this job, we can soar away, our wealth boundless. Where can't we go? We could buy a manor, build a castle, and with a youthful beauty like me as your wife, every day would be filled with wine and women, a life more blissful than the demon lord himself." The owner hesitated, recognizing the attire of the newcomers, 3 of whom belonged to prominent families from the city of Saint Ding. "But I have a tavern. I am still a magician. But I have a wife. Do I not surpass her in youth and beauty? But I have children. With my youth and beauty, I can bear as many as desired. Dear, this is specifically crafted for esteemed guests, the freshest pressed grape wine." Xiaoying remained unfazed as she poured the wine for the drunken patrons. Inadvertently, her wand fell to the ground, revealing a glimpse of her fierce allure. "Oh, how refreshing, a magician selling wine." Magician, you've sold your wine. How much can you earn? Serve us well, and money will be the least of your concerns." Indeed, since time immemorial, those who indulge in drink and lust have also coveted beauty. A tall, muscular man ripped Xiaoying's veil away. "Oh my, a delicate flower. How much? Name your price." Xiaoying feigned shyness, her eyes sparkling with allure. "Oh, how rude of you. I am but a flower yet to bloom. However, if you manage to intoxicate me, I shall forget everything." Chapter 46. The Enchantress of Wealth. A dense gray mist enveloped the space, while a cold crescent moon hung in the sky. The realm of magic lay shrouded in darkness, yet the dimly lit Tavern of Clays was a scene of vibrant revelry. Several men in uniforms were taking turns pouring drinks, but Xiaoying, impervious to inebriation, had her beverages absorbed by her magical wand. Meanwhile, the intoxicated patrons were already lost in their cups. Once more, Xiaoying exchanged glances with Clays, who ultimately seized a venomous scorpion, tearing off its tail to spill its pitch-black venom into the barrel. The toxic liquid bubbled ominously within, and Clays' expression betrayed a flicker of anxiety. After all, he was a guard from Saint Ding City, and to enrage the powerful families could result in devastating consequences. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead in the chill of the night. "It is so hot, warriors. I feel faint. My breath is quickening. I can barely endure. Come, let us drink another cup, Xiaoying exclaimed, tilting back a large goblet of wine, causing a button to snap off, a perilous act indeed. The onlookers dared not blink, silently urging her to break another button and succumb to intoxication. With bleary eyes, Xiaoying swayed, appearing just a drink away from collapse, yet somehow remained upright, brandishing her empty goblet among the inebriated men. Where is the wine? Why do you not toast with this sorceress? Feeling the fleeting softness of the moment, the drunken revelers could only think, who can withstand this? As the opportunity to claim the enchanting beauty drew near. They could not afford to let it slip away. Clays, where is your wine? Why is it not here yet? Caught in a mental tug-of-war, Clays instinctively responded, "Oh, it's coming, it's coming!" Outside, the black Paulownia trees swayed in the night wind, creating a haunting sound, while the dim oil lamp in the tavern flickered as if it might extinguish at any moment. Beneath the murky glow, Xiaoying flirted with the idea of departure. "Clays, I must take my leave. I will take half, the rest is yours, including the wealth upon their bodies." Clays leaped up, his towering figure reflecting his desire to claim everything, including Xiaoying herself. "Vaco, did we not agree that you would be mine? Did we not plan to escape together? With so many bodies, how can we dispose of them? This tavern belongs to me. They will surely come seeking retribution, that if you dare leave, you shall have not a single copper coin." Xiaoying continued to feign an intention to depart, torn between the allure of treasures and their fierce gazes, "that I must have misjudged you. Very well. Fine. I will take 4. You take 6 to Clays, at the 4th level of his domain, and Xiaoying at the 3rd. Both were cautious in their maneuvers. Patiently, she ignited Clays' desire, her eyes sparkling as she pretended to walk away. How could she let the prey slip through her fingers? Moreover, this was her territory. Clays, emboldened by his superior status, pounced upon the vulnerable Xiaoying like a ravenous wolf. Bang! Xiaoying found herself pinned to the wooden floor, the cabin swaying rhythmically, the oil lamp flickering precariously. Suddenly, a scream akin to a slaughtered pig pierced the air. Just as Clays was reaching his peak, Xiaoying's magical dagger plunged into his abdomen, twisting with force, causing blood to gush forth. The magic was bestowed upon her by her mentor. Already cast and binding, Clays' ashen face contorted outside the wooden fence. A spirited young lad of 17 or 18 laughed heartily, calling out, "Ah!" The wooden door of the timber building swung open, and a girl of about 15 or 16, as lively as a spring breeze, skipped through the courtyard, her laughter ringing like wind chimes. "Qinggu, I just wanted to invite you, the other day. I saw a particularly delightful gauzy dress and a jade hairpin. Mama, Xiao Dai and Qinggu have gone to the city." The girl, slender in figure and adorned in a flowing green dress, exuded an aura of purity and vitality. Qinggu, with his thick brows and bright eyes, strolled along a shaded path in the mountains, leaving behind a trail of lingering laughter, the wind carrying a hint of sweetness. "Xiao Dai, your waist is so delicate, just right for a gentle embrace. Your rosy lips exhale like orchids, enchanting me utterly, and your arched eyebrows resemble willow leaves. How I long to kiss and caress them." Xiao Dai chuckled, revealing her pearly white teeth, her cheeks blushing like ripe peaches. "Qinggu, you are so naughty. Your gaze resembles that of miscreants, gleaming with a green light. It frightens me. Ah, what youth does not yearn for love? And what Na'vi girl is not filled with springtime infatuation? In the depths of the mountains, soft hands and fragrant first kisses awaken the senses. The gentle breeze of love sways through the woods and blossoms. As Xiao Dai leaned against a peach blossom tree, the petals cascaded down like a gentle snowfall, startling a few birds into flight. Her tender face, like a tranquil pond, gazed longingly at Qinggu, who was captivated, inhaling the sweet fragrance she emanated. The moment Qinggu leaned closer, Xiao Dai blissfully closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering gently. "Hey, what are you two up to?" "Wow, continue. I didn't see anything." He. Just as the young couple was about to share a kiss that would last a lifetime, a playful giggle pierced the air, shattering the moment. The pair reluctantly parted, their eyes still filled with unspoken affection. Qinggu approached with a frown. "Qing'er, do you no longer desire a sister-in-law? Your antics have ruined everything." Xiao Dai, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, hurried towards the riverside dock. Look at you. Qing Ge pointed at the little girl in front of him and quickly chased after her. Qing Er giggled, brother, it's fine. Xiao Dai will eventually be yours. I'll keep an eye on her for you, remember? You promised to buy me a hairpin. Don't run away, I'm coming. As the ferry glided across the water. It startled a flock of egrets, while the young couple aboard whispered sweet nothings to each other. Spring had arrived, blossoms were in full bloom, and the air was thick with romantic scenes. Qing Er was overlooked as Qing Ge, oblivious to his sister, wrapped his arm around Xiao Dai's waist, pouring out his heart in the cabin. The small town, though modest in size, bustled with activity, featuring quaint bridges and flowing waters, with bustling streets adorned with an array of delightful goods. Accompanied by the calls of vendors that, brother, hurry. I adore this kite. If you don't buy it, I'll tell Mama you're bullying me. These colorful trinkets were the delight of children, and at 12 or 13, Qing Er was at the perfect age for play. However, Qing Ge remained focused. Xiao Dai played with the kite for a moment before hastening to the shop selling gauzy skirts, her true destination. Suddenly, a magnificent black steed approached, bearing a man clad in luxurious silks, his fingers adorned with gold rings, a necklace of considerable girth around his neck, and a pure gold hookah slung across his back. He was a nouveau riche, ostentatious and crude, with a prominent nose turned skyward and a squinting eye surveying the passers-by. His head crowned with uncut jade and adorned with silver hairpins, he pointed at the people with a haughty demeanor. This dish should taste delightful, and that tender morsel looks equally appealing. Alas, all mere low-grade fare. The man was brazen, and though bystanders were inclined to scorn this boorish nouveau riche, they paused, taken aback by his appearance, skin a shade of dark yellow with gray undertones. Long black nails resembling claws, and asymmetrical nostrils above a thick, mottled lip housing a large mole. His hawk-like eyes glinted with a dull green light, commanding respect due to his imposing stature. Yet his silks were undeniably valuable, and the gleam of gold rings caught the eye, rendering his appearance less grotesque. Wealth has always held a beguiling allure. This man was Yuan Luo, who nearly blinded the onlookers with his ostentation. He reveled in the life of luxury he had once envied, exclaiming, "This life, coveted by others, is truly exhilarating." Suddenly, his squinting eyes lit up upon spotting a striking figure, and he muttered, "My Aji Ma, dear sister, have you returned? But you were so far from home. How did you end up here?" With a firm grip on the reins, he leapt gracefully to the ground, following her closely. Xiao Dai approached the pink gauzy dress she had longed for, her eyes sparkling as she caressed the fabric. "This dress is so silky. It looks especially lovely in this season of blooming flowers. Boss, I've gathered 5 taels of silver for it." Qing Ge interrupted. "Boss, could you reduce the price by 2 taels? I could find similar goods elsewhere for 3 to the shopkeeper." A flamboyantly dressed woman cast a disdainful glance at Qing Ge, murmuring, "Country bumpkin, those are low-quality silk. We offer only the finest handcrafted silk here." "Do you understand?" Just as Qing Ge was about to retort, Xiao Dai interjected, "No worries, boss. Please wrap it up. I have the money at that moment." A deep, resonant voice echoed, No, dear sister. How can a lovely maiden pay for her purchases?" "Boss, wrap up several items that she has tried on." With that, a gold ingot clanged on the counter. The shopkeeper's eyes sparkled with delight, her voice almost melodic. "Oh my, clearly a distinguished gentleman, tall, handsome, and generous. Sir, might you honor me with your presence in the garden tonight?" In the past, Yuan Luo would have eagerly accepted such an invitation, but now he simply replied, "Your words are pleasing. The rest is yours to keep." The shopkeeper, eager to please, stuffed a few more dresses into the package and handed it to Yuan Luo, her fingers brushing against his hand in a moment of intimacy. She was not deterred. After all, he was a man who could easily part with gold. Xiao Dai, slightly bashful, reached for the bundle, but Qing Ge swiftly blocked her hand. "Wait, how can you accept gifts from strangers? He doesn't seem like a good person." Yuan Luo's countenance darkened, but he retorted, "Did I ever claim to be a good person? I simply enjoy gifting to lovely maidens that I am a nouveau riche, and if you disagree, then bite me." With that, he grasped Xiao Dai's delicate hand, placing the parcel into her grasp as he led her away. "Sister, do not linger with that jealous, stingy fellow. Follow me, and I shall fetch you the moon if you desire it." In this moment, Yuan Luo transformed into the very person he had once despised, devoid of malice, his intention sincere, for Xiao Dai bore a striking resemblance to Aji Ma, a fervent woman whose influence on Yuan Luo would last a lifetime. Unbeknownst to Xiao Dai, she found herself relishing the feeling of being adored and spoiled, despite a flicker of hesitation as she glanced at Qing Ge. However, that moment of doubt quickly faded, and she willingly followed in Yuan Luo's footsteps. Her voice sweet and melodic. "I don't even know your name." Yuan Luo smacked his forehead. "How forgetful of me. I am Yuan Luo, of a nouveau riche with ample gold, silver, and diamonds. I could buy you this entire city." Xiao Dai leaned into this unfamiliar man, feeling a sense of security and fulfillment. "Yuan Luo, I don't want anything else. Let us go over there. I'll treat you to some beef skewers." "Oh, I almost forgot. Qing Ge is quite formidable. I used to be his little sister. Will he seek revenge on you?" Yuan Luo chuckled, finding her concern amusing, and his affection for her deepened. She was the first person to care for him since he had taken Aji Ma from Shirsang, though he had overlooked the fact that Yin Yang had once shown him kindness on the battlefield. "Haha, revenge. Your current state is insufficient to fill my gaps. What he should do is burn incense to pray for himself, lest he leave not a shred behind." Just as I settled down at the skewer shop, Qing Ge hurriedly arrived, striking Yuan Luo's back with a swift hand, the wind howling fiercely. Little Dai, unsure of whom to worry for, gasped in surprise, her delicate pink lips agape. Yuan Luo sat on the bench, smiling as he turned his head, but in that fleeting moment, he opened his mouth wide to reveal sharp teeth. His fierce demeanor laid bare. "Ow, ah, 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 ah." A roar erupted, reverberating with a sinister energy that pierced Qing Ge's very soul. Qing Ge's hand, poised to strike, froze midair, halted by Yuan Luo's malevolent aura. His eyes filled with terror. That gaping maw and those fangs were not human. Yet his mind was clouded, darting about like a madman. "There are ghosts. I've seen a ghost." As Yuan Luo turned back, he regained his smile. "Little Dai, what troubles you? Let us continue our meal." Little Dai, still astonished, opened her pink lips wide, her pretty face adorned with admiration. "Wow, you scared Qing Ge away just with a roar. I truly admire you." Yuan Luo felt an unparalleled sense of fulfillment, basking in the adoration of the woman he cherished. "Oh, that's nothing. You have yet to see how formidable I can be. Eat up. And once we're done, I'll buy you everything you desire. Whoever dares to refuse shall face my wrath." Yuan Luo fell deeply in love once more. When love strikes, it is a fleeting moment upon arriving again at the jewelry store. Little Dai stepped inside, her gaze drawn to a jade butterfly. Yuan Luo's gravelly voice echoed, "Bring that jade butterfly here." The shopkeeper and the attendant trembled at the sight of this towering figure. Resembling a fearsome ghost, their voices quavering and bodies shaking. They were mere mortals conducting business, valuing their lives, and fearing this malevolent presence might refuse to pay. "Sir, are you certain? It costs 10 taels of mercury." Bang! Yuan Luo casually tossed a gold ingot, which glimmered as it struck the wooden pillar behind the shopkeeper. "Aside from my sister's inquiries, you are to follow orders without disturbing her enjoyment, or else." Bang crack! Yuan Luo pressed down lightly on the wooden stool, which instantaneously splintered into sawdust. That I in that moment. Little Dai felt blissful. She adored this domineering affection, unable to resist wrapping her arm around Yuan Luo's. "Yuan Luo, Ge, could you crouch down a little?" Plop! A pink lip print was left on Yuan Luo's dark, broad forehead. Little Dai's first kiss. Her heart raced like a drum, her face flushed with shyness. "Boss, could you retrieve that jade hairpin for me from that day? Oh, and bring me a pile of gold-inlaid jade bracelets. One for me and one for a Ge." Meanwhile, Yuan Luo was lost in a daze. If Qing Ge were to strike at that moment, Yuan Luo would likely not react. He was entranced by the sweet kiss on his forehead, sweet, smooth, and tender. This was the first kiss he had received from a woman, a girl's kiss that in the past, Ajimon never had the chance. They were both too shy then that he was enraptured by the sensation of that sweet maiden's first kiss. Drifting into reveries, realizing that being kissed by a girl felt like floating in a dream, and oh wonder in the small woods, amidst the cornfields under the moonlight, one often inadvertently witnesses those young couples entwined in affection. He wished to express, "Little Dai, I want to love you for 1,000 years." To be able to kiss Little Dai, he vowed to cease his consumption, A figure danced before him, like slender jade fingers waving in Yuan Luo's sight. Yuan Luo, gu. What ails you? Try on this jade bracelet. It's our couple's bracelet, and I'll gift it to you, but I only have 6 taels of mercury. You lend me the money first, and I'll repay you as soon as we return home. The girl's voice was like a lark. A celestial melody in Yuan Luo's ears that ate tea that moment. His eyes sparkled with light, a stark contrast to the bloodshed he consumed daily. Before him stood a girl brimming with life, love, care, and vibrancy. Spring had blossomed. Flowers blooming along the path, leaving behind little Dai's tinkling laughter, as well as Yuan Luo's gaze filled with happiness and deep affection. No, I do not consent to this marriage. What of wealth? He looks like a fearsome ghost. If I were to rise in the middle of the night to use the lavatory, I would be too frightened to do so. Yuan Luo had come to propose. He had already settled in the small town, acquiring properties, purchasing several picturesque courtyards with flowing streams, and shops filled with the jewelry little Dai adored, that he had even gathered a retinue of servants, and of course, he had brought along goats and fat pigs for the proposal. To Yuan Luo, anything achievable with money or life was trivial. However, he faced a closed door at little Dai's mother's residence. Yuan Luo gazed at himself in the basin of water, disheveled, with a crooked nose and slanted eyes. Thick lips revealing 3 yellowing, sharp teeth, truly a ghastly sight. You old hag, one's appearance is faded. How can I be blamed? As long as I treat little Dai well, isn't that enough? Right, little Dai? Little Di nodded, waving her hand, and Yuan Luo obediently squatted down like a little lamb, his gravelly voice imbued with tenderness. What is it, little sister? Little Dai whispered. It seems today is not our day, Dai suddenly recalled. How could we persuade mother? That is not our strong suit. We should seek a clever matchmaker, right? Yuan Luo slapped his forehead. Indeed, my little Dai is astute, that if we can convince the old woman, we can gift her a villa. Ago, I can handle this. You first arrange for the porters and servants to rest. Even with wealth, we must not squander it. After saying this, she planted another kiss on Yuan Luo's forehead. Yuan Luo felt as though his very soul had melted. He cherished this feeling immensely. Chapter 49. The night of the full moon, under the vast starry sky, a crescent moon hung like a jade plate, casting silvery light that on this full moon night. With its extreme yin energy, the moonlight shimmered, enveloping every corner along with a pervading profound yin aura, enchanting those cultivators of martial arts that if all went as expected, their realms would ascend to new heights on this night. In the small town of Wudong, with its quaint bridges and flowing streams, there lay a courtyard, the moon illuminating the western tower, that a shadow stealthily climbed the tall, sturdy tree outside the courtyard. Gulu, gulu, gulu. Do. The wooden window of the western tower creaked open, revealing a girl clad in sheer fabric who tossed out a handkerchief. The shadow leapt into the courtyard with a swift whoosh. Squeak, squeak. Hurried footsteps descended from above, and the door swung open, followed by rapid breathing. A shadow, like a ghost in the nocturnal shroud, loomed large yet moved with ease under the moonlight. Each full moon, he craved blood and feasted on corpses. Otherwise, the yin energy of the full moon would recoil against his soul. Simultaneously, this night was when he was at his most powerful, enhancing his combat prowess and facilitating cultivation. Thus, good and bad, sorrow and joy, perpetually wove together. Before he was about to lose control, he would hastily depart from little Dai, forbidding any mishap to befall her. Yet he was filled with rage. 2 months had passed, and those matchmakers had battered down the threshold. Yet the old woman remained obstinate. Deep within his soul, he yearned to enter the bridal chamber with little Dai amidst the blessings of the people, ensuring she would have no regrets, on a hill outside the small town. Even the pale moonlight cast an eerie chill. This was the eternal graveyard of the town, where the sparse mulberry trees grew twisted and blackened by the aura of death that a small ditch flowed with murky yellow water, emanating a ghostly glow. Where did it originate? It was a mystery. With the footsteps approaching, bang! A thunderous sound erupted in the night. Poochie, poochie, rustle, rustle, chitter, chitter. A flock of ghostly crows took flight, gray bats fluttering about chaotically. Yet soon after, these sinister creatures returned, swirling around the shadow, devouring corpses beside the dug-up grave. Unidentified snakes and lizards slithered nearby, while a pack of hidden wolves raced towards this direction, seemingly drawn by the shadow's invisible call. The shadow was none other than the Dark King. Bang, bang, bang. Pip, pip, rustle, rustle. One grave after another was unearthed by those sinister beings, lying in wait beside them, anticipating the Dark King's indulgence. Ding! A clear, crisp sound resonated in the dim graveyard. Yuan Luo leveled up, Tier 3. Ha ha ha. I, Yuan Luo, and the Dark King, all things bow to me. At the witching hour. Dense, dark clouds rolled ominously across the sky, obscuring the waning full moon entirely. The earth lay shrouded in inky darkness, when suddenly, a bolt of lightning, akin to a silver serpent, streaked from the heavens to the ground. Piercing the obsidian night, the air reverberated with a low rumble of distant thunder, causing the very ground to tremble. Shadows flitted about under the cloak of night, as an overwhelming tide of spectral crows. Blackbirds, gray bats, lizards, and lurking wolves surged toward the two-story wooden cabin nestled in the mountains, its wooden fence entwined with creeping vines, soon becoming a wriggling mass of serpents and lizards. The wooden structure emitted rustling sounds in the dark, startling the slumbering figure of Xiao Dai, a martial arts practitioner who suddenly awoke in terror. Her eyes, accustomed to the darkness, discerned the sinister forms that surrounded her. The sight of those malevolent entities filled her with dread. Still caught in the haze between sleep and wakefulness, she frantically grasped at the writhing creatures, flinging them away, yet more continued to latch onto her limbs. The air was filled with the sounds of flapping wings and the scuttling of creatures. The gray bats squeezed through the cracks, while the hidden wolves clawed at the wooden door, filling the small cabin with an overwhelming presence of darkness. The old woman, unperturbed, met her end in a half-slumber. When the first light of dawn illuminated the wooden abode, it lay in disarray, with only tattered remnants of the old woman's black floral garments remaining. The mother pig in the pen had been devoured, leaving behind only its hooves. The pond's water had turned a ghastly crimson, with feathers from ducks and geese floating upon its surface, alongside the bloated corpses of fish. The townsfolk gazed in horror at the scene. As a well-meaning individual rushed to summon Xiao Dai, as the rooster crowed at dawn, a shadow leaped from the window of the west wing and landed gracefully on the ground. The ethereal woman, her eyes sparkling with the remnants of dreams, savored the moment. When the sun rose, casting its warm light upon the world, a knock echoed from the west wing. "Sister, today brother will take you to the races." Creak, the wooden door of the courtyard swung open, releasing a waft of ripe peach fragrance, while some blossoms still bloomed in rosy hues. Xiao Dai had a fondness for pink peach blossoms, a trivial matter for Yuan Luo, who believed that wealth could solve any dilemma, that he had engaged a master of arboriculture to cultivate the peach trees, ensuring their year-round bloom. The servant girl opened the door, her eyes glimmering with autumnal warmth, yet betraying a flicker of distraction. "The master has returned." Yuan Luo merely grunted in acknowledgement, devoid of much expression, uninterested in the thoughts of the lower classes, focused solely on cherishing his beloved Xiao Dai until the end of time. "Why are you the one opening the door?" The servant girl furrowed her brow. The mistress has caught a chill," she began, but before she could finish, Yuan Luo's imposing figure ascended the stairs with haste, his voice booming. "Xiao Dai's sister, how did you catch a chill? Is it serious? You fools, hurry and fetch a doctor. If the lady is unwell, you might as well wait for death." Sunlight filtered through the gauzy window, illuminating Xiao Dai's languid form, her curves exquisite and flawless. "What are you doing? It's early morning. Must you bellow like a broken gong? Do you wish to disturb the peace?" Xiao Dai glared at the unattractive man, questioning her past choice. The servant girl, swift as the wind, understood everything and yearned to usurp the mistress's position, adorned in silks and jewels, indulging in delicacies, and living a life of admiration. She soon returned with the physician, discreetly handing him a pouch of copper coins, whispering, "Esteemed doctor, please attend to the mistress and ensure you relay any findings to the master. You shall not be wronged afterward." The physician, esteemed and respected, replied, "Oh, your life is not without its challenges. Take back the money that a doctor's heart is that of a parentess. I shall prescribe with utmost care." Upon the physician's arrival, Xiao Dai, still languishing in bed, was taken aback, her brows knitting in alarm. "Who summoned you? And for what purpose?" The servant girl stealthily retreated behind Yuan Luo, as Xiao Dai was at present. The mistress, the physician, puzzled by the scene, observed Yuan Luo's tender smile as he sat beside Xiao Dai's bed. However, upon seeing Yuan Luo, Xiao Dai felt a wave of nausea. The man's ugliness was unbearable, and she could not fathom a future spent in his company. Her eyes reflected distaste, yet she dared not express it too openly. After all, the moment was not ripe for such revelations. Yuan Luo gazed at her with concern, his voice dripping with affection. Xiao Dai, you are unwell. I have summoned a physician. I will not allow even the slightest mishap. The physician produced a silver thread, which Xiao Dai watched in terror as it encircled her wrist. Chapter 50. Prelude to the Tempest in the West Wing. Amid Xiao Dai's look of dread, the cold, pulsating silver thread felt like a noose tightening around her. Just as her anxiety peaked, a loud call echoed from outside the courtyard. Is anyone there? Is this the home of Yuan Luo and Xiao Dai? Ah, I'm coming. The voice was like a celestial melody to Xiao Dai, who hurriedly removed the silver thread and dashed down the wooden staircase. Yuan Luo handed a gold ingot to the physician. Hey, doctor, is there anything seriously amiss? The physician, with a broad smile, replied, Congratulations. Madam is indeed 1.5 months pregnant. Avoid cold and hard foods, and she must not run about as she did earlier. A chilling voice interrupted, Doctor, are you certain? The physician, bewildered, wondered why such news was not met with joy. I have practiced medicine for over a century. I can assure you. The voice grew colder. Show him out. The servant girl suppressed her excitement, realizing things were better than she had anticipated. The mistress's position was within reach. She merely awaited the unfolding drama, confident that a tempest was imminent. Esteemed doctor, please follow me, she urged, as the room was left in disarray, with Yuan Luo alone, his inky hair transforming to hues of green, then finally a vivid shade of emerald, his already asymmetrical face contorted further. I do not betray the world. Why must the world betray me? The last anguished roar echoed from the West Wing, causing the tiles to tremble and fall. Waves of rage, malice, and dark energy surged from the West Wing. Yuan Luo, as if bereft of his soul, descended the wooden staircase, his eyes falling upon a figure beneath the delicate pink petals of the peach tree, exuding the vitality of youth. That figure was his beloved, his cherished one, the sole girl he wished to protect. Yet now, she had become a woman, another's woman. A torrent of fury surged within him, roaring in despair. She was a harbinger of doom. They were but lowly beings. Mere sustenance. Kill her, consume her. A voice echoed. She is your beloved, the embodiment of a Ji-Ma, even surpassing her, the one who bestowed upon you your first kiss, that kiss so sweet and unforgettable. The servant girl, having seen the physician off, hid in a corner, eagerly awaiting the storm's arrival, her ambition set on the mistress's throne. Xiao Dai conversed amiably beneath the peach tree, indifferent to her household, feigning nonchalance, yet inside she was a bundle of nerves. Even the falling pink petals upon her dark tresses sent shivers down her spine. As Yuan Luo's footsteps drew near, her heart raced with trepidation, fearing he might strike a fatal blow. She did not wish to die, for she was in the prime of her youth, with immense wealth at her disposal. Yuan Luo draped the pink veil she adored over her shoulders, his voice laced with affection. Xiao Dai, the physician has advised against any vigorous activity. Let us retreat indoors for rest. Xiao Dai's heart skipped a beat. Did he intend to take action? Yet she dared not oppose Yuan Luo, speaking with a long-lost gentleness. Brother, I heard news that my family is in distress. I wish to return and check on them, or I shall be restless. Yuan Luo tenderly caressed Xiao Dai's flowing hair. Very well, servant girl, attend to the mistress with utmost care. Should anything happen, beware of your head. The servant girl had not anticipated such a turn of events. With such a vibrant green hat, her hair had turned a vivid hue, and as a fierce man, was he not meant to erupt in fury and tear Xiao Dai to shreds? Yet she dared not reveal her feelings. She believed this was merely the calm before the storm, and the more tranquil it appeared, the more ferocious the tempest would be. Suppressing the thoughts within her, she nonchalantly arranged her itinerary and accompanied her lady to her maternal home. Once everyone had departed, the courtyard erupted in a thunderous roar once more. Ripe peaches and green plums fell in abundance. Yuan Luo's hand trembled, and a torch appeared in his grasp. He intended to set this place ablaze, but just as he was about to cast it away, He retracted it. How could I capture anything if I burn it down? Once a tree-lined path filled with the whispers of love, two shadowy figures stealthily followed Xiao Dai's group, that as dusk descended. The two wooden buildings in the mountains were tidied up, for in this world, wealth facilitated all affairs. Hired laborers and servants completed the cleaning in less than half a day. When the 15th moon reached its full glory, maid, you and the servants will sleep in the pigsty downstairs. You are not to come up without my command. Yes. The servants retreated, while the maid lamented the mistress's entangled affections, questioning why she did not sever the ties cleanly. Now, this wretched woman had the audacity to make them sleep in the pigsty, all for her dalliance with Jianfu. After the rhythmic sway of the wooden building subsided, tranquility returned. The mountain night was so serene. The moonlight streamed into Xiao Dai's chamber, illuminating two pale bodies. You fiend, my mother has just died, and you have appeared. You frightened the very soul out of me today, that I was so terrified that ugly ghost could shatter me with a single slap. The shadow emitted a strange laugh. I told you to swiftly gather his treasures. Let us flee far and wide. Ideally, he has no background. When you lie with him, catch him unawares, snap. The shadow mimicked a slicing motion, causing the already anxious Xiao Dai to shudder in the dead of night. You scoundrel. Why do you not take action? Why must you have me share his bed? Do you still love me? Or have you grown weary of me? How could that be? This is all for the sake of righteousness that it has been unbearably secretive. He knows the outcome, yet has spared you. This speaks to your significance in his heart. You must act swiftly. Delay could bring unforeseen changes. Point one shadow quietly departed from beneath the wooden railing, hastening towards the small town of Wudong. Yuan Luo had just returned from the wilderness after devouring a corpse when he was halted. How can you be so skilled, with your own woman in another's bed, yet remain so carefree? Yet your green hair betrays your inner turmoil. Yuan Luo discerned the visitor, his expression shifting beneath the night's veil. It's you. Have you been stalking us? You must know that the best secrecy is death. You should realize that my sparing you is already an act of great mercy. Dare present yourself here. Haha. The visitor was Qing Ego. I merely wish to witness the fate of the one who steals love. Now you are in the same boat as I know. You have already turned green. Ha ha ha, how delightful. Your woman is now in the wooden building of the mountains with another. How does it feel to hear that? I wonder if your hair has turned even greener. Smoke billowed from Yuan Luo's head, his fingers cracking ominously as he nearly ground his sharp teeth to dust. You seek death. Qing Ag's laughter was more grotesque than tears. Since the day you took love by force. I have been dead. Thank you for allowing me to witness your demise. Yuan Luo finally lost his temper, lunging at Qing Ego. The latter had no chance to struggle or scream. His body was reduced to fragments in midair, blood and flesh splattering all over Yuan Luo. Huff, huff, huff. Yuan Luo took a deep breath, inhaling the drifting blood and essence. Yet his heart raced violently, for, once again, on a night of the full moon, Yuan Luo donned a bright red wedding gown. For today he was to marry Xiao Dai under the circumstance of a child conceived out of wedlock. The night was devoid of light, hence there was no moonlight gracing the western building. Dark clouds rolled ominously in the sky, completely shrouding the moon, casting the earth into darkness that a scant few guests, having partaken in the joyous feast, had long since dispersed. The western building was awash in red. Tonight, red quilts, red gauze windows, red candles, and rosy maidens filled the scene. The maid, in the dimly lit room below, incessantly pricked a cloth doll with a large pin, her lips murmuring curses. Why must it be like this? Why must it be like this, Lord? Unleash your boundless wrath upon that filthy woman. Clap, rumble, a bolt of lightning cleaved through the darkness, and the muffled thunder seemed poised to obliterate all. Chapter 51. Soul severed at the western building. The night sky crackled with lightning and thunder. The fierce winds rattled the western building. Creak, creak, the crimson gauze windows danced wildly in the night breeze. Phew! Yuan Luo gazed in disbelief at his beloved in his arms, a glimmering blade embedded deep, its handle disappearing within. Pft, pft. The urgent sound of a blade penetrating flesh echoed again. The red bed was thoroughly soaked in tainted blood, which flowed in torrents down the bed frame, the western building saturated with the scent of gore. Xiao Dai's bridal adornments remained intact, Yet in the night wind, amid the lightning, and beneath the flickering red candlelight, she appeared so cold and unfeeling, her hands stained with Yuan Luo's blood, her red attire splattered with his cold essence. Her expression upon her bloodied face was complex. If you must blame, then blame your own ugliness. If you must blame, then blame your excessive wealth. If you must blame, then blame your love for me, yet hesitance to touch my body, saying you wish to save it for our wedding night. But youth cannot withstand torment. How few days can a woman be in her prime? You do not understand. Under the night sky, outside the western building, shadows of the night gathered. The maid, terrified, stood pale at the threshold of the woodshed, witnessing everything. Yuan Luo, in despair, watched the cold dagger repeatedly pierce his abdomen, blood gushing forth as if it were free. Yet he still refrained from retaliating. His love for her was so profound that in his despair, he beheld Xiao Dai summoning several shadowy figures to the western building. Their intimacy was something he had never possessed. Then, the shadows dragged him to the ancient cemetery outside the city, a scene so familiar. Once he was robbed of a woman by bandits, and now it was by the hands of his beloved. He gazed hopelessly at the pitch-black night sky, unaware of his thoughts, his eyes wide with disbelief, unmoving. Those gray bats, ghostly crows, and black birds fluttered around him, while serpents, lizards, and spectral wolves crept nearby. At that moment, a frail figure trembled into the dark night, her form shaking and quaking as she approached the grave hill, terrified by the eerie winds of the large grave, yet she mustered the courage to stumble toward Yuan Luo. This was her last hope. She refused to believe that Yuan Luo had met his end like that. She wished to reclaim everything that belonged to her. Yuan Luo had not truly perished. One could say he was a walking corpse. How could he die? His heart was shattered, enveloped in despair. The malevolent aura of the ancient cemetery seeped into his tattered body, mending his wounds. But how could the wounds of the heart be healed? The reasons for Xiao Dai's betrayal echoed in his mind. Yet could those reasons hold water? Even if given another chance, the outcome would likely remain unchanged. Yet he desperately denied it, convinced he had not done well enough. The fierce winds howled mercilessly over the grave hill, and pain radiated from his wounds. The maid stumbled over a slippery snake, her spirit nearly fleeing her body. That it was Yuan Luo who had led her here. Otherwise, how could she have reached this place, in the realm beneath? The ancient cemetery had become hell. The maid fought to suppress her terror, approaching Yuan Luo's side, gently caressing his wounded body, finally tenderly stroking his darkened, pallid face. That if you are a man, then conquer me, and then go reclaim what belongs to you. In the depths of night, a series of hurried breaths echoed through the in the West Tower. Ever since that fateful day when Xiao Dai took the life of Yuan Luo, peach blossoms blanketed the grass, and even the emerald green plums began to wither. Xiao Dai felt an incessant sensation of being watched by invisible eyes. Those eyes wide and bloodshot, filled with despair. This evening, once again, the clouds obscured the moon, shrouding the earth in darkness. The night wind stirred the gauzy curtains, igniting a tumult of anxiety within Xiao Dai's heart. She thought she could hear her mother's sobs, and in the shadows, she imagined seeing Yuan Luo's tattered silhouette drifting about. Meow ao meow bang. Startled awake, Xiao Dai saw the darting shadow knock over a flower pot, sending her scurrying in fright, resulting in a cacophony throughout the West Tower. The flickering red candles were extinguished by the night breeze seeping through the window, plunging the West Tower into pitch darkness. Clop, clop, clop. Footsteps approached, and Xiao Dai's heart raced uncontrollably. Breaking through her defenses, she quickly pulled the crimson carpet over her head. Curling up in her bed, trembling, "Don't come any closer. Go away." With a sudden tug, the blanket was yanked aside, revealing a pale face that smiled sinisterly in the night. "It's me, dear sister. What are you doing? Why are you afraid?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, Xiao Dai leaped onto the intruder like an octopus, entangling herself around him. "Oh, didn't you say that once Yuan Luo was dead, we would escape far away? Didn't you promise to stay with me forever? Yet here you are, returning home late at night. Don't you know how terrified I am?" The man wore a smirk on his face, his thoughts dark. "With you? You hold no power, no influence, merely a specter of a man. You may as well indulge in nightmares. How could I possibly share that with you? I merely seek to enjoy your body." all while acquiring more wealth. There is another woman waiting for me, that do not fear. Xiao Dai, your dear brother is here. Have you ensured that the dead man's treasures are all collected? Yes, it's done, she replied. Yet he still felt there must be more and pressed her again. Are you certain? Growing impatient, Xiao Dai thought of all she had sacrificed for him, lamenting his sole focus on treasure. Devoid of their past tenderness. You do not love Xiao Dai anymore. Did you come only for the riches? He chuckled coldly. How could that be? You are my heart, my soul, 3/4 of my life. Without you, the sun shines dimly, devoid of color. Pat, she planted a fragrant kiss on him. All right, I believe you. Everything that could be collected has been. The remaining properties have all been sold. The gold notes and jewels are all in that cabinet. Like an octopus, she clung to him. And as the evening breeze blew, the red candles in the west tower flickered back to life. Shadows danced as he meticulously examined the gold notes and jewels. Suddenly, a gust of chilling wind swept through, extinguishing the red candles once more. Beloved, shall we sleep now? The treasures are here. They won't run away. They belong to us. I am so tired that I end the darkness. Rustling sounds emanated from the bed. Puff! Ah! Xiao Dai looked on in terror as her beloved plunged a blade into her abdomen, blood gushing from the wound, staining the already rosy carpet. She felt a cold, constricting pain. Her life force swiftly ebbed, its visage transitioned from a dark yellow to a grayish white, and then to a grim black. The bovine-like eyes glimmered with a sinister green light before shifting to a deep crimson glow. The hair atop its head morphed into a verdant hue. Adorned in a scarlet wedding gown, with hair of eerie green, a face of ashen gray, and slanted nostrils, those dark red eyes emitted a chilling luminescence that in the dreary weather. It appeared utterly horrifying. The pallid arms pointed skyward, with crooked black nails glistening ominously. Above, spectral crows, shadowy bats, and dark birds continuously flocked from all directions, shrouding the ancient graveyard in a dense blackness. From the depths of dark holes, sinister entities surged forth. The graveyard writhing ominously. Howl, roar, perish. All shall become sustenance for my ascension into the netherworld. It declared. Boom, thunder. The heavens churned with dark clouds, the winds tumultuous, as celestial bodies seemed poised to descend at any moment. Over the small town beset by storms, these malevolent creatures blanketed the sky. Outside the town, serpents, lizards, spectral wolves, jackals, and rodents swarmed in droves, rushing towards the remote settlement that a colossal figure, carried by a great black gorilla, hastened toward the town that a local ruffian had just unzipped his trousers beneath a willow tree when, splash, suddenly, a horde of spectral crows and gray bats enveloped him, devouring him whole before he could even grasp his fire stick. Ah, help me! Along with his cries, his body vanished, leaving only tattered rags fluttering in the wind. Caught upon the willow tree that in a nearby courtyard, the inhabitants, idly engaged in physical exercises, heard only the rustle of movement and the distant bang. Bang! Suddenly, shadows filled the windows, and at the moment the doors and windows were torn asunder, those sinister entities surged into the house like an overwhelming tide. The interior was in disarray, with some fortunate souls left with mere scraps of sinewy yellow bones. Alas, woe! Ah! The sky was filled with gray-black birds, shrieking with a peculiar cry, as even the black eagles flocked toward the small town. Despite its defenders' prowess, they could not withstand the relentless onslaught of this dark tide. Those seeking refuge within were forced out, some quick-witted ones brandishing weapons in defense. Atop the town's tallest 5-story stone tower stood a figure clad in a tattered scarlet wedding gown, a visage of malevolence. Howling at the heavens, its eerie green hair dancing wildly in the tempest. To shatter my springtime dreams is no great loss. All shall accompany me to the grave, annihilate the town, perish, once a tranquil waterway. The idyllic town was now being ravaged by the relentless assault of these malevolent beings that a martial arts school, the first to react, raised an alarm. Quickly, we are under attack, the martial arts school responded swiftly, erecting iron arrows and sturdy bows atop its walls. Fire! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! A volley of iron arrows, propelled by the wind, soared toward the encroaching darkness. The malevolent entities, reminiscent of dark clouds, fell from the sky like dumplings. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! A barrage of black swords, slicing through the air, targeted the spectral wolves and lizards below. Thud, thud, thud. The spectral wolves, caught in the onslaught of the black sword's immense penetrating force, were sent tumbling. Yuan Luo bore witness to the chaos engulfing the town, his broken voice echoing with a chilling laughter. Ha ha ha! All resistance is futile. Perish, perish. All shall accompany my beloved to the grave. The arrows from the martial arts school were mere drops in the bucket as the dark tide surged toward them. Swish, swish, bang, bang. A wave of darkness swept over, leaving only the bones of the guards atop the walls, their garments strewn upon the ground. The main gate collapsed with a thunderous crash, reduced to splinters. Everyone, do not panic. Grab your weapons and form a triangular formation, back to back for defense. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the speaker vanished into the black tide. Ah, my heavens, what is happening? Help! Where did all these ferocious creatures come from? This is the retribution for those who have committed heinous acts, invoking the wrath of the heavens, bringing down unspeakable punishment. Woe is me, mother! I am so frightened. Darkness enveloped every corner. The black tide surged indiscriminately, sparing neither the young nor the old, nor the rich nor the poor. Death claimed all. The essence of death coalesced into a whirlwind, swirling toward the tower's peak. Yuan Luo, entranced, greedily absorbed it amidst the gray-black mist. Ding ding, Yuan Luo ascended, breaking through to level 5. The once vibrant town of Wudong, now drenched in blood, with every willow hanging tattered rags of crimson and green, witnessed the demise of its once flourishing life. The once colorful, blooming flowers, vibrant with life and love, were replaced by foulness and death, leaving only a deep courtyard at the edge of the town, with red walls and green tiles, where revelry and debauchery persisted. Yuan Luo, carried swiftly by the great black gorilla, raced toward that courtyard, now enveloped by the encroaching tide. Bang! The courtyard's gate was shattered by the gorilla's mighty paw. A cacophony of screams erupted within. Under the dim light of dusk, they beheld a colossal crimson figure, ghost-like, entering, its green hair swirling in the evening breeze, instilling terror in their hearts as they huddled together for warmth, shouting to bolster their courage. Who goes there? Are you man or ghost? Get out! They were all unscrupulous individuals indulging in vice, but when faced with true horror, they could only shrink back. Yuan Luo advanced slowly, observing what had caused his beloved to stray, his broken voice resonating. Ha ha ha! I expected a formidable foe, yet it is nothing more than rubbish that I never anticipated that I, the Dark King, would be defeated by such trash. Thud thud. Those oppressed by Yuan Luo's malevolent aura knelt in supplication, banging their heads to the ground. You are our true father, spare us. Everything that is yours belongs to you. Ha ha ha. Yuan Luo's chilling laughter echoed as the black tide surged forth. Chapter 53. The sword wave cleanses the dross. The skies were clear and bright, a radiant sun pouring forth light and warmth. Clang, clang, the sound of metal echoed across a barren hill within the Xuanji sword sect, where flames soared and heat radiated. Bustling with activity, wagon after wagon of raw materials arrived, piling high, while others departed laden with weapons, replenishing the armories of the Xuanji sword sect and the Longhan Empire. After countless rounds of forging, Yin Yang, still not particularly robust, rushed excitedly. Master Luo, Master, I completed 199 sword thrusts in one breath, and reforged my saber. Master Luo and another sturdy craftsman paused their work, taking hearty gulps of water. You little rascal, still just a child, no need for such excitement. Continue with 199 thrusts. The other craftsman chuckled. Lil Yin Yang, don't mind Master Luo, he's just teasing you. Have you gained any insights in sword forging during this time? Remember, forging a sword is more than just shaping molten iron into a blade. Yin Yang bowed respectfully. Master, I do not fully comprehend insights, but after countless forges, I realize that a sword consists of innumerable particles. When we forge, we must not only select quality materials, but also infuse our thoughts into every detail, meticulously crafting each particle, merging our essence with the sword. A sword is not merely a lump of iron. It embodies one's will, allowing for a seamless unity between man and sword, rendering one invincible. The two masters couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This lad had grasped the soul of sword forging, something others would never comprehend. Yet he had done so in just half a year. However, they could not allow him to become complacent, so Master Luo tossed a heavy sword at him. Go, 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 do not return until you finish. Look at you, acting as if you were giving us a lesson. This sword weighed over 20,000 pounds, nearly toppling Yun Yang, who sheepishly scratched his head before practicing his thrusts. The two masters erupted in laughter. This lad must not be spoiled. Otherwise, he might reach for the heavens. Ha ha ha. Hey, little Yun Yang, after you finish, wash the sword in the cleansing pool. Don't forget. Got it, understood, thrust, thrust, thrust. The forging doubled, and Yun Yang began anew, laboring through the sword thrusts. Yet, after each session with the heavy sword, wielding his 3-foot saber felt light and agile, an absolute joy. Now, when he employed the saber to perform the wind-water chant, it was entirely effortless, its power magnified, all stemming from his solid foundational training through relentless trials. Since stepping into martial cultivation, he had endured intense refinement without pause, yet he relished it, believing that enduring hardship was the path to greatness. With formidable strength, he could safeguard his sister, protect those around him, and stand up against injustice. His master had wisely said that to vanquish demons and eliminate evil, mere furious shouts would not suffice. Martial prowess determined all, but where was his sister? In a secluded corner of the Xuanji sword sect, surrounded by undulating emerald mountains, lies a natural pool, sprawling across thousands of acres. Within its depths, sword energy surges tumultuously, with beams of sword aura piercing the heavens. This is the revered Xuanji sword sect's sword washing pool. Many come here to cleanse their swords, predominantly the master blacksmiths from the forging halls, followed closely by true sword aficionados and scholars well-versed in the sword's essence. Meanwhile, ordinary martial practitioners merely believe that possessing a sword suffices. But is that truly all there is? Luo Gong brought Yun Yang to the sword-washing pool, exclaiming, "Hey, Yun Yang, draw your sword and challenge mine." With a clang, Yun Yang unsheathed his sword and attempted to strike the azure blade in Luo Gong's hand. Crack! His sword shattered in an instant, and he gazed at Luo Gong in disbelief. This was the very sword he had tempered 1,000,000 times. Luo Gong burst into laughter, shaking his hand, and with a sound of crack crack, the remnants of his sword turned to iron powder, which he casually discarded. That ha ha ha, this is what an unwashed sword yields. That I asked for the washing process. You shall discover it in due time. Come back once you have done so. The sword washing pool was immense, its surface rippling in concentric circles, accompanied by the rhythmic sounds of swords being cleansed. Nearby, a student immersed his blade in the water, swirling it about, before retrieving it and wiping away the droplets with a handkerchief. The silver blade shimmered radiantly under the sun. Indeed, a good wash reveals a gleam, and it appears the blade is much sharper now. The difference post-wash is remarkable. A seasoned sword practitioner glanced disdainfully at the student, who mistakenly believed mere rinsing sufficed, and continued diligently polishing his cherished sword with a cloth. Yun Yang squatted beside the sword-washing pool, gazing at his broken sword with a sigh of resignation. How can one wash a broken sword? Teased the nearby students and the sword washer. Hey, junior brother, why not go back and reforge it before washing? Nonsense, the ultimate goal of washing the sword is to wash the person, to cleanse the soul. Wrong, wrong, wrong. The primary objective is to restore the broken sword into a complete blade. Amidst their banter, which carried a hint of jest and sarcasm, Yun Yang remained unfazed, closing his eyes to absorb the atmosphere. After a considerable time, he nodded with a smile and replied, "What you say holds profound truth, yet one must engage in the process personally, that oh dear." With that, he plunged headlong into the sword-washing pool, clutching his broken sword. That ha ha ha, this junior brother seems a bit daft. He actually jumped in. What if he were to embrace a divine sword down there? Yun Yang had sensed the powerful allure of the sword-washing pool, compelling him to leap into its depths. His broken sword trembled in his grasp, seemingly drawn toward the pool's heart. Contemplating the words of Luo Gong and the others, he pondered the essence of washing a sword. What is it but an experience that can only be understood through personal endeavor? Thus, he ventured deeper into the water, which felt neither particularly deep nor overwhelming at first. However, as he progressed toward the center, he felt the water transform into countless fine blades, piercing his skin and penetrating his very being, cleansing his innards and soul. Every cell in his body gradually took on a sword-like form. resonating in harmony with the blade. His heart raced with exhilaration, a blend of pain and joy, as he reveled in the experience, continuing his journey toward the pool's core. The water grew increasingly profound, imbued with the scent of iron swords, and beneath the surface, tumultuous waves surged. The currents rolled like a swarm of innumerable fine blades, as Yun Yang was besieged by 1,000 swords piercing his flesh and, eventually, his spirit. The water's blades inflicted no harm upon his clothing, yet their omnipresence relentlessly pricked at his body. Yun Yang's form endured the onslaught, as if he were being sifted through a sieve. Gradually losing control, yet gritting his teeth in determination, Tio falter midway is not the path of a true warrior. A sword practitioner must forge ahead, undeterred by death, though every fiber of his being was aflame with agony. He had cultivated indomitable resilience in the face of adversity since childhood, fearing neither death nor pain. His body surged against the oncoming tide, inching closer to the heart of the sword-washing pool. As the waves crashed and roared, Yun Yang's form was swept along the currents, yet he fought against the flow. His body, riddled with wounds, emerged cleansed of all impurities amidst the tumultuous waves, shedding the burdens of superficiality. Even his once fair visage was not spared from the relentless onslaught of the water's blades, which transformed him, until every eyebrow felt the piercing touch of the sword waves. Just as he was on the brink of losing consciousness from the pain, a brilliant light erupted from the depths. Chapter 54. The soul of the sword constructs the martial nest. As Yun Yang teetered on the edge of fainting, a radiant light burst forth ahead. He felt as though he were wandering through a springtime meadow awash in blossoms, invigorated and refreshed. His body began to align, and his mind cleared, as though he were taking a leisurely stroll on solid ground. Beneath the surface, 9 blades formed a group, comprising a total of 81 luminous swords arranged in a formation. From that vantage point, the sword array appeared to rotate gracefully, and at its center, a spirit orb the size of an ostrich egg radiated dazzling brilliance. To his astonishment, the spirit orb emitted a voice. "Ha ha ha! What a remarkable talent for swordsmanship you possess! What a splendid cleansing of the superficial! What a fearless sword practitioner you are, should any one aspect be absent. You would not have reached this point. Welcome, the new generation successor to the sword sect. Please accept the construction of the martial nest of the sword soul." Yun Yang's face reflected sheer astonishment. When had he become the successor of the sword sect? He wanted to inquire, how could I not know of this? Unbeknownst to him, the true successors of the sword sect were nurtured through trials, battling in the world, growing amidst adversity, and contending against the heavens for supremacy, striving for the pinnacle of the Xuanji sword path. The spirit orb embodied the souls of those sword practitioners who had failed in their quest for ultimate mastery against the cosmic laws. Their defeat was not due to a lack of strength. Rather, throughout generations, they had been invincible, causing havoc with their blades, subjugating realms beneath their might. Their only misfortune lay in their extraordinary prowess, which defied the natural order. Their souls converged here, forming the 9 underworld sword array, becoming the sword's soul spirit orb, each with a noble heart shaping the next generation of sword seekers. United by their shared origin, Yun Yang experienced a fleeting sensation of soaring euphoria. As if he were gliding through the radiant springtime, the orb's shimmering light arched like a rainbow bridge, connecting to Yun Yang's martial nest, where exquisite sword souls fortified his golden yin-yang nest. The nest shimmered with sword energy, like a radiant star within the sea of energy, illuminating the surroundings. The star sword seal and the martial nest gazed longingly at each other, with 9 stars aligning, one of which was encircled by 3 soul stars that end battle. They would provide an unending source of offensive power, transforming into combat prowess, harmonizing with his dantian in mutual support, rendering him immensely powerful. Thus, Yun Yang could effortlessly engage in battles beyond his level, having shed the superficial and endured the trials of hardship. After being baptized by the sword waves and constructing the martial nest of the sword soul, Yun Yang's essence advanced further, his form standing tall, his sword-like brows and starry eyes brimming with confidence and vigor. Ultimately, his realm could no longer be constrained. Clang! He broke through the 3rd-level barrier within the sword-washing pool's martial nest of the sword soul. Yet in a corner of the energy sea, all, including Yun Yang, had forgotten the golden Buddha that had granted him a crescent-shaped talisman. Along with the arrival of the Sword Soul Rainbow were fleeting glimpses of battle scenes from various generations of Sword Souls. These were invaluable treasures, yet with his current prowess, he could scarcely retain them all. The images flashed rapidly before him, fleeting like fireflies, and the extent of his memory relied solely on his cultivation level. Outside, the students and sword washers came and went, having long since forgotten the fool who had jumped into the sword washing pool. Each was engrossed in their own lives, busy with their pursuits. And who would concern themselves with someone so inconsequential to them? However, just as they had relegated Yun Yang to the recesses of memory, a great splash erupted from the sword washing pool. There stood the student in a gray robe, drenched like a drowned rat, clutching his broken sword and gasping for breath, before expelling a muddy loach from his mouth that, "Ha ha ha, is that junior brother sent by a monkey to amuse us? Wait, I recall he went in with a broken sword. How did he emerge with a complete azure blade? What is so strange about that? The sword washing pool has existed for countless ages. Who knows how many swords have been lost within? Why is he carrying a quiver? Ah, what a contrast it is. He should rush back to change clothes." Yun Yang emerged from the water, sneezing and hastily departing. "Ha ha ha, this junior brother is quite amusing." The quiver was something Yun Yang had carelessly spotted and taken a liking to, so he had pilfered in fragments of memory. He recalled his father crafting bamboo arrows for him, which he used to shoot at birds. Though he never succeeded, the sparrows outside chirped incessantly. Naji Yulan had prepared a meal for him, having gone to great lengths to make it special. After carefully arranging herself before a jade mirror, she took a moment to admire her reflection before nodding in satisfaction. The invincible beauty of youth, adorned in red just for you, Yun Yang. These days had been tranquil, and Naji Yulan was in high spirits as she strolled towards the familiar deep pool and boulder. For ever since Yun Yang joined the sword sect, he had diligently meditated there nearly every night. "Yun Yang, it's mealtime. I truly admire you for your unwavering dedication over the past decade, come rain or shine." Yun Yang beamed as he rushed over to accept the breakfast. "Thank you, sister. I believe that after a decade of true sword cultivation, I shall achieve unimaginable heights." The youth has grown increasingly confident, and Naji Yulan gazes at him, entranced. What can one do? Those who fall in love often lose themselves in such a way. Who hasn't experienced the whims of youthful infatuation? Yun Yang remarked before long. "You will be 14, that I shall celebrate your birthday. Dear sister, I had completely forgotten." "Thank you, elder sister. Are you still going to the forge today?" "No, I acquired a bow at the sword washing pool yesterday. Today, I intend to explore where archery practice is held." The weather was splendid, the sky clear and blue. They conversed joyfully. They discovered a prime location for archery, where an archery master was explaining the fundamentals of the art. The essence of archery lies in maintaining a calm and steady mind. One must cultivate physical strength, particularly in the arms. When drawing the bow, one must be stable, with the target as the sole focus. The arrow's nock, tip, and target must align in a straight line. When releasing the arrow, the bow must remain steady, and the hand drawing the arrow must not tremble. Additionally, one should be mindful of environmental factors, such as the wind's influence on the arrow's trajectory. The ultimate goal of archery is to shoot freely, to pierce the stars with a single arrow. With that, the master nocked an arrow and executed a flawless shot, the iron arrow whistling through the air to strike the bullseye 100 paces away. Without pausing, he drew another arrow from his quiver and shot at a bird flying overhead. The sound of arrows slicing through the air was punctuated by the soft thud of sparrows falling to the ground. The master's remarkable skill earned him resounding applause from the onlookers. "Hey, Master Archer, that was incredible. Could you perform a feat of shooting a star with a single arrow for our amusement?" The master chuckled. "If I possessed such skill, I wouldn't be here chatting with you." "Do not aim too high, my young friends. Master the basics first. One must eat a meal bite by bite to avoid choking." With quivers slung over their shoulders, they made their way to the archery range. "Elder sister, you go first. I shall be your assistant." Naji Yulan smiled sweetly, her curiosity piqued. With a grin, she released arrow after arrow, each shot flowing seamlessly despite her lack of prior experience with bows. Yun Yang eagerly handed her more arrows. "Elder sister, let us continue with this momentum." With each arrow she released, it felt to Naji Yulan as though she was shooting arrows of love. Her spirits buoyed, Allowing her to learn swiftly, Yunyang dashed to the target, waving his hands in excitement. Elder sister, you are amazing. 10 arrows hit the target, 8 of which struck the bullseye. Unbeknownst to them, the evening sky was painted crimson with the sunset. Chapter 55. A moonless night thick, rolling clouds obscured the crescent moon, casting the land into darkness. The peaks of the Xuanji sword sect rose like swords piercing the night sky. The surrounding mountains loomed ominously, resembling monstrous shadows or vast graveyards, terrifying and mysterious. And on the path back to the sect, several dark figures darted swiftly by. Yunyang, what's wrong? Elder sister, based on my childhood experiences gathering herbs in the wilderness and the teachings of my master, I sense that we are being watched. Grabbing Najiyulin, he plunged into the dark thicket. Like Yuan Luo, the dark forest was Yunyang's domain. In fact, he excelled even further, though most overlooked his lethal prowess due to his sunny disposition. His powers surpassed Yua's 9-star constellation, and one day, when he encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation, as Yunyang rapidly closed the gap to Najiyulin, his perception and reflexes surged. All comparisons were rendered moot. Even with a level advantage, Najiyulin found herself clinging to Yunyang's hand as they sprinted through the ink-black forest, but a sense of immense danger loomed closer, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. Elder sister, we must quicken our pace, or we may not survive this moonless night. That Najiyulin's heart raced. This was the first time Yunyang held her hand, a moment of intimacy she had never experienced with a boy before. His palm, calloused from sword forging, was at odds with his handsome face, yet it radiated warmth. She murmured, as long as I am with you, what fear is there in death? Yunyang struggled to respond. His priority was to escape. Not far behind, 2 shadowy figures closed in swiftly. Big brother, they have entered the forest. It turned out to be the enchanting Zikingling and Yujizi. Yujizi raised a brow, his expression obscured by the darkness. Just a couple of fleas. Everything is under control. Lingmei, who would have thought you would find this? Truly captivating. Ugh, how annoying. I'm so shy. Today, I must eliminate that pesky little brat. Otherwise, he'll continue to tease me that I belong only to you. Yujizi. The sweet voice of Zikingling left Yujizi speechless. Who could withstand such charm? Yes, Lingmei, the game of cat and mouse should come to an end. Let us finish this swiftly and return. Yujizi, confident in his superior martial prowess, dismissed Yunyang and Najiyulin entirely, leading Zikingling through the dark forest with ease. Suddenly, a gust of wind rustled the leaves, and Yunyang and Najiyulin sensed danger. We must jump. With that, they leaped over a deadly trap, narrowly avoiding injury, but sharp leaves left cuts on their skin. Elder sister, we must accelerate. As Yunyang observed the dark forest, the shadows posed little challenge for him. This way, they darted like shadows, leaping gracefully. Elder sister, do not make a sound. Jump. Rustle, rustle. Najiyulin felt the ground drop away beneath them. Thorns tore at her skin, but she bit her lip to stifle any sound. After what felt like ages, they landed at the base of the cliff. Fortunately, Yunyang, unperturbed by the darkness, held on to Najiyulin tightly as they descended, using the trees to break their fall. Crack! A muffled grunt escaped Najiyulin's lips as Yunyang's strong grip pulled her up, and she landed on his back. Concerned, she opened her mouth to speak, but Yunyang urged her forward urgently. Zikingling, feeling a twinge of worry, was primarily concerned about the possibility of a repeat failure. Yujizi, can we move faster? Your last strike allowed them to escape. Yujizi, surprised that 2 weaker opponents had slipped from his grasp, felt compelled to maintain his reputation in front of the charming Zikingling. That was merely a warm-up. It's time for you to witness a miracle. Up, with a swift motion, Yujizi grabbed Zikingling's delicate hand, dashing through the dark forest as if it were flat ground. However, as they leapt, they felt their footing give way, plummeting into free fall. Whoosh, 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 they cried out. In their frantic descent, their hands became bloodied as they grasped at the air. Swoosh, swoosh, arrows whizzed through the evening air. Watch out. Yujizi, in a moment of clarity, noticed the arrows aimed at their falling form, sealing their fate. They lacked the ability to alter their trajectory in midair, but fortune favored them. In their panic, they grasped a thorny branch, the pain only adding to Yujizi's frustration. Crack, crack, as they hit the ground. A chilling sound echoed, followed by a scream. Both were left disoriented, Zeikingling nursing a bump on her head, casting a disdainful glance at Yujizi. You didn't even notice the cliff? I didn't scream, yet you howled like a banshee. But now is not the time for anger. We still face danger. She looked at Yujizi, who lay motionless on the ground, seemingly convulsing. Yujizi, what's wrong? Yujizi, in immense pain, could hardly respond, just as he was about to land. He had seen a massive serpent's head, its tongue flicking as it awaited him. Then it bit down, crushing his most sensitive parts. The agony was soul-crushing. Trembling, he touched the wound, the cold, sticky sensation of blood sending shockwaves of pain through him. Ah! Zeikingling, confused, stood up to comfort him. Whoosh whoosh, more arrows flew by, and as danger loomed, she instinctively dropped to the ground, narrowly avoiding a deadly shot that took a lock of her hair. The tide of fortune had turned. Now exposed, Zeikingling felt an intense loathing for the weakling beside her, yet she had no choice but to rely on him to escape. Yujizi, what is wrong? She crawled toward him, vowing one day to pin Yunyang down in retaliation for all her troubles since their first encounter. Do not come closer. Yujizi recoiled as if Zeikingling were the serpent itself, his hatred boiled. If it weren't for her, he would not have suffered such a loss that he could not help but howl at the sky. Ah, darkness breeds evil. Chapter 56. Hidden affections in a corner of the Fengwu continent. The mountains stretched endlessly, shrouded beneath ominous clouds that obscured the sun, casting the land into a gray, terrifying desolation. Trees withered. The grass lay ravaged, and here, an ominous gray, beastly zone had emerged, posing extreme danger to its inhabitants and spreading peril further. I am the Grand Hall of the Fengwu Fire Sovereign, amidst a sea of phoenix trees. The sun hung low in the sky, casting golden hues across the landscape, that I am a vibrant region where the seven-colored glimmers once appeared. A small river flowed incessantly through the verdant woods. Ugh, stupid blockhead. Shamelessly occupying my thoughts. It's been half a year without anything new. Silly blockhead, why don't you come to Fengwu continent? It's so dull here, dough. It's too far. By the time you arrive, you'll be an old, scraggly man, that I refuse to allow that. No, I must seek a chance to venture to Xuanwu continent, that a lively, chattering young girl sat by the river, her azure hair shimmering like satin, with a lively ponytail and playful braids. Her phoenix-like eyes sparkled. Her long legs adorned in flowing purple silk danced in the wind, revealing a dazzling smile that showcased her pearly white teeth. Xilinxi, what are you doing here? Grandmother Feng is waiting for you at the Fire Sovereign Hall. Oh, cousin Fenglingwu, I'm on my way. The Hall of Fire, towering and majestic, exudes an aura of ancient time-worn grandeur. Constructed from unknown stones and woods, it has withstood the test of millennia, standing resolutely at the heart of the Phoenix Dance continent. A lively little girl, bouncing with energy, enters and snuggles against Grandmother Phoenix. Her small hands rhythmically patting the elder's leg, her clear, bright eyes gazing up at her. Hee, master, are you going to impart to Sheer an even more advanced reincarnation technique? Master, does my patting make your legs more comfortable? Grandmother Phoenix's eyes brim with affection as she gazes at her granddaughter, disciple, and future heir of the Phoenix clan. Clever, obedient, and vivacious, she is utterly endearing, her hands gently caressing the soft azure strands of hair. Hee, little one, have you stealthily gone to fetch the divine wings of Phoenix Light? Lingxi blushes adorably. I did not. Well, if you are truthful, I shall grant you the divine wings for 2 days. Lingxi immediately stands and plants a kiss on Grandmother Phoenix's forehead. Oh dear, how could I be so forgetful? I did visit the divine wings chamber, but I did not take them, master. Please give them to me. Grandmother Phoenix is fully aware of everything concerning them, yet she cannot bear to see the little one sulking each day. It is my fault for spoiling you, that I know you wish to use the divine wings for certain matters, but I shall still allow it. However, I have severed the connection to that little one. So seeking certain individuals must be left to the fate spoken by the Golden Buddha. Lingxi's delicate face furrows in concern. Oh dear, master, how cruel of you. How could I seek anyone? That foolish blockhead is so dull. Lingxi's trivial thoughts are utterly transparent before the astute Grandmother Phoenix. You have inadvertently confessed. You have only 2 days, so hurry along. After you fulfill your wish, you may venture into the Forbidden Zone to hone your skills and assist in vanquishing the ferocious beasts that plague the area. In the ancient city of Jiazhou, the vivacious, mischievous, yet somewhat adorable little girl arrived, nearly turning the place upside down. Yet she regrettably found no trace of the burial sky forest, and thus could not locate the temple of Tianzhou. It all felt like a fleeting dream, her delicate willow-shaped brows nearly turning upside down. Foolish blockhead, have you hidden the burial sky forest? Am I truly so detestable? If you choose to ignore me, how could you alter the very landscape? Humph, just wait until I find you. I shall have my revenge. Beside a small stream nestled in the mountains, several clusters of green bamboo swayed gracefully in the breeze, their dry leaves fluttering like flying daggers. The small, windswept huts beneath the bamboo, long abandoned, stood in disrepair, their bamboo fences collapsed, and the courtyard overgrown with weeds. Golden flowers bloomed on the banana trees, yet no one came to harvest them, littering the ground below. However, a beautiful young girl emerged from a path behind the mountains. She skipped into the courtyard. Her charming face was filled with nostalgia, her steps slowing. Foolish blockhead, so many memories. You, little rascal, have filled my heart to the brim, leaving no room for others. You are so inadequate, so useless. If you play hide and seek again, I shall stop thinking of you. Alas, I have turned 12, and you have yet to celebrate my birthday. How utterly wicked! The bamboo fence was gradually straightened, the wild grass in the courtyard cleared away, and the dry leaves of the banana trees stripped away. The rickety wooden door creaked open, nearly falling off its hinges, and a few mice and bats scurried out. The dim earthen house was drafty, with cobwebs fluttering in the wind that blew in, and gradually the place became cleaner. Foolish blockhead, have you regained your memories? This is your home. Remember to return. Crossing the desolate cornfields of the back mountain, 2 stone graves overgrown with weeds lay before her. The weeds were slowly pulled away, and 2 incense sticks were lit, their fragrant smoke curling upwards to the heavens. Uncle, Aunt, I have come to represent Yunyang. His memories have yet to return, but he is working diligently and should recover soon. I am Feng Lingxi, and I will look after Yunyang, helping him. Brother is a rare good person, and good people deserve good fortune. At this moment, all playfulness vanished, her little face unusually serious that I in Jiazhou ancient city. Ding, ding, clang, clang, at the confluence of 3 rivers, the waters surged majestically. The great Buddha perpetually wore a benevolent smile, as if to transcend all. The resonant chimes from the Buddha as monastery echoed across the river, reverberating back and forth. The setting sun casts its glow upon the cold river. The spring waters of the 3 rivers ripple with azure waves. Pine forests and maples at dusk hear the sounds of the Buddha, while gentle breezes dance with butterflies, accompanying fragrant souls to be by the riverside. Lingxi stood beside the ancient city wall, stepping on the remnants of the sunset, unable to restrain herself from reciting a poem. The sounds of scripture lingered in her ears, the verses polished one by one, as she lit incense and knelt on the green mat, her hands clasped together. Yunyang, foolish blockhead, I beseech the heavens to grant you the power of love, allowing you to press onward, undefeated, vanquishing all demons and monsters, so that Lingxi may reunite with you soon. That I wish to tease you, and together we shall harvest rice and walk among the world, aiding those in need. Under the sprawling Bodhi tree, numerous wish charms fluttered in the breeze. That Lingxi's slender figure approached the Bodhi tree, coming to stand before a pale yellow wish charm. Foolish blockhead, do you remember? Sister Yunjie is in the Xinyuan realm, which is so far away, beyond your imagination. But this celestial being will strive to cultivate her martial skills and one day bring you to the Xinyuan realm, allowing you and your sister to reunite. I have done so much for you. How can you repay me? This celestial being lacks for nothing, yet you are so poor and useless. Alas, what can you give in return? Behind the great Buddha, the pavilion of looking at the river stood above the surging waters, now transformed into a place for gazing at the river. Yet the infatuated girl was still too young to comprehend, staring at the undulating green mountains and the colorful clouds on the horizon. Foolish blockhead, I miss you. Chapter 57. The gray tide. The earth was riddled with wounds, as flowers, grass, trees, and crops were gnawed to the bone. Houses and farmland lay in ruins, and both humans and livestock were consumed as food. That a desolate gray wind swept through everywhere, shrouded in gray mist, leaving only the ominous, shadowy beasts that ravaged the land. They were bizarre and grotesque, some mutated like gray bats, larger and more ferocious than eagles, while others were several times the size of black gorillas, mercilessly savage, or possessed bodies of snakes and heads of goats. From outside the Forbidden Zone, one could see the gray mist swirling within, the sky covered with ominous clouds, making it difficult for sunlight to penetrate. Terrifying, mysterious, horrifying, unknown. This was a corner of the Phoenix Dance continent. At the junction with the Xuanwu continent and another realm, where gray-black energies surged skyward, marking the first known gray forbidden zone in the ancient Xian world. Chirp, 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 a small village is organizing an evacuation, as ominous birds of prey and ferocious beasts approach ominously from the sky. Wah, Grandpa, I'm scared. The monsters above are enormous, and they want to eat people. Those at the back, hurry up. Quick, quick, there's no time to waste. All martial practitioners, ready your weapons to face the enemy. Archers, prepare to shoot. Ing-ah, a flock of gigantic, featherless creatures, emitting shrill cries akin to those of infants, dive towards the fleeing crowd with their bare, gray-black bodies against the somber sky. Hurry. Shoot! Swish, swish, swish. The lower-ranked martial practitioners, in a state of panic, hastily release their arrows, each iron projectile whistling through the air towards the descending beasts. The gray beasts, with wings spanning over 10 feet, come in numbers, their eerie cries echoing as they plunge towards the masses. Thud, thud, thud. The mighty wings of the creatures sweep through the air, deflecting many of the arrows back, while others strike the beast bodies with a sound akin to metal on metal, often causing the arrows to snap mid-flight. Ing-ah, the arrows shot out like raindrops, now aimed at the fleeing crowd with even greater speed. Thud, thud. Many individuals fall victim to the swift arrows. An elder is struck atop his head, causing him to spin in disarray, one hand grasping at the air. Father. Ing-ah, thud, thud, thud. The beasts have now descended upon the panicking crowd, and a little girl is pierced through by two high-ranking creatures in a single dive. Thud, thud. Her body instantly disintegrates into a mist of blood, flesh scattering like blossoms in the dim light, painting the somber sky with vivid crimson petals. Oh heavens, Wah, my daughter! I shall fight these monsters, a burly hunter. Witnessing his daughter transform before his eyes into a rain of blood and flesh, is overwhelmed with grief that he raises his axe and charges toward the descending beasts. Old Lino. Bang, bang. Thud, 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 as several creatures dive toward the hunter. A shockwave knocks the axe from his hands, causing his palms to bleed. Dizziness overwhelms him as the piercing cries of the beasts invade his mind, although the axe absorbs some of the impact. One beast's eagle-like head pierces through the hunter's body. With a flick of its head, his corpse convulses helplessly in the air as his insides spill forth, blood and entrails raining down. The beasts soar past, transforming the hunter's body into a mist of crimson. Few martial practitioners, who are close to the Forbidden Zone, resist with all their might that a newly promoted martial practitioner draws his sword and retaliates fiercely to save more lives. I shall slay you beasts, Xuanji sword technique slay. Ing-ah, thud, thud, bang, thud, thud, thud. Amidst the blood rain, the villagers become restless spirits as a thick scent of blood pervades the air. On a Yellow Earth official road, another heavy town is undergoing a mass relocation. However, rumble, rumble. The ground trembles as a horde of dark beasts bursts forth from the jungle, kicking up a cloud of dust. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Countless ferocious beasts blot out the sky like a dark cloud. Help. The elderly, weak, and infirm who fall behind are instantly engulfed by the black tide. How could this happen? Wah, my son, why didn't we seek help from the Phoenix tribe? Only they can save us. But it's too late. We used to call them demons, alas. Thud, thud, thud. Thud, thud. Ong. The fleeing crowd is consumed one by the gray tide, cries of despair echoing everywhere, bones littering the ground. Red lights gradually approach the edge of the Forbidden Zone, igniting fiery clouds in the dim sky, launching an assault from afar. Waves of red flashes shoot forth from the burning clouds. Thud, thud, thud. Ing-ah. These red flashes are fiery sword energies. Many of the nearest beasts to the fleeing crowd are struck down with precision by the fiery blade aura. Lower-tier beasts are pierced directly by the sword energy, bursting into flames, while high-ranking beasts ignite upon being struck as well, their existence consumed by the flames. Ah, it's the Phoenix tribe coming to rescue us. We are saved. The burning clouds symbolize the Phoenix tribe in the Phoenix dance continent. They are noble, their techniques unfathomable. Some factions label them as demons for their own interests, but are they truly demons? Many drop to their knees, worshipping the Phoenix descendants they once labeled as demons. Rumble, rumble. Ing-ah, chirp, 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 yet the gray tide does not retreat. They appear tireless, unfeeling towards pain, unafraid of death, their assaults intensifying. Just as the fleeing crowd is about to be consumed by the gray tide. The burning clouds descend to the ground, the flames stirred by the Phoenix tribe's divine wings, which move with astounding speed that a tall girl with flowing dark blue hair lands gracefully, her fiery wings retracting as she moves with agility. With a commanding shout, Spirit Command attack! A brilliant scarlet sword emerges instantly. Crackle, crackle, fiery red orbs whiz through the air with a sound of burning. Thud, thud, thud. The beasts before her have no time to react, being struck by the fiery, sword energies. The smell of charred flesh filling the air. Phoenix Dance Command slash. Phoenix Flame Command break. Crackle, crackle. The elite members of the Phoenix tribe launch a simultaneous assault on the Gray Tide. The Phoenix tribe, descendants of ancient divine beings. Yet this branch leans more towards humanity. They empathize with all living beings, thus putting aside past grievances to fight back. How formidable are the descendants of the ancient divine beings? Waves of fiery red orbs burst forth, transforming into thousands of fiery, sword energies in an instant. Aoong. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Both the gray tide above and below ignite in an instant, the beasts in the sky falling like dumplings. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Ing-ah. Yet even more higher-ranking beasts surge forth in overwhelming numbers. Humph. Foolish creature. Do you not see me? I shall slay you. Phoenix Dance Rainbow Command slash. The girl thrusts her sword forward, and a flurry of fiery red orbs instantaneously morph into colorful fire arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows streak through the darkened sky like dazzling meteor showers, striking at the densely packed gray tide. Chapter 58. Pre-Battle Assembly. The sky is clear and bright, the sun shining high, casting its light and warmth upon every corner. The million mountains resemble colossal beasts lying in wait upon the earth, while 80,000 sword peaks stand tall like gigantic blades contesting the heavens, in a place reminiscent of a palace. Various grand halls rise in yin-yang formations at the pinnacle of these mountains. This is the Xuanji Sword Sect, specifically the Inner Elder Hall. The sect master, Xianqing, has just emerged from seclusion, clad in a blue robe, exuding an aura of vitality, his silver hair glistening, indicating an elevation in his realm. With a flick of his dust brush, he strides lightly toward the Inner Elder Hall, his form often unseen by ordinary folk unless he wishes it so. Suddenly, a bright light streaks across the sky. The sect master reaches out, capturing the light in his grasp. It is a flying message talisman. Xianqing, due to the Phoenix tribe's extermination of the Gray Tide in the Forbidden Zone, the neighboring Kusang Empire has attempted to exploit the situation, prompting several of its subordinate nations to incite conflict along the borders, thus urging the Xuanji Sword Sect to fulfill its alliance vow. The sect master's white brows flutter in the wind. Heh! It has time to teach the Kusang Empire a lesson. Ding, 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 clang, clang, clang. An urgent assembly summons resonates throughout the Xuanji Sword Sect's outer courtyard, a rare occurrence. New disciples rush in from all directions, buzzing with excitement. This is an assembly for battle. Indeed, the assembly bell tolls. Where are we heading for battle? Wow, an opportunity has arisen. Finally, I can showcase my skills on the battlefield. Who knows? I might even break through. No matter where the battle takes us, I am willing to brave fire and water for the Xuanji Sword Sect. Wow, so many new disciples. Oh my, so many martial practitioners. Are we going to annihilate a nation? In the outer courtyard square, a sea of people gathers at a makeshift podium. The elders have already arrived, accompanied by generals from the Dragon Han Empire clad in thick, heavy armor, their eyes filled with killing intent, tall and imposing, exuding an air of authority. Their heavy black armor glimmers under the sunlight, radiating a formidable presence. An elder, embodying the essence of virtue and wisdom, stood tall before the high podium, gently lowering his feather duster. Instantly, the multitude of over 1 million students fell into a profound silence. The elder, with an unhurried demeanor, began to announce the day's agenda. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly across the expanse. Today, primarily for the new recruits. You shall venture to the battlefield, forging your youth with fervent blood, crafting heroic spirits with your very essence, and solidifying martial souls with unyielding resolve. Let the blood of the enemy and your own cleanse the superficiality of existence. A general then approached the podium, his voice booming and eyes piercing as he surveyed the throng below. The battlefield is where you shall inscribe your glory, where honor shall be etched in the annals of time. Only through the baptism of bloodshed on the battlefield can you truly be recognized as formal disciples of the Xuanji sword sect and worthy members of the Longhan Empire. The weapons of war are prepared for you. The battle robes and armor await you at the sect. I hope every one of you will seize the opportunity to carve out your own radiant epics on the battlefield. Now, march forth. The sect's armory was overflowing with battle gear, armor, cloaks, and an array of weaponry stacked high. As each student passed through, seasoned veterans distributed the corresponding equipment. The atmosphere of warfare began to permeate among the new recruits. And after receiving their gear, farewells were exchanged, filled with clusters of blessings and prayers. War is a brutal affair, and many will spill their blood upon the fields of battle, their souls perhaps lost to the chaos. The cries of anguish from family and friends echoed, though most heart-wrenching were those of lovers, for this parting may well lead to an eternal separation. Thud, 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 the war drums resounded in the square outside the sect. Once they stepped beyond the sect's confines, they would become soldiers of the Longhan Empire, warriors who shed blood but not tears, exhibiting only steadfastness. The new recruits were swiftly organized by the veterans into squads. Boarding the immense warships, each vessel, stretching 100 feet long and wide, had been crafted by masters of spatial manipulation. Dozens of ships lined up in perfect formation, resembling a colossal, shadowy dragon, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. 11th Battle Team, Yunyang, Huan Di Tian, Naji Yulan, Ma Bufan, Zhao Dezhu. As the recruits stepped aboard the towering warships, a swell of pride surged within them as they gazed down upon the world below. The ships ascended into the sky, soaring like gigantic beasts toward the military training grounds of the Longhan Empire, where they would undergo brief pre-battle training and drills. That on the ground, waves of recruits moved toward the teleportation arrays, hastening their arrival at the Imperial training grounds. The machinery of war for the Empire began to churn, heralding the imminent storm of bloodshed. Yet, it was merely the new recruits who would take to the field, representing the lower echelons of combat, where the brutality of strife would be most savage. Although a training ground for novices, it remained an imperial military camp, fortified and resounding with military songs, the rhythmic beating of war drums, and the clarion calls of horns, all stirring the blood of those present. The new soldiers practiced various offensive and defensive formations on the training grounds, mastering individual and coordinated combat techniques. Lines of recruits formed an ocean of black as they surged forward, igniting the spirits of those who beheld them. And no matter where you hail from, you are now a member of the Longhan Empire. The glory of the Empire is your OWNAS new soldiers of the Longhan Empire. Your duty is to uphold loyalty to the Empire. Wherever you may be, those beside you are your brothers and sisters. The very land of the Longhan Empire has nurtured you, and thus, its honor must not be challenged. Fight for personal glory. Fight for the dignity of the Longhan Empire. Kill, kill, kill. The new recruits were trained to be fierce and spirited. The general on the podium raised his hand decisively. March forth, in a corner of the Longhan Empire. Connected to the subordinate nations of the Phoenix clan on the Fengwu continent and bordering the eastern realm of the Kuei-Song Empire, the battlefield lay at the intersection of these three nations. The three factions had been embroiled in conflict for some time, yet the vastness of the Xuanwu continent rendered the strife almost imperceptible. The eastern Yongzheng nation, with its back to the sea and facing the continent, had not been endowed with a broad heart by the ocean. Instead, the Yongzheng people had absorbed the sea's peril and malice, having long been a destabilizing force in the world, known for deceit and plunder. The men wore headbands, their hair styled in a peculiar fashion, while the women bore burdens on their backs, their faces adorned with white ash and lips painted crimson, moving with dainty steps. when they encountered one another. The headbands tightened, and as the packages were opened, they engaged in their vile acts, reveling in debauchery. This was a base, despicable, and filthy tribe, yet the heavens had not intervened to punish them, allowing their transgressions to go unaccounted, thus emboldening their arrogance. Now, seizing the opera as the two sides drew within 50 zhang of each other, suddenly, the commander at the center of the crescent formation pointed his battle blade forward. "Charge, go!" The iron cavalry surged forth from the long crescent line, kicking up a cloud of dust. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Instantly, thousands of horsemen clashed violently at the front lines, the sounds of metal ringing, cries of anguish resonating. And amidst the chaos, severed limbs and shattered arms flew through the air, the stench of blood thick in the atmosphere. Even though they were all martial cultivators, they could not suppress their dry heaves. With 30 zhang remaining between the infantry, their cultivation levels allowed them to see each other's faces and even discern their gazes. Both sides exuded a palpable killing intent, their energies clashing in the middle ground. Forming a whirlwind of fury, Yunyang, at the tender age of 14, felt his blood boiling. Suddenly, he struck his shield with great force and shouted, "For my youth at 14, I shall be baptized in hot blood." "Kill, kill, kill!" The commander pointed his battle sword once more. "Kill!" At that moment, the war drums thundered and the horns blared urgently. "Charge forth, for the dignity of the Longhan Empire, for the glory of youth. Kill, kill, kill!" In an instant, the formations of both sides advanced like a colossal yellow and black dragon, swiftly closing the distance of several zhang. "Kill, kill, kill!" The cacophony of weapons clashing, the sounds of shields being struck, and the battle cries filled the air. In a heartbeat, smoke signals rose, and severed limbs were scattered haphazardly. As one fighter fell, another took their place, all pouring forth their youthful vigor, sacrificing their lives to etch their names into the annals of glory. "Kill, kill, kill!" From the opposing side, black spears thrust forth, and Yunyang quickly raised a shield to block them, leaping nimbly and roaring. Slash! The battle sword struck down heavily, and the opponent's long weapons were instantly severed at the tips. He swung his heavy shield continuously, charging left and right, his sword cleaving through the weapons that sought to pierce the gaps in his defense, striving to protect his comrades from harm. The shield formation was breached at one point by the enemy, causing hesitation among the ranks behind. Like a yellow tide, the adversaries surged forth. Yet, the black tide of the Longhan Empire countered fiercely, swiftly sealing the gap. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The sounds of clashing metal and battle cries erupted once more. A heavy shield was just overturned by a dozen long blades when the warriors behind rushed forward recklessly to retrieve it. Puff, puff, puff! Countless long weapons surged in, and in an instant, the ground was stained crimson. But the fervor of youth surged, and no one would falter. More warriors rushed to seize the heavy shield, maintaining their formation intact. From above, one could see two colossal dragons of yellow and black undulating across the grasslands. The waves generated by their relentless assaults stretching for miles. Clang, clang, clang! Yunyang engaged in constant thrusts, downward slashes, and horizontal cuts, his black battle robe now drenched in blood. Even his raven hair dripped with crimson, both enemy and his own. In the brutal melee, the fight relied solely on raw courage and momentum. Until the final moment, one must remain vigilant and strike swiftly to end the chaos of close combat. There was no time for strategy or techniques. It was a contest of sheer strength, of fearlessness in the face of death, and of fervent blood. Yunyang seemed to possess boundless stamina, relentlessly battling on, for his youth was imbued with faith. The Longhan Empire was his belief. The Xuanji sword sect was his creed, and exterminating all filthy races was his conviction. Kill, kill, kill! Yunyang leapt once more, his battle sword crashing down, severing the weapons that came at him. Clang! A sound of breaking through rang out amidst the clash. And Yunyang stepped into the fourth level of the realm of life and death. The swirling energies of the battlefield rapidly circulated, devouring the life force, enhancing the 9-star conjunction, and fortifying Yunyang's physique. At that moment, he resembled a small tiger descending the mountain, fiercely advancing forward. The fervor of youth surged within him, destined to unleash chaos upon the battlefield. Forward, onward, ever onward. Chapter 60. Iron blood builds the battle soul. Ahead lay a vast canyon, a gray mist swirling through the mountains and forests, steeped in solitude, that a solitary sun traversed the thin clouds above. Suddenly, several eagles soared high above, screeching, summoning a host of shadowy crows that shrieked in the air. Flap, flap. Suddenly, from the jungle, wild birds took flight in disarray. This was the essential route for the Longhan Empire to assist the Feng clan's vassal state, the Ximen Pass, following their victory in the first battle. The Eastern Yamato Kingdom conspired with the Kushan Empire and its neighboring states, creating a new battlefield adjacent to them. Once the box of war is opened, the flames of conflict will only grow fiercer until one side is utterly vanquished. And death becomes mere numbers. Who can remain aloof? At this moment, the battlefield was merely a corner of the vast, ancient mystical world that Yunyang's squad was designated as a rapid support force of 50,000. Hastening to aid their allies. Ahead lay the mandatory pass. Having grown up foraging and hunting in the mountains, Yunyang had become particularly attuned to danger, especially after achieving the Fierce Body and the 9-star conjunction, making him even more sensitive to threats. With a battle sword in one hand and a heavy shield in the other, he raised an eyebrow. "Brothers, be cautious. There should be an ambush ahead. Captain Ma. We ought to report the danger to the general to avoid unnecessary casualties." Though only 14, Yunyang had survived numerous adversities and had been to battle several times. His straight posture and black battle robe made him appear imposing, his sharp eyes brimming with wisdom. His valor had earned him the respect of all, including the veterans, who regarded him with admiration for his strength and his care for his comrades, coupled with a keen insight, traits befitting a future general or leader. "Little Yunyang, well done, stay vigilant. I shall return shortly." The veteran hastened towards the commander. "Report, General, wild birds are in disarray in the forest ahead. There may be an ambush." The general on horseback laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, old Zhang. Who would have thought that sending you to lead the new recruits would result in greater capability than before? Tell me how you became so attuned to the details." The veteran blushed slightly, for they were from the same hometown, and while old Huang had become a general, he remained a soldier. "General, do not jest. It was that young lad who noticed the new recruit Yunyang." The general glanced in the direction indicated by the veteran, nodding in satisfaction. I know that young lad. That day he roared, proclaiming to be baptized in hot blood for his 14-year-old youth. Excellent. He is a talent with potential, the future of the Longhan Empire. You and the deputy should keep a close eye on him. After the battle, I will report to the Elder Council in the Empire." The veteran beamed. "Thank you, General, for your support of the young lad. I shall take my leave." The general began issuing orders. "Relay the command. Ahead, heavy shields, crossbows, arrow carts, and fire carts clear the way. Shields on both flanks, archers to defend the passage. All personnel, remain vigilant and pass through the pass in an orderly manner." Suddenly, wild birds took flight again in the jungle. Flap, flap, flap. Abruptly, a rain of arrows rained down from the mountainside, aimed at the advancing Longhan Empire troops. Shields up to block arrows. Archers, return fire. Fire. Fire again. Boom. Puff, crack, clang, the arrows struck the shields, falling like rain, as everyone drew their weapons to intercept the projectiles. However, even the most meticulous plan has its flaws, and there were always a few arrows that slipped through, especially from the crossbows, which had such force that they sent both men and shields flying. The Longhan Empire reacted swiftly, returning fire in kind as arrows filled the sky. However, the Longhan Empire was at a disadvantage, exposed in the open, and would inevitably suffer heavy losses if this continued. The general pointed his sword once more. "Fire carts, ignite the forest. Fire away. Fire again. Archers, prepare oil, and fire arrows. Fire, fire, fire. Catapults, fire, fire." At once, flames engulfed the jungle, painting the sky red with their ferocity, while the forest echoed with the cries akin to slaughtered pigs. "Maintain order while passing through the pass. Do not panic." Yunyang silently admired. Indeed, this was the Empire, dealing with dangers without chaos. As he rose through the ranks, he discovered that the more brutal the battle, the more bloodshed there was, the more his own blood boiled, making it easier for him to break through levels. At that moment, while defending against arrows, he couldn't help but tease himself. "It seems I am the reincarnation of a battle emperor. No wonder I have faced so many hardships since childhood." "Fight!" As Yunyang shouted, "Fight!" He charged forth with his shield like a small tiger, for the enemy had appeared across the narrow pass, that in the face of adversity, the brave would prevail. This was the creed of soldiers. The conviction of martial cultivators. No one would retreat. Seeing the enemy ignited their bloodlust, and when the two armies clashed, there was but one word: kill. Yunyang wielded his heavy shield like a vanguard, plunging into the enemy ranks with the ferocity of a small tiger, agile and fierce, leaping and darting, charging left and right. The weighty shield felt as light as paper in his hands, and the sword, weighing over 100 pounds, was as nimble as a dagger. Death, explosion, kill. Yunyang fought with fervor, unaware of fatigue. Compared to the grueling trials he had endured before, this battlefield seemed but a piece of cake. Yet, as the saying goes, a tall tree attracts the wind, and soon he found himself the focus of attention from the opposing forces. Sniper, strangle that kid. The clash of blades echoed as long knives and dark spears surged towards him. Yet with every battle, Yunyang grew bolder, like a sharp blade piercing through the tide of enemies. Each strike of his sword cleaved through their weapons, rendering them in two, and with every discovered flaw, he would soar through the air, delivering a swift strike to the throat that ended the chaos of close combat. His battle robe was gradually stained crimson with his own blood, and his dark hair dripped with the gore of his foes. Just as his blood surged with the thrill of battle, two war horses charged forth, ridden by the formidable ninth-rank general of the imposing gate, one wielding a 1,000-pound iron spear, the other a tungsten sword, both intent on exterminating the elite of the Longhan Empire. Clad in silver armor, they advanced with overwhelming force. Charge! The enemy soldiers instinctively parted ways, and as a barrage of spears was hurled at Yunyang, the general on horseback was already upon him. They roared in unison, kill, die. The dark spear lunged for Yunyang's chest while the heavy sword swung down from above. Yunyang sensed the impending doom, and with a mighty roar, break! The sword swept horizontally, shattering the long weapons aimed at him. With a powerful push off his left foot, he evaded the fatal strike in a miraculous manner. However, the danger was not yet averted. He bellowed once more. Dragonfly schemes the water, swift swallow escapes, counterattack, slash. As he maneuvered to the side, he sprang off a fallen body, stepping onto the head of an enemy soldier, utilizing the momentum to leap high into the air. Executing a flawless backflip, his sword aimed directly at the dark spear general. The general furrowed his brow, astonished that their ambush had been so brazenly evaded. With so many weapons aimed at that kid, he should have fled, yet the audacity of the boy to counterattack was shocking. This was a life-for-a-life gamble. Losing the advantage of surprise against such a fearless and agile opponent, the dark spear general found it nearly impossible to defend himself. Before the shockwave of the horse's charge could dissipate, Yunyang's sword had already reached his back, with death beckoning. Bang! Yunyang's counterattack was met with a heavy sword general strike, severing his blade. Quickly, quickly, kill him. He has no weapon left. Yunyang desperately used his shield to fend off the barrage of attacks, his palms aching from the effort. Without his sword, he lost both offense and defense, his battle robe torn to shreds by relentless strikes. Blood staining his body. Chapter 61. In counter-battle, the sky grew increasingly dark with clouds as the flames of war rose to meet the heavens. Puff, 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 bang, as the higher-ranked soldiers and their dark spears advanced like a tide towards Yunyang. An old soldier rushed forward, fearless, blocking the spears aimed at Yunyang from behind. He fell, pierced by several blades, collapsing into a pool of blood that in an instant. Yunyang grasped his dog-beating stick from his back, deflecting the enemy's onslaught with a heart-wrenching roar. Captain, Captain, Captain! As he turned, his eyes reddened with tears. Puff, puff, puff! Distracted, he was struck by several spears. Whoosh! A long broadsword swung towards his head with the force of the wind. Bang, bang, bang! Let them all accompany me to the grave. An eye for an eye, blood for blood. Explode, explode, explode. With his heavy shield strapped to his back, he rolled on the ground, two dog-beating sticks appearing in his hands. With a sweeping motion, bang, 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 crack, crack. Puff, 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 with a dog-beating stick in hand, he felt invincible. The long broadsword and heavy sword collided against it, creating showers of sparks and carving out gaps, even breaking under the impact. The dog-beating stick became Yunyang's most adept weapon, and in the chaos of rolling, he shattered countless legs with the sound of cracking bones. Yet the wounds from blades, spears, and swords on his body were countless. Blood had long since soaked his battle robe. But the surge of battle spirit rendered him impervious to pain, his body a canvas of crimson, a god of death emerging from the depths of hell. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed, causing pain in the listener's teeth that as several enemies fell, Yunyang leaped into action. Explode! Bang! When the dog-beating stick struck heavily upon the dark spear general's head, it marked the end of the general's world, his mind bursting open like a watermelon. Puff! Before Yunyang even touched the ground, the heavy sword grazed his shoulder. Even with armor, it bit into his flesh, the flesh of my skin, gifted by my parents. Yunyang seized the flesh, chewing and swallowing it raw. The sight of blood and meat sliding down his throat, the veins on his neck whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the pitch-black night, a sudden flurry of black arrows shot forth. The earth enveloped in darkness as the hidden arrows were nearly impossible to evade. The martial cultivator capable of launching arrows in such secrecy must undoubtedly be a master of their craft. In the chaos of battle, another comrade fell, that in an instant. Yunyang's hair stood on end as he collapsed to the ground in an unimaginable manner, several black arrows whizzing past his head. "That was close," he exclaimed, yanking a black arrow from his helmet. "Poisoned? Huh. Well, your time to perish has come." With those words, he leapt into action, charging towards the direction from which the arrows had come, the darkness serving as his battlefield. His eyes glimmered with a crimson hue amidst the night, as the massive branches of the trees ahead swayed without wind, shadowy figures emerging from the darkness, drawing their bows and loosing arrows. In his hand appeared the bow and arrows he had retrieved from the sword-washing pool, and as he ran, he drew back the bowstring. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The iron arrows whistled through the air, heading towards the shadowy figures amongst the branches. Thud, thud. Two figures fell into the underbrush, their expressions a mix of unwillingness and terror. Following closely behind Yunyang, archers unleashed a barrage of arrows into the forest, while others lit fire arrows, igniting a raging blaze that illuminated the night sky. Amidst the flames, humanoid figures leaped in desperation, only to be met with a hail of lethal arrows that Yunyang's gaze sharpened in the darkness, each arrow he released becoming a harbinger of death in the night. Finally, a crescent moon broke through the thick clouds, casting a pale white light. The battlefield was nearing its end as they searched for their former comrades, who were vibrant and full of life yesterday, now scattered across the land. The Great Canyon lay strewn with corpses, some without arms, others missing legs, some with entrails spilling forth, and some with their heads cleaved in two, while others had blades embedded in each other's vital spots. Their lifeless eyes locked in a final gaze. What a tragedy, one might lament, as a foot inadvertently stepped into a pool of blood, the stench of gore pungent in the midnight AIRDT, the witching hour. The battlefield echoed with cries of lamentation, for among the dead were friends, brothers, fathers, and sisters. The anguish of losing loved ones would haunt them for a lifetime, leaving them with only dreams of reunion. War is merciless. Once the slaughter begins, many will inevitably fall into the pools of blood. Yet amidst this nightmarish darkness, Yunyang remained acutely aware, his body radiating boundless vitality. Chapter 62. The Eastern Yamato Kingdom. The three-light policy, the small nation of Shichian. Home to over 100 million people and spanning millions of hectares, is a vassal state of the Foam clan. With vast territories and a populous society, it is situated adjacent to the Eastern Yamato Kingdom and several other smaller nations. However, for years, it has been subjected to the instigation, infiltration, and brainwashing by the Eastern Yamato Kingdom, fostering discontent towards the Foam clan. Many clans even derogatorily referred to the Foam as demon kin, blaming them for all calamities. The populace is disillusioned and lacks ambition, believing that any generosity from the Foam clan is merely due, while even the slightest favor from the Eastern Yamato Kingdom is met with overwhelming gratitude. Most of the mines and resources are under the control of the Eastern Yamato Kingdom. In previous years, they had colluded with the Eastern Yamato Kingdom to attack the Western Simon Kingdom, but the latter's strength thwarted their efforts. Now, the Eastern Yamato Kingdom has initiated a national war, seizing the opportunity to disseminate rumors and encroach upon the Foam clan's vassal states while the elite of the Foam clan are engaged in battle in the Gray Zone. War demands immense support, manpower, material, and financial resources, and thus, the Shichian state has become a target for the Eastern Yamato Kingdom's relentless extraction. The people of Shichian are reduced to petty schemes, grasping at small gains. Paralyzed by the brutality of war, their abundant resources have been repeatedly plundered, breeding profound dissatisfaction towards the Eastern Yamato Kingdom. When the Eastern Yamato Kingdom demanded an additional 200,000 young laborers from Shichian to send to their deaths, along with dozens of carts filled with mercury, gold ingots, crystals, and hundreds of carts of silk, fabric, and provisions from the national treasury, they finally came to a realization. The over 1 million laborers previously conscripted had all perished as cannon fodder before the Eastern Yamato Kingdom's forces. And the fate of this latest batch was likely to meet the same grim conclusion. The incessant looting had left their treasury nearly empty. If this continued, their nation would surely face annihilation. The people of Shichian finally understood that the Eastern Yamato Kingdom's ultimate aim was to reduce them to mere skin slaves. However, it was too late for regret. The Eastern Yamato Kingdom launched a ferocious offensive against Shichian, sending 100,000 iron cavalry to sweep through the land, killing indiscriminately. All valuables were seized. Women were first violated, then murdered, and every house was set ablaze. Towns were besieged, and the cities were ravaged, leaving no one, man, woman, or child, unscathed. The cowardly people of Shichian, demoralized, could not withstand the predatory onslaught of the Eastern Yamato Kingdom, and thus turned once more to the Foam Clan for assistance. Shichian was the furthest vassal state from the Foam Clan, rendering immediate aid impossible. They could only seek help from the still-strong Su Nujizi Jinzong, the Longhan Empire. Meanwhile, Yunyang, engaged in fierce combat, became one of the first rapid-response troops to support the small nation of Shichian. Due to his exceptional combat prowess and capabilities on the battlefield, Yunyang was appointed as the captain of the elite squad of the Longhan Empire, leading over 30 brothers of the Longhan Empire. Regardless of gender, as they marched forth, united under the banner of brotherhood, where martial prowess was revered above all else. His classmate, Hunsong Tiantian, was promoted to squad leader, with Najiulan serving as the deputy. The remaining classmates were fortuitously assigned to accompany them on their mission to assist Shichian. The main commander remained General Huang, as they pressed forward with urgency. Brothers, allies are akin to family. The Eastern Yamato Kingdom harbors wolfish ambitions, disregarding the safety of the continent, attacking the vassal states of the Foam Clan while they assault the Gray Zone. They are devouring Foam Clan territory and executing their inhumane three-light policy in Shichian, slaughtering everyone, men, women, and children alike, and desecrating the dead. Such filthy beasts must be met with our wrath. The call to arms resonated throughout the ranks as they marched on, united in fervor. Kill, kill, kill. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. The sharp sounds of crack, 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 puff, 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 and bang, bang, bang echoed as the heavy sword descended with a chilling gleam, severing several heads that rolled upon the ground. The decapitated bodies sprayed forth dark blood like a fountain. Collapsing lifelessly, Yunyang tore a strip of white cloth from his robe to bind around his head, cradling his fallen brother's body and placing it atop a pyre, but he stepped back, igniting a torch. Tears shimmering in his eyes. Though my brother has perished, he has sacrificed himself for the nation. His noble spirit shall endure. But he hurled the torch onto the pile of wood, igniting a fierce blaze. In that fleeting moment of turning away, his youthful visage transformed once more into one of resolve as he leaped onto a warhorse. This is but a temporary victory. The war is far from over. For your dignity, follow me in our counterattack, and let us etch our glorious era in blood to go. Clop, 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 clop. After countless battles, Yunyang's troop rapidly expanded from merely 30 to several thousand at the warriors of the Shichian Duchy. Following Yunyang, rediscovered their souls and faith, with Yunyang now revered as their god of war and embodiment of belief. Yinsheng, though modest in size, served as a crucial stronghold connecting the Eastern Yamato Kingdom and the Shichian Duchy. After being ravaged by the Eastern Yamato Kingdom, it was restored and transformed into a transit station for them, housing tens of thousands of troops capable of both offense and defense, along with an arsenal of military supplies. In the year 1002 of the Xuanwu era, the crescent moon was obscured by thick, ominous clouds, casting the earth into darkness. Yet, night crows circled the moon, emitting sharp, piercing cries. Shadows flitted through the city, their defenses not overly stringent. For they harbored a deep-seated disdain for the Shichian Duchy, deemed a lowly race. As the night deepened, the darkness thickened like ink that a long column of figures, adorned with the stars, approached from a distance. When the starlight faded, they were merely several dozen miles from Yinqing. Messengers dismount, bind cloth bags around the iron hooves, and no one is to whisper or raise their voices. Maintain silence and swift movement. The commanding voice brimmed with youthful vigor. Yes, the messengers promptly obeyed, relaying the orders. Outside the city, the forest stirred without a breeze, and in the night, countless birds flew chaotically above Yinqing. Chapter 64. An Eye for an Eye. Retaliation. The pitch-black night sky resembled ink. As dark, ominous crows circled above Yinqing, screeching. Inside the city, warriors of the Eastern Yamato Kingdom were unrolling bedding from their packs, revealing scenes of unspeakable debauchery, while the sounds of their mournful music echoed throughout Yinqing. Desolate lust read scriptures, Malin, heartless, withered essence, Yaged note. This section is sung in a chant. Yoshi floating as if transcending. He do, Wulong, be gentle. You are so fierce, I like it so much. The night sky was thick with swirling clouds, and the chilling wind howled as the temperature plummeted. Outside Yinqing, dense forest shrouded in gray mist concealed a young commander, exuding an air of youthful vigor, systematically issuing attack orders with a grave tone. Sons of Shiqian, the time for vengeance has come. All warriors who fight for peace through war, today we shall rewrite history. Let us inscribe our brilliance with greater victories. An eye for an eye. A city for a city. The first squadron lies in ambush 100 paces outside the east gate, the second squadron 100 paces outside the south gate, the third squadron outside the west gate. All archers, prepare your flaming arrows. Let the signal be the firing of arrows from the north gate. The darkness enveloped the earth as squads of black-armored soldiers took their positions under the night sky. Yunyang, seated upon his warhorse, slowly unsheathed his heavy sword in the night wind. Frontline heavy shields, prepare the blade bearers. Slay all enemy forces without leaving a single one alive. Thud, 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 swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, heavy shield and blade formations emerge from all sides. Advancing rhythmically, the crescent moon finally pierced through the layers of clouds. Yunyang's war sword soared, pointing towards Yinqing, its ringing echoing in the night breeze. Fire the arrows. Whoosh, 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 a storm of arrows shot forth, illuminating the pitch-black sky like a meteor shower. Fire again. Whoosh, 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 swish, swish, swish. Each swift arrow, ablaze with the flames of vengeance, soared towards the source of evil. Fire, fire, fire. Whoosh, 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 rustle, rustle, rustle. The shower of flaming arrows cascaded relentlessly upon the heads of the Eastern Yamato warriors. In an instant, chaos erupted within Yinqing. This unexpected assault had not been witnessed by the cowardly Shiqian duchy for far too long. The guards atop the walls initially mistook the onslaught for a grand firework display, their yellowed teeth exposed as they gazed in astonishment at the torrential rain of arrows whistling through the air, frantically shouting, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" "Oh, Eastern Yamato Emperor, loyal Gou warriors, we see you have arrived. Quickly, activate the arrow defenses." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The black arrows from the arrow towers and sword pavilions swiftly took to the skies, but it was too late. Whoosh, 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 rustle, rustle, rustle. The fiery meteor shower descended like a torrential rain, wave after wave. Soon, the buildings and flammable materials of Yinqing ignited under the onslaught of arrows, including the panicking warriors fleeing in all directions, who were shot down and writhed in agony upon the ground. The roaring flames swiftly engulfed Yinqing. Quickly, extinguish the fire, extinguish the fire. Whoosh, 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 rustle, rustle, rustle. Their efforts were but a drop in the ocean. Amidst the torrential arrow rain, the inferno raged, illuminating the sky above Yinqing. Those hapless souls, caught in the turmoil, fled outside in a state of panic. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Those still in a state of excitement, oblivious to the chaos, were pierced by arrows, becoming mere pincushions. They were but a fraction of the countless slain. The more they ran, the swifter their demise. Whoosh, 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 rustle, rustle, rustle. That as the darkness before dawn descended, the rain of arrows finally ceased. All that remained was Yinqing ablaze, casting a glow across the darkened sky, where the wails of despair echoed. Amidst the raging inferno, many leaped from the high walls. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Awaiting them was a deluge of arrows. Some death warriors of the Eastern Yamato Kingdom activated the arrow tower defenses in the final moments. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The iron arrows rained down chaotically. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of arrows striking heavy shields echoed relentlessly. Yet against the prepared heavy shield defenses, all desperate struggles proved futile. Yaged, break through, charge, for the Eastern Yamato Emperor. Those already scorched by flames, like ants on a hot stove, found their evil faith sustaining their breakout. They surged forth from various city gates. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. However, waves of arrows awaited them. It was unclear whether the soldiers of the Eastern Yamato Kingdom were truly fearless of death, or if the raging inferno within Yinqing drove them mad as they poured out of the gates. Puff, 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 puff. The iron arrows cared not for their motives, mercilessly piercing their hearts and chests. Emperor Junin Yoshi. At the city gates, the soldiers of the Eastern Yamato Kingdom fell like withered flowers, soon piling into mountains of corpses. Gradually blocking the city gates, the morning star appeared, the pole star slicing through the inky night sky. Gradually, the eastern horizon revealed a faint light, and a sun, as large as a basin, rose slowly into the dawn. The rosy clouds of dawn painted the sky, heralding a new day for the Xuanwu continent. Yet above Yinqing, thick black smoke formed heavy clouds, endlessly swirling. Within the clouds, thunder rumbled ominously. Bang! A bolt of lightning split the heavens, striking down several circling eagles, which in that instant turned to gray ash, dropping feathers that danced in the air. The eagles, having awaited a feast, were met instead by lightning. Yunyang, seated upon his warhorse, pointed forward with his heavy sword. Heavy shields, blade-bearers, block the gates, fire the arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The first wave of arrows at dawn soared towards the vile Yinqing. Thud, 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 clang, clang, clang. The armored soldiers and blade-bearers advanced towards the city gate. The moment anyone attempted to escape, they were immediately turned to mush. Yunyang once more pointed his war sword forward with a flourish. Iron cavalry, encircle the city and eliminate all. Go, 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 clop, clop, clop. Waves of iron cavalry surged forth from the formations, encircling the city to slaughter. When the warriors leaped from the high walls to flee, puff, 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 before they could even touch the ground, they were pierced by countless black spears and pikes, their bodies thrashing in the air while blood sprayed uncontrollably. Tick, 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 bang, bang, bang. The war drums thundered, the horns blared, and Yunyang squeezed his legs, urging his warhorse onward. Kill, go, clop, clop, clop. The youthful figure dashed into Yinqing like a bolt of black lightning. Charge, kill, kill, kill. Annihilate the wicked Eastern Yamato Kingdom and cleanse our national shame. The smoke signals of Yinqing soared into the clouds, and amidst the cacophony of battle cries, Yinqing was annihilated. Rivers flowed with blood, for the flames had dried up the blood, incinerating the bodies of the Eastern Yamato warriors. Only the ash-laden smoke filled the air with a pungent, acrid scent of charred remains. In Yinqing, a square was set up with cauldrons of boiling oil, thick smoke billowing upward. Yunyang stood atop the command platform, his gaze sharp and piercing as he looked ahead. Use the enemy's heads to honor our fallen brothers. Decapitate. Puff, puff, puff. In a scene of dazzling blades flashing, the heads of the warriors from the land of the rising sun rolled away, severed in unison as they knelt in a long line. The soaring eagles in the sky circled overhead, screeching with anticipation, waiting for the crowd to disperse before swooping down to partake in the feast. The wolves of the forest, ravenous and restless, had long awaited this moment. Lured by the exquisite taste of human flesh, as dawn broke in the east, a new day began. The battle cry of fervent brothers echoed. Charge! 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 The sound of gunfire erupted. Bang, bang, bang. The war was far from over. The victory at Yin City was merely the beginning. Brothers, follow me as we tear through the darkness and eradicate all foes. Fight! Kill, kill, kill. A bloodthirsty battalion swiftly advanced towards a new battlefield, their fervor etching a glorious chapter in the annals of their lives. Chapter 65. The burden of abundant wealth. The ancient demons were devoid of thought, taking on various forms akin to shadowy beasts, or even resembling a stone or a mass of black, viscous mud. They embodied the dark world, a realm that could be deemed a mirror universe to the myriad worlds beyond this realm. There was neither sun nor moon, and the colorless creatures thrived in eternal darkness. Their ascension came through consumption, lacking any semblance of thought or emotion, devouring everything in their vicinity, even their own demonic forms. In a moment of carelessness, they could consume their own heads, lips, and tongues. They possessed no consciousness, nor did they feel pain, thus lacking any emotional depth. Paradoxically, their lives were long, their endurance unmatched, and their explosive power unparalleled, provided they were not consumed themselves. Only upon becoming demon gods could they attain rudimentary thought, but with thought came greed. With the knowledge of death came the understanding that demons too could perish. Yet they discovered a way to achieve immortality. Through unceasing consumption. The terror of a demon god's consumption was unfathomable. They devoured everything, beginning with mutual consumption, progressing to the devouring of flora, then rivers and lakes, and eventually consuming the very earth itself, culminating in the ingestion of stars. Ultimately, the celestial firmament was left in tatters, the rivers between worlds ravaged, as they consumed their way into the myriad realms. In the sky, thick black clouds roiled, with the sun, round like a basin, slowly traversing through the layers of gloom that it did not bring light and warmth to the demon realm, appearing more like a drifting ornament in the sky. Devoid of a fixed path, the night sky was as dark as ink, and the waning moon failed to cast a holy glow upon the demon realm, which remained cold and shadowy. However, the arrival of day and night instigated a silent transformation within the demon world, first giving birth to the demon-human race, who increasingly approached the human realm of light. They not only bore a resemblance to humans, but also evolved in their lifestyle and conduct to mirror humanity, encompassing all aspects of life, including social affiliations, moral dichotomies, cunning and deceit, and every conceivable trait. After emerging from the magical cathedral, Xiaoying gradually calmed down from her initial excitement. She swiftly relocated her immense wealth, digging a deep pit in a dark forest where she buried it, leaving only a pouch of magic crystals for emergencies. These crystals bore significant background. Once her wealth was exposed, it would surely invite peril. Yet upon returning to Glad, witnessing the nobles with their multiple wives and handsome young companions dwelling in opulent estates and lavish castles, attended by throngs of servants, a wave of jealousy surged within Xiaoying, her stomach churning with discontent. Why should you revel in excess, surrounded by flowers, while I, despite my vast wealth, akin to a nation's fortune, must toil at the demon court, risking my life for tasks that could easily lead to my demise? Oh, omnipotent demon god, why is this so suddenly? The sky became thick with gray mist as thunder rumbled, startling Xiaoying. Omnipotent demon god, you are forever correct that I, Xiaoying, am your most devout follower. Please bestow upon me boundless magic, and I shall serve you eternally. Amidst the oppressive thunderstorm, she hurried back to the Magic Academy, diving into her stone chamber, peeking out cautiously before sealing the stone door and locking it with her upgraded magic wand. In the darkness, she began to meticulously count her possessions. Bones of magical beasts, the eyes, hearts, livers, and skins of demon humans, black magical blood, gray beast blood, dark red demon blood, various biological organs, even an assortment of phallic and feminine forms. From her low-level magical pouch, she poured out an array of items, enough to terrify the faint-hearted. Note, the magical pouches in the demon realm come with grades, and there are other forms of spatial storage, akin to the storage rings of the myriad realms, crafted by spatial masters. Theoretically, the higher the realm, the greater the storage space. Additionally, she possessed rewards received from the Magic Academy, the Demon Dagger of Apprentice Realm, the Demon Sword of Door Realm, a low-level magic wand, the Magic Wand of Door Realm, along with tomes on martial magic, as the room illuminated with a radiant glow from the magic crystals. Xiaoying sighed, her sharp gray-white face contorting in discontent. Such a plethora of treasures is merely the tip of the iceberg, yet they can only be confined to this small chamber. How can I find my ideal Prince Charming amidst such grotesque demon men? Where is my Prince Charming? I must cultivate, and ascend to demon godhood to capture a legion of handsome youths, serving me continually, that I shall be the sovereign of all worlds. Ha ha ha. Indeed, with the magic crystals in her possession, Xiaoying would no longer undertake tasks at the demon court. That was far too perilous, where a single misstep could lead to her downfall. Creak, Creak, squeak, squeak. A series of muffled chewing sounds echoed within the dark chamber as she consumed the organs one by one. Crimson blood splattering across her gray-white visage, bits of flesh clinging to her lips, her hawk-like eyes gleaming with a cold, ruthless light that as one magic crystal was refined. A crisp sound of breakthrough resounded in the darkness. Xiao Ying advanced to the 5th level of the door realm, a triumphant smile finally gracing her sharp features. This marks the 5th level of the door realm. Indeed, with resources, one possesses everything. Demon godhood is now within reach. Once the pile of organs was entirely consumed, Xiao Ying broke through to the 6th level of the magical martial door realm, lazily rising to embrace the new horizons brought forth by her dual ascensions. Reciting incantations, she pointed her magic wand, commanding reap. All the items she had poured out automatically returned to the magical pouch. Withdrawing her demon sword, she lunged at the stone door, declaring, "Xiao Ying's demon sword break." A wave of black sword energy erupted, slicing through the thick stone door, allowing a sliver of light to pierce through the newly formed hole. Vaiko, Xiao Ying, you dare to attack your master. The familiar yet irksome voice echoed, causing Xiao Ying to wish it would fall silent. Its shrillness akin to a tormenting screech to be mere coincidence. The sword energy pierced the stone door, striking the unsuspecting demon creature, Yuma Han, who had approached unwittingly. Startled but unharmed, Yuma Han's monstrous visage twisted into a grin at the sight before him. Though his smile was more grotesque than a frown, Xiao Ying comprehended Yuma Han's intentions. He was merely coveting her youthful beauty. She understood the game, preening herself in anticipation of Yuma Han's advances. Currently, Yuma Han was not someone she could confront directly. But in this fool-less presence, she was adept at safeguarding her life. Once greed takes root in anyone, vulnerabilities emerge. The stone chamber trembled as a cacophony of bizarre sounds erupted, resonating in tandem with the tolling bells of the magical cathedral. This was a transaction steeped in sin and filth. When Yuma Han, still unsated, exited the stone chamber, bang, his head collided once more with the stone door frame. "Vaiko, why haven't you raised the door higher? If you don't fix it by my next visit, I'll have to dismantle this wretched stone house myself." Watching Yuma Han's retreating figure, Xiao Ying's sharp face morphed from a smile to a brooding frown, her fingers cracking ominously. Yuma Han, such a fine supplement shall one day belong to me." Chapter 66. Is it just a spring dream? In a dimly lit realm, the air was thick with swirling darkness, rendering the world devoid of light from sun or moon, that a chilling, fetid wind assaulted the senses. And the landscape was a cacophony of discordant sounds, both lively and desolate. Grotesque, shadowy creatures lurked everywhere. Even the sycamore vines bore a grim hue of grayish-black. The architecture was coated in a viscous darkness, while ancient beings, terrifying in appearance, emitted piercing, jarring shrieks. Modern entities were equally repulsive, their voices akin to the clanging of broken gongs. From the somber church, a disconcerting tolling of funeral bells echoed, and the narrow, chaotic streets were alive with the clamor of merchants hawking their wares. The Nanying River coursed through the city, its murky waters gurgling ominously, like a death knell. The ashen sky of this infernal domain was even bereft of the aimlessly drifting sun. A viscous drizzle fell from the void, saturating the gray atmosphere with a nauseating stench. Xiao Ying, her petite figure shrouded in a gray shadow, approached slowly from the end of the black sycamore grove. Her delicate brows furrowed on her sharp, pale face. With cold disdain, she surveyed this abhorrent, misty world. Navigating through the bustling marketplace of Glad, she was confronted by the grotesque denizens of the demon realm. Until she finally emerged into the outskirts, the tolling bells of the magical church, resonating with a sense of foreboding, troubled Xiao Ying's heart, compelling her diminutive form to forge ahead through the dimness. What an irksome chime! What repulsive creatures! What dreadful weather! What a loathsome world of sorcery! Where is my light? Where is my princely savior? I yearn for a kaleidoscope of colors, for a vibrant tapestry, for my prince to frolic with me amidst the floral seas. Unbeknownst to her, she had distanced herself from Glad and its clamor, wandering aimlessly along the murky Nanying River. The world returned to a tranquil silence, steeped in solitude, save for the howling north wind, the gurgling waters, and the roars of beasts echoing from the nearby black forest. How did I arrive here? What is my purpose in this place? The profound solitude enveloped Xiao Ying, evoking feelings of boredom, helplessness, loneliness, emptiness, and even fear. Like Yue Mohan, she was unaware of her origins. She had no parents, no siblings, no so-called relatives or friends. No one to care for her. All that existed were sordid transactions, including her time at the Magical Academy, where everything was shrouded in darkness and mutual exploitation. The closest companion, Yue Mohan, was solely interested in exploiting her body. Each union left her feeling nauseated, and every departure felt like liberation, prompting her to cleanse herself repeatedly. As she aimlessly wandered, Xiao Ying gently caressed her youthful form, marveling at its smoothness and elasticity. Despite her small stature, she possessed alluring curves, a tempting figure. 16 years old. What a dreamy age! I must be the most beautiful in the demon realm. Yet alas, such enchanting allure goes unnoticed by any princely suitor. Oh, my prince, where are you? Are you still in search of a noble steed? Come, Xiao Ying has everything, except for you. Xiao Ying felt an emptiness within her, a soft languor in her body, as she ambled along the Nanying River, unknowingly traversing hills. Kill, kill, kill. Ahead lay a battlefield, the sounds of slaughter reverberating through the air. Where is this place? And how is there such brightness and sunshine here? Their blood runs crimson. Giddy up, giddy up. The sound of hooves thundering resonates as a strikingly handsome young general emerges from the throngs of soldiers, charging straight towards Xiao Ying, with his sword-like brows and starry eyes. He emanates an aura of valor, his physique radiating masculine energy. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Xiao Ying is utterly captivated by the young general galloping towards her on his steed. Her eagle-like eyes curve into crescent moons, and a multitude of thoughts flood her mind, coalescing into one realization. Is this not my dream prince on a white horse? Has the ancestral deity of the demons manifested? Happiness has come so suddenly. Everything is so perfect, clad in a suit of black armor that glimmers in the sunlight. He wields a heavy sword, smiling as he leans down to extend his hand. His smile is dazzlingly charming, ensnaring Xiao Ying in a deep, intoxicating enchantment. Come, let us walk hand in hand through the world. Together witness the colorful clouds in the sky. Together watch the tumultuous tides of the vast ocean. Together experience the splendor of humanity. Together traverse the galaxy. You are mine, and I am yours today. As the melodious voice of the newcomer resonates, Xiao Ying's heart races violently, thumping like a frightened rabbit ready to leap from her chest. Everything feels too dreamlike, wonderfully unparalleled. Suddenly, a pang of panic strikes her. My prince, my beloved, do not go to war. The blade knows no mercy, and I fear for your safety. You are so handsome. I cannot bear for you to lose even a hair. You belong solely to me, untouchable by anyone, that I possess countless diamonds that can ensure you live a life of divine supremacy. All I ask is for you to remain by my side, and together we shall bear many children as beautiful as you, princes and princesses, so we may revel in the joys of family together. Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up. Xiao Ying climbs onto the warhorse, nestled against the youthful vigor of his chest. Even through the armor, she can feel the warmth of his heartbeat, his breath exuding a heady musk, intoxicating beyond measure. The steed gallops across the boundless grasslands as Xiao Ying, lost in rapture, raises her delicate hand to caress his resolute face. His lips are as red as coral, teeth as white as jade, and though his sword-like brows suggest an irresistible gallantry, his noble countenance radiates vigor. The high bridge of his nose signifies his indomitable spirit, and the essence of masculinity leaves Xiao Ying entranced. They traverse the grasslands and enter a verdant forest, where vibrant blossoms herald an eternal spring. The mountains are clear, and the waters are picturesque year-round. Her prince and skilled artisans construct a magnificent rainbow castle. She invites flower fairies to adorn it with blooms, ensuring a vibrant spectacle throughout the seasons. They acquire numerous white steeds and commission craftsmen to create exquisite carriages. Without a care in the world, she frolics in the sea of flowers with her dream prince, indulging in love within the castle. After yet another journey through the galaxy in their twin dragon carriage, she, clad in a pink gauzy gown, bashfully takes his arm as they step into the sacred hall of marriage. Beautiful boys and girls from various tribes serve as their wedding attendants. And people from all walks of life bless their everlasting love. Amidst the joyous cheers, they enter their festive bridal chamber, under a starry sky where candles flicker, and amidst melodious songs of joy. They embrace and drift into slumber, bound by eternity. His bravery is unparalleled, striking true with each blow, and in 1 year alone, they fill their rainbow castle with the fruits of their love. He teaches the princes to wield swords, while she instructs the princesses in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The princes command the world, while the princesses are renowned for their beauty. They dance gracefully together in the garden, his gaze tender, her visage blooming like a peach blossom, with sweet, blissful melodies filling every corner, the air thick with sweetness. Suddenly, a cataclysmic explosion rips through the heavens, shaking the very foundations of existence. The seas boil, the earth quakes, and stars plummet. The handsome prince dons a suit of black armor once more, vaults onto his steed, and departs with his heavy sword, never to return. Xiao Ying watches in terror as everything collapses in an instant. Yet she still feels the warmth of happiness. She yearns to capture it all, desperately grasping at the fragments of her shattered dreams. She wishes to reclaim her handsome prince, but finds herself utterly powerless. Her legs as heavy as lead, unable to move. She tries to call out to him, but despite her screams, no sound escapes her lips. The azure sky and white clouds are gradually replaced by swirling dark clouds. The sun descending, never to rise again. Flowers, grass, and trees wither rapidly, the vibrant realm crumbling away. Gradually, darkness envelopes everything, the world becoming a pitch-black void, cold and lifeless. Chapter 67. The dream awakens to emptiness. Clang, clang, buzz, buzz, in the darkness. The shrill bells of the magic church echo through the pitch-black night. Suddenly, piercing screams resound from the depths of the shadowy woods. No, Yunyang, don't go. Bang, bang, bang. A shadow tumbles from a great tree, rolling down the slope. Oh no, splash. It stirs up waves in the nighying river, and after a tumultuous struggle, the shadow lies adrift on the river, mumbling to itself. How could this be? How can this happen? My prince on a white horse. I remember now, his name is Yunyang. Everything feels so real. How can it be a dream? But even if it is a dream, Xiao Ying, will turn it into reality. The Creator can create all things, so I shall be the Creator. But what now? Who can tell me? Yunyang, my prince on a white horse. Xiao Ying loves you dearly. I must become a demon god, to swallow the river of realms like the ancestral demon, and find my prince. This cannot be a dream. In another realm of the universe, amidst the chaos of battle, Yunyang sneezes, narrowly escaping a deadly blow as a chilling curved blade grazes past his head, taking a lock of his black hair. That was close. Xiao Ying feels her vision blurring, wiping her eyes, sticky with something she cannot identify, but still warm. It is her tears, the tears of a human-demon. In a spring dream, Xiao Ying evolves towards humanity. Awakened, she is reluctant to confront reality, her body drained by the dream, yearning to fall back asleep and continue her reverie. But rumble, rumble, before her, the nighying river cascades over a precipice, the water crashing down with a deafening roar. By the time Xiao Ying, in a daze, realizes the danger, it is too late. The swift current pulls her down, sending her plummeting. Losing her balance, Xiao Ying thrashes helplessly in the overwhelming flow, the darkness obscuring her vision. She has no idea how deep it is or if she is saying goodbye to the demon realm, and with a thunderous rush, as the torrent plunges downstream, Xiao Ying's petite form barely stirs a ripple. Her world descends into icy darkness and silence. The immense force pulls her into a deep pool shaped by millennia of river erosion. The bottom, a hidden paradise lies cloaked in darkness. Upon reaching the depths, she finds herself enveloped in a thick, soft, and viscous mud, which begins to mend her shattered organs and restore her human-demon essence. Xiao Ying feels as if cradled in a warm embrace. Gradually awakening from her stupor, still entranced by the previous dream. Accidentally, her hand brushes against her dual nature, and without much hesitation, the demonic dagger materializes in her grasp. Her face resolute, it must be that my prince on a white horse discovered my duality and left without a trace. If that is the case, I shall wield my blade and remove this extraneous part of me, The dagger glimmers coldly as it plunges towards her lower body. Thud thud. She forcefully discards the excess flesh. A hidden serpent-like creature lurking in the shadows seizes it and swallows it whole, fleeing swiftly. Yet, Xiaoying finds herself inexplicably adept at curses, the good failing and the bad succeeding. How dare you consume my body part? Then I shall devour you. Come here and die. Her magical staff radiates brilliance in the darkness, pointing forward as the serpent struggles to approach her. Bang. The serpent falls into the swirling mud, unable to escape the clutches of the black sludge. Xiaoying crawls towards it, her eyes filled with malice. Die. The magical sword pierces the serpent's head. Crunch, crunch, snap, snap. As Xiaoying clings to it, she tears at it, occasionally extracting bones and sinews. Each mouthful of cold serpent blood and flesh swallowed ignites a warmth within her, culminating in an intense heat. Piece by piece, she sheds her magical academy robes, her true form gradually exposed to the air, yet she remains oblivious. Suddenly, a thick black mist rises from the depths of the pool. Swirling shadows drift about, communicating in ancient magical tongues. This language is akin to the oldest hieroglyphs, known as the language of the Tao, harmonizing with the cosmos. What century is it outside? What are these beings? Human or demon? Oh, this creature is actually the demon god Wu Zhao, the future demon god. Quite impressive, a demon realm shadow snake transformed into human form, fierce and venomous. She is a mesmerizing celestial body, ruthless and toxic. I didn't expect such a perfect host to arrive. I shall enter. Wait, it took so long to find a host. Why should you occupy it first? Let me in the realm of the martial. The victor claims the prize. Tom God, you've lost your mind. How many years have we fought without a resolution? Let us take a break. If we continue, our soul shadows will dissipate. Xiaoying's body grows increasingly heated, ultimately rolling within the sludge, transforming into a massive black serpent, triangular-headed and triangular-eyed. This is her true form, the swelling of her head a precursor to the emergence of horns. Her serpentine body bears delicate scales, the abdomen bulging soon to sprout claw-like appendages, activated by the essence of the serpent she just consumed. Hiss, hiss, hiss. After flicking her tongue for a while, a fierce roar erupts. No. I am human. My prince on a white horse is still waiting for me. I refuse to become this hideous creature. Snap, snap. Crunch, crunch. Xiaoying is ruthless towards others, but even more so towards herself, uncertain whether it is her yearning for the prince or the awakening of her ancient demonic nature that drives her to harm herself. In truth, Xiaoying, at the 6th level of the demon martial realm, possesses the ability to revert to human form, yet those shadowy entities have shackled her powers that the serpent's body suffers from countless wounds. Gray blood oozing out and mingling with the sludge, it quickly repairs the damage, growing stronger in the process. Ding. Xiaoying breaks through to the 7th level of the demon martial realm. Ding. The sound of advancement echoes again. She ascends to the 8th level. Ding ding. Breaking through to the 9th level, she reaches the full level of the realm, becoming invincible within it. The voices of the shadowy entities grow frantic. Hey, Tom God, Bo Cat God. Do you understand? We are merely fading soul shadows that if we do not act decisively, that great opportunity will be handed to that dual-natured one. Indeed, that is our essence accumulated over billions of years. If she advances further, none of us will be able to seize her body. Amidst their tumultuous chatter, the shadowy entities retract their essence, yet what Xiaoying has already refined cannot be reclaimed. Her body gradually transforms back into human form. Filled with joy, she observes her transformation. Her body radiates warmth. Her hair turns into silky strands. Her blood takes on a crimson hue. Her skin approaches true humanity. Her eyes no longer triangular, her sharp fangs resembling normal human teeth, and her once curved gray-black nails elongating into slender, pale nails, tinged with color. With a mere thought, all her abilities are restored, even stronger than before. The dual-natured organ does not reappear. I, Xiaoying, am the destined sovereign. Ha! Prince on a white horse, you are mine. Who dares to take you from me? Chapter 68. The celestial palace of Xianyang at the edge of the myriad realms, the river of realms, is shrouded in a haze of gray, with turbulent black mists swirling ominously. The winds howl through the void, and the chaotic currents of time and space whip fiercely, conjuring countless devastating storms that echo with thunderous roars. Lightning flickers, illuminating the dark. Deathly expanse, unleashing an unprecedented display of celestial fireworks, a perilous invitation to doom. Yet, not far from this ominous domain lies the celestial domain of Xianjing, where two colossal black holes converged out on one side. The extreme yang burns fiercely, while on the other, the extreme yin freezes all in its grasp. However, nestled between these two extremes is the sacred star, a realm where flowers bloom vibrantly and the seasons remain eternally verdant. The essence of the black tortoise is so thick it becomes clouds and lakes, granting the beings here longevity and boundless lifespans, provided they cultivate martial prowess. Otherwise, they are destined for mere thousands of years. For martial practitioners, 1,000,000 years is but a fleeting moment. Sometimes, a single breakthrough can consume a millennium. Without the promise of eternal life, there exists an endpoint. Immortality is the ultimate aspiration pursued by all in every era. Yet, is true immortality attainable? The answer remains elusive. In the sacred star of Xianjing, a sea of flowers flourishes, where a young maiden with gently curling black hair, clad in flowing white garments, resembles a flower fairy. With a delicate, oval face and sparkling eyes that twinkle with the warmth of spring, she gracefully emerges from the blossom-laden thicket, giggling in delight as she approaches the ethereal figure clad in white. Sister Xianyue, I've finally advanced to the 5th level of the combat realm. Here, Sister Xianyue, this lily is for you, just like you, pure, pristine, and fragrant, untouched by filth. May you and my brother enjoy a harmonious union for a century. As Xianyue receives the small lily from Yunjie, the latter flits away like a breeze. For each time this occurs, Xianyue playfully smacks her little behind, with a playful arch of her willow-like brows. Xianyue teases, It seems sister has spoiled you, daring to jest with your elder sister. You are not as obedient as before. Let us see how I shall discipline you. Xianyue floats gracefully through the air, transforming into a radiant arc of light, swiftly catching up to the playful Yunjie. With a gentle tap upon her not-so-mature Dari, the sound is merely a playful pop, not painful but rather soothing. Akin to a massage, Xianyue cherishes the adorable little one, and truthfully, each time Yunjie speaks like this, her heart swells with sweetness, akin to savoring honey. Love is a mysterious force, and Xianyue often muses, that little boy is just an ordinary mortal. We've only met briefly, and I even heard him scold me as he departed. Why am I so infatuated with him? Is it Yunjie's influence? Not entirely It's genuine affection for his sister that caught my attention. He emanates a righteous aura. Yunyang, are you well? Alas, why do I find myself lost in such thoughts? Perhaps he doesn't remember me at all, and I still wear a veil. As she ponders, the usually pure Xianyue finds herself blushing. A rosy hue spreading across her cheeks, her maidenly fragrance becoming almost intoxicating. Yunjie, with her clear and innocent eyes, gazes at Xianyue, who is lost in her daydreams. Sister Xianyue, what troubles you? Your face resembles a ripe peach. So beautifully flushed, Xianyue, feeling embarrassed, wishes to find a crevice to hide in. Fortunately, Yunjie lacks the level of insight to see through her thoughts, so she feigns calmness, raising her brows defiantly. I recently heard from Sister Xianyang that a rare treasure has emerged in the extreme Yang region. It is time to investigate. Yunjie recalls the scorching yellow sands and feels a pang of trepidation. Sister, can we not go? Xianyue feigns a fierce expression, yet even her scowl seems charming. So you fear me now? Dantiyu? Absolutely not. In her delicate hand, a pale green jade flute materializes. With a soft breath, she plays a melodious tune, Ggee, and from above, a pure white ice sculpture soars, trailing along. Melodious call as it swoops gracefully through the sky. Xianyue takes Yunjie's slender hand and leaps effortlessly onto the broad back of the ice sculpture, Ggee, the ice sculpture. With a melodious cry, traces an arc and swiftly disappears into the horizon, the sacred land of Xianyang. Towering, majestic crimson halls rise into the void, supported by the thick, unyielding essence of the black tortoise and the energy of Xianyang. Resembling a mirage, sacred, mysterious, and revered throughout the myriad realms. This is the temple of the sun god, upheld by the radiant golden crows, ancient firebirds that tirelessly circle the temple, creating fiery clouds in their wake. In the temple's gaze, thousands of miles away, lie palatial structures, the domain where the sacred son and sacred daughter of Xianyang cultivate and where they are born, the celestial palace of Xianyang. The sacred son of the sun god is merely one among many sacred sons of Xianyang, known solely by this title due to his solitary appearances. His full name is Cao Xianyang Sacred Son. The Xianyang Sacred Son is not necessarily from the sun god tribe. It is simply that the sun god tribe is more attuned to controlling the sun's movement. Yet, anomalies abound in the vastness of the myriad realms. One might unexpectedly encounter a superlative extreme yang entity, divine body, or sacred body, capable of rivaling the sun god tribe. Though such occurrences are exceedingly rare, a mere 1 in a billion, and they must be discovered before their demise. Like Yunjia's dual sacred body of extreme yang and extreme yin, the residences within the celestial palace of Xianyang resemble scenic paradises, utterly disconnected from the scorching sun that could melt the earth. However, a farcical scene unfolds in a pavilion that starkly contrasts with the sanctity of this hallowed place. At the entrance of Xianyang's paradise, the Xianyang sacred son stands there, exuding a brazen confidence. Revealing his towering three-zhang form, shamelessly radiating his essence. Fiery sparks, akin to the size of coins, dart across his crimson body with an arrogant resonance. Ah, Xianyangji, we are of one family. What is wrong with you becoming my consort? I am the chosen sacred son of the temple of the sun god, destined to rule not only the temple of the sun, but also the extreme Xianyang and the myriad realms, granting you endless riches and glory, ascending as a saint among ancestors. Yet the paradise remains unresponsive, indifferent to the Xianyang sacred son's incessant proclamations. The stone doors steadfastly closed as the sacred son's patience wanes. His haughty demeanor shifts to a chilling resentment. He dares not recklessly wreak havoc within the celestial palace, that he not think you are safe inside. Even if I refrain from striking, you will eventually emerge for training. Otherwise, if you remain stagnant, you shall never truly master the sun. Even if you could control it, you would still have to answer to me, becoming my consort regardless. Within the paradise, Xianyangji repeatedly cleanses herself, her fury reaching a boiling point. Even if you become the ruler of extreme Xianyang one day, I shall not cease to pursue you until death. Xianyang's decree of death slay. A flash of red light bursts forth from her delicate fingers. The fire of extreme yang crackling in the air. Extreme yang fire poison decree. Perish. As the decree escapes her lips, a brilliant crimson sword manifests, unleashing a dark red sword aura that hurtles forward, obliterating a nearby granite hill with a thunderous explosion. Amidst the chaos, Xianyangji, filled with resentment, advances and breaks through, stepping into the 8th level of the spirit realm. Chapter 69. Escalation of Conflict. The sky, a pristine blue, resembles a vast mirror that a silvery halo slices through the azure expanse, tracing a long arc as it descends upon the celestial palace. Two ethereal figures, pristine and pure, drift down from the snow-white ice sculpture. Their garments billowing, evoking boundless imagination. The ice sculpture dances above the two exquisite maidens. The girls glide lightly, yet one, with skin as delicate as freshly bloomed petals, no longer steps upon the ground. Her previously warm smile has transformed into one of icy coldness, even anger, as she glares at the Xianyang sacred son approaching. What are you doing? And who gave you the audacity? The holy son of Xianyang. Upon sighting the holy maiden of Xianyue, whom he had always regarded as his destined partner, could not help but exclaim in his heart, such a stunning beauty. How was it that we never shared the same bed before? Yet, the icy countenance of the holy maiden and her aggressive tone rendered him utterly mortified. This was the Xianyang Star Palace, his own territory. His face transitioned from crimson to a deeper shade of embarrassment. He cast a disdainful gaze upon the two women, emanating an imposing aura. Don't you, he began, but before he could finish his reprimand, a resounding chirp from the hovering ice sculpture interrupted him, followed by a rather substantial droppings of bird excrement landing squarely atop his head. He wiped away the mess, only to be met with the overwhelming stench and the sudden swelling on his head, leaving him momentarily dazed. The excrement from the divine bird was not merely a trivial matter. While ordinary folk might consume it as a potent tonic for health and longevity, the holy son of Xinyang had no need for such remedies. Unable to endure any longer, he unsheathed his blazing red divine flame sword with a swift motion, causing the temperature in the pavilion to soar dramatically. Yunji, having almost been amused by the earlier humiliation of the holy son, quickly readied herself as the yin-yang dual swords clashed with a melodious chime, standing at the ready. Although her combat prowess was far inferior to the holy son's, she felt compelled to fight, having made a promise to Xianyue to assist her. She was determined to uphold her vow, even at the cost of blood and life, for her elder sister Xianyue was worth every sacrifice. However, Xianyue was swifter still, her light green jade flute soaring towards the tip of the holy son's nose. Halting just a grain's breadth away, the rush of air from the flute pierced the air like a blade, causing him great discomfort. Gazing at the flute before him, he recognized his defeat once more. Had they been on the battlefield, he believed the flute would have pierced through his skull. With a howl of frustration directed skyward, a golden crow enveloped in flames descended, and the holy sun shot a venomous glare at his opponent before departing in bitterness. Whoa! A fiery cloud appeared in the sky, only to vanish swiftly from sight. Xianyue glided over, raising her delicate arm to reclaim the jade flute, smiling as she gently ruffled Yunji's fragrant hair. There was no need for words of gratitude. Their hearts already understood one another. That Yunji's sweet, melodious voice resonated at the cave's entrance. "Sister Xianyue, that wicked scoundrel has been driven away by you. Little Yunji has brought you polar ice crystals." Xianyue and Yunji were alike in their dual holy physiques, though Xuanyue's was unique. Only Xianyue had gleaned the entire truth from the Ice River holy ancestor. Each time she witnessed the two young girls together, her heart ached, wishing for a day that might never come. Yet her expression remained unchanged, her voice like ethereal music. "Dear Sister Yunji, did you not summon us to visit the Xianyue mine? Are you unwell? Is it serious? Do you require me to summon a divine physician?" With a thunderous sound, the cave door finally swung open, and a crimson figure dashed into Xuanyue's warm embrace. Weeping pitifully, sister, Xianyue tenderly patted the frail, youthful form, her heart breaking for the innocence so cruelly marred by the holy son of Xinyang. Tears sparkled in her eyes like diamonds, glimmering with anguish that Yunji's large, doe-like eyes were also red-rimmed as she approached, gently wiping away Xuanyue's tears and cradling her hands in her own. "Sister Xianyue, we are as one. Little Yunji wishes to hold your hand and face all storms together, hoping the sunlight will illuminate and warm your heart. Brother once said, 'Good deeds will be rewarded, while the wicked shall ultimately face retribution.'" Xianyue attempted to muster a smile. Yet her body still quivered with quiet sobs. She did not wish to convey her sorrow, but the injustices she had suffered were too much for a young girl to bear. "Thank you. Dear sister, thank you. Little Yun, it is my fault for bringing negativity upon you. Truly, birds of a feather flock together. Those with kind hearts naturally consider others, even in their moments of sadness. Yet when others grieve, one cannot help but empathize." Xianyue donned a radiant smile, one that could outshine a garden of flowers, her beauty partially veiled by gossamer fabric. All right. Life is inherently filled with winds and rains, obstacles and sunshine, weaving a vibrant and complete tapestry of existence that we must bravely confront all that comes our way, spreading light and warmth, casting the exquisite moonlight into every corner, ensuring that all beings live equally in happiness. If we allow darkness to linger in our hearts, how can we illuminate the paths of others? Xianyue revealed a smile, a lovely dimple gracing her cheek. "That I have joyous news to share. I have advanced to the 8th level of the spirit realm. I shall surely reach the pinnacle of the spirit realm, perhaps even ascend to the heavenly level, and soon I shall break through to the next tier. Little Yunji, you must strive hard as well." Yunji's face flushed with embarrassment as she softly replied, "Yunji has worked diligently too. Today, I broke through to the 6th level of the battle realm, but I shall endeavor even more." The atmosphere lightened as the girls settled into the pavilion, exchanging insights on their martial training. From afar, their every expression, every gesture, captivated those who beheld them. Their garments fluttered gracefully, their voices like celestial melodies, skin as smooth as jade, radiating youthful vitality that rendered onlookers spellbound. Even the red koi beneath the pavilion leaped from the water, yearning for just one more glimpse of the celestial maidens, as the air was infused with an intoxicating fragrance of divine beauty.